Story of Soviet Russia. Volume 7, S equals. Socialism. In 1. Country. 19,024 to 1926. Part 3, 2. Edward Hallett. Carr __. Volume 3, Parts I and 2, $17.50. A History of Soviet Russia. Socialism in One Country, 1924-26, Volume 3. By Edward Hallett Carr. A partial listing of the contents. I. Reardon. The Soviet Union and the West. Principles of Foreign Policy. Diplomatic Anticlimax. Great Britain. France. Germany. Comintern, the Fifth Congress. Comintern and the Parties. The Year of Locarno. Comintern, the Fifth Icky. Comintern and the Parties. After Locarno. Great Britain. France. Germany. The Western Borderlands. USSR and League of Nations. USSR and USA. Comintern, the Sixth Icky. Comintern and the Trade Unions. The Unity Campaign. The Congresses of 1924. The Struggle at its Peak. Fading Hopes. Part I. The Soviet Union and the East. Policy in the East. Continued on back flap. Continued from front flap. The Middle East. Turkey. Persia. The Arab world. Afghanistan. Southern Asia. India. Indonesia. China in revolution. Peking and Canton. The ferment at work. The forces of reaction. The two revolutions. Outer Mongolia. Japan and Korea. The structure of Comintern. Organization. The central apparatus. The constituent parties. Auxiliary bodies. The Red International of Trade Unions. International Workers' Aid. International Red Aid. The Peasant International. The Red Sport International. The International Cooperative Movement. The International Women's Secretariat. The Communist Youth International. The Program of Comintern. Soviet-German military collaboration. The Lenin Schools. List of abbreviations. Index. Digitized by the Internet Archive. In 2024. https://archive.org/details/socialism echo 0003 edw. Equals E. Equals S. Senso M. As Aaron. Equals equals. BS me. Asterisk plus. Asterisk A. AA. Percent. A. XNA7. Ta. Socialism in One Country. 1924 to 1926. A History of Soviet Russia. The following volumes have been published. The Bolshevik Revolution I9 I7 I923. Volume 1, 1950. Volume 2, 1951. Volume 3, 1953. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924. 1954. Socialism in One Country 1924 to 1926. Volume 1, 1958. Volume 2, 1959. Volume 3, Parts I and 2, 1964. A History of Soviet Russia. Socialism. In One Country. 1924 to 1926. By Edward Hallett Carr. Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. Asterisk. Volume 3 Part 2. Withdrawn. The Macmillan Company, New York. Shenandoah College. Library. Winchester, VA. Copyright Edward Hallett Carr 1964. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission in writing from the publisher, except by a reviewer who wishes to quote brief passages in connection with a review written for inclusion in magazine or newspaper. Library of Congress Catalog Card Number 51 to 232. Printed in the United States of America. W. D.K. Carr, Edward Hallett. 266. C263 A History of Soviet. V.8 Russia. 947.084 C23. B. The Soviet Union and the East. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Policy in the East. The first phase of the Eastern policy of the Soviet government and of Comintern found its characteristic expression in the Baku Congress of September 1920. It centered primarily on the Near and Middle East and was directed mainly against the British Empire and British imperialism. Such success as it achieved had been gained by 1921, and, after the Anglo-Soviet agreement had been concluded in March 1921, the first wave of revolutionary enthusiasm for the Eastern peoples may be said to have subsided. The Third Congress of Comintern in July 1921 almost entirely ignored the Eastern question. Up to this time the Far East had played only a minor and intermittent role in the calculations of the Bolshevik leaders. At the moment of the Baku Congress, the idea was moot in Icky of a similar Congress of Far Eastern peoples. But the time was not yet ripe, and it was not till the spring of 1921, at the height of the campaign against Ungern Sternberg in Outer Mongolia, that a Far Eastern Bureau or Secretariat of Comintern was set up in Irkutsk under the direction of Shumyatsky, an official of the Siberian Bureau of the Party Central Committee situated at Omsk * in July 1921, after the Third Congress of Comintern had ended, and when the Red 1 see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, via 3 pages 387 to 389. 2 see Ibid Volume 3, p. 525. 3 see Ibid Volume 3, pages 514-_45. 4 The Irkutsk Secretariat, described as a special department of the Far Eastern Secretariat of Comintern, was set up by the Siberian Bureau of the Party, Severnaya Zia, No. 2, 20, 1928, p. 81, which specifically connects it with work among the Mongols. Shumyatsky later gave an account of the arrival in Irkutsk of Chang Tiale and another Chinese communists to organize a Chinese section of the Secretariat. Chang proceeded to Moscow to attend the Third Congress of Comintern in July 1921, Revalyachny Vostok. No. 4 to 5, 1928, pages 213 to 216. Periodishesky Peshet. SSSR, 1917 to 1949. Bibliografishesky Ukazadel, I, 1958, lists 7 monthly numbers of Bulletin. Dalnivostoknago Sekretariata Kommunistiskiskogo Internationala published in Irkutsk in 1921, and 2 numbers for 1922, none of them has been available. For one of the rare contemporary references to the short-lived Secretariat c. p. 607 below. 605. 606 Foreign Relations Point B. Army had completed its successful operation against Ungern Sternberg in Outer Mongolia. Icky instructed Radek, Popov, and Trelitzer to make arrangements with representatives of Far Eastern countries to convene a Congress of Far Eastern peoples, under the name of the Congress of Toilers of the Far East. The original decision was to hold the Congress in Irkutsk in November 1921, but it was transferred to Moscow, where it met in January 21, 1922.2. The Far Eastern counterpart of the Baku Congress proved only a pale reflection of its predecessor, and led to no immediate increase of interest in Moscow in Far Eastern affairs. The transfer of the Congress to Moscow was apparently followed by the liquidation of the Irkutsk Secretariat, which, sharing the fate of the European secretariats of Comintern, ceased to exist early in 1922.3. The conception of opening a new window for Soviet policy and revolutionary activity in the East penetrated slowly in Moscow. Safarov, on the eve of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922, boasted of the formation of communist parties in all Eastern countries, though they were all obliged to work illegally. Plus, Zinoviev, in his main report to the Congress, indulged in some routine expressions of optimism. But Bukharin, in his long speech on the draft program of Comintern, dismissed the colonial question in one brief paragraph with the conventional comment that far more attention than hitherto should be paid to it, and Radek cynically answered those delegates from the East who complained of lack of interest in their work with the remark that interest is aroused by deeds. The Congress adopted a long analytical resolution of an eclectic character on the Eastern question, but gave no clear call for revolutionary action. 7 on Diatelnost Ispolitelnogo Komitet I Presidium Komunistikiskogo Internationale, 1922, pages 13 to 14. 2 for the Congress. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pp. 525 to 528. Chang Tiale was evidently one of the organizers. 3. The approximate date is indicated by the fact that only 2 further numbers of its bulletin appeared in 1922, CP 605, note 4 above. No mention of it has been traced from the beginning of 1922 onwards. 4. Novaya Vostok, 2, 1922, 71. 5. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 478 to 479. 6. Protocol de Bayerton Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. Pages 419, 634. 7. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 481 to 483. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 607. The other hand it provided in its resolution on organization for the creation of an Eastern Department, the first geographical department to be set up in the headquarters of Comintern. The immediately following through Congress of Kim set up a small commission for Eastern and colonial countries, but except in China and Outer Mongolia it found no activities to report. For colonial countries it had no material, only projects. In this early period, the meager activities of Comintern in the Far East were eclipsed by those of Profintern. Since Profintern had not enjoyed in Europe even the limited successes, or illusions, of success, achieved by Comintern, and since IFTU, which opposed an impregnable barrier to the advance of Profintern in Europe, had never paid much attention to the workers of Eastern countries, it was natural that the efforts of Profintern should have been the more easily turned in this direction. Before the foundation of Profintern in July 1921, Mesoprof had divided its work between 5 geographical sections, one of them being for the Eastern countries, and established a bureau in the Far Eastern Secretariat of Comintern in Irkutsk, but its contacts with the Far East were admitted to be slender. On the occasion of the founding Congress of Profintern, Lazovsky issued a warning that the workers' movement in the East, if too closely associated with the national liberation movement, would take on chauvinist traits, and appealed for a movement on an unequivocal class basis. And the Congress passed a rather perfunctory general resolution on the trade union movement in the Near and Far East and in the colonies. During the Congress of Toilers of 1 Protocol de Bayerton Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923. Pages 994 to 997. For the first report of this department see Director Executive der Kommunistischen Internationale, 15. December 1922 bis 15. May 1923, 1923. pp 9, it was said to be divided into Near, Middle and Far Eastern sections, and was mainly concerned with the collection of information. 2 Berichtbaum 3. Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend Internationale, 1923. Pages 220 to 221, the General Resolution on Work in the East, ibid pages 279 to 283. Confirmed this conclusion. 3 Congrès du Conseil International des Syndicats Rouges pour la période du 15 juillet 1920 à juillet 1921, 1921, pages 26, 66 to 67. 4 Speech of Lazovsky at a meeting in Moscow on June 22, 1921, printed as an introduction to the official record of the Congress, ZN * Mezdunordny. Congress Revolutionary Professional NYKH1 Pro Azbatsvenik Sozov, NT. 1921, p10. 5 Resolution, Statuten, Manifest UND Offer der Ersten Internationalen Kongresses der Ruben Fach UND Industry Berdende, Bremen, NT 1921, pages 79 to 80. 608 Foreign Relations. Point B. The Far East in Moscow in January 1922, the Executive Bureau of Profintern set up a special section to deal with the trade union movement in Eastern countries. The Commission appears to have worked independently of the Congress, and was not mentioned in the record of the proceedings. But it continued to sit for 3 days. Lazovsky addressed it for 2 hours on the importance of the trade union movement, and some of the delegates reported on the position of trade unions in their respective countries. The report was followed by a debate in which delegates of Chinese, Indonesian, Korean, and Japanese trade unions participated. The importance of the occasion was clearly the first establishment of contact between Profintern and the incipient trade union movement in the Far East. Early in March 1922 the second session of the Central Council of Profintern decided that, in view of the increasing industrialization of the Far East, a special bureau should be established by Profintern to direct agitation among Far Eastern workers. Reinstein and Katayama were placed in charge of this work, and Simon was appointed to represent Profintern in Indonesia. Point 2 on March 2, 1922, while the council was in session, the Transport Workers International Propaganda Committee 3 convened a conference of transport workers of the Far East which was attended by delegates of the Indonesian railway workers and of maritime workers from Japan, China and India. One of the delegates was instructed to undertake work among Japanese seamen plus. At this moment an initiative came from a different quarter. In June 1922, the Australian Trade Union Congress, also no doubt inspired by the example of the diplomatic conference in Washington, decided to summon in Sydney in June 1923 1 Die Rote Werkschaps Internationale, number 2, 13, February 1, 1922, pp. 147 to 148, number 3, 14, March 1922, pages 214 to 216. Lazovsky claimed that the significance of the Congress of Far Eastern Peoples and of the special trade Union section which functioned at that Congress has been very great in terms of a rapprochement between Profintern and the workers' organizations of the Far East, Trud, February 22, 1922. 2 Die Rote International, number 3, 14, March 1922, p. 231. Number 4, 15, April 1922, pages 318 to 319. A few months later a certain Mahmoud Sikh was appointed to represent Profintern in Eastern countries, Ibid number 12. 23, December 1922, p. 903. 3 for this IPCCP 532 above. Plus Die Rote International, number 10, 21, October 1922, p. 674. 3% asterisk Mezdunordnaya Conference Die Revolutionik Transportnikov, 1923. Pages 13 to 14. CHXXXBII Policy in the East 609. Conference of Trade Unions of Pacific Countries, Japan, China, Australia, India, Java, the United States, Canada, and the Philippines were the countries mentioned. Though nothing came of this proposal, it may be surmised that such an invitation was not welcome in Moscow, especially since Soviet Russia was apparently excluded from it. The Fourth Congress of Comintern in November, December 1922 attempted to trump the Australian lead by proposing, in its resolution on the Eastern question, that representatives of the revolutionary proletariat of the Pacific countries should convene a Pacific conference in order to work out the correct tactics and find the corresponding form of organization for a real union of the proletariat of all races in the Pacific. Thus prompted, the immediately following Second Congress of Profintern took up the running. Its main resolution, in a section devoted to the IPCs, drew attention to the need to organize the transport workers in general, and the transport workers of countries bordering on the Pacific Ocean in particular, and to create port bureaus which will serve as a link between the revolutionary seamen of the whole world. Point 3. A special resolution devoted to trade unions in the East and in colonial and semi-colonial countries concluded with a decision to convene simultaneously with the next Congress of Profintern the broadest possible conference of revolutionary trade organizations of colonial and semi-colonial countries of the whole world. Meanwhile the establishment of port bureaus in the principal ports would serve as a link between East and West. This was to be the task of a special conference of transport workers with the participation of Profintern. A conference of the transport workers IPC was held at the same time as the Congress, delegates of the Chinese Seamen's Union and Chinese and Indonesian railway unions appearing for the first time as members of the committee. 5 and in June 1923, the Central Council of Profintern drew up a further instruction to 1 Bulletin to Kongresa Krasnogo International of Profsozov, NT, p. 148. 2 Kommunisticheski International v. Dokumentik, 1933, p. 324. The German text in Thesen UND resolution into 4. Well Congresses Turkey, 1923. pp. 51, speaks of convening a conference, the Russian text of meeting at it. 3 Die Zeit let Profintern v. Solidarität, 1930, p. 103. 4 Ibid p. 114. 5 3 Va Mezdunordnaya Konferencji Revolutionik Transportnikov. 1923, p. 7, Die Rote International, number 12, 23, December 1922. p. 889. 610, Foreign Relations. Point B. The Transport Workers IPC on the work of the port bureaus. This was evidently the most promising approach yet found to the Eastern worker. The attitude of the workers in countries having colonial posses, Zions, or profiting by the exploitation of colonial or semi-colonial territories, raised a particularly delicate problem. At the Second Congress of Comintern in plus 920, when the Eastern question had first been seriously discussed, British delegates had confessed that a majority of British workers would be hostile to a revolutionary struggle of colonial peoples against British imperialism. But the implications of this belief, both for the communist parties and for the trade unions of the imperialist countries, were ignored or neglected in Moscow. Nor were the communist parties concerned eager to grasp the nettle. A committee for colonial studies was set up in the PCF, partly perhaps owing to the pertinacity of the young Adamite Nwene Iquak III, and even issued an appeal to the natives of the colonies. But this was a rare exception. At the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November December 1922, a Tunisian delegate reproached the PCF with its indifference to the liberation of the colonies, and cited the resolution of an Algerian section of the party which argued that liberation could come only as the result of revolution in France, thus condemning the native populations to a passive role. Point 5. The TD Zeit let Profintern v. Solidarität, 1930, pages 117 to 118. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 256, Note 2. 3 For an outline of Nwene Iquak's early career, C.G. Walter, Histoire du Parti Communiste Francais, 1948, p. 379, D. Lancaster, The Emancipation of French Indochina, 1961, pages 79 to 80. He is said to have been born in Annam in 1890, and settled in France on the eve of the First World War. In 1919 he became a propagandist for the liberation of Indochina and joined the French Socialist Party. He was present at the Tours Congress of 1920, and was an original member of the PCF. He appeared prominently at the first and second Congresses of the PCF in 1921 and 1922, where he pleaded the not very popular cause of colonial emancipation. El Humanite, December 30, 1921, October 17, 1922. In 1923 he went to Moscow as a student at the Communist University of Toilers of the East, and was a delegate at the founding Congress of the Peasant International in October of that year. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924. Pages 198 to 199. About this time he published in Paris a pamphlet entitled Le Procès de la Colonisation Francaise, Mers Coloniales, devoted to the abuses and cruelties of French colonial administration. The pamphlet is undated, but internal evidence suggests that it was written in the latter part of 1923. 4 El Humanite, October 17, 1922. 5 Protocol de Bayerden Congresses der Kommunistischen International, 1923. Pages 605 to 606. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 611. Congress for the first time included in its resolution on the Eastern question a chapter on the tasks of metropolitan parties in the colonies. Communist parties in countries having colonies were instructed to give systematic support to the workers and revolutionary movement in the colonies, and to establish standing colonial commissions in order to explain unceasingly to the broad masses of the workers the full importance of the struggle with imperialist domination in the backward countries. The Second Congress of Profintern in December 1922 in its main resolution outlined a new approach to trade union work in the Far East. Since the center of gravity of world politics has shifted to the shores of the Pacific Ocean, the creation of revolutionary trade unions and the establishment of contact with profit in turn in the countries on the Pacific Ocean acquires particular importance. The main work must devolve on the revolutionary unions of the imperialist powers, which should establish close and continuous contact with the trade unions of the colonial countries for a common struggle against the oppression and exploitation of the backward and weak peoples. The special resolution on trade unions in eastern countries further elaborated the point. Revolutionary national organizations and minorities in countries possessing colonies should establish a separate organ to maintain the link with the trade union movement of the colonies. A particularly large role falls to the lot of Japan, which is in the immediate vicinity of its colonies and semi-colonies, Korea, China, etc. 3. When, however, the Central Council of Profintern met 6 months later, in June 1923, it was constrained to record that nothing had been done to carry out the Far Eastern directives of the Second Congress, and the French CGTU, as the strongest trade union organization affiliated to Profintern in any country with large colonial possessions, came under fire for the inadequacy of its work among the colonial peoples. Plus it is clear that, up to this time, one Communisticheski International V Documentic, 1933, pp 324-325. 2 Die Zeit let Profintern wie Resoliatiak, 1930, p 102. 3 Abit p 114. 4 Birik Tiber Die 3. Session des Central Rats der Rubengewerkschaft Center. National, 1923, pages 82-83. Shenandoah College. LIDF. Winchester. 612, Foreign Relations. Point B. Little or no support had been forthcoming from British or French communist parties or trade unions for the encouragement of national liberation and proletarian revolution in territories under British or French sovereignty. Significant changes marked the year 1923. Lenin in Better, Less but Better, the last of his published articles, noted that the East has entered finally into the revolutionary movement, and been finally drawn into the horizon of the world revolutionary movement, and reflected that Russia, India, China, etc. constitute a gigantic majority of the population of the world. And he revived at the same time in the new revolutionary context the familiar historical theme of Russia as the bridge between West and East. Russia, standing on the frontier between civilized countries and countries drawn into civilization for the first time by the war, the countries of the whole East, the non-European countries, could exhibit, and was bound to exhibit, certain peculiarities which lay, of course, on the general line of world development, but which distinguished her revolution from all preceding Western European countries and introduced into it certain peculiarities by way of transition to the Eastern countries. A few weeks later Stalin expressed himself at the 12th Party Congress of April 1923 with exemplary caution. Either we shall shake to its foundations the deep regard of imperialism, the Eastern colonial and semi-colonial countries, revolutionize them, and thus hasten the downfall of imperialism, or we shall fail, and thus strengthen imperialism, and weaken the force of our own movement. That is the question. But the change was not confined to an increased consciousness among the Soviet leaders of the vital significance of the Eastern question. The Eastern question itself changed its shape with the shift in emphasis from Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, and Soviet Central Asia, which had provided the focus of the question between 1917 and 1921, to the Far East, which first came into the picture with the Washington Conference and the Congress of Toilers of the Far East in January 1922, and became a major field of interest with the Jov mission of 1922 to 1923. In the summer, 1 Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXVII, 399. 2 Stalin, Sakhinaya, v. 237. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 613. Of 1923, an authoritative article, apparently written by Chicherin, under the title We and the East had dealt at length with Persia, Afghanistan and Turkey, but devoted only 3 lines to China, and ignored Japan. The arrival of Karakhan in Peking in September 1923 and of Bardeen in Canton in the following month too opened the long period in which the Far East became an important concern of Soviet and Comintern policy, and China the major factor in the Far East. The eclipse of Japan due to the earthquake of September 1923 proved temporary, but Japan never returned to the position which she had occupied in the first years of the revolution as the most important and most promising field for Soviet action in the Far East. Another significant change occurred at the same time. When Lenin wrote Better, Less but Better in February or the first days of March 1923, he coupled Germany with the East as the 2 outstanding features in the revolutionary landscape. The German failure of October 1923 in effect removed Germany from the picture. Stalin's diagnosis of April 1923, either the East or nothing, began to seem more plausible. The rise of Kuomintang and the failure of the German Revolution combined to impart new dimensions to the Eastern question in the eyes of Moscow. In the 19th century, the directors of Russian foreign policy had more than once turned to Asia in search of compensation for defeats in Europe, and Russian writers of many schools had proclaimed that Russia's destiny lay in the East. It was not surprising to find the same patterns repeat, in a rather different guise, in the policies of the Soviet government and of Comintern. From 1923 onwards, the Eastern question not only began to assume an outstanding role in Soviet external relations, but absorbed into itself all the old ambiguities of the national and colonial question with which it became identified. These T. Communisticheski Revolutia, No. 13-14, 52-53, July 15, August 1. 1923, pages 23-28, the signature politicus was generally supposed to be the pen name of Chicherin. 2 see pages 677-678, 693 below. 3 at the end of 1921, the first issue of the journal Novaya Vostok, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 269, had already offered the following definition: the East is not only the oppressed Asian continent, the East also means the whole colonial world, the world of the oppressed peoples of Asia, Africa, and South America, i.e. of that sector of the world by the exploitation of which the capitalist society of Europe and the United States maintains its power. Novaya Vostok, I, 1921, 9. 614 Foreign Relations AIE. Ambiguities were rooted in the doctrine of Marx, who contemplated a stage in which the proletariat must rise to be the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation, followed by a stage in which the proletariat would overcome the fetish of nationalism and create the true international society. The 2 stages corresponded to the 2 great stages of revolution in the Marxist scheme, the bourgeois or capitalist revolution, and the proletarian or socialist revolution, and the national issue thus became involved in the moot question of the possibility, can vast by Marx himself in the context of the Russian peasant commune, that less advanced countries might profit by the victory of the proletarian revolution in more advanced countries, in order themselves to bypass the capitalist stage of revolutionary development. Lenin in the debate on the national and colonial question at the Second Congress of Comintern in 1920 had first applied the argument to the problem of nationalism, pointing to the possibility that backward countries might, with the aid of the victorious revolutionary proletariat, be able to make the transition to the Soviet order, and thence through definite stages of development to communism, avoiding the capitalist stage of development. And Stalin, in his speech at the 10th Russian Party Congress in March 1921, attempted to translate the principle into policy for the peoples with whom he was primarily concerned at the time. The point is that a large number of nationalities, mainly Turkic, there are about 25 million of them, have not had the chance to pass through the period of industrial capitalism, do not therefore have any, or scarcely any, industrial proletariat, and in consequence of this have to make the transition from primitive forms of economy to the stage of a Soviet economy, avoiding industrial capitalism. In order to carry out this arduous, but by no means impossible, operation, it is necessary to take account of all the peculiarities of the economic condition, and even of the historical past, of the way of life and of the culture, of these nationalities. Point 4. The tactical issue which lay behind these theoretical discussions was the question, debated by Lenin and Roy at the Second Con. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, pages 410 to 412. 2. See Ibid Volume 2, pages 388 to 390. 3. See Ibid Volume 3, p. 255. 4. Stalin, Sakhanintia, v. 40 to 41. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 615. Gress of Comintern, of the extent of the support to be given, respectively, to bourgeois democratic national movements and to proletarian or communist movements in the eastern countries. But the ambiguity of a policy directed alternately to support bourgeois democratic and proletarian revolutionary movements was less apparent in the East than in the West. In the East, as in the Russia of 1905, both these movements were movements of opposition to the existing order and potentially revolutionary, and pursued the same immediate ends. By the same token, the distinction between the functions of Narkomindel and Comintern, familiar in the West, had little relevance in the East. Our policy, wrote Chicherin, has been directed to facilitate the process of the emergence and self-consciousness of the bourgeoisie in the countries of the East, as a force capable of building up a powerful barrier against the imperialist ambitions of British and other capital. The foundation of the Peasant International in October 1923 helped to clear up another ambiguity in Eastern policy and to establish another link between Soviet Russia and the peasant world of the East. The founding Congress itself issued an appeal to the peasant toilers of the colonial countries, and the first issue of its journal in April 1924 carried articles by Katayama and Wen Aikwak on the peasant movements in their respective countries. Point 3. Ambiguities also occurred in the attitude of the Eastern countries to the Soviet Union. The first revolutionary leaders of the East derived their initial inspiration from the West, and were at first more conscious of a continuity between the revolutionary tradition of the West and that of Russia than of the rift between them. Hence these leaders tended to temporize as long as possible between the West and the Soviet Union, and to maneuver between them rather than come down decisively on one side or the other. On the other hand, in those eastern countries where the revolutionary movement had come into existence after 1917, it had no strong Western roots, and was more likely to 1. Communisticesky Revoluция, No. 13 to 14, 52 to 53, July 15, August 1, 1923, p. 26. For this article, see p. 613, note 1 above. 2. For this Congress, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 198 to 199. 3. Kreskinsky International, No. 1, April 1924, pages 85 to 97. 616. Foreign Relations PTV. Except Soviet leadership without qualification. Turkey, Persia, India, Japan and, more doubtfully, China fell into the first category, Indonesia and the other countries of southeastern Asia, Egypt and most of the Arab countries, into the second. But even in countries of the first category, the Western powers, and notably Great Britain, were exposed to a handicap from which the Soviet Union was immune. Past history had cast on these powers the slur of imperialism, which they could not rebut so long as they retained the vestiges of their privileged position in eastern countries and of their traditional belief in the inherent superiority of European and white nations and individuals over Asiatic and colored. As the power of the Soviet Union gradually increased, this factor gave it a decisive advantage over the Western countries, and enabled it steadily to increase its influence and prestige throughout Asia at their expense. The revolution in the East aimed not simply at national liberation, but at social and economic advancement through industrialization. In this sense, it continued, and did not contradict, a process which had begun under the impulse of the imperialist powers. But this continuity was realized in a form, and in conditions, which inevitably turned the cutting edge of the new revolution against the West. The Fifth Congress of Comintern met in June 1924 at a moment when the Soviet star in the East was in the ascendant. The signature of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, bringing with it the official recognition of the Soviet government by China, had inspired an article in Pravda by Chicherin, who described China as following in the footsteps of Turkey, Persia, and Afghanistan, and hailed the treaty as a great step on the road to the liberation of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples. Point 1. The firm alliance established with Sun Yat-sen in Canton seemed to assure to Moscow a powerful influence in the Chinese nationalist movement. On the other hand, the role of the French and British communist parties in the colonial question was still mainly passive. A resolution of the Lions Congress of the PCF in January 1924 spoke of the fraternal proletariat of the colonies. 1. Pravda, June 1, 1924, for the treaty, see pages 684 to 685 below. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 617. While proclaiming at the same time that the PCF should support any nationalist group struggling for emancipation from European tutelage. But it did not face the potential discrepancy between the two attitudes, and refrained from openly and directly demanding the independence of the colonies. Underscore the report of Vicky. The Fifth Congress of Comintern in 1924 admitted that the Eastern Department of Vicky had no contacts with French North Africa, and described the activity of the PCF as inadequate. Point 2. And shortly before the Congress, a well-known British trade union leader told a Soviet journalist that the English trade unions have no opinion on colonial policy. Point 3. In these circumstances, the Congress struck an uncertain note. On the Eastern question, Lozovsky, in his speech of welcome to the Congress on behalf of Profintern, ironically recalled Hill, Ferding sliding reference at the Halle Congress of 1920 to the revolutionary romanticism of the East, and rhetorically concluded that there is no other way out for mankind, no other way out for the exploited, no other way out for the peoples of the East than world revolution. Point 4. When the Congress at the end of its first meeting decided to address a formal proclamation to the workers of the world, when AI rose to propose the addition to the title of the words and to the colonial peoples. Point 5. But Zinoviev mentioned the Eastern question neither in his main report nor in his concluding speech on the debate. The references to it in the debate took the form of complaints that it had been neglected, trained, faced by Nguyen Ai indictment of the lukewarm colonial policy of the PCF, boldly proclaimed that the struggles for the national independence of the colonies must be linked with the class movement of the proletariat of the motherland. 7. The formal resolution on the report of Icky contained a significant passage demanding both a strengthening of the immediate link of the executive committee, i.e. Icky, with the national liberation movements of the East, and a closer 1.3 cents Congress National addresses ET Resolutions, 1924, pages 66 to 73. 2. Birk Tiber die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen International. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, pp 97. 3. Protocol, Fiend der Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND. EAP. 4. Ibid I, 15 to 16. 5. Ibid I, 29. 6. Ibid I, 150 to 151, Roy, 237, Nguyen Ai Kwok, 379 to 381, Katayama, 384. 385, Simon. 7. Ibid 2, 694. 618. Foreign Relations. Point B. Link of the parties of the imperialist countries with the colonies of these countries. The struggle in these countries against the imperialist colonial policy of the bourgeoisie was admitted to be still very weak. The main resolution of the Congress on tactics had the briefest of sections headed west and east, which pronounced it essential to devote far greater attention than hitherto to the East in the broadest sense of the word, and to support the movement of all oppressed nationalities directed against imperialism. The Eastern question, however, once more raised its head in the later debate on Manuelski's report on the national and colonial question, which spoke in general terms of the obligation to support bourgeois national movements in colonial countries. Point 2. Roy replied to Manuelski in a major speech. He had not raised this issue in his short speech in the general debate, which had been devoted mainly to criticism of the CPGB. Point 3. But he now explained that he had attempted without success in the drafting commission to secure an amendment of the passage in the resolution on the report of Icky prescribing a closer link with the national liberation movements of the East, which he regarded as contrary to the decisions of the Second Congress in 1920. The link with the national liberation movements of the East had hitherto yielded no result, except insofar as it might have encouraged friendly relations between the national government and the Soviet state. National liberation movements could not be supported without regard to the question what class was leading them. If we recognize the right of self-determination of nationally ties and not of the masses of producers, we do not thereby necessarily recognize the right of self-determination of the bourgeoisie or of the dominant class to the exclusion of the masses of producers. He dwelt especially on the recent strike in the Bombay textile industry, which was an expression of the class struggle of the Indian proletariat against Indian national capitalism. Native capitalism was more highly developed in India than anywhere. Communisticheski International V documentic, 1933, pages 396, 410 to 411. 2. For Manuelski's report CP 88 above. 3. CP 76 above. CHXXXVII policy in the East 619. Else in Asia. The rising in the colonies, Roy concluded, will perhaps play a decisive role in the problem of world revolution. Nguyen Ai Kwok, who had already spoken in the main debate, now quoted statistics of the population of the colonial countries, pressed in general terms for greater attention to them, and in particular denounced the neglect of the question by the PCF. What our parties have done in this respect is just about equal to nothing, and in the columns of El Humanite, a delegate of the CPGB thought that Roy rates too high the significance of the awakening of the Indian proletariat, and refused to believe that the Indian nationalist movement is really in so rapid a process of decay as he alleges. In general, he excused the British party's weakness in colonial work on the score of its small numbers. Point 3. Manuelski in his reply to the debate made no serious attempt to deal with Roy's arguments, but he referred to Roy's standpoint as a deviation, accused him of exaggerating the social movement in the colonies at the expense of the national movement, a repetition of his dispute with Lenin at the Second Congress, and described his attitude as a reflection of Rosa Luxemburg's nihilism. It was perhaps partly owing to the difficulty of reconciling these discordant views that the intended resolution in the colonial question in the East never saw the light. S. Comintern was still interested in the national question, primarily as it affected Europe, and the only decision taken on the Eastern question was to set up a standing commission, of which nothing more was ever heard. Among the proclamations issued, though apparently not discussed, by the Congress was one to the fraternal peoples of Eastern countries and colonies. This addressed itself to the many million masses inhabiting the immense expanses of the Near, Middle, and Far East, and sent greetings in the name of Comintern to communist and other associated parties of the region, including Kuomintang and the 1. Protocol, Fighten der Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND, 2. 638 to 641 2 Ibid 2, 685 to 689. 3 Ibid 2, 690 to 691, at the immediately following Third Congress of Profintern. It was noted that the work of adherents of Profintern in Great Britain is at present limited mainly to the European territory of England. Protocol Tiber. Den Dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts International, ND, pages 384 to 385. 4 Protocol, Fiend der Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND, 2. 1000 to 1002 5 CP 89 above. 6 CP go above. 620 Foreign Relations EAEI. Mongolian People's Party. The Fourth Congress of Kim, which followed the Comintern Congress, drew a sharp distinction between the two categories of colonial countries, i.e. those where bourgeois movements of national liberation were still in the ascendant, and those where native proletarian movements had begun to develop. Its resolution on the Eastern countries contained a strongly worded section on the necessity of work on Eastern and colonial questions. In the imperialist countries, the approach to the East through Profintern and the trade union still offered at this time brighter prospects than the approach through Comintern and the communist parties. But what was done was the result of local initiative rather than of direction from Moscow. The report of the Executive Bureau to The Third Congress of Profintern in July 1924 on its activities between the Second and Third Congresses was vague and equivocal. On the organization of work in Eastern countries. Profintern, it declared, relies chiefly on the communist parties and local groups, and its work was often combined with that of Comintern. It was difficult to find qualified officials who knew the necessary languages or to recruit permanent representatives for these countries. Moreover, governments adopted repressive measures against local workers and representatives of Profintern. It was nonetheless claimed that representatives of Profintern had managed to penetrate wherever it is useful, and had issued financial and organizational directives. No progress towards the convening of a conference of Pacific workers was made during 1923.4, but in February 1924 the Executive Bureau of 1 Pravda, June 18, 1924, Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2, 1048-1050. The text in Viet IV Semerny Kongress. Kommunistiskogo Internationale, 1925, 214-216, erroneously combines this proclamation with the protest of the Congress against the execution of Chinese trade union leaders in Hankow, CP 703 below, originally published in Pravda, June 25, 1924. 2 Die Beschließe for Kongresses der Kommunistischen Jugend Internationale. 1924, pages 64-69. 3L Activit de l'ISR, Rapport pour le 3 Cent Congress, ND 1924, pages 131-132. At the time of the Third Congress the Eastern Department of Profintern consisted of 3 officials, including the head. By the time of the Fourth Congress in 1928 the number had risen to 8, LISRO Travail, 1924-1928, 1928, p. 84. Plus the delay was explained at the Third Congress of Profintern in July 1924. On the not very convincing ground that the Japanese earthquake temporarily reduced the danger of war in the Pacific. Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress Rotengewerkschaps Internationale, ND, p. 306. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 621. Profintern, having discussed the work of the port bureaus under the auspices of the Transport Workers IPC, went on to consider a report on the revolutionary movement among the transport workers of the Pacific. The report recorded that the transport workers of China, Japan, and Indonesia have established the largest organizations in the Far East, and especially welcomed the proletarian standpoint of the railway workers in China and Java. Encouraged by these symptoms, the Executive Bureau decided to convene in June of this year a conference of transport workers of China, Japan, the Netherlands Indies and the Philippines. This was a more practicable and manageable form of the original proposal for a Pan-Pacific conference, and the place of meeting was once more left open. The next stage in the preparations is wrapped in obscurity. But in the last week of June 1924, while the Fifth Congress of Comintern was sitting in Moscow, a conference of transport workers of the Pacific met in Canton, the only large city of the Far East where a demonstration of this kind was secure against police interference. It lasted for 6 days, and was attended by delegates, 23 or 25 in all, from North and South China, from Indonesia, and from the Philippines. Japanese delegates failed to arrive, though the manifesto of the Conference 3 attributed the initiative in summoning it to Profintern. No representative of Profintern is known to have attended. Wodinsky was apparently present, no doubt as the representative of Comintern plus 1 Mesdinard no Rabochid Vigini, number 9, 55, March 1, 1924, p. 15. 2 Lazovskis claim that the organization of the Canton Conference represented a colossal effort on the part of Profintern. Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress der Rotengewerkschaps Internationale, ND, p. 32, is difficult to reconcile with his total silence on the subject in the brief passages on the colonial countries in his main report to the Fifth Congress of Comintern. Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 856, and in the article written by him in advance of the Third Congress of Profintern, Bolshevik, No. 5-6, June 20, 1924, p. 33. The absence of any record of such preparations, and the lack of knowledge in Moscow of the proceedings of the conference till it was actually over, suggest that the organization was mainly local. The report of the Executive Bureau to the Third Congress of Profintern admitted that the preparations for the conference revealed the serious obstacles which confront Profintern in its work of organization in the Near and Far East. L. Activite de l'ISR, Rapport pour le 3 Cent Congress, ND. 1924, p. 133. 3 CP 622 below. For information about the conference is derived from accounts by Heller. At the Third Congress of Profintern on July 21, 1924, by Heller in Die Gewerkschaps Internationale, No. 7-8, 42-43, July-August 1924, pages 53-54. 622 Foreign Relations PDA. Apart from questions of organization, the main topic of the conference was the formation of a united front against Chinese militarists and foreign imperialists. As Wodinsky put it, the anti-imperialist front was the soul of the conference. A representative of Kuomintang uttered a warning note, and insisted that the time has not yet come when a proletarian revolutionary party can by itself lead the toiling masses in the struggle against imperialism and capitalism. The delegates of the Philippines and the Siemens delegates from Hong Kong formed the right wing of the conference and supported the alliance with Kuomintang. The delegates of the Chinese and Japanese railway unions formed the left wing and were hostile to Kuomintang as being not sufficiently revolutionary. The principal document emanating from the conference was a manifesto addressed to the toiling masses of the East and to the workers of Europe and America. It pilloried General Dwyer of Amritsar and Wu Peifu for shooting down the workers, and the sufferings of Java and of the Philippines under the heel of democratic America were not forgotten. Denunciation of the imperialist powers, as well as of native feudalists, militarists, and capitalists who compromise with the imperialists, was followed by a call to the masses of the East to organize themselves in trade unions and peasant unions, and to the transport workers to combine their existing unions and to affiliate to the revolutionary transport workers of the world. Point 2. And by Wodinsky in Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 116, September 5, 1924, pages 1509-1510, and Communisticheski International, number 7, 36, September 1924, pages 207-214. Heller cannot have been at the conference. The journey from Canton to Moscow took 4 or 5 weeks in 1924. Wodinsky's account shows greater knowledge of detail, and he visited Canton in June 1924, cp. 704 below. His presence at the conference may therefore be reasonably inferred, though direct evidence is lacking. 1. Their appearance at the conference was somewhat surprising, since the Philippines at this time attracted little attention in Moscow. Even United Front Tactics were not practicable there, since, owing to the capitalist development and prevailing capitalist mentality imparted by the United States, cooperation of a workers' party with the nationalist parties would have been out of the question. No communist party existed. Novi, Vostok, 1289-104. On the other hand, Katayama at the 5th Congress of Comintern described the Philippines as a favorable field of activity for communist propaganda, and congratulated the American party on undertaking such work. Protocol. Fiendster Congrester Kommunistisken Internationale, ND, 2, 654. Asterisk the text of the manifesto was annexed to Wodinski's article, CP 621. Note 4 above. CHXXXVII Povigi, Jane Blow East 623. A message of greeting, addressed jointly to Zinoviev and Lazovsky, was sent to the 5th Congress of Comintern, then in session in Moscow, and the impending Congress of Profintern, which were hailed as the staff of the World Revolution. The conference decided to set up a bureau at Canton, with 5 secretaries, 1 each for China, Indonesia, the Philippines, Japan and India, for work among transport workers primarily, no doubt. Seamen. The 3rd Congress of Profintern welcomed this decision. Without undue enthusiasm, perhaps through lack of detailed information. The bureau founded in Canton should serve as an organizational link for the countries of the East between those countries, on the one hand, and Profintern on the other. But this is not enough. Profintern must in the near future create new support points in the principal Eastern ports, and the resolution looked forward to periodical conferences summoned by Profintern of the countries of the near and far East. Point 3 Whatever the origins of the Canton Conference of June 1924, and whatever reservations may have been felt about it in Moscow, it appeared to have served as a useful landmark in encouraging the development of the labor movement in the far East and of turning the thoughts of Profintern in this direction. The Canton Bureau, said Lazovsky, was bound to play a tremendous political role in the years to come, and it was necessary for us to take charge of this important branch of labor. See Transport. Point 4. A further factor which stimulated Soviet interest in the Far East at this time was the American Immigration Law of 1924. 1 Protocol, Fiendster Congrester Kommunistisken Internationale, ND, 2, 624. 2 Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale, ND, p. 310. 3 Die Zeit let Profintern wie Resoliatiak, 1930, p. 141. The wording of the resolution suggests that the Canton Bureau was not set up as an organ of Profintern or of the Transport Workers IPC. Heller called it the Eastern Bureau of the Transport Workers, Die Rote Gewerkschafts Internationale, no 7-8. 42-43, July-August 1924, p. 54, but this was not its official title or status. 4 Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale, ND, p. 32. 2 years later Heller confessed that these hopes had not been fulfilled. The matter has not really progressed, mainly because the national base in individual countries was not strong enough for Sestite Central Nogo. Sovta Krasnogo International Profsoyuzov, 1926, p. 85. 624, Foreign Relations. Point B, which was approved at the end of May and came into effect on July 1, 1924, one of its most important, and indeed avowed, purposes was to limit immigration to the United States from Asiatic countries, and especially from China and Japan. Pav Lubbock, director of the Scientific Society of Russian Orientalists, and editor of Novaya Vostok, wrote with satisfaction of the future Japanese-American War, probably to be fought by the United States in alliance with Great Britain, Australia, and Holland. And Rodek noted the fulfillment of Marx's prediction in 1851 of a shift in the world center of gravity from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, but what more than anything turned Soviet eyes eastward was the rapid deterioration in the latter part of 1924 of relations with Western Europe. The bleakness of the international scene as pictured by Chicherin at the session of BTSIK in October 1924 was relieved only by reassuring prospect in the East, where the gradual strengthening of colonial and semi-colonial peoples had cemented the close bonds which have linked the Soviet government with the peoples of the East from the beginning of its existence. 3 And the resolution of the session on foreign policy spoke, with reference to the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, of the regularization of relations of the USSR with the Chinese people and the development and deepening of its friendship with the peoples of the East. Point 4 With the defeat of the British Labour government and the affair of the Zinoviev letter, British hostility to the Soviet Union became frank and undisguised, and any motive which the Soviet government or Comintern might have had for concealing or restraining anti-British propaganda in Asia or Africa vanished. National movements raised their head in Egypt and in Morocco, culminating in the one case in the assassination of a British governor-general and in the other in organized warfare against the Spanish and French authorities. These movements enjoyed the full sympathy and support of the Soviet Union. Lazovsky at the 6th Congress of the Soviet Trade Unions in November 1924, in the presence of 1 M. Veltman, Pavlovic, Pierre Dugrazot Budashikvoin, and at 1924. Pages 64-65, the first edition has not been traced. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 97, July 29, 1924, p. 1252. 3 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. p. 64, for the speech CP 248 above. 4 Postanovlenia TSIK Soyuz SSR, 1924, pages 3-4. CHXXXVII Policy in the East 625. The visiting British delegation and at the height of the campaign for trade union unity complained that the European workers in general have for many years felt themselves rather like superior beings in relation to the near, middle, and far east, the colonial and semi-colonial countries, and that no genuine trade union international could exist which did not include the unions of China, Japan, India, and other countries. Point 2. Roy, returning to his favorite theme in an article entitled Europe is not the world, argued that the errors of revisionism, such as rejection of Marx's doctrine of progressive impoverishment, were due to failure to take account of what happened outside Europe. In January 1925 the Soviet-Japanese Treaty, involving de jure recognition of the Soviet Union by Japan, further strengthened the Soviet position in the Far East, for it inspired a cartoon in Pravda of Chicherin standing beside a compass with the caption, "The needle turns to the east." 5 Steklov, the editor of Izvestia, picked up a slogan which had just become current in Comintern circles degree and wrote a leader entitled The Bolshevization of Asia. Of course, wrote Steklov, the spectacle of the Soviet Union, that only hope of all oppressed peoples, getting a more and more solid foothold in Asia, cannot particularly rejoice the imperialist robbers, but it is the imperialist governments themselves which by their policy of violence are Bolshevizing Asia. Rykov told BTSIK at its session of March 1925 that our weight our influence all over the East is steadily increasing, while the influence of the bourgeois states progressively declines, and that the Eastern peoples find in the Soviet Union their friend, their ally. 8. And the general resolution of the session noted the increasingly rapid growth in the influence of the USSR in the East, which sees ever more clearly what a deep gulf divides our policy of fraternal relations with the toilers from the policy of colonial oppression. Shisharin's report at the Third Union Congress of Soviets 2 months later was noteworthy for its new one. For this Congress, see pages 570 to 571 above. 2. Shastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1925, p. 388. 3. International Press Correspondence, number 90, December 31, 1924, p. 1045. The article did not appear in the German edition. 4. For this treaty, see pages 875 to 876 below. 5. Pravda, January 30, 1925. 6. CP 294 above. 7. Izvestia, February 4, 1925. 8. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitel NYT Komitetu Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1925. p. 10. 9. IT, Post and Oblentia, 1925, p. 6. 626. Foreign Relations PTIV. Emphasis on China, that elder among the nations which is now proving itself to be a young man, and he went on to analyze the strength of the Soviet position in the East. Our strength consists in the fact that everyone knows, all the peoples of the East know, that we do not seek any domination, or any influence, open or concealed, explicit or disguised, political or economic. We do not strive to exploit in any way the economically more backward Eastern peoples. This is the root of our real influence in the East, which has nothing in common with what the capitalist states call influence. Slowly, somewhat reluctantly, the leaders of Comintern set to work to readjust policy and doctrine to the new situation. The fifth enlarged Icky in the latter part of March 1925 produced some rather bewildered thinking aloud on the subject. Zinoviev, in his main report, said that many Marxists had been surprised that the proletarian revolution had begun in Russia since 1917. They had assumed that it would spread through Germany to Europe. Now it might be necessary to reconsider this verdict. Only now does the question insistently arise whether this view of the further advance of the proletarian revolution is the only possible path, the only possible geographical extension, was correct. It is possible that the further itinerary may not necessarily pass through Germany, that Germany may not be its next stage. We must take into account the other possibilities. Zinoviev then cautiously veered away from the subject, but returned to it indirectly later in the speech, remarking that the Eastern problem is ripening with a rapidity which we could not formerly have imagined, and that the establishment of a common frontier between the USSR and China was an event of world historical importance, and quoting Lenin's obiter dicta of 1911 and 1923 on the importance of Asia in the revolution. Point 2, Bukharin cunningly wove the Eastern theme into his report on the peasant question, thus connecting the new orientation in Comintern with the favorable turn towards the peasant in Soviet policy. 1. Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, p. 98. 2. Raswiren Plenum Isvokam Kommunistiskiskogo Internationala, 1925. Pages 33 to 34, 44 to 45, for Lenin's pronouncement, see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 230, and p. 612 above. CHXXXVII Policy in p. 627. He pointed out that a vast majority of the population of the world were peasants, and that this was overwhelmingly true both of the Soviet Union and of Asia. Thus in the process of proletarian world revolution the colonial question plays a very large role. In particular, Bukharin looked forward to a possible revolt of the Chinese peasants against foreign finance capital. No further light was thrown on the question in the subsequent discussions, though Gallagher, the British delegate, observed that Kipling, a stupid, patriotic, imperialist British poet, had reckoned without Comintern, and that under the banner of the Communist International East and West have met. Except for 1 or 2 conventional references, the main resolutions of the session ignored the colonial question altogether. The agrarian aspect of the Eastern question was suitably emphasized at the session of the International Peasant Council which followed the enlarged Icky in April 1925. The council issued an appeal to the peasantry of Eastern and colonial countries and a special appeal to the peasants of China. Kamina invoked the Eastern prospect as a corrective to the current Comintern theme of stabilization when he described the rising dawn of the revolutionary blaze of the colonial peoples of the East in China, India, and Persia as one of the factors which are undermining the stabilization of capitalism. And Stalin, with his impeccable sense of timing, addressed to the Communist University of Toilers of the East a survey which embraced the Eastern peoples of the Soviet Union as well as those beyond the frontiers. Even the annual conference of the ILO at Geneva in May-June 1925, conscious of the changing climate, adopted a resolution on the motion of an Indian delegate instructing the organization to 1. Raswiren Plenum Isvokam Kommunistiskiskogo Internationala, 1925. Pages 305-307. 2. Executive Largida International Communist, 1925, p. 228. The remark did not appear in the Russian version. 3. Kreskinsky International, no 3-5, March-May 1925, pages 168 to 170. Subsequent issues of this journal included a section headed The East and Colonies, International Presse Correspondence, number 100, June 26, 1925, pp. 1358 to 1359. 4. El Camina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 137 to 138. 5. Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 133 to 152. Throughout the speech Stalin ignored the official name of the university, and referred to it as the University of the Peoples of the East, thus emphasizing its national rather than its social purposes. 628. Foreign Relations. Point B. Collect and publish all available information regarding conditions of labor in Asiatic countries. The 2 events which in the summer of 1925 forced the attention of the Soviet leaders on the colonial question in Asia and Africa were the war in Morocco, which broke out early in May, and the wave of unrest in China which began with the shooting incident in Shanghai on May 30, 1925. At first the former seemed the more important. Under the capable leadership of Abd el-Krim the Moroccan insurgents scored some striking victories over French troops which made an extraordinary praise Zion in Moscow. But the spread of anti-foreign disturbances and agitation in China soon made Asia the focus of interest. On July 1925, a group of Chinese, Indian, and Annamite revolutionaries met in Canton, and founded an international association of oppressed peoples, which held 2 conferences. Point 3. At the end of June 1925 Zinoviev in his much-quoted article The Epoch of Wars and Revolutions and promoted China to the first place, and signify. Cantley recalled the slogan of the Baku Congress of 1920, Leaderians of all countries and oppressed peoples, unite. Stalin, in an interview with a Japanese correspondent early in July 1925, noted the strengthening of the revolutionary movement in China, India, Persia, Egypt, and other eastern countries, and inferred that the time is near when the Western powers will bury themselves in the pit which they have dug for themselves in the East. 5 Kamina revived the old idea of Russia as the mediator of European culture to Asia when, at a reception given by the Moscow Soviet to foreign visitors to the Jubilee celebrations of the Academy of Sciences in September 1925, he referred to Moscow. Trademark Conference Internationale du Travail, Septième Session, Geneva, 1925. 1037. 2 Franz devoted a lengthy study to the military aspects of the war in Morocco. M. Franz, Sobrani Sakhaninit, 2, 1926, 203 to 282, Zinoviev in a speech of June 11, 1925, quoted events in Morocco and China, in that order, as evidence that a genuine world revolution, and not merely a European revolution, is being kindled before our eyes, is Vestia, June 16, 1925, where the headline ran, Morocco and China. Rehearsals of coming struggles. 3 Mesdinor no Rebo Vicini, number 1, 42, January 7, 1926, pp. 12 to 13, Kreskinskit International, no 6 to 7, June-July 1925, pages 47 to 53 had an article on the national revolutionary movement in China and its influence on the masses of Asia. For the Peking League Against Imperialism and the Moscow Hands-Off China Society founded in the previous year, see pages 686, 708 below, plus CP 490 above. 5 Stalin, Sakhainidia, 7, 231. CHXXXVII policy in the East 629. As this junction between Europe and Asia, this point through which the initiation of hundreds of millions of new peoples into the achievements of scientific thought will undoubtedly take place. In October 1925, in an article on the international situation, Zinoviev put the movement in China first among the outstanding events of the past summer. 2 months later, at the 14th Russian Party Congress, he hailed the events of the present year in Shanghai as without any exaggeration the most important events of the year in world history. 3 Meyer holds famous play Roar, China, which Bukharin called a powerful step on the road to the creation of a truly revolutionary theater. Plus was produced in Moscow in January 1926. Throughout the winter 1925 to 1926, the fear, inspired by the Locarno treaties, of a Western world embattled against the Soviet Union, turned every ray of light from the East into a beacon of hope. When the enlarged Acquis met again in Moscow in February-March 1926, no fresh decision of policy or outlook had been taken. The leaders had been too preoccupied in recent months by their internal feuds to turn their attention to any issue which was not forced on them. But the proceedings reflected some thing of the new orientation. At the opening session, the presence of numerous delegations from the East was especially conspicuous. 5 and ceremonial speeches were delivered by representatives of the Chinese Communist Party, of Kuomintang, and of the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party. Zinoviev began his main report on conventional lines, and described the prospective itinerary of the revolution as passing first through Europe, then through the East, and finally to America. It was perhaps significant that the priority of Europe could no longer be taken for granted, and had to be explicitly asserted. Later in the speech, Zinoviev poked fun at the alleged suggestion of a British trade union leader that the world should be divided between 2 trade union. 1 El Camino, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 343. 2 Pravda, October 18, 1925. The article was dated October 1, 1925, and also appeared in Kommunistikeski International, number 10, 47, October 1925. Pages 7 to 13. The next issue of this journal, number 11, 48, November 1925, contained a 100-page section headed The East and Colonies. 314 SSV Socios not Kommunistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 651. 4 Pravda, February 2, 1926. 5 International Presse Correspondence, number 30, February 25, 1926, p. 437. 6 for the CCP and Kuomintang speeches, CP 764 below. 630 Foreign Relations. Point B. Internationals, 1 at Amsterdam for Europe, the other at Moscow for Asia. Underscore. But the suggestion contained an uncomfortable element of realism. The boast was now often heard that, though Amsterdam might still dominate Europe, the rising trade union movement of Asia turned infallibly to profit. Turn. Lazovsky declared the new revolutionary manifestations of the Chinese proletariat to be the most important event since the October Revolution. Point 2. The main resolution, though still heavily weighted in favor of Europe, contained a significant paragraph on the Eastern question. The awakening of the national liberation movement in the East and the strengthening there of the workers' movement represent a new fact of first-rate importance. To fix the attention of the workers of Europe and America on this fact, to explain to them the whole importance of this movement in the struggle for the liberation of the proletariat, to accuse the workers of the West and of America to the idea of the necessity of helping and collaborating with the East is one of the most important tasks of our time. A warning note was added on recent efforts of the Second International, supported by the ILO, to subject to reformist influence the workers' movement in Japan, India, and China in the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie. The resolution on the trade union movement claimed that the movement in the colonial and semi-colonial countries had in the past year begun to play an exceedingly large role in the struggle for national liberation, and named the Indian and Chinese trade unions as especially important in this respect. An Eastern Commission was set up under the presidency of Roy, and worked in 5 sub-commissions, all of which drafted resolutions. But here trouble evidently arose. Though Zinoviev had originally expected the Commission to produce a series of resolutions on China, on Japan, on India, etc., the only one of these resolutions, formally endorsed by the plenary session and published in the records, was the resolution relating to China. The resolution 1 Chisto Raswire New Plenum Ispokama Kommunistikiskogo International 1927, p. 14. 2 Ibid p. 279. 3 Kommunistikisko International V Documentic, 1933, pages 551 to 552. 558 to 559. 4 Chistoid Raswire New Plenum Ispokama Kommunistikiskogo International 1927, pages 462, 509, according to the version in International Presse Corps. CHXXXVII policy in the East 631. On the reorganization of the work of Iggy laid it down that the problems of the Eastern peoples should in future occupy a far larger place than hitherto, corresponding to their new great importance in the work of the executive. Here, however, aspiration outran performance. The combined forces of inertia, vested interest and lack of suitable Eastern personnel resisted any notable change. When the business of reorganizing Iggy was undertaken after the session, no representative of Asia was appointed either to the Org Bureau or to the Secretariat, and of the 11 sections into which, by a resolution of the Presidium, the work of Iggy was divided, one sufficed to deal with the Far and Near East, China, Korea, Mongolia, Turkey, Persia, Egypt, Syria and Palestine. It was a long time before these short combings were rectified. Nor did Comintern as an institution ever play so important or so independent a role in Asia as it had played in Europe in the first years of its existence. But, by the spring of 1926, the world as viewed from Moscow was beginning to take on a new shape. Soviet eyes were no longer fixed primarily on Europe, and no longer regarded Asia and the colonial peoples as a convenient tool or incidental adjunct of policy in Europe. The new world of Asia would be the source of as many embarrassments, mistakes, and disillusionments as the old world of Europe. But after 1926 it would not cease to occupy a major place in Soviet calculations. Foreign trade played a significant, though minor, part in Soviet policy in the East. In 1913 trade across Asiatic frontiers accounted for less than 10% of Russian foreign trade. Of exports, only 8 to 7% went to Asiatic countries, excluding Japan, mainly textiles and other manufactured goods, sugar and oil products. Of imports, 11 to 1% came from the same countries, mainly furs, hides, tea and rice. Point 2 here, as elsewhere. Spondens, number 52, April 6, 1926, p. 735, Roy proposed that the resolutions on the other colonial countries be referred to the Presidium for more precise formulation. If this is correct, the Presidium evidently did not see fit to issue them. For the resolution on China see pages 765 to 766 below. 1 for the resolution on the reorganization of Iggy and the subsequent resolution of the Presidium, see pages 907 to 909 below. 2 the percentages are calculated in A. Bakoff, Soviet Foreign Trade. Princeton, 1946, p. 68, from tables in Vneshnyaya Turgovlya SSSRZA 20 let. 1917 to 1937, ed. Espikulin and D. Michiston, 1939, pages 19 to 31. 632 Foreign Relations BTV. Organized foreign trade was brought to an end by the revolution. And its sequel. Something survived in the form of local trade across Asiatic frontiers which was beyond the control of the central authorities and was, for that reason, if for no other, tolerated by them, and this toleration continued even after the monopoly of foreign trade had become effective elsewhere. But foreign trade in the first years of the regime meant trade with Western countries. The first Soviet customs tariff introduced in February 1922 was exclusively a customs tariff for European trade. Point to the official figures of foreign trade from 1918 down to September 1923, i.e. to the end of the 9-month accounting period January to September 1923, related exclusively to trade over Western or maritime frontiers. Point 3. It was in 1923 that serious attention began to be given to trade with the East as an integral part of Soviet foreign policy. Even in matters of commerce, the Soviet Union and the Eastern countries felt themselves exposed to a common danger of exploitation by the more powerful capitalist countries of the West. At the Genoa Conference and elsewhere, Soviet Russia had been sensitive to the desire of Western bankers and governments to impose on her a semi-colonial status. If trade with the economically weak countries of the East had less to offer, it at any rate carried no threat, and these countries had likewise no reason to fear domination by the struggling Soviet economy. Towards the end of 1922, it was decided to establish in Moscow a Russian Eastern Chamber of Commerce, which opened its doors in February 1923. Up to this time, though frontier trade had in fact escaped control, trade with Eastern countries had, like other foreign trade, been nominally subject to the normal procedures of Vneshturg. On March 29, 1923, Vneshturg issued an order freeing trade with 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 473, Note 1. 2. Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, Number 24, Art. 259. The tariff was extended with some modifications to the Far Eastern region, but not to other Asiatic frontiers. In September 1923, Sobranio Zakonit, 1923, Number 83, Art. 803. 3. Vneshnyaya Turgovlya SSSRZA 20 let. 1917 to 1937, ed. Espikulin and D. Michiston, 1939, p. 6. 4 for the date CP 634, Note 3 below. The Times, January 1, 1923. Published an alleged decision of the Politburo of November 25, 1922, to set up the chamber. Though the document is a palpable forgery, it shows that the decision was taken before the end of 1923. For the early history of the chamber, see Turgovlya Rossi Svistocom, No 1-2, January-February 1926, pages 4-6. This was the official journal of the chamber. CH 30 Policy in the East 633. Persia from licensing formalities, and this precedent was gradually extended to other Asian countries. Among decrees of this period was one exempting from customs duties trade in grain and hay across the frontiers of Manchuria and Mongolia, and another granting a rebate of taxation on exports of cotton yarns to Persia. The first recognition in an international instrument of the special status of Soviet trade with Asia came in a trade agreement of April 23, 1923, between the RSFSR and Denmark, in which it was expressly stipulated that privileges accorded by the RSFSR to countries bordering on Russia in Asia, or by Denmark to other Scandinavian countries, should not be regarded as contravening the most favored nation principles. 3. And a similar reservation appeared in the trade agreement of the USSR with Sweden of March 15, 1924. Thereafter this became a regular feature of Soviet trade agreements. In 1923 a Soviet-German mixed company was formed under the name Russtransit to handle trade between Germany and Persia, and presumably other Eastern countries, passing in transit through the Soviet Union. But the company was short-lived, and the Soviet government was never anxious to facilitate trade between its rivals in Europe and the countries of Asia. In January 1924 a conference of representatives of Vneshturg for trade with Eastern countries drew up a set of theses which emphasized the differences between these countries and the countries of the capitalist world. In the Asian countries, the Soviet power feared no competition and hoped to find allies It could afford to pursue policies of economic cooperation and active support in increasing their productive power. Hence it would be the aim of Soviet policy to encourage Eastern merchants to cross the frontier for trading purposes, not to insist on a favorable balance of trade in transactions with Eastern countries, to facilitate the issue of licenses or to dispense with them altogether, and, in general, to introduce a regime of licensed 1 Ibid No 5-6, May June 1926, p. 5. 2 Sobranio Zakonit, 1923, number 88, art. 861, no roar, art. 1016. 3 SSSR, Spornik Diastulia Shikdagovorov, Soglashenit I convince it. I2, 1928, number 14, pages 20-26. 4 for this agreement CP 25, note 3 above. 5 G. Hilger, Where you and Dieter Kreml, 1955, pages 175-176. 6 for the question of German trade with Outer Mongolia CP 856 below. VOUIPR. TT. 634, Foreign Relations Point B. Liberalism in trade over Asiatic frontiers in the same month. The situation was regularized by the issue of a preferential tariff for trade across Asiatic land frontiers, thus marking the difference of principle between Eastern and overseas trade. Point 2 A solemn session of the Russian Eastern Chamber of Commerce on February 15, 1924, celebrated the first anniversary of the institution. It was presided over by Lazava, the People's Commissar for Internal Trade, and addressed, among others, by Chicherin, by Frumkin, the Deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Trade in Khersen's absence abroad, and by the diplomatic representatives of Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, and Outer Mongolia. We are interested, explained Chicherin, that the East should not be economically enslaved by world capital, just as the Eastern countries are interested in our independence of world capital. The representative of Byzanka, while recognizing that the immediate need of Eastern countries was for the products of our industry, looked forward to future help in the form of the equipment and development of industry, of the building of new factories and workshops in the East, and pointed out that trade with the East could be conducted in more liberal conditions than trade with the West, since it brought with it no fear of exploitation by foreign capital. Point 3 The attempt was made to circumvent financial obstacles to Eastern trade either by direct credits from Gazbank or Venestrik Bank, or by setting up in Eastern countries banks with mixed capital for the development of trade with the Soviet Union. The character of Soviet trade with Asian countries over land frontiers was indicated by the importance assumed by the annual fairs at Baku and Nizhny Novgorod. The Baku Fair, which was devoted exclusively to Eastern trade, was instituted in 1922, and 1 Encyclopedia Sovetskogo Exporta, Berlin, 1924, I-29, see also the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 473. L.B. Krisen, Venezhnaya Tour. Govlya SSSR, 1924, pages 26-29, also expounds these principles, adding, however, that one difficulty of applying them openly was that capitalist countries would claim equal privileges on grounds of most favored nation treatment. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1924, number 10, arts. 101, trade with Persia's Caspian ports also benefited from this tariff. 3 Rossiyskova Stoknaya Torgovaya Palata, God Rabadi, 1924, Passim. Shisherin's speech was also reported in China Weekly Review, Shanghai. March 1, 1924, p. 28. 4 Torgofly Rossi Svistocom, no 8-10, October-December 1925, p. 4. CHXXXVII Boysissing RHE 635. The turnover of trade affected there rose from 14 million rubles in that year to 16 millions in 1925. Of this total, foreign trade accounted for nearly G million rubles, more than 8 millions. Representing trade with Persia, Turkish merchants appeared at the fair for the first time in 1925, and a decree was issued according to Turkish goods sent to the fair by sea the same exemptions as were accorded to overland trade with Asian countries. Point 2 The fair at Nizhny Novgorod accounted in 1925 for trade with Eastern countries to a value of 134 million rubles, the countries ranking in the following order: Persia, Xinjiang, Afghanistan, Turkey, and Outer Mongolia. A fair at Sverdlovsk also apparently attracted some Eastern trade. Wool, cotton, and hides were the main imports from Eastern countries brought to the fairs, sugar, textiles and light manufactures the principal exports. The traditions of caravan trade, and exemption from tariff and other restrictions, made the fairs important points of contact with countries where the long distances, the lack of any but the most primitive transport, and the total absence of credit facilities or means of payment rendered trade in ordinary conditions difficult. Registered in 1925 22% of all Soviet trade with Eastern countries, and 24% of Soviet trade with Persia, was done at the Baku and Nizhny Novgorod fairs. Statistics of Soviet trade with Eastern countries conducted in these conditions are unlikely to have been complete or accurate. 1 Ibid No 3-4, March-April 1926, pages 7-8. 2 Novaya Vostok, 1314, 1926, 210, 221, Spornik Dekretov, Post and Oblinii. Rasporaya Genti 1 Pertasov Ponerit Nomohozyai number 21, 42, June 1925. p. 3 Torgofly Rossi Svistocom, no 5-6, May June 1926, pages 1-2. Novaya Vostok, 1314, 1926, 211, gives a total of 16 million rubles for foreign trade at Nizhny Novgorod in 1925, of which 11 millions represented trade with Persia. Iraqi merchants are said to have appeared for the first time at this fair. Ibid 1314, 214. 4 Ibid 1314, 211. 5 Ibid Zili 14, 212 to 214. 6 Ibid 1314, 214 to 215, 218. 7 Ibid 1314, 211. 8 According to a volume published by Narkom Nutter in 1925 and reviewed in Vestnik Finansov, No 11-12, November-December 1925, p. 287, contraband. Goods to the value of 8.6 million rubles were seized on various frontiers in the year 1923 to 1924, on a current estimate that the total of contraband trade was 10 times the total seized. This meant that contraband trade amounted to 16% of legal foreign trade. Trotsky in an article of September 1925 spoke of a contraband trade in small articles, which is at present draining the country of millions of rubles of gold currency. Pravda, September 22, 1925. 636 Foreign Relations PTV. But customs statistics showed that throughout the middle 1920s the Soviet trade balance was passive with all Asian countries except Turkey and Japan, where it was strongly active. and that in 1924 to 1925 and 1925 to 1926 it was passive for all Asian countries taken together. 1923 to 1924, in 1925 to 1926, in millions of 1924 to 1925, in millions of rubles at 1913 chervonets rubles, chervonets. Prices, rubles. Agree for exports from imports. USSR Turkey 24°209. Persia 7°522°3. Afghanistan 240713. Mongolia. Including Tanu Tuva. China, Inkludi, ES. In Xinjiang. Japan, 12 degrees. Totals. The statistics purported to show that by 1924 to 1925 Soviet trade with Eastern countries, excluding Japan, already accounted for a slightly higher percentage of all Soviet foreign trade than before the war, 9.1% of exports and 10 to 7% of imports, and that this percentage further increased in succeeding years. Underscore by the end of 1925. However, the passive balance of Soviet trade with Asian countries, other than Turkey and Japan, began to preoccupy the authorities. For this article see Volume 1, p. 505, Note 2 above. If these conditions prevailed on frontiers where strict control was supposed to exist, it is scarcely likely that effective statistical control was exercised on other frontiers. 1 Torgofly Rossi Esvistocom, No 5-7, July-September, 1925, p. 16, figures. For 1923-24, October-December, 1926, pages 35-42, figures for 1924-1925 and 1925-1926, an obviously erroneous figure for imports from Mongolia in 1924-1925, due to a misreading of tons for rubles, together with the resulting total, have been corrected by checking with the tables in Novaya Vostok, 1314. 1926, 210, 216. 2 The percentages are calculated in A. Bakov, Soviet Foreign Trade. Princeton, 1946, p. 68 from the source cited p. 631, Note 2 above, Torgofly. Rossi Esvistocom, No 8-10, October-December 1925, p. 3, gives higher estimates of trade turnover 13% for 1913 and 15% for 1924 to 1925. CHXXXVII policy in the East 637. An order of Beneshter of October 23, 1925, permitted import from Afghanistan without license of rice, dried fruits, cattle, and horses, feathers, grain, meat, dairy products, and carpets, and the export to Afghanistan without license of all products of Soviet industry, except sugar, oil, feathers, carpets, and articles of which export was in general prohibited. But the purpose was apparently no longer to remove restrictions, but to impose a minimum of regulation on trade which had hitherto been altogether free. On January 30, 1926, Beneshter issued an order reimposing a licensing system for all goods imported into the Soviet Union from Persia except cotton. In the following month, a further order extended the same restriction to trade across other Asiatic frontiers. These steps were perhaps inspired by the growing importance of Eastern markets in the Soviet economy, but they were also signs of growing economic power, and it was significant that the aim of Soviet trade with the East should now have been defined in terms which no longer stressed the theme of equality, but drew attention to Soviet industrial preponderance. Soviet trade with the East now sought to effect, in the words of a semi-official journal, a real linking of the Soviet factory and workshop with Eastern raw materials, of the Soviet consumer with the products of the peasant labor of the countries of the East, of the consumer of the Eastern countries with socialist manufactures. Point 4. A later article explained that the East stood at the crossroads between two political systems based on two conflicting conceptions of world economy, and that it was impossible for the East to organize its national economy and at the same time retain its political independence unless it aligns its national economy with the economy of the Soviet republics. It was for Soviet 1 Bulletin Finansovago 1 Hozyaistven Nagos Ekonodatelstva, number 26. November 20, 1925, p. 32. 2 Torgofly Rossit Esvistocom, No 1-2, January-February 1926, p. 49. Later in the year licenses were issued for the importation of Persian goods for the Baku fair on the understanding that Persian merchants would purchase Soviet goods of equal value to those imported, Ibid no 3-4, March-April. And Nito at SSSR Poranum, Srednyaziatskaya Respubliki, 1927. Pages 133 to 134, see also Torgofly Rossi Esvistocom, No 5-6, May-June, 1926. P1, which refers to rations of so-called consumer goods, and Ibid October. December 1926, P6, where this is described as the third period of Soviet trade with Eastern countries, the period of balanced trade. 4 Ibid no 1-2, January-February 1926, P3. 638 Foreign Relations Pray. Trade institutions to assist the Eastern countries to bypass the capitalist stage of economic development. But Soviet trade with the East continued in this period to escape from the full measure of regulation and organization which was applied to trade with the West. After the failure of the Soviet-Persian commercial agreement of July 3, 1924, to secure ratification, no further such agreement was concluded with any Eastern country before 1927, and it appears to have been only about 1930 that the monopoly of foreign trade was made fully effective in this direction. Torgofly Rossit Esvistocom, October-December 1926, p4. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p 473. Chapter 38. The Middle East. A. Turkey. The year 1923 was one of increasing uneasiness in Soviet-Turkish relations. The Lausanne Conference revealed the unwillingness of the Turkish government in the Straits question to range itself unconditionally on the side of Soviet Russia and against the Western powers, and a renewed wave of persecution of Turkish communists revived one of the chronic embarrassments of dealing with the Kemal regime. But the policy announced in a press interview given by the newly appointed Soviet Polpred to Turkey, Suritz, in December 1923 was firm and unequivocal. Mutual relations between the USSR and Turkey are defined at the present time by the struggle for national independence, which is still being waged by Turkey, and cannot yet be regarded as completed. Point 3. The Soviet expert on Eastern affairs, Gurko Kryasin, described Kemal's supporters as a potential bourgeoisie, carrying out primitive accumulation through the agency of the state apparatus. Point 4. In 1923 a Turkish republic was proclaimed, and the capital transferred to Ankara. On March 3, 1924, the caliphate was abolished, and on April 20, 1924, a secular republican constitution formally approved. Economically and politically, it was Difficult to contest the credentials of the Kemalist regime as a revolutionary and progressive, though bourgeois, phenomenon. But the Fifth Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924 showed once more how hard was the path of Turkish communists. A. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 487 to 489. 2. Ibid Volume 3, pages 476, 479. 3. Izvestiya, December 25, 1923. Asterisk quoted in Novaya Vostok, 1617, 1927, 123. 639. 640. Foreign Relations. Point B. Decision of Agi in March 1924 to set up a Turkish commission seemed to promise a more active policy, and the few pronouncements about Turkey made at the Congress indicated that the turn to the left was also intended to apply there. Some Turkish comrades, impressed with the obligation to support Kemal as a champion of national liberation, had, according to Manuelski, proposed to support the development of internal capital against foreign capital, a policy which Manuelski branded as strivism and in practice adopted the standpoint of the class community of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie. A Turkish delegate attempted to rebut this charge by comparing the position in Turkey with that in China. He pleaded for clear directives from the Program Commission, and argued that the proletariat must participate in the struggle against imperialism and reaction. Point 2. At the ensuing Third Congress of Profintern, two delegates from the opposing camps in the Turkish party clashed on this issue, one playing down the proletarian element in party policy and insisting on support for Kemal so long as he fought against imperialism and the remnants of the feudal system, the other stressing the importance of the proletarian movement and the need to organize the workers against the bourgeoisie, and, though no formal verdict seems to have been delivered, it was the supporter of Kemal who was denounced by another delegate for a deviation towards the right. But the lesson to be drawn from the proceedings by Turkish communists was far from clear. During 1924, the Turkish party was said to have made the mistake of overestimating Kemalist liberties and of placing most of its organs on a semi-legal basis, which was tolerated at the time, but exposed it to subsequent reprisals. Point 4. By the autumn of 1924 the international situation had changed once more with the clash between Great Britain and Turkey for the possession of the oil-bearing region of Mosul. In October, 1. Gericht über die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen Internationale. Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 58. 2. Protocol, 5. Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, nt. 2. 625, 633, 708. 3. Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale. nt. pages 299 to 301. 4. Die Komintern vor dem 6. Welt Congress, 1928, p. 432. ch. 38. The Middle East 641. 1924 Chicherin was able to assure VTSIK that the conflict between Turkey and England over Mosul has taken the form of open military measures and that reference to the League of Nations was unlikely to provide a stable solution. Throughout 1925 mounting tension with Great Britain drew the Turkish government nearer to the Soviet Union in the diplomatic field. The tightening bonds of Soviet-Turkish cooperation, and the less belligerent line adopted by the Fifth Enlarged Agi of March 1925, which had nothing to say about Turkey, gave Kemal the assurance of a free hand with Turkish communists. On March 5, 1925 two communist newspapers were suppressed, and party activities once more driven underground. 2 months later, arrests of communist leaders began. A mass trial took place during the summer at which, on August 13, 1925, 17 communist leaders, 4 of them in absentia, received sentences of imprisonment totaling 159 years. Point 2. The severity of these reprisals came as a disagreeable shock in Moscow. But British pressure on Turkey, and Soviet sympathy for the victim of British imperialism, grew steadily. Under cover of the public preoccupation with Locarno and its consequences, negotiations between the two countries proceeded behind the scenes, and on December 17, 1925, the day on which the League of Nations pronounced its decision to transfer Mosul to the British-mandated territory of Iraq, Chicherin and Tevfik, the Turkish Minister for Foreign Affairs, signed in Paris a Soviet-Turkish Treaty of Friendship and Neutrality. The significance of the treaty was emphasized by the secrecy with which it had been concluded. Its signature was announced only 5 days after the event. Point 3. Its contents reflected Soviet fears engendered by Locarno. Each of the two countries undertook to refrain not only from any act of aggression against the other, but from participation in any alliance, agreement, or hostile action against the other, including financial or economic action, initiated. 1. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet tu Soziba, tu Sessia, 1924. Apostler. International, number 6, 64, October 22, 1926, pages 44. 48. International Presse Correspondence, number 129, September 8, 1925, p. 1882. The count was later increased to 18 defendants and 177 years. Die Komintern. Vor dem 6. Welt Congress, 1928, p. 432. 3. The announcement and the text of the treaty appeared in Izvestiya, December 23, 1925. 642. Foreign Relations. Point B. By one or more other powers. In the event of military action against one party, the other explicitly undertook to maintain neutrality. Litvinov, in a statement made to the press before Chicherin's return to Moscow, expected the treaty to dispel any fears or doubts about the firmness of Soviet-Turkish friendship among the people of both countries. But he also described it as a step in the consolidation of peace in general, and announced the willingness of the Soviet government to conclude similar treaties with all other countries with which it maintained normal relations. Izvestiya, in a leading article headed Anti-Locarno, called the treaty an Anti-Locarno Pact in the sense that it was signed for the purpose of peace and not of war, and depicted it as an example of the way in which, without having recourse to the League of Nations, the peoples of the USSR and of the East, inspired by exclusively peaceful intentions and alien to all plans of aggression, will in the future regulate their relations in the interests of culture and progress. Point 3. The Soviet-Turkish treaty was afterwards to be hailed in Moscow as the foundation stone of a Soviet system of security free from the objectionable features of the Geneva system. Its immediate function in Soviet-Turkish relations was to register and stabilize an existing situation, in which Turkey reinsured herself in Moscow against Western pressure. An optimistic examination of the Turkish economy in the semi-official journal Novaya Vostok led up to the conclusion that, from a former semi-colony of foreign imperialism without an economic policy of her own, Turkey is moving through loss and towards an independent economic position and towards the revival of an economy which has been backward for centuries. Point 4. Nevertheless, Soviet-Turkish friendship remained anxious and precarious. Within a few weeks of the signature of the treaty, fears were being felt in Moscow that face-saving concessions by one for the text CSSR, Spornik Diastoyushik Dogovorov, Soglashenti. Clay I, 1935, 354-357, the treaty was registered with the League only on February 15, 1935. 2 Pravda, December 24, 1925, an article by Iran Dust, I.E. Rothstein, in the same issue emphasized the willingness of the Soviet government to conclude such treaties with other countries. 3 Izvestiya, December 24, 1925. Fornovit Vostok, 15, 1926, 153-168. Ch 38 The Middle East 643. Great Britain might woo Turkey from a Soviet orientation. These fears were for the moment unjustified, and the conclusion, on April 22, 1926, of a Turkish-Persian neutrality treaty on similar lines to the Soviet-Turkish treaty was applauded as a logical continuation and development of the recently concluded treaty between the Soviet Union and Turkey, and one of the latest examples of the new system of Pacific international treaties, which the USSR has opposed to the notorious spirit of Locarno, which has as its aim the preparation of new wars. 2 Demonstrations of Soviet-Turkish friendship, however, were, as usual, not accompanied on the Turkish side by any relaxation of the campaign against Turkish communism. Early in 1926 it was reported that Kemal had successfully weaned the Turkish trade unions from their original communist sponsors and placed them firmly under national leadership. 3 A year later, a speaker in Igi referred to the dialectical contradictions of the historical process in virtue of which Kemal conducted in parallel form the struggle against the remnants of feudalism and against imperialism, while he simultaneously strangled the communist movement at home and persecuted the workers and peasants. 4 The Turkish Revolution, said Stalin about the same time, got stranded at the first step, the first stage of its development, at the stage of the bourgeois democratic movement, without even attempting to make the transition to the second stage of its development, the stage of the agrarian revolution. S. 5 Persia. In no country of the Middle East was Soviet policy in the 1920s so ambivalent as in Persia, where the personality. 1 International Press Correspondence, number 29, February 23, 1926, pages 419. 421, a congratulatory leading article in Zvestiya, March 16, 1926, was devoted to the 5th anniversary of the Soviet-Turkish Treaty of 1921, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 303. 2 Pravda, May 14, 1926, the article was signed Iran Dust, Rothstein. For the text of the Turkish-Persian Treaty of April 22, 1926, see League of Nations, Treaty Series, CBI, 1930-1931, 248-267. 3 Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, pages 355-359. 4 Die Chinesis Krieg dem 8, Plenum, 1928, p. 45. 5 Stalin, Sakhinantia, X, 15-16. 644 Foreign Relations PTSV. Of Rizakhan provided a baffling problem. During the first year of Riza's rise to power, he had become Minister for War in February 1921. It had seemed natural to hail him as a progressive champion of reform and of national liberation from British imperialism. But a long historical tradition created in Persia a stronger sense of national identity and of a national ruling class than in any other Middle Eastern country except Turkey. Riza quickly displayed impatience of anything like Soviet tutelage, and, after he became prime minister and dictator of the country, at the end of October 1923, he was self-assured enough to occupy an independent bargaining position between Great Britain and the Soviet Union. Soviet efforts at this time were devoted to the development of Soviet-Persian trade, and the Curzon ultimatum probably led to a temporary lull in propaganda against British imperialism. 3 Riza continued, however, to enjoy sympathy and support in Moscow. A strong point in his favor was that he was ready to use his military power to build up a powerful national state, and to crush the decentralizing ambitions of the local feudal sheiks who enjoyed British patronage. Through military dictatorship to a national state was the title of one of several eulogistic articles which greeted his rise to power in the Soviet press. Insurrections in southern Persia early in 1924 were said to be instigated by British imperialism masquerading under the flag of the Second International, and Riza was the leader of the Persian National Revolutionary Movement, the man who succeeded in securing Persia's independence. Riza's personal antipathy to the Shah was taken as evidence of enlightened hostility to 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, pages 469-470. 2 Abid Volume 3, pages 472-473, Soviet trade with Persia was at this period larger than with any other Asian country, for statistics CP 636 above. 3 For the ultimatum see the interregnum, 1923-1924, pages 168-169, b. Activities of Shumyatsky, Soviet Polpret in Tehran, figured conspicuously in it. 4 Novaya Vostok, v. 1924, 101-103. 5 Abid 6, 1924, p. 15, Shumyatsky in an interview in October 1924 described the struggle against the feudal borderlands in the south as the most important factor in the situation. Izvestiya, October 21, 1924. In contrast with the centralizing policy of a progressive government, the decentralizing tendencies of a feudal landed aristocracy fitted in with imperialist aims to support the borderlands against the center, the feudalists, against the genuine supporters of centralization and bourgeois democratic progress, the nationalists, such as the program of the English Communisticus International, No. 11, 48, November 1925, p. 105. Ch 38 The Middle East 645. Monarchy as an institution. When in April 1924 Riza was rarely compelled by his opponents to relinquish the post of prime minister, Shumyatsky the Polpret in Tehran, in an interview with the press in Moscow, described Riza's withdrawal as simply an episode in the struggle of the progressive elements with the forces of disintegration and of radical feudalistic anarchy. When in July 1924, after the murder of an American consul, the diplomatic corps protested to Riza and demanded stronger government, which was assumed to mean the return to power of the Shah, Shumyatsky refused to participate in the démarche. Meanwhile the Persian Communist Party remained too weak and insignificant to present a serious embarrassment. Industrial development was entirely dependent on foreign capital. Private industry working with native capital still scarcely existed. The small but growing Persian proletariat consisted of unskilled Laborers in foreign enterprises, mainly the great oil companies or in state or municipal undertakings. Older forms of organization of labor were described as resembling medieval guilds rather than trade unions. They were now utterly obsolete and passing through a period of disintegration. A trade union movement was in its early stages. 10 trade unions, with a total membership of 8,250, were recorded in Tehran in 1922. They included teachers and postal workers as well as manual laborers. Point 3. These do not appear to have been specifically communist. The dependence of the Persian economy on foreign capital meant that any movement directed against capitalist exploitation took on an anti-foreign and nationalist color. The report of a key to the Fifth Congress of Comintern in June 1924 claimed that the Persian Communist Party had taken an active part in the intensification of the struggle of national democratic elements against feudalism and its backer, British imperialism. It admitted, however, that the party was weak and numerically insignificant, that it was confined to Tehran, Tabriz, and a few other cities, and that attempts of the party to establish connections with the South Persian oil districts, where over 50,000. 1 Izvestiya, April 11, 1924. 2 Mesbenord Hizn, number 2, 1926, p. 26. 3 Novaya Vostok, I, 1922, 153, 11, 1922, 568 to 574. 646 Foreign Relations Area. Workers are employed, have so far always miscarried. When Kim, in a resolution on the national question adopted by its Fourth Congress in July 1924, drew a distinction between colonial and semi-colonial countries having a relatively developed industrial proletariat with growing class consciousness and those in which an absolute majority of the population is interested, above all, in political liberation from the yoke of foreign imperialism, it unhesitatingly put Persia in the second category. Riza's rising personal authority continued to present a problem to Moscow. On the one hand, his antipathy to the quasi-independent feudal sheiks and to the Shah himself, and his desire to modernize the state machinery, marked him out as a progressive reformer of the bourgeois national stamp. On the other hand, he showed no inclination at all to commit himself to the Soviet camp, and was evidently prepared for a deal with the British on his own terms. For the moment, no safe alternative offered to a policy of sympathy and support. Point 3 When in October 1925 he finally overthrew the Shah and took the trappings, as well as the reality, of power into his own hands, a moment of apprehension was felt in Moscow. Point 4 The Journal of Comintern, writing of Riza as a claimant to the throne, attributed his dynastic ambitions to the inspiration of the British, who believed that Riza, seated on the Persian throne with their assistance, would be less formidable to them than Riza as a president resting his power on popular support. The article concluded with the confident hope that Riza, by proclaiming himself president of a Persian republic, would place himself at the head of a national revolutionary movement. When, however, instead of proclaiming the Wunderlich Tiber die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen International, Vom 4. Bis wie Welt Congress, 1924, p. 59. 2 Die Beschließe 4. Kongresses der KFI, 1924, p. 66. 3 According to a circumstantial story in Giagabekov, OGPU, the Russian Secret Terror, 1931, p. 75, for rising in Khorasan against the central government. In 1925 was supported by the local OGPU agent in Ashgabat, but this policy was obstructed, though apparently not formally vetoed, in Moscow. 4 Izvestiya, November 3, 1925, announced the overthrow of the monarchy and Riza's appointment as temporary head of state. 5 Kommunistiski International, number 11, 48, November 1925, pages 105. 115, the statement in L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, 729. 730 that Rothstein warned Riza against seeking the throne is difficult to place, since this question could hardly have arisen at the time when Rothstein was palpred in Tehran. Ch. 38 The Middle East 647. Expected Republic, Riza decided to mount the throne, and on December 16, 1925, was installed as Shah and founder of a new dynasty. This volte-face did not bring about an immediate withdrawal of the favor of Moscow. A leading article in Izvestiya on the day of the installation gave the new dynasty in Persia cautiously favorable reception. The Comintern journal, disappointed of its hopes of a republic, nonetheless struck a complacent note. There is nothing surprising in the fact that Riza Khan, in preparing to proclaim himself Shah, fell first of all on the small communist party and destroyed its semi-legal existence. Another article in the Comintern press explained Riza's success by the absence of any sufficient basis for a bourgeois republican movement. Riza's stand for an anti-feudal centralized modern state could find a solid backing only in military power. Urena, who had succeeded Shumayatsky as Soviet palpred in Tehran in June 1925, presented his credentials as envoy extraordinary to the new Shah on December 27, 1925.3. Early in 1926 the hope could still be expressed in an Icky report that the national bourgeoisie in Persia would prove strong enough to give a democratic content to Riza Cesarist rule. Relations between the Soviet Union and Persia appeared to have taken a turn for the better. On February 20, 1926, an elaborate convention was concluded for the regulation and common use of waterways on the Soviet-Persian frontier. 5 and a month later, the approval of a Soviet-Persian consular convention was announced in Moscow registered. It was about the same time that the Soviet Eastern expert, Gurko Kryazin, undertook the defense of Riza in a major article. 1 Kommunistik International, number 12, 49, December 1925, p. 26. Pravda, October 31, 1925, reported the arrest of 20 Persian communists, and called it grist for the mill of Persian reaction, according to Die Comintern. Vordem 6. Welt Congress, 1925, p. 439, the Persian Communist Party was broken up in the winter of 1925 to 1926. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 167, December 22, 1925, pp. 2496 to 2407. 3 Izvestiya, June 16, 1925, Pravda, December 29, 1925. 4 Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, p. 358. 5 SSSR, Sportdienst Wyszych Dogovorov, Soglashened 1 Convenced. 3, 1927, number 136, pages 50 to 55. 6 Pravda, March 23, 1926, no evidence has been found of the signature of the convention. 648 Foreign Relations Points. In the semi-official Novi, Vostok, the 3 years of Riza's effective rule were said to have witnessed not only the formation of a regular army of 50,000 men, which had transformed Persia into A centralized state, but the growth of a Persian bourgeoisie with Persian commercial capital. This strengthening of commercial capital had gone on side by side with the politico-economic weakening of the landlord class. The new Persian bourgeoisie and intelligentsia was explicitly compared with the Turkish. Riza was, by implication, the Persian Kemal. The article recognized the existence of a military grouping based on the regular army as a completely new social factor, but argued that the drift of the Persian bourgeoisie and intelligentsia to dictatorship was justified by the need to counter the reaction of the landlord class under British patronage. Riza had, in short, established a Bonapartist monarchy which satisfies the demand of the bourgeoisie, and particularly of the militarists, for a military dictatorship, and which was supported by the democratic elements, even the most radical. This note of enthusiastic approval could not, however, be maintained. Not only did Riza prove uncompromisingly hostile to communists, trade unions, and left political groups, but he was evidently willing to bargain and temporize with British imperialism. A report of Vicky in February 1926 described Riza's accession to the throne as only a stage on the road to the transformation of Persia into a bourgeois democratic republic, and considered that the national liberation movement cannot halt at this stage. To a critical article in Novaya Vostok in the latter part of 1926 denounced Gurko Kryazhin as a liberal, and pointed out that Bonapartism rested on a basis of small peasant ownership, whereas Riza's monarchy represents the landlords. The more judicious Rajstein, seeking to reconcile the new position with his previous championship of Riza, attempted to mediate between these conflicting extremes. Riza was the representative of commercial capital, in the form of landowners engaged in trade and merchants. The right wing of the old feudal regime, based on a natural economy, had been isolated. The new regime could not be called T. Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, pages XXIILV. 2 on Fahrenheit Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, p. 358. 3 Novit Vostok, 15, 1926, 1-16. Ch. 38 The Middle East 649. A bourgeois monarchy, but it was the first serious step in the capitalist development of Persia. The basic problem now was whether Persia could skip the stage of the slow ripening of capitalism and the period of absolute monarchy, and pass over direct to a democracy of its toiling classes. But the development of Riza's power during the next few months or years did little to justify an optimistic answer to this question, and the problem of the attitude to be adopted to Riza's government was bequeathed to the succeeding period. See, the Arab world. The Arabic-speaking countries of the Middle East attracted comparatively little attention in Moscow in the 1920s. This sector of the world was divided by the peace settlement into British and French spheres of influence, with the lion's share falling to Great Britain, and the Soviet attitude to it was governed primarily by the contribution which it might make to the struggle against British and French imperialism. Egypt stood apart from the other Arabic-speaking countries in virtue both of its greater wealth and of its active struggle against British domination, which continued with renewed intensity after the conditional recognition of Egyptian independence at the end of 1922. Palestine was in a special position, and presented unique problems as the scene of a Jewish national home under British mandate. Syria brought France into an already complicated picture of Western imperialism, sometimes as an accomplice, sometimes as a rival, of Great Britain. The other Arab countries came in only for occasional and fitful notice. The admission of the Egyptian Communist Party to Comintern after the Fourth Congress at the end of 1922 raised the T. Ibn 15, 35-63. For other articles by him at this time see Mesdinordnaya. Citizen, number 2, 1926, pages 3-51, Morovo Hozyastvo 1 Mirovai Politika, no. 2, 1926, pages 59-87. 2 see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 3, p. 478. No reliable information exists about the early membership of the party, which must have been extremely small, according to a Comintern emissary who worked in Egypt at this time. The members were mainly foreigners. Revalyachanid. Vostok, number 6, 1934, p. 65. 650. Foreign Relations Point, v. Question of its relations to the Egyptian nationalist movement, whose outstanding figure was Zaghloul, the leader of the WAFT. While Zaghloul was still regarded by many in Moscow as a prospective nationalist champion against British exploitation, a counterpart of Kemal in Turkey, Roy attacked him as the leader of a centrist party, who wanted nothing better than a modus vivendi with British imperialism. The issue did not come to a head till after a WAFT victory at the elections. Zaghloul formed a government and became prime minister in January 1924. When strikes broke out in Cairo in the spring of 1924, Zaghloul emulated Kemal by suppressing and persecuting the communists. But this did not prevent Comintern from following the same line as in Turkey. Egyptian communists were to expose Zaghloul's equivocations, but at the same time be prepared to support him in promoting a bourgeois national liberation movement to free Egypt from British domination. Stalin put the point still more categorically. The struggle of the Egyptian merchants and bourgeois intelligentsia for the independence of Egypt is an objectively revolutionary struggle in spite of the bourgeois origin and bourgeois status of the leaders of the Egyptian national movement, in spite of the fact that they are against socialism. Point 3. At the 5th Congress of Comintern in June-July 1924, Roy protested that Zaghloul had come to power by exploiting the nationalist aspirations of the masses and, far from giving them anything in return, was brutally ill-treating them. The whole Central Committee of the Egyptian Communist Party was in prison. Manwilski grappled unconvincingly with the paradox that Zaghloul's rise to power had taken place with the consent of the British government. 1 International Presse Correspondence, number 13, January 17, 1923, pages 87-89. 2 Birik Tiber die Tätigkeit der Exekutive der Kommunistischen International. Vom 4. Bis wie Weltkongress, 1924, pages 59-60. The date 1923 is evidently a misprint for 1924, but is copied in Die Comintern for Dem 6. Weltkongress, 1928. pp. 453, where 1923 appears as the date of the suppression of the party. The correct date is given in Program Dokumenti Kommunistiske Party. Vostoka, ed. PMIF, 1934, p. 159. 3 Stalin, Sakhinania, 6, 144. A year later, in May 1925, Stalin said that in countries like Egypt or China, where the bourgeoisie was already split, communists must aim at a revolutionary bloc of the workers and the petty bourgeoisie. T-bit 7, 146-147, but the words had little meaning for Egypt. 4 Protocol, Fluent der Kongress der Kommunistischen International, ND. 2, 649. Ch. 38 The Middle East 651. meant, and was yet a progressive event. And the Congress passed no resolution on the subject. The embarrassment of the attitude to be adopted to Zaghloul was increased by the dramatic events which marked British-Egyptian relations in the autumn of 1924. On September 25, 1924, Zaghloul arrived in London for negotiations with the British government. The negotiations failed, and Zaghloul left for Cairo. On October 8, 1924. At this point the proceedings were interrupted by the fall of the British Labour government. Zaghloul's failure was felt in Moscow to prove the complete pointlessness and hopelessness of the struggle with English imperialism on a legal juridical footing, and the need for an Egyptian revolutionary movement on a broad social basis. Point 2. On November 19, 1924, with the Conservative government now firmly installed in London, an Egyptian killed Lee Stack, the British governor of the Sudan. 3 days later Allenby, the commander of the British troops, sent an ultimatum to the Egyptian government, which included a demand for the withdrawal of all Egyptian forces from the Sudan. On November 24, 1924, Zaghloul resigned, and his compliant successors accepted the British terms. These events did not stand alone. While Zaghloul was in London, 11 communists were on trial in Cairo, and received sentences ranging from 6 months to 3 years imprisonment. This had provoked an address from Icky to the imprisoned communists, which noted that Zaghloul's national government in no way falls short of its predecessors, the direct hirelings and agents of British imperialism, in its incessant reprisals. Point 3. But the march of events soon called for another orientation. On November 28, 1924, a meeting was held in Baku to protest against the British ultimatum. It was addressed by the Turkish consul, as well as by representatives of Turkestan, Dagestan, and Persia, and founded Hands Off Egypt Society, of which nothing further seems to have been heard. About the same time, the Far Eastern Sikh Bureau of Comintern issued a protest against the British ultimatum. 1 Tbid. 2. 625. 2 Novaya Vostok, 7, 1925, 76. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 137, October 21, 1924, pages 1812. 1813, number 152, November 25, 1924, p. 2068. For a further letter from Icky to the Egyptian Communist Party, see Pravda, November 22, 1924. 4 International Presse Correspondence, number 159, December 9, 1924, pp. 2169 to 2170. 652 Foreign Relations PTV. YY and the undignified behavior of the Egyptian government. Zaghloul, once more in opposition, was on the way to become a martyr of the national cause. But in other respects the war faith fully followed the line laid down by Zaghloul. During this year, 18 leading communists were arrested and sentenced to terms of imprisonment. Prospects of revolution in Egypt were disconcertingly slender. Even a national congress of opposition groups, summoned in November 1925 to protest against the Zawar regime, listened respectfully to an appeal from Zaghloul to remain within the limits of constitutional procedures. Point 3 Nevertheless hopes of action to break the status quo in Egypt clearly depended on the bourgeois nationalism of the Wafd rather than on the proletarian socialism of Moscow, and, when Zaghloul died in 1927, he received an indulgent obituary article in a Soviet journal as a fighter in the struggle against imperialism. Plus, the fortunes of communism, and the shape of Soviet policy in Palestine were influenced from the first by the strong antipathy to Zionism prevalent among Russian Social Democrats, in part a legacy from the Jewish Bund. At the Second Congress of Comintern in 1920, a delegate named Mirshin introduced a resolution on Zionism, which attempted to distinguish between bourgeois and socialist Zionism, and claimed the latter as progressive and revolutionary. But this view was strongly contested by other delegates, and the resolution was not adopted. The main resolution of the Congress on the national and colonial questions contained a paragraph vigorously condemning the Zionist enterprise in Palestine, and Zionism in general, which, in the guise of a Jewish state in Palestine, in practice hands over the Arab population of Palestine, where Jewish workers form only an insignificant minority, as victims to English exploitation. Point 5 In the same year a Jewish Communist Party was founded in 1 International Presse Correspondence, number 165, December 19, 1924, pp. 2261 to 2262. 2 Die Comintern for Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 453. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 41, March 12, 1926, pages 561 to 562. 4 Historique Marxist, number 6, 1927, pages 175 to 178. 5 Deutsche Kongress der Kommunist. International, 1921, pages 198, 204. 210 to 211, Kommunistische International Vita Documentic, 1933, p. 129. Mirshin's resolution does not appear to have been published. Ch. 38 The Middle East 653. Palestine, but was affiliated to the Jewish organization Pol Zion. It was not till 1924 that it established its independence, admitted an Arab for the first time to membership, and joined Comintern under the name of the Palestine Communist Party. In the meanwhile the Zionist trade union organization Histadroth had affiliated in 1922 to IFTU, and this had prompted a small left-wing minority of Jewish unions to affiliate to Profintern. Early in 1924 Profintern issued an appeal to the Arab workers of Palestine to organize against the alliance of English Zionist capital, and this may have provoked the decision of the Histadroth, taken shortly afterwards, to expel the minority unions as enemies of the Jewish people and of the Jewish working class. Point 2. As the Jewish proletariat grew in numbers and influence, Histadroth became of necessity increasingly concerned with the protection of the Jewish workers against the competition of cheap Arab labor. Communist policy in Palestine continued to revolve around two related themes: denunciation of the British mandate as an expression of British imperialism and of bourgeois Zionism as its tool. 3 And the attempt to associate Jewish and Arab workers in the same cause and the same organizations. Intermittent support was given to Arab nationalist demands, which were said to comprise the repeal of the Balfour Declaration, an amnesty for political prisoners, and the establishment of a great Arab federation. In 1925 the insurrection in Syria, coupled with the war in Morocco, kindled a fresh spark of interest in Arab nationalism. Some apprehension was felt that the replacement of Samuel by Plumer in July 1925 as British High Commissioner in Palestine might portend a turn of British policy towards the Arabs, and thus 1 International Presse Correspondence, number 94, July 23, 1924, p. 1212. 2 Die Roquewerkschafts International, no 2 to 3, 37 to 38, February-March 1924, pages 166 to 167, number 10, 57, October 1925, pages 237 to 238, Die Komintern. Vordem 6. Well Congress, 1928, p. 447. Communists were set in 1924 to control a railway workers' union of 3,000 members, which, unlike all other unions, included Arabs as well as Jews. Communistische International, number 4, 1924. 423. A the occasion of Balfour's visit to Palestine in the spring of 1925, the Central Committee of the Palestine Party issued a declaration describing Balfour as a symbol of the imperialist swindle, and the Balfour Declaration as a reward for services rendered by Jewish financial magnates. International. Presse Correspondence, number 59, April 15, 1925, pages 799 to 800. For Communistische International, number 4, 1924, pages 416 to 417. 654 Foreign Relations File. Undermined the Soviet position. But it was pointed out with satisfaction that Bloomer continued to ban Arab demonstrations, and that Jewish immigration continued unabated. Point 1 On May 1, 1926, Arabs as well as Jews participated for the first time in the workers' processions, some of them being railway workers on strike. Point 2 But, in spite of occasional demonstrations, neither Soviet policy nor communist propaganda secured any real foothold in Palestine during this period. Soviet policymakers and propagandists had paid little attention to Syria before the revolt of 1925. France was denounced for attempting to drive a wedge between Syria and other Arab countries, including Egypt, by resisting the pan-Arab tendencies of the Syrian intelligentsia. In May 1924 he issued a manifesto against French imperialism in Syria, but this seems to have been related to an attempt to galvanize the PCF into a more active colonial policy rather than to anything happening in Syria itself. Plus, in the summer of 1925 widespread revolts against the French administration occurred throughout Syria, culminating in the bombardment of Damascus by French troops on October 19 to 20. 1925 These events produced a number of protests and proclamations from the PCF, but little direct information about the situation in Syria appears to have reached Moscow, and the Syrian revolt was treated mainly as an adjunct to the war in Morocco and as a further blow in the struggle against French imperialism. A Syrian Communist Party, which was represented for the first time at the 6th Congress of Comintern in 1928, was said to have been founded as an illegal party in 1925.6. T. International Presse Correspondence, number 35, March 5, 1926, pages 482 to 483. The belief that British policy in Palestine in 1925 was moving away from its pro-Jewish orientation and becoming more favorable to the Arabs was expressed in an article in Mesdinordnay Letopis, No 10 to 11, 1925, pages 117, 119, and in a report of Wiki of February 1926, Einjar Arbeit und die Kampf. 1926, p. 359. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 76, May 21, 1926, pages 1216 to 1217. 3 Novaya Vostok, I, 1922, 67 to 78. 4 International Presse Correspondence, number 57, May 23, 1924, p. 692. 5 CP 358 above. 6 A Tibble and M. Kimo, Arolet Kominterna, 1929, pages 147, 359. CH 38 The Middle East 655. But no trace of its activities in Syria has been found in the 1920s. Of the Arab rulers who had enjoyed British patronage and subsidies as leaders of the revolt against Turkey during the war, the most successful and important was Hussein, king of the Hejaz. Ibn Saud, Sultan of Nejd, was a lesser potentate, who had been in receipt of British munificence on a smaller scale. It was an embarrassment to British policy when in the winter of 1924 to 1925 Ibn Saud waged successful war against Hussein, compelled him to abandon his throne, and proclaimed himself king of the United Kingdom of Hejaz and Nejd, later to be renamed Saudi Arabia. But what was unwelcome in London was automatically hailed with satisfaction in Moscow. Though economic and political relations had been established with the Hejaz in August 1924, Soviet emissaries had been unable to weaken the preponderant British influence at the court of King Hussein. On the other hand, British attempts to win over Ibn Saud were watched with suspicion and were thought to have failed. Point 3 In February 1926 an exchange of notes between the Soviet government and Ibn Saud provided for mutual diplomatic recognition, and Ibn Saud was for a time eulogized in the Soviet press, like Kemal and Amanullah, as a progressive ruler and a liberator of his nation. But the situation in the Arab world was too fluctuating, and the Soviet interest there too precarious, for any serious or long-term commitments to be undertaken. D. Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the only country of the Middle East where Soviet policy was uncomplicated by the existence even of an embryonic workers' movement or of a national communist party, and King Amanullah could receive unconditional support as a 1 Novaya Vostok, 7, 1925, 49 to 76. 2 Historia Diplomatiae, ed. V. Potemkin, 3, 1945, 301. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 158, November 27, 1925, p. 2372. 4 SSSR, Spornik Diastwiashik Dogovorov, Soglashened 1 Convinced, 4. 1928, number 156, pages 14 to 15. 5c, for example, Novaya Vostok, XXIIXXIV, 276 to 282. 656 Foreign Relations. Point B. Champion of national liberation from the encroachments of British imperialism. Spectacular measures were not called for or attempted, but the traditional British policy of treating the country as a British zone of influence provided ample opportunities for Soviet diplomacy to depict the Soviet Union as the friend of a small and oppressed people. In December 1923 the activities of the British minister were denounced as an example of British provocation. 2 months later the arrival of a new Afghan representative in Moscow, coinciding with celebrations of the 6th anniversary of Afghan independence, provided the occasion for assurances of Soviet sympathy in the struggle for the liberation of Afghanistan from the imperialist yoke. In the spring of 1924, the Soviet government offered its support to the progressive government of Amanullah against revolting tribesmen who were suspected or alleged to enjoy surreptitious British support. Point 3. On this occasion Soviet airplanes with Soviet pilots, having helped to suppress the revolt, remained in Afghanistan in the service of the Afghan government, and negotiations were opened for the construction of a telegraph line, a radio station and roads. Point 4. This attention to the improvement of communications no doubt served to strengthen the links between Afghanistan and the Soviet Union by facilitating intercourse and exchanges between them, and the comparative proximity of the Soviet railway system to the Soviet-Afghan frontier was a favorable factor. In 1926 the Afghan Air Force was said to have consisted of 12 planes, all supplied without payment by the Soviet government, and 30 pilots, most of them Russians. 6 Soviet-Afghan trade. 1 Izvestiya, December 20, 1923, interviews in the same sense with Raskol Nikov, former Soviet polpred in Kabul, and with the Afghan representative in Moscow, appeared Ibid December 23, 25, 1923. 2 Ibid March 6, 1924. 3 For a brief account of this revolt, in which the Indian government, according to the official version, had not only preserved a scrupulously correct neutrality, but had gone out of its way to assist the Afghan government in surmounting its internal crisis. See Survey of International Affairs, 1925, ed. AJ B. I, 1927, 567 to 568. 4 Godopit Nera Nogo Commissariatopo Indostranum de Lamzie 1924. GK2SS Dusavtov SSSR, 1925, p94. 5 Novi Vostok, 1314, 1926, 218. 6 Information from the Contemporary Press in Survey of International Affairs, 1925, ed. AJ B. I, 1927, 546. In 1924 the Afghan government had possessed 2 planes purchased from the Indian government and manned by German pilots, Ibid I, 569. CH-38 The Middle East 657. Negotiations were reported to have opened in Kabul in January 1925, but no formal agreement appears to have been concluded. A frontier dispute over the possession of an island in the Amudarya, formerly owned by Bokhara, annexed by Afghanistan and recently occupied by Soviet troops, was settled by a diplomatic agreement of February 28, 1926, when a ceremonial meeting of Soviet and Afghan detachments took place on the island, and the Soviet forces withdrew. 1 Svestia, January 17, 1925. 2 Klyubnikov I Sabanin, Mezdunordne Politika, 3, I, 1928, 339 to 340. Chapter 39. Southern Asia. A. India. And the calculations of those who framed the eastern policies of the Soviet government and of Comintern in the first years of the revolution, India occupied a larger place than the sequel was to justify. An early Soviet publicist wrote in 1918 that, if Russia is justly considered the citadel of world revolution, India can definitely be called the citadel of revolution in the East. And the manifesto drafted by Trotsky for the first Congress of Comintern in March 1919 mentioned India and the countries of the Middle East, but not China. In the thesis submitted to the Third Congress of Comintern in 1921 Lenin wrote of the colonial and semi-colonial countries where the masses, under the impetus of the World War and the Russian Revolution, had become an active factor in world politics and the revolutionary overthrow of imperialism, and went on. British India stands at the head of these countries, and there the revolution is growing in proportion, on the one hand, to the rise in the industrial and railway workers' proletariat and, on the other, to the increase in the bestial terror of the British. 3. In Lenin's writings of this period, where India and China were linked as potential assets of the revolution in Asia, India always came first, plus and in the theses of the Fourth Congress of Comintern. On the Eastern question India headed a list of countries which included, in that order, Mesopotamia, Egypt, Morocco, China, and Korea. The importance attached to India in these early pronouncements was due partly to the fact that it appeared to be the Achilles. K. Troyanovsky, Vostok I Revolyatstaya, 1918, p. 29. For this manifesto see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 235. Lenin, Sakhanintia, XXVI, 428. 4 Ibid XXVII, 293, 415, 416. Communistic International V Documentic, 1933, p. 317. 658. WIWWNR. CH 36 Southern Asia 659. Heel of the most powerful capitalist country, but partly also to profounder causes. India was the colonial country where native capital, stimulated by European example and European tuition, had advanced furthest in the process of industrial development. It was no accident that Lenin's thesis of an alliance of communism with bourgeois nationalist movements in backward countries should have been challenged at the Second Congress of Comintern in 1920 by a spokesman of India. The controversy between Lenin and Roy about the communist attitude to the national movements, which flared up at the Congress and was not fully composed there, remained a perennial bone of contention in the rise of Indian communism, for Roy was never tired of insisting, often to the point of exaggeration, that the economic structure of India was no longer feudal, and that a strong national Indian bourgeoisie had vested interests in the maintenance of capitalist society. From the personal point of view it seemed paradoxical that Roy, who came to communism through nationalism, and was a newly fledged Marxist when he first arrived in Moscow in 1920, should have so energetically contested the claims of nationalism in Asia, in the name of a pure and undefiled communism. But in India, this was a living political issue. The Indian National Congress, originally founded in 1885, had built up a long tradition of mild and democratic nationalism. Before he fled from India in 1915, Roy's masterful and impatient mind was in revolt against this policy of moderation, and a lack of sympathy prevailed between Roy and most of the Congress leaders and spokesmen in Europe. If, as a result of the adoption of Lenin's theses, Comintern were to make the Indian National Congress the focus of its policy for India, Roy would no longer find a place in the councils of Comintern. At one point negotiations were in fact opened with the Congress representatives in Berlin, who visited Moscow in the spring of 1921 and were received by Lenin and Radek, but failed to make any lasting impression. Roy continued to speak in the 1C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, pages 252 to 257. 2 This was the theme of M. N. Roy, India in Transition, Geneva Really, Berlin, 1922, and was the basis of the theory of decolonization which was vehemently attacked at the Sixth Congress of Comintern in 1928. 3 For this episode, for which no published Soviet sources appear to exist. C.G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, pages 33 to 34, 36 to 37. 660 Foreign Relations PTV. Name of Indian Communism in Moscow, though, as the proceedings of the Third and Fourth Congresses of Comintern revealed, his views never won complete acceptance, and his failure to create a serious Indian Communist Party, inside or outside India, must have weakened his prestige It was a tribute to Roy's personality, or to the lack of available alternatives, that he retained his position for so long. The winter of 1920 to 1921 was spent by Roy in Tashkent, where he had been appointed a member of the Central Asian Bureau of Comintern. The few score of Indians in Tashkent were divided, according to Roy's own account, into two, or possibly three, quarreling groups. The first Indian Communist Party was formed there on the spot out of this unpromising material, but evidently did not survive long. In India itself, an attempt had been made in 1920 to organize a feeble and dispersed trade union movement by creating an all-Indian trade union congress. Atuk, the president, Lajpat Rai, had been an associate of Roy in New York in 1917, but was a nationalist, and no extremist. In social policy, no contacts with this movement seem to have been made in Moscow before November 1921, when the announcement of a second Congress of the Atuk brought along appeal to the Indian workers from the Executive Bureau of Profintern. Penned in the first months of the existence of Profintern, the appeal showed little inclination to compromise with nationalism. It denounced British imperialism, but also referred in terms of contempt to your nationalist leaders, and specifically attacked nationalist leaders like, for example, Lajpat Rai, who strive to utilize your revolutionary enthusiasm in the interests of their national struggle. Such leaders must be supported up to a point, but you must strictly prohibit their entry into your proletarian organizations. A cryptic phrase which was not further elucidated. Point 4. The appeal contained no invitation to a fee laid to Profintern. Even at this early date, the first aim of Profin. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 389, 480. 2. Quoted from Roy's memoirs in G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Com. Communism in India, 1959, pages 34-35, 3 of it, pages 37, 367 to 369. 4. Die Rote Uerkskapts Internationale, number 8, November 15, 1921, pp. 86 to 88. Nothing in the text of the appeal justifies the statement quoted in G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, p. 368, from an Indian source that it invited the Atuk to join the new Great World Movement of International Solidarity. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 661. Turn policy was to establish revolutionary outposts in reformist unions and to split them against their leaders. The only result produced by the appeal was a resolution of sympathy from the Congress for Soviet Russia, and a reference in the Secretary's speech to a prospect of the coming of Bolshevism to India if labor conditions did not improve there. The Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922 sent a message to the All-Indian Trade Union Congress, then in session at Lahore, promising sympathy and utmost support, but adding that the economic emancipation of Indian workers and peasants depends on the political freedom of the nation. Meanwhile Roy, after the Third Congress of Comintern, had established himself in Berlin, and here in March 1922 he launched a journal called the Vanguard of Indian Independence. The name was shortly changed to Advance Guard and later to Masses of India, many copies of which were smuggled into India. At this time Roy appears to have reconciled himself, at any rate ostensibly, to the Comintern policy of attempting to penetrate the Indian National Congress. In a letter to one of his few reliable supporters in India in the autumn of 1922 he wrote in terms of a legal and non-communist mass party of the left, to constitute an opposition bloc within the Congress, and an illegal communist party providing the motive force behind the scenes. Roy prepared and published in Advance Guard a program for the Indian National Congress in preparation for its annual Congress, which was to take place at Gaya on December 26, 1922. This was an advanced radical, but not specifically communist, program, with complete national independence placed in the forefront of its demands. When the Gaya Congress met, the main debate was between Gandhi, who desired to boycott the elections to the new legislative councils proposed under the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, and the mildly liberal Das, who desired to participate in them. But both sides firmly rejected a policy of violence, and one for an optimistic account of the Congress by Evelyn Roy C. Labor Monthly, 2, number 2, February 1922, pages 354 to 355. Yen. 2 Protocol de Vierten Congressister Communistisken Internationale, 1923. Pages 531 to 532. Sat. 3 The letter which was intercepted by the police is quoted in G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, p. 46. The conception of combining a legal and an illegal party was borrowed from current practice in the United States. 662 Foreign Relations. Point B. Roy's program was ignored and discredited. An appeal to the Congress from the Secretariat of Comintern to recognize the necessity of violent means, without which the foreign domination based upon violence cannot be ended, suffered the same fate. Roy afterwards admitted that we sought to strengthen the hand of the left, but succeeded only in frightening it, but found consolation in the reflection, popular in Comintern circles at this time, that these tactics had served to show up the non-revolutionary character of the Congress leaders. Point 2. The moral of this period in the history of Indian communism was drawn 6 years later at the 6th Congress of Comintern. The first great anti-imperialist movement, 1919 to 1922, ended in the betrayal by the Indian bourgeoisie of the cause of the national revolution, due chiefly to fear of the mounting wave of peasant unrest, and also to strikes of workers against native employers. Point 3. Roy now set to work in earnest to create a communist party. On February 15, 1923, the Vanguard of Indian Independence, the original name had been restored, for the first time displayed beneath its title the word Central Organ Communist Party of India. A leading article declared that the organization of a party of the workers and peasants has become an indispensable necessity, though it also proclaimed that we would fight as part of the National Congress. Roy's attitude to Congress, and especially to its liberal and progressive wings, revealed the same ambivalence as the attitude of Comintern to the British Labour Party. On the one hand, he described Das as a sentimentalist and not a revolutionary, whose ideas were as harmful as those of Gandhi. On the other hand, he hailed Das's group as the beginnings of the revolutionary mass party which is the crying need of the day, and which will alone save the Congress. Point 4. In March 1923 he and the Central Council of Profintern issued a joint protest against the trial and condemnation of 172 Indians found guilty of leading a riot which had led to the killing of a one. For the documents relating to this episode see of pages 48 to 50, 53 to 58. Roy's account of the Congress appeared in International Presse Correspondence, number 39, March 2, 1923, pages 281 to 282. 2 International Press Correspondence, number 8, March 1, 1923, pages 126 to 127. 3 Communisticus International Vita Documentic, 1933, p. 834. 4G Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, p. 60. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 663. Number of policemen. In June 1923 Roy was in Moscow for the session of the Third Enlarged Committee. No discussion of colonial issues took place, and no resolution dealing with them was put forward. But Roy, speaking in the general debate, hammered in his usual point from a slightly different angle. He discerned a change in the tactics of British imperialism in colonial countries. It had thought it profitable to itself to enter into a compromise with the bourgeoisie of these countries in order to defeat the influence of the Russian Revolution. The entry of British capital into India coincides with the interests of the Indian bourgeoisie, which no longer had any reason to fight against imperialism. But all eyes in Moscow were now strained on the impending crisis in Europe, and little attention was paid to Roy's remarks. It was presumably at Roy's instigation that Hickey on June 14, 1923, dispatched a letter to the projected conference in India which was to create a legal workers' and peasants' party. This declared that the workers and peasants could no longer remain an adjunct to bourgeois nationalism, but must come forward as an independent political force and take up the leadership. The Indian bourgeoisie must, however, be recognized as a revolutionary factor. In leading this movement, the political party of the workers and peasants must act in cooperation with, and give fullest support to, the bourgeois parties insofar as they struggle against imperialism in some way or other. This formula, so far as Roy at any rate was concerned, was a matter of tactics. Nothing had occurred to convince him of the revolutionary character of the Indian bourgeoisie, or to shake his belief in the need for an illegal and conspiratorial communist party. Such ambitions were, however, far from realization. Even the proposed conference was never held. The British intelligence service decided to intervene, and several of Roy's agents and contacts were arrested in the summer of 1923. In February 1924, 1 International Press Correspondence, number 48, March 14, 1923, p. 378. 2 Raswirnie plenum ispolitelnogo Komiteta Communisticogo Inter. Nationala, 1923, pp. 130 to 131. The report of the speech was evidently abbreviated. 3G Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, p. 65. 664 Foreign Relations pt.1v. 8 men, including Roy himself in absentia, were indicted for conspiracy to establish throughout India a branch of a revolutionary organization known as the Communist International. That this should have happened within a few weeks of the advent to power of the first Labour government in Great Britain inspired a flaming letter of protest from Roy, in the name of the Indian Communist Party, to Ramsay MacDonald, Olivier, the Labour government and the British working class. In April 1924 4 of the accused were put on trial in Conbury, and, after a long hearing in the course of which a large volume of intercepted correspondence, much of it from Roy, was produced, sentenced to 4 years imprisonment. It was about the same time that Stalin voiced the hope still based in Moscow on an alliance between the Indian Revolution and Indian nationalism. It is not precluded that the chain of imperialism may break, say, in India. Why? Because that country has a young, militant revolutionary proletariat, which has such an ally as the National Liberation Movement. Meanwhile Roy himself was expelled in January 1924 from Berlin, probably at the request of the British government, reinforced by growing hostility of the German government to communism. After the abortive coup of October 1923, he moved, taking the vanguard of Indian independence with him, first to Switzerland, and later in 1924 to France. This was the situation when the 5th Congress of Comintern assembled in Moscow in June 1924. The report of Hickey to the Congress, which contained a highly optimistic estimate of the role of communist groups in India, recommended the Indian Communist Party to aim at a restoration of the national liberation movement on a revolutionary basis, and the establishment both of a national people's party and of a proletarian class party. 3 Madwilski, in his report to the Congress on the national question, referred in passing to the recent strike of textile workers in Bombay, which ended with a bloodbath, and called reading International Press Correspondence, number 13, March 29, 1924, pages 260 to 261. The date of the open letter was March 21, 1924. For a further open letter from Roy to MacDonald, see Ibid number 68, June 13, 1924, pages 836 to 838. 2 Stalin, Sakhin India, 6, 98. 3 Director Executive der Kommunistischen International Bomb 4. Bisbee. Congress, 1924, pages 61 to 62. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 665. The Viceroy, the well-known hangman of British India. He did not discuss Comintern policy for India, but it might have been inferred, from the analogy of relations with Kuomintang in China, that Comintern supported cooperation with the Indian National Congress, and fear of such a conclusion evidently accounted for the sharp tone of some passages in Roy's long contribution to the debate. Roy based his implicit criticism of the policy of cooperation with the Indian National Congress on a penetrating analysis of the Bombay strike, which he described as a social, not a national, phenomenon. The strike had been directed against native Indian capitalists and exploiters of labor, and had demonstrated the essentially counter-revolutionary position of the Indian national bourgeoisie. Madwilski's firm rebuttal of Roy's attitude, and his reference to the dispute between Lenin and Roy at the Second Congress, made it clear that, even in the absence of a formal resolution, Roy had sustained defeat. 2 The failure to plant any serious communist movement in India must, by this time, have begun to cast doubts on Roy's credentials, and, in the Moscow of 1924, it was already a blot on the record to have engaged in controversy against Lenin. At the 5th Congress of Comintern, Roy's prestige was visibly on the wane. In India, where the Conbury trial had broken all Roy's contacts, an attempt was made in the autumn of 1924 to create a legal Indian Communist Party which, by abstaining from the advocacy of violence and from adhesion to Comintern, might remain within the limits of official toleration. But its membership was insignificant, and nothing seems to have been heard of it in Europe for nearly a year. 3 In January 1925, the French government, sensitive to the promptings of the British government, to 1 Protocol, Fiend der Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND, 2. 620, 632. 2 For this debate see pages 618 to 619 above. 3 The first authentic information about its formation came from a Gram dated Conbury, June 17, 1925, and signed by its secretary, Satya Bhakta, which was published in the French party journal Cahiers du Bolchevisme. Number 26, September 1, 1925, pages 1749 to 1751, prefaced by an editorial note making. Copyright all reserves on points of doctrine raised by our young brother party. The party at this time claimed only 250 members. The most interesting passage in its program was the statement that proposals had been made to affiliate to the Third International and send delegates to Moscow, but that the Indian government is hostile to the Third International and has sentenced several communists for having been in relations with it. Vol. 3 pt 2. 6. 666 Foreign Relations tie. Take a stronger line against communism. Expelled Roy from Paris. This, according to Roy's own admission, dislocated our business, and finally also disrupted his marriage, since his wife remained in Paris to edit the journal which was the sole living symbol of his Indian Communist Party in exile, too. Its name was changed at this time to Masses of India. Roy did not attend the fifth enlarged IKI in Moscow in March-April 1925, and no debate took place on the colonial question. But a colonial commission was appointed, and drafted a resolution on India, which seems, from the summary of it given to the plenary session by Foster, the president of the commission, to have tilted the balance against Roy's well-known views. The commission is of the opinion that it is now necessary for the communists to continue their activity in the National Congress and in the left wing of the Swaraj Party. All nationalist organizations should be welded together into a revolutionary mass party and an all-Indian anti-imperialist bloc. The slogan of a national party, the principal points of whose program are liberation from the empire, a democratic republic, universal suffrage, and the abolition of feudalism. Watchwords which are proclaimed and popularized by Indian communists is correct. Point 3. An article by Bodinsky in the Journal of Comintern, which also quoted from the Indian resolution, noted that, while deviations from the correct line might occur both to the right and to the left, the latest deviations in this question had been to the left. This was a summing up against Roy. Meanwhile, a fresh complication had arisen in the affairs of Roy's Indian Communist Party and in Roy's relations with Comintern. The resolution of the Fifth Congress had called not only for direct contact between IKI and national liberation movements, but also for very close contact between the sections in the imperialist countries and the colonies of those countries. The injunction had no specific reference to India. It was designed to counter the prevalent suspicion that the British, French, and trademark CP 42 above 2G Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, p. 74. 3 for this resolution, which was not published, and for Foster's speech, see pp 310, note 5 above. Plus Communisticheski International, number 4, 41, April 1925, pages 64 to 66. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 667. Netherlands communist parties had a lukewarm interest in the liberation of the peoples ruled by their respective countries. But, of British possessions, India was at this time the most vocal in her demands for independence or self-government, and was subject to the most severe repression. At the 6th Annual Congress of the CPGB in May 1924, Bell protested against the trial of Comrade Roy and of the Indian workers of Conbury, though no resolution was passed. The resolution of the 5th Congress of Comintern helped to awaken the CPGB to its obligations. It had already created a colonial bureau. It is said to have begun during 1924 to carry on work among Indian seamen from ships in British ports. Early in 1925 it dispatched an emissary, Glading, by name, to investigate the progress of the communist movement in India. Glading returned 3 months later with a report that no Indian Communist Party existed at all. Point 3 Undeterred by this disappointment, the CPGB tried a fresh approach. 3. Indian trade union leaders, sufficiently moderate in their views to be permitted or encouraged by the government to represent the Indian workers at the annual conference of the ILO in May-June 1925, visited London on their way back from Geneva, and representatives of the CPGB discussed with them a project for an Oriental conference to be held, presumably in London, in September 1925, to which spokesmen of national movements in Asia would be invited. Roy had been apprised neither of Glading's mission nor of the project for a conference. It may be some that he lodged a complaint in Moscow, and the danger of cross lines was obvious. The situation was complicated by the presence of 2 Indians in influential positions in the CPGB. Say Klapala, the one British Communist MP, and Paul Majood, who was rapidly becoming a leading party theorist. Degree neither of these was a friend of Roy. On July 11 to 12, 1925, a conference was held on neutral soil at Amsterdam in an attempt to straighten out the difficulties. It was attended by 2 representatives of the CPGB. 1 Speeches and Documents, 6th Conference of the CPGB, 1924, p. 21. 2G Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, pages 368, 369. 3 Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, pages 84, 96. 4 Ibid pages 77 to 78, among those whom it was proposed to approach was Suzuki from Japan, CP 889 below. 5 CP 121 above, Did was of Eurasian origin. 668 Foreign Relations i.e. by Roy and his wife and by some Indians of different groups. Mering presided over the proceedings on behalf of Comintern. Roy attacked Glading's report, declaring that he had documentary evidence of communist groups in India, denounced the idea of an Oriental conference as futile, and thought that the claim of the CPGB to control party work in India smacks of imperialism. A minor subject of recrimination was the status of an Indian National Bureau in London, the head of which was regarded by Say Klapala as a spy, a suspicion not shared by other members of the CPGB and vigorously rebutted by Roy. The conference appears to have reached no decision, and was probably not qualified to take any. But it marked a stage in the transfer of authority, as the recognized agent and intermediary of Comintern in dealing with the Indian movement, from Roy to the CPGB. Roy's position was further weakened when his wife returned shortly afterwards to the United States. Point 2 By this time Roy's popularity was beginning to wane in India as well as in Moscow. Complaints were heard that he lived in luxury in Europe while the movement in India was starved for funds. The CPGB was thrown into confusion by the arrest and imprisonment of its leaders in October 1925, and nothing is heard of its work among Indians during the ensuing winter. Roy and his group continued to publish the masses of India and to issue pronouncements from time to time in the name of the Indian Communist Party. In the autumn of 1925 a lockout in the TA fairly full report on the conference by one of the CPGB representatives Is in Communist Papers, Command 2682, 1926, pages 80 to 89. According to a much later unconfirmed report, quoted in G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, com. Communism in India, 1959, p. 76, a resolution was passed that the task of forming the party in India should be taken over by the British Communist Party. This was its result, but probably not a formal conclusion. A letter of September 25, 1925, to the CPGB, in which the Colonial Bureau of Comintern is said to have defined Roy's future position in the Indian movement, see Ibid p. 76, has not been traced. But on September 26, 1926, Crest Hinton wrote to McManus of the CPGB informing him that a section had been set up to promote work among Indian peasants, and asking for the names of leading men in the Hindu agrarian movement who might be invited to work in the International Agrarian Institute, Communist Papers, CMT 2682, 1926, p. 104. This suggests that the CPGB was now recognized in Moscow as the proper channel of communication on Indian affairs. 2G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, p. 80. 3c, for example, an appeal to the British workers, which was in effect an attack on the British Labour Party, in Kayaz du Bolshevism, number 27. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 669. Bombay textile industry designed to force a reduction in wages. Lasted for 10 weeks, the resistance of the workers was apparently successful and provided a fresh impetus to the formation of trade unions. It gave Roy occasion to drive home once again his favorite thesis of the power and reactionary influence of native Indian capitalism. In December 1925, the legal Indian Communist Party held its first Congress in Kanpur, which was attended by some of Roy's former adherents. But its cautious definition of its relation to Comintern as one merely of sympathy and mental affinity, and its insistence that Indian communism is not Bolshevism, encouraged a suspicion in Moscow that it owed its existence to the inventive genius of the Indian secret police. 3. And Roy denounced the proceedings as childish. A split in the Swaraj Party which produced a Labour Swaraj Party was more warmly welcomed, though Roy took the occasion to write yet another article in the Journal of Comintern entitled The New Economic Policy of British Imperialism, concluding with the remark that the Indian bourgeoisie has become convinced that its economic development is fully possible within the frame work of British imperialism. 5. The 6th Annual Congress of the ATOC, which opened in Madras on January G. 1926, received the usual message from Prof. Intern, as well as a telegram of greeting from the Central Council of the Soviet Trade Unions registered, but in spite of the fillip provided by the Bombay lockout, it took up a very moderate position, putting forward such demands as self-government within the empire and arbitration of industrial. September 15, 1925, pages 1817 to 1823, a similar, though not identical, manifesto. In International Presse Correspondence, number 132, September 18, 1925, pp. 1932 to 1933, and a further manifesto of the same kind, Ibid number 17, January 22, 1926, pages 238 to 239. T. Ibid number 130, September 11, 1925, pages 1905 to 1906, number 27, February 19, 1926, pages 393 to 394. 2 CP 665 above. 3 $AHRR by UND Camp, 1926, p. 347. The suspicion is not entirely dispelled by an account of it in an official publication of the Indian Bureau of Public Information, India in 1925 to 1926, pages 196 to 197. A later IGI report called it a pseudo-communist party formed by very dubious elements. Die Comintern for Dem 6, World Congress, 1928, p. 535. 4G. Overstreet and M. Windmiller, Communism in India, 1959, pages 77 to 79. 5 Communistic Escat International, number 1, 50, January 1926, p. 191. 6 Die Rokuerkscaps International, number 1, 60, January 1926, pages 71 to 72. Mesdunordnaya Solidarnost. Trivia Shiksia, 1924 to 1927, 1959, pages I7I. 173. 670 Foreign Relations Play. Disputes, and rejecting affiliation either to Amsterdam or to Proven. Turn. In February 1926, Roy presided over the Eastern Mission of the 6th Enlarged IGI, which drafted an important resolution on Chinese affairs too. It was Roy's first appearance in Moscow as a spokesman on the Chinese question, and this, combined with the transfer of authority over India to the CPGB, marked the effective end of the long period in which Roy had been accepted in Moscow as the leader of the Indian Communist movement. During the next 3 years, India was to become completely eclipsed by China in the preoccupations of Comintern and of the Soviet government. Throughout the 1920s, Indian nationalism grew apace and was beginning to take on revolutionary forms which would automatically drive it in the direction of Moscow. But the potentially revolutionary forces in India were still for the most part absorbed in Gandhi's non-violent campaign and ideology, which were basically opposed to communism, and a specifically communist movement in India could as yet scarcely be said to exist. B. Indonesia. The years 1923 and 1924 were years of increasing tension in Indonesia and increasing activity for the small Indonesian Communist Party, PKI. After the inconclusive discussions of the Fourth Congress of Comintern in Moscow, a breach occurred in the uneasy relation between the PKI and the nationalist Serkat Islam. In February 1923, Serkat Islam itself split. The dissidents under communist inspiration formed a new organization called the Red Serkat Islam, which professed a secular nationalism and was accused of seeking to destroy the Muslim religion. 4. A conference at Bandoang in April 1924 between representatives of the PKI and of this organization, at which the former were evidently the dominant force, worked out a system of future relations between the two parties, which was confirmed at a congress of the PKI at Batavia in June 1924. The Red Serkat Islam. T. For an account of it by Roy C. International Presse Correspondence, No. 27, February 19, 1926, pages 394 to 395. 2. For the Commission CP 630 above, for the resolution pages 765 to 766 below. 3. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 480 to 481. 4. International Presse Correspondence, number 10, January 13, 1925, p. 114. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 671. Now renamed Serkat Raya, or People's Union, was to serve as a mass organization of sympathizers subordinate to the narrow, disciplined elite leadership of the PKI. This scheme, which recalled the role assigned to the Chinese Communist Party in Kuomintang and, more remotely, to Western parties in the trade union movement, had the advantage of reconciling the need for mass support with the claims of doctrinal orthodoxy and discipline. The Batavia Congress, which in Simon's absence in Moscow was dominated by D'Arsenal, struck a militant note, demanding revolutionary action to destroy capitalism and the formation of Soviets in factories and villages. 1 of the Serkat Royal leaders, Haji Misbach, who seems to have combined religious with anarchist inclinations, engaged in terrorist activities, which further compromised the party. He was arrested at the end of June 1924 and deported to New Guinea. The Fifth Congress of Comintern, which met while these events were in progress, paid little attention to the PKI, though Simon reproached the Dutch party with failure to give it practical support. But here, as elsewhere, the Congress appeared to have sounded a call to action. In the absence of native capital and a native bourgeoisie, the development of bourgeois nationalism could not proceed far. In Simon's words, any national movement with a non-proletarian program and tactic, like Serkat Islam, invariably suffered defeat. Registered the moral drawn in the summer of 1924 from the Batavia Congress of the PKI, and by implication from the Fifth Congress of Comintern, appeared therefore to favor direct and independent action by the PKI. During the latter part of the year, emphasis was laid on the creation of youth organizations, including Red Boy Scouts, of Serkat Royal party schools and of party cells, or groups of 10 in state institutions, factories, and associations. 1 J.T. Bloomberger, Le Communisme Auxiliaire ins Néerlandaises, French. Translate from Dutch, 1929, pages 42 to 43, for the numbers of the PKI and of Serkat Royal, CP 674, note 2 below. 2 for D'Arsenal, who represented the PKI at the Third Congress of Comintern. In 1921, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 251, note 1. 3 J.T. Bloomberger, Le Communisme Auxiliaire ins Néerlandaises, French. Translo. From Dutch, 1929, pages 42 to 45. 4 Ibid p. 46, Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 10, January 13, 1925. De 1 RT. 5 Protocol, Verenigde Congress der Communistische Internationale, NT, I. 384 to 385. 6 Communistische International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 144. 672 Foreign Relations. Point B. Of all kinds. At the same time the campaign against Serkat Islam was intensified. A further party congress at Jakarta in December 1924 was the occasion of much fiery oratory. Direct incitements to terrorism are said to have occurred. Point 2 The most contentious issue appears to have been that of the status of Serkat Royal. This involved the relation of the party to the peasantry, which formed 75% of the membership of Serkat Royal, the remainder being mainly traders and artisans. A majority of the party's central committee, regarding Serkat Royal as a petty bourgeois party, proposed to dissolve it and to reorganize the peasants in cooperatives. This radical proposal was resisted by D'Arsenal and others, who defended Serkat Royal as an essential basis of mass support for a communist party. The debate ended in a compromise, which left Serkat Royal in being, but aimed at draining off its non-peasant elements into the party and then reorganizing the purely peasant Serkat Royal in cooperatives. This meant, as a critical commentator observed, that Serkat Royal would die a natural death. 3 And could be interpreted, in terms of current Comintern thinking, either as a laudable turn to the left or as an underestimate of the revolutionary potentialities of the peasantry. Among the decisions taken at the Jakarta Congress was 1. To work and agitate among the working class through the medium of the trade unions. The Railway Workers' Trade Union in Java already had a revolutionary tradition. In October 1921, a revolutionary trade union center in Java, composed mainly of railway workers, had announced its adhesion to Comintern. 5. And the Railway Workers' Union had been represented in December 1922 at the Third Conference in Moscow of the Transport Workers. 1 J.T. Bloomberger, Le Communisme Auxiliaire ins Néerlandaises, French. Translo. From Dutch, 1929, p. 47. 2 Ibid pages 66 to 68. This work contains much useful information, but reflects Dutch official attitudes. 3 The above account comes from S. Dingley, The Peasants' Movement in Indonesia, Berlin, NT 1926, p. 43. The writer, who in spite of his pen name is said to have been an Indonesian, was clearly influenced by the Bukharan school of thought in Comintern, which in 1925 identified the turn against the ultra-left with support for the peasant. CP 309 above. The pamphlet was published by Krestintern. 4 plus Communistische Internetstoel, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 146. 5 Die Rokuwerkschaps Internationale, number 2, 13, February 1, 1922, p. 149. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 673. IPC. A strike of railway workers in Java in May 1923 was said to have been provoked by the arrest of Simon, who was president of the Union. 2 The Conference of Pacific Transport Workers held in Canton in June 1924, at which the Indonesian Union was also represented, gave a further impetus to the development of the trade union movement in Indonesia, resulting in the establishment at Surabaya, the main industrial center in Java, of a Red Trade Union Secretariat for Indonesia, affiliated to the newly created Pacific Secretariat in Canton, and through it to Comintern. 4 A Congress said to represent 5,000 Indonesian port workers and seamen was held at Surabaya in December 1924, and formed a national union of transport workers, seamen and dockers. The leaders were all members of the PKI. An attempt was made to establish a common organization with a union of Indonesian workers in Dutch ships, some 1,300 strong, founded by Simon in the Netherlands. As an embryonic union of workers on the sugar plantations is also heard of at this time. 6 The Transport Workers Union and 70% of other unions were said to be entirely in communist hands. In December 1924, 25,000 Indonesian workers were affiliated to Comintern, and the total had risen to 35,000 in August 1925. These figures included communist and communist sympathizers in non-communist unions. Events in Indonesia aroused at this time little interest in Moscow. The fifth enlarged Decree of February-March 1925 passed a resolution designed to maintain the united front with the peasants by ensuring the independence of Serkat Royal. The PKI was criticized for standing too far to the left and ignoring the need for a united anti-imperialist front. The arguments of some leading comrades ran the resolution to assert that, so long as no national bourgeoisie exists, 1 CP 609 above, 2. Dingley, The Peasants' Movement in Indonesia, Berlin, ND 1926. pp. 40. 3 cp 621 above. 4 Official Report of the Netherlands Government, 1927, quoted in Survey of International Affairs, 1926, ed. A.J. Toynbee, 1928, pages 452 to 453. S. Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 27, February 20, 1925, p. 393. J.T. Bloomberger, L.E. Communisme Auxiliaries Neerlandaises, French translate from Dutch, 1929, pages 56 to 57. The official report quoted in the preceding note calls the Congress a conference of the KPI. 6 Ibid P57, for trade unions in other industries see Ibid P63. 7 Communistische Kesket Internets Total, number 11, 48, November 1925, P146. 674 Foreign Relations PDA. In Java, a national liberation movement cannot develop, are incorrect. Doubts were expressed about the close relation of PKI to the Serkat Rakyat, whose organizations have begun to fuse with the Communist Party, and the PKI was instructed to strengthen its class proletarian base as well as to define its relation to the revolutionary movement as a whole. The PKI had at this time no more than 2,500 members, and claimed through this small number to lead the 70,000 members of Serkat Rakyat. 2 But in 1925 these issues faded into insignificance as the revolutionary omens became more favorable for the colonial peoples. Even Serkat Islam was reported to have derived encouragement from ABTL Krim's revolt in Morocco. 3 Far more important was the influence of events in China, especially after the Shanghai shootings of May 30, 1925. The mounting tide of revolutionary unrest in China had already made itself felt in Indonesia, where 800,000 Chinese already worked, most of them as contract laborers. In the latter half of 1925 a wave of strikes began to spread from Java to Sumatra, and thence to the smaller islands, and provoked a series of repressive measures by the government. Early in 1925 Comintern had already issued a protest against the White Terror in Indonesia. In August 1925 Darsono was arrested together with other leaders of the trade union movement. This provoked a loud protest from Profan. 1 Communistische International, number 4, 41, April 1925, pages 66 to 67, S. Dingley, The Peasants' Movement in Indonesia, Berlin, ND 1926, p. 44. The full text of the resolution was not published, cp 310, note 5 above. 2 Communistische International, number 5, 42, May 1925, p. 164. The official report quoted p. 673, note 4 above gives the total membership of the PKI at the end of 1924 as 1,140 and of Serkat Rakyat as 31,124. According to S. Dingley, The Peasants' Movement in Indonesia, Berlin, ND 1926. p. 40, Serkat Rakyat at the height of its development in the first half of 1925, had 100,000 members, but this source is biased in favor of Serkat Rakyat. 3 Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 170, December 29, 1925, pp. 2527 to 2528. 4 Ibid number 135, September 25, 1925, p. 1975. 5 For sporadic information about these events see Ibid number 139, October 6, 1925, p. 2035, number 23, February 5, 1926, pages 336 to 337. 6 Ibid number 38, March 20, 1925, pages 582 to 583. As a result of disorders in January and February 1925, about 30 were said to have been killed, 130 injured, and 300 imprisoned. Communistische International, number 11, 48, November 1925, pp. 145. Ch. 36 Southern Asia 675. Turn. The significance of the development of the trade union and strike movement in Indonesia was that it seemed to provide an eventual basis for revolutionary action by the proletariat which would compensate for the failure of a bourgeois national movement to make itself effective. In this respect, Indonesia was theoretically the most advanced of all the Asian countries. Nevertheless, anxiety continued to be felt in Moscow, where the Indonesian party was reproved for not working to draw the peasantry into the national movement, and warned that failure to carry out the instructions of the Fifth Icky would isolate the party from the masses. About the end of 1925 a decision in favor of armed insurrection and of the immediate formation of a Soviet government was reported to have been taken by the leaders of the PKI at a conference in Solo, though apparently not without opposition from some sections of the party. 3 But this was roundly condemned in Moscow as the crassest example of a left deviation, and attributed to an underestimate of the importance of the peasantry. Pravda, October 31, 1925, Internationale Presse Correspondence, number 150. November 3, 1925, pages 2225 to 2226. J.T. Bloomberger, L.E. Communisme Auxiliary Ins Neerlandaises, French translate from Dutch, 1929, p. 61, gives December 17, 1925, as the date of the official order, but the arrest clearly took place earlier. For other repressive measures see Ibid pages 61 to 64, and S. Dingley. The Peasants' Movement in Indonesia, Berlin, ND 1926, pages 44 to 46. In the years between 1923 and 1926, 3,000 persons were said to have been imprisoned for participation in labor unrest. Die Comintern for dem 6. World Congress, 1928. pp. 541, not an exorbitant estimate. 2 Communistische International, number 12, 49, December 1925, p. 39. 3 Official report quoted p. 673, note 4 above. S. Dingley, The Peasants' Movement in Indonesia, Berlin, ND 1926, p. 57, reports not only a left-wing deviation, but strong anarchist deviations on the part of comrades who read the works of Bakunin instead of those of Marx. 4 Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, p. 333. Chapter 40. China in Revolution. A. Peking and Canton. The year 1923 had been one of growing anarchy in China, though the main divisions of military power remained unchanged. In the central provinces, Wu Peifu was the dominant warlord, and exerted an intermittent, but overriding, authority over the Peking government, which continued in name, though only in name, to speak for a united China. In the north, Chiang Ti-Solin was the quasi-autonomous vassal of Japan. In the south, Canton was the center of a separate territorial unit, within which a precarious struggle for supremacy was waged between Sun Yat-sen's party, the Kuomintang, and a succession of independent military leaders. Throughout this year, which was the year of Joff's mission to the Far East, Soviet policy in China was still faltering and undefined. In Peking, Joff's efforts ended in deadlock, and, when in February 1923 Wu Peifu reacted to the growing menace of the trade union movement in China by shooting down a body of striking workers on the Peking Hankow Railway, this was felt as a serious setback to the cause of revolution in China, and induced a mood of pessimism in communist circles, both in China and in Moscow. Later in the year, Joff's soundings in Japan suggested the hope that the Soviet government might one day be in a position to turn Chiang Kai-shek's flank by a direct agreement with his principles on the regime in Manchuria. Meanwhile, Joff's agreement with Sun Yat-sen of January 1923, vague and tentative though it seemed, was the most concrete achievement of his tour, and, when in the following month the authority of Sun Yat-sen and of Kuomintang was trademarked, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 536 to 546. 2 CP 609, note 2 below, an article by Volinsky sympathetic to Wu Peifu appeared in Izvestia as late as November 28, 1923. 676. CHXL China in Revolution 677. Re-established at Canton at the expense of local warlords, a firm foothold had been established for Soviet influence. Insofar as Sun Yat-sen was now committed to a Soviet orientation, Soviet policy was committed to support Sun Yat-sen. It would, however, be premature to assume any conscious or exclusive commitment to Sun Yat-sen on the part of the Soviet leaders at this time. How ready they were to keep all approaches open was shown by the dual appointment, on the termination of Joff's mission, of Karakhan as diplomatic representative to the Chinese government in Peking and of Borodin as representative and advisor to Sun Yat-sen 2 days after Karakhan set out from Moscow on August 2, 1923. An article on his mission appeared in Izvestia entitled "With Whom Shall We Negotiate?" The conclusion drawn was that negotiations should be conducted with any Chinese authority which had power to carry an agree meant into effect. Point 2. Karakhan's first stop was at Harbin, where he was met by Afanasyev, a former white general, now director general of the Chinese Eastern Railway, Sir. Thence he proceeded without undue haste to Mukden, Chang Ti-Solin's head quarters, which he reached on August 18, 1923. This was significant. On the eve of Karakhan's departure from Moscow, Chang Solin had announced his intention of taking over the land office of the Sir. Karakhan, in an interview published while he was in transit, reasserted all Soviet rights over the railway, pending the conclusion of a new agreement, and put the blame for any infractions on the criminal actions of White Guard elements. Karakhan was well received in Mukden, where he presented Chang Solin with a jeweled sword. For the present, he seems to have been content to establish contacts which stood him in good stead later. He went on to Peking, where the first week in September was occupied with interviews, speeches, and one for these appointments. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 547 to 548. To Karakhan's departure was reported, together with an interview on the tasks of his mission, in Izvestia, August 3, 1923. The article appeared on the following day. 3 of it August 5, 10, 1923. 4 for Karakhan stops in Harbin and Mukden, see of it August 17, 25, 1923, China Weekly Review, Shanghai, August 25, 1923, p. 446. 4. The Jeweled Sword C. N. Ustrilov, Podzinakom Revalyatsi, 2nd ed. 1927. p. 160. 678. Foreign Relations. Point B. Receptions. In a statement to the press on his arrival, he contrasted the policy of the Soviet Union with that of all other states without exception. The European powers desired a weak and disunited China. The Soviet Union wanted to see China strong and united, carrying out her own national policy. But Karakhan had no intention of restricting his mission to official dealings with the Peking government. Having made it clear by his visit to Mukden that relations with Chang Solin fell within the scope of his mission, he now also addressed a letter to Sun Yat-sen in Canton. I count on your support, Dr. Sun, old friend of New Russia, in my responsible task of establishing close contact between our two peoples. Sun Yat-sen replied to the greeting in a cordial telegram, in which he caustically referred to the Peking government as a political group wholly unrepresentative of the Chinese people and guided more by the wishes and desires of certain foreign powers than by the vital interests of China as an independent and sovereign state. Point 3. He followed this up with a confidential letter of September 17, 1923, informing Karakhan that one of the purposes of General Chiang Kai-shek's mission to Moscow was to take up with your government and military experts a proposal for military action by my forces in and about the regions lying to the northwest of Peking and beyond an open avowal of the nationalist project of a military expedition against the north. At this moment Borodin arrived in Peking on the way to take up his appointment as advisor to Sun Yat-sen, and proceeded on his way with a letter of introduction dated September 23, 1923, from Karakhan to Sunday. 1 Izvestia, September 7, 1924. 2 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, 634. The letter was dated September 8, 1923, and the original was in English, for a Russian translation from the Soviet archive. See Sovetsko-Kitaysky at Nashiniya, 1917 to 1957. 1959, p. 66. Copies of Karakhan's correspondence with Sun Yat-sen were placed at Fisher's disposal by Karakhan and are now in Yale University Library, together with copies of letters of Chicherin. 3 China Yearbook, 1928, Tientsin, ND, p. 1320. Extracts from a Russian version of the letter appeared in Novaya Vostok, 6, 1924, p. XXX. 4 The letters of Sun and Karakhan are quoted from the Fisher archives. In A.S. Whiting, Soviet Policies in China, 1917 to 1924, 1954, pp. 243 to 244. For Jiang's mission to Moscow, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 547. CHXL China in Revolution 679. While, however, Karakhan was evidently anxious to stake out his claim as senior Soviet representative for the whole of China, his immediate concern was the establishment of regular relations with the Peking government. On September 7, 1923, he fired the first shot in his campaign in Peking in the form of a demand to the Chinese government for de jure recognition of the Soviet government as a condition precedent for negotiations on concrete questions. Wellington Koo, who still hoped to sell recognition for more tangible concessions, rejected the request and proposed that negotiations should proceed simultaneously on all outstanding issues. For the moment Karakhan tacitly gave way. The two major obstacles which had hitherto stood in the way of a Sino-Soviet agreement were the Chinese Eastern Railway and Outer Mongolia. In the interview published in Izvestia at the moment of his departure from Moscow, Karakhan had named the settlement of the Chinese Eastern Railway question as the first task of his mission, and had failed to mention Outer Mongolia. At all. 3 CT Wang, who had been appointed Chinese delegate for these negotiations, showed himself ready to accept the implied order of precedence. Throughout the rest of the year discussions in Peking turned mainly on the problems of Manchuria. They began hopefully with the creation of a mixed commission to deal with frontier incidents. 4 But this did not prevent a constant bombardment of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs with notes of protest from Karakhan about alleged attacks on Soviet citizens or property in Manchuria. By way of injecting a fresh element of discord, the directors of several major Chinese educational institutions wrote to Karakhan, asking that the Russian share of the Boxer indemnity renounced by the Soviet government should be used, like the shares of some of the other powers, for the support of Chinese education. Karakhan, while repeating that the Soviet government made no claim to these funds, now alleged that the Chinese government had no right to dispose of 1 China Yearbook, 1924-5, Tianjin, ND, p. 866. 2 For the previous history of these questions see the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917-1923, Volume 3, pages 531, 539-540. 3 For this interview see p. 677, note 2 above. 4 Izvestia, September 25, 1923. 5 China Yearbook, 1924-5, Tianjin, ND, pages 866-867, Izvestia. October 24, 31, November 11, 13, 14, 1923, January 10, 1924. 680 Foreign Relations. B. Them unilaterally, and protested against their use for the benefit of white guards or former Tsarist officials. 1. But, while this hard bargaining continued, hints were not lacking of a willingness on the Soviet side to compromise on the central question of the Chinese Eastern Railway. In a note of November 30, 1923, Karakhan summed up his position on the assumption that rights of property on the railway as a commercial enterprise belong to the Soviet Union. I am willing to discuss at the conference any proposition of yours, including the proposition that all the rights of the line should pass over to China, on conditions to be discussed and decided at the conference. But even now I can confirm what was said 4 years ago, that the sovereignty of China in the territory of the railway is fully recognized by us, and that we shall not insist on any one of these privileges which the Tsarist government had, and which the other foreign powers still have today, in the railway zone. What happened next behind the scenes is unknown, though it is certain that the Western powers used their influence with the Chinese government to prevent an agreement. Wang's reply to Karakhan's note was not delivered till January 9, 1924, and was couched in terms amounting to a complete non-possumus. It recalled the contested passage in the Soviet Declaration of July 1 G19 about the SAR. It met Karakhan's protestations of the complete friendliness of the USSR towards China with the sharp retort that this friendliness still leaves something to be desired, since the troops of your government are still stationed in Chinese territory, namely in Outer Mongolia, and at once more refused to establish normal relations through de jure recognition, while outstanding questions are to be kept for settlement at a future date. 3 The raising of the bugbear of 1 For this correspondence C.A. Ivan, Kitai Savitsky Soyuz, NT 1924. pp 123-130, Savitsko-Kitayskiy Отношения, 1917-1957, 1959, pages 67-73. 2 A. Ivan, Kitai 1 Savitsky Soyuz, NT 1924, pages 115-116, China Year. Book, 1924-5, Tianjin, ND, p. 876. An article in the Journal of Narkomindal emphasized that the USSR does not lay claim to political rights in the railway zone, and that what was at stake was the utilization of the economic advantage of the Chinese Eastern Railway, which is equally necessary for Russia and for China. Mesdenordnayasisen, number 1, 1924, p. 33. 3 A. Ivan, Kitai Savitsky Soyuz, NT 1924, pages 115-117, China Year. Book, 1924-5, Tianjin, ND, pages 877-878. CHXL China in Revolution 681. Outer Mongolia was a sure symptom that a rupture of negotiations was contemplated, for it was inconceivable that the Soviet Union would abandon its sphere of influence in Outer Mongolia. But even here Soviet diplomacy was clearly anxious to propitiate Chinese amour propre by formal concessions. Karakhan rejoined on January 17, 1924, in a long and argumentative note that the Soviet Union considered Mongolia to be a part of China, and that we are ready to withdraw the detachment of the Red Army stationed at Urga as soon as the Chinese government gives the necessary guarantee for the security of our frontiers. The note ended with the renewal of the demand for a resumption of normal diplomatic relations between the two countries. Underscore the month of January 1924 saw the first establishment of regular diplomatic relations between the USSR and the Mongolian People's Republic, and Vasilyev, the newly appointed Soviet Polpred in Urga, went out of his way to deprecate hostile gestures towards China, and dwelt on the fact that present conditions do not permit of our speaking of or referring to the independence of Mongolia, and that the status of the country was autonomy. 2 Underscore but such hints seemed unlikely to affect the situation in Peking, where the harassed and impotent Chinese government still hesitated to take so drastic a step as recognition of the Soviet government. During February 1924, while little or nothing transpired in public about the negotiations, the climate in Peking underwent a noteworthy change, due partly, perhaps, to the example of British recognition of the Soviet government, but mainly to unwillingness in Peking to allow Sun Yat-sen to enjoy a monopoly of the support of Moscow. Karakhan sensed the change, and reopened negotiations with a note much stiffer in tone than any of its predecessors. It was devoted almost entirely to the SAR, and warned the Chinese government against any infringement of Soviet rights, since the most insignificant changes might have the most serious consequences for China. 5 This was followed by a violent 1a. Ivan, Kitai Savitsky Soyuz, ND 1924, pages 117-122, Savitsko. Kitayskiy Отношения, 1917-1957, 1959, pp 73-77. 2 CP 806 below. 3 The effect of this on the Soviet position in the Far East was discussed in optimistic terms in an article in Izvestia, February 10, 1924. 4 For the first Congress of Kuomintang in Canton in January 1924, at which the extent of the Soviet Kuomintang alliance was first clearly disclosed. See pages 608 to 701 below. 5 Izvestiya, February 29, 1924. 682, Foreign Relations. Point B. Article in Izvestiya entitled Chinese Aggressiveness Expatiating on the hostile actions of the Chinese administration in relation to Russian citizens and the interests of Soviet Russia in the Far East. It ended by demanding that, if the present rulers of China wanted friendship with the Soviet Union, they should renounce their anti-Soviet policy in Manchuria. If they proposed to continue this aggressive policy, they should say so openly. These shock tactics were rewarded, in spite of a protest from the French minister in Peking, who claimed to protect French interests in the Russo-Asiatic Bank, the principal shareholder in the SAR. A far-reaching Sino-Soviet treaty was signed by Carr and Wang on March 14, 1924. The treaty aimed at providing a comprehensive settlement of differences and a firm foundation for future Sino-Soviet relations. The first, and from the Soviet standpoint most essential, article provided for the establishment of normal diplomatic relations and the return of legation and consular buildings formerly belonging to the Tsarist government. The second article provided for the holding within 1 month of the signature of the Treaty of a conference to settle detailed arrangements for the carrying out of the principles laid down in the subsequent articles. The enunciation of these principles formed the main body of the treaty. China agreed to renounce all agreements with third parties affecting the sovereign rights and interests of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union made a similar renunciation in respect of agreements concluded by the Tsarist government. The Soviet Union recognized Outer Mongolia as an integral part of China and undertook to withdraw its troops as soon as the necessary conditions had been negotiated at the projected conference. The SAR was recognized as a purely commercial enterprise subject, except in regard to business operations, to Chinese administration. The railway was eventually to be redeemed by the Chinese government with Chinese capital in conditions to be subsequently laid down. But the future of the railway was to be determined by agreement between China and the Soviet Union to the exclusion of any third party or parties. The remaining articles recorded. 1 Izvestiya, March 1, 1924. The article was signed by Volinsky. 2 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, March 22, 1924, p. 126. Izvestiya, March 16, April 13, 1924. CHXL China in Revolution 683. The Soviet renunciation of special rights and concessions in China, of extraterritoriality and of the Boxer indemnity. The treaty ended with a provision bringing it into force from the date of signature. The signature of the Treaty of March 14, 1924, which was greeted with enthusiasm in Moscow, came as a blow to the Western diplomats in Peking and to Chinese official circles associated with them. The cabinet, on the advice of Wellington Koo, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, decided to disavow the treaty, alleging that Wang had exceeded his authority in signing a document not subject to ratification. On March 16, 1924, Carr sent a curt ultimatum to Wang demanding ratification of the treaty within 3 days. On March 18, 1924, Wang communicated to Carr in reply a statement of the Chinese cabinet of ministers. This ignored the signed documents of March 14, which it referred to as drafts, and, while professing eager desire to come to an agreement with the Soviet government, called for further negotiations on unspecified points raised by the Chinese government. On March 19, 1924, Carr replied to Wang in a long and argumentative note, the concluding paragraph of which repeated the ultimatum of March 16.4 on the same day. Koo, in his capacity as Minister for Foreign Affairs, addressed a note to Carr repudiating both the treaty and the ultimatum. 5 In the sequel, it was Koo rather than Carr who turned out to have overplayed his hand. Koo now substituted himself for Wang as Chinese negotiator, and, in a note of April 1, 1924, demanded a modification of the treaty on 3 points: the renunciation by the Soviet Union of its agreements with Outer Mongolia, the 1 China Yearbook, 1924-5, Tianjin, NT, pages 880 to 883. 2 Izvestiya, March 16, 1924. 3 Koo's account of this episode given 15 years later is recorded in A.K.W. China and the Soviet Union, 1949, pages 152 to 155, but must be accepted with caution, according to K-Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 210. Koo's jealousy of Wang was the main factor. The most plausible explanation is foreign pressure, which was applied by the American and Japanese governments, as well as by the French. R.T. Pollard, China's Foreign Relations, 1917 to 1931, NY 1933, p. 186. 4 For the 3 notes. C.A. Ivan, Kitai Savitsky Soyuz, NT 1924, pp. 131 to 136, the ultimatum of March 16, 1924, and Wang's reply were reported. In Izvestiya, March 18, 25, 1924, Shishirin's protest to the Chinese representative in Moscow of March 21, 1924. 5 China Yearbook, 1924-5, Tianjin, NT, p. 880. 684, Foreign Relations. Point B. Treaty renounced only agreements concluded by the Tsarist government, immediate withdrawal of Soviet troops from Outer Mongolia and limitation of the transfer of former Russian official property. At this point silence descended on the negotiations for 2 full months. A sidelight is thrown on pressures exerted behind the scenes by a note of May 3, 1924, from the United States Minister to Koo, reasserting the rights of shareholders and creditors of the SAR, which had been reserved in a resolution of the Washington Conference of 1922. The note added that the United States government has no desire to prevent the conclusion of a Sino-Russian agreement, but merely wished to forestall future difficulties by reminding the Chinese government of the rights and interests which it was under an obligation to respect. Point 2 Underscore this time, however, foreign objections were circumvented by secrecy. As Chicharin remarked, the diplomacy of the great powers blocked our first agreement with China, and would have blocked this one if we had not succeeded in concealing its preparation. On May 31, 1924, without any preliminary announcement, the Sino-Soviet treaty was signed by Carr and Koo. The text of the treaty, with a few minor variations, repeated the abortive version of March 14, 1924. But it was accompanied by 7 declarations, the more important of which were explicitly stated to have the same validity as the clauses of the treaty. 1 of these provided that former land or buildings of the Russian Orthodox Church, though now transferred to the Soviet government, should be vested in Chinese individuals or organizations, in accordance with Chinese law. The clause in the treaty under which the Soviet government renounced agreements concluded by the Tsarist government remained intact. But a declaration was now appended to the treaty by which the Chinese govern. Met refused to recognize as valid any treaty, agreement, etc. concluded between Russia since the Tsarist regime and any third party or parties affecting the sovereign rights and interests of the One China Yearbook, 1924-5, Tianjin, NT, pages 885 to 887. Two Foreign Relations of the United States, 1924, I, 1939, 487 to 488. It was issued to the press in Peking with an explanatory communique, Sovetsko Mary. Kensky et Nashentia, 1917 to 1933, 1934, pages 54 to 55. A press interview with Carr protesting against American and French interference appeared in Izvestia, May 15, 1924. 3 Pravda, June 1, 1924. CHXL China in Revolution 685. Republic of China. Yet another declaration provided that the Russian share of the Boxer indemnity renounced by the Soviet Union should be devoted to the promotion of education among the Chinese people. Finally, the annexes were completed by an exchange of notes in which the Chinese government undertook to discontinue the services of all subjects of the former Russian Empire now employed in the Chinese army and police force. A separate agreement signed simultaneously with the treaty provided for the provisional administration of the SAR pending its eventual redemption by the Chinese government. The line was to be administered by a board of 10, 5 of whom were to be appointed by the Chinese, and 5 by the Soviet government. The senior Chinese member of the board was to be director general of the SAR, but a chief manager was to be appointed of Soviet nationality. The Treaty of May 31, 1924, with its annexes, came into force, like the abortive Treaty of March 14, 1924, from the date of signature. The conclusion of the treaty was accompanied by a separate exchange of notes recording that, beginning from today, normal diplomatic relations are renewed between the Soviet government and the government of the Chinese Republic. 2 On June 17, 1924, Carr addressed a note to Ku explaining that the existing status of foreign diplomatic representatives in Peking as ministers bade Oken to desire to treat China as an unequal power and proposing that the Soviet Union should be represented in Peking and China in Moscow by ambassadors. Ku replied assenting to the proposal, and on July 31, 1924, Carr duly presented his credentials as Soviet ambassador to the Chinese president, T.S. Oken. Plus this arrangement automatically made Carr the doyen of the diplomatic corps in Peking, since other foreign representatives continued to hold only the rank of minister. The pill was not sweetened for the foreign one. The full text of the treaty with all the declarations and the agreement on the SAR is in Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 18, art. 131, number 19, art. 132. League of Nations, Treaty Series, XXXVII, 1925, 175 to 201. 2 Izvestia, June 1, 1924, Russian Review, Washington, July 1, 1924, pp. Andy Karakan's note is printed from the archives in Sovetsko-Kitaysky. At Nashiniya, I-917-1957, 1959, pp. 93, Ku's reply appeared without indication of date in Izvestia, July 16, 1924. 4 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, August 9, 1924, p. 344. 686, Foreign Relations. Point B. Powers by the marked stimulus to anti-foreign feeling in China, resulting from the signature of the treaty with the Soviet Union. A league against imperialism was launched by a large number of Chinese deputies and senators and of representatives of left organizations at a public meeting in Peking on July 13, 1924. Among other declarations, it issued an appeal to all the oppressed peoples of Asia and Africa to join in a struggle against Great Britain, France, Japan, and America, which were the principal imperialist powers. And protests were sent to the foreign powers concerned against the unequal treaties imposed on China. After prolonged argument, due to the hostility not of the Chinese government but of the diplomatic corps, Carr officially took possession of the premises of the former Tsarist legation in Peking on September 12, 1924. The Soviet government had obtained its main objectives from the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924. The Chinese objectives, on the other hand, were dependent for their realization on the proposed Sino-Soviet conference, the meeting of which, owing to the disturbed state of the country and the lack of authority of the Peking government, was postponed for many months. About the same time another move was made to consolidate the Soviet position. Since the writ of the Peking government did not run in Manchuria, the agreement of May 31, 1924, about the SAR had little practical value. The good relations with Chang Solin which Carr had established a year earlier copyright now bore fruit. On September 20, 1924, the Soviet government concluded with the autonomous 1 Izvestia, July 17, 1924, for a more detailed account see K-Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, pages 274 to 276. 2 for the text C.A. Ivan, Kitab 1 Soviet Skitsoyas, NT 1924, pages 142. 143, Novaya Vostok, 6, 1924, 16 to 18. 3 Izvestia, July 24, 26, 1924, other activities of the League were reported. Ibid July 30, 1924. Pravda, August 23, 1924, published a message from the League to Trotsky who had expressed indignation in a speech at the arrest and condemnation of a Chinese soldier at the instance of the British minister in Peking. 4 Foreign Relations of the United States, 1924, I, 1939, 462. 5 The delegations for the conference were named at the beginning of July 1924, the announcement of its indefinite postponement came a fortnight later. China Weekly Review, Shanghai, July 5, 1924, p. 166, July 19, 1924, p. 238. 60 p. 677 above. Shexel China in Revolution 687. Government of the 3 Eastern Provinces. An agreement for the management of the SAR in similar terms to the agreement signed in Peking on May 31, 1924, but containing some new clauses, the most important of which reduced the term of the Russian concession for the line from 80 years, the period fixed in the original agreement of 1896, to 60 years. The pragmatic readiness of the Soviet government to deal with any authority exercising effective power in any part of China was once more plainly demonstrated. The achievements of the first year of Karakan's mission in Peking were matched by the still more spectacular success of Borodin's mission in the south. The arrival of Borodin in Canton early in October 1923 was the starting point of an episode which was decisive for the policy of the Soviet government in China for the next 4 years and had widespread repercussions. At the Time of his arrival, the authority of the nationalist government was precariously established in the city itself, in the provinces of Kwantung and Guangxi. Its rid ran on sufferance from the local military leaders. The position of Kuomintang as a political party was equally tenuous. Kuomintang was a large, amorphous movement held together almost entirely by Sun Yat-sen's personality and prestige. It had never held a delegate congress, it had no official program, and its organization was embryonic. The three principles first enunciated by Sun Yat-sen in 1905, and later adopted as the ideological basis of Kuomintang were 1. SSSR, Spornik Diastwiashik Dogovorov, Soglashini 1 Convenci. V. 1930, number 214, 118 to 123. The original English text is in Sobrani Zakhanov. 1927, 2, number 32, art. 172 replying on October 5, 1924, to a protest of the Chinese government against the conclusion of the separate agreement with Chiang Solin, Carr stated that he had informed Ku on June 13, 1924, that, if the Peking government was not in a position to execute the agreement, which it had signed, he would be obliged to negotiate direct with Chiang, and had repeated this warning on August 10, 1924, Russian Review, Washington. November 1, 1924, p. 176. To this policy, which was in line with earlier attempts to deal with Wu Peifu, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 516 to 517, did not imply any fundamental change in attitude towards the Chinese warlords. The Fifth Congress of Comintern in June 1924, in its proclamation to the fraternal peoples of eastern countries and colonies, CP 619 above, had bracketed Wu Peifu and Chiang Solin as imperialist agents. 688 Foreign Relations Pi. Sometimes translated nationality, or people's rule, democracy, or people's rights, and socialism, or people's livelihood, dot. But Sun Yat-sen's democracy had little or nothing in common with Western bourgeois democracy, or his socialism with Marxism. The only one of his principles, which was clearly comprehensible both to Western and to Soviet observers, was nationality, and this seemed to form the core of his program. Kuomintang was a party dedicated to the expulsion of the privileged foreigner from China, and the overthrow of all those Chinese authorities which bowed down to him. As such, it commanded the full sympathy and support of Moscow, and an alliance in some form between Kuomintang and Moscow was likely to be cemented as soon as communications could be established between them. The place of the Minute Chinese Communist Party, CCP, in this alliance was a subordinate, but ticklish, problem. Before 1925, the CCP was a group of intellectuals having few or no contacts with workers and was, in the words of a later Icky report, basically a propaganda organization. Point to its beginnings. Coincide, however, with the rise of a Chinese trade union movement. An all-China labor secretariat was established in Shanghai in August 1921 with branches in Peking, Hankow, and Canton, for the purpose of building up and unifying trade unions among Chinese workers. Communists are said to have participated in the organization of the secretariat. Point 3. The Hong Kong strike of 1922 gave a fresh impetus to the labor movement, and led to one. These ideas in their final form were embodied by Sun Yat-sen in a series of lectures delivered in Canton in the last year of his life. From January 27 to April 26, 1924, he gave 12 lectures on nationality and democracy, and in August 1924, 4 on people's livelihood. This series remained unfinished. For translation, see Sun Yat-sen, His Political and Social Ideals, ed. LSHSU, Los Angeles, 1933, pages 163 to 491, or Sun Min Chu, English translo. Shanghai, 1927. For a well-documented article on the influence of the Canton-Moscow Entente on Sun Yat-sen's political philosophy, see Chinese Social and Political Science Review, Peking, 18, 1934, 96 to 145, 177 to 209, 341 to 388. 2. Die Comintern Board Dem 6. World Congress, 1928, 476, for Rodek's description of the CCP in November 1922. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 3, p. 535. 3. Prvaya SS Revolutionik Organizacija Delnego Vostoka, 1922, p. 181. For some further details, see Istorike Marxist, No. 5 to 6, 1939, p. 157. 4. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 531. CHXL China in Revolution 689. The formation of a powerful Siemens trade union, which by the following year had 45,000 members. On May 1, 1922, a first All-China Congress of Trade Unions met in Canton, and passed a number of resolutions on the program and organization of a trade union movement. The Congress does not seem to have succeeded in creating an effective permanent organization, and the labor secretariat set up in Shanghai in the previous August is said to have been transferred to Peking. In December 1922, delegates of the Peking Union of Railway Workers and of the Canton Siemens unions took part in the Third Conference of Revolutionary Transport Workers in Moscow. But evidence of direct communist participation in the workers' movement at this period is scanty. The main development of the CCP took a different direction. The suggestion that members of the CCP should individually join Kuomintang seems to have emanated from Sun Yat-sen, and to have been imposed on CHN Tusiu and the other leaders of the CCP in August 1922 through the influence of Mering, the emissary of Comintern. But this expedient devised on the spot was at first regarded without enthusiasm in Moscow. 5. One sequel of the decision was the foundation by the CCP of a weekly party journal, Stang Tao Jokao, Guide Weekly, which began to appear in Shanghai in September 1922. A resolution of Iki of January 12, 1923, noted that Kuomintang was the only serious national revolutionary group in China, and that the Chinese working class was not yet strong enough to become an independent social force, and justified on these grounds the policy of coordinating the activities of Kuomintang and of the CCP, and of encouraging members of the CCP to remain within Kuomintang. The CCP was to carry on independently the task of organizing the workers and creating trade unions as a basis for a mass communist party. But it must also support Kommunistic Hesket International, number 28, June 7, 1923, COLS 7073, 074. 4. Die Rotuerkscaps International, number 1, 24, January 1923, p. 71. CHN Kungpo, The Communist Movement in China, Columbia University. East Asian Institute, 1960, p. 79. 3. Okerki Historik Kitty of Inovia Shivremia, 1959, p. 81. 4 3 Mezdnordnaya Konferencja Rewolucyjnych Transportnikov. 1923, pages 7, 21, for this conference CP 609 above. 5 for these events, and for the hesitations in the Russian party see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, pages 533 to 535. 690 Foreign Relations 10. Kuomintang in the struggle against European, American and Japanese imperialists. Within a few weeks this picture of the orderly development of a workers' movement was shattered by a violent interlude. A sporadic and ill-organized strike broke out on the Peking Hankow Railway. On February 7, 1923, Wu Peifu called out his troops, arrested and shot a number of ringleaders and broke the strike by a display of mass intimidation. Though the ultimate result of these brutal reprisals was to stimulate the growth of the Chinese trade union movement, their immediate effect, according to contemporary evidence, was to spread a mood of depression and pessimism in the ranks of the CCP. It seemed vain to suppose that the party would ever be strong enough to create and lead an effective Chinese proletarian movement. This episode may account for a certain change of emphasis in the directive issued by Iki in May 1923 for the forthcoming Congress of the CCP. The peasant question was now described as the cardinal issue in China. The CCP must seek to promote an alliance of workers and peasants, while maintaining the leadership of the working. One strategy. 1 Take the Kominterna, ed. G. Karamurza and PMIF, 1934. p. 112. That no exaggerated hopes of the Chinese workers' movement were entertained in Moscow at this time was shown by an article in the Journal of Profintern. The workers' movement in China is still young and cannot therefore be regarded seriously as a proletarian factor. Nevertheless, it has great prospects of development. Die Rote Internationale, number 1. 24, January 1923, p. 74. A pamphlet of the same period described the Chinese proletariat as far weaker comparatively than that of India. L. Heller. Profsoisi and Avistok, 1923, p. 18. An article in the Profintern Journal in February 1923 denounced Sun Yat-sen's policy as encouraging illusions among the workers. Die Rote Internationale, number 2, 25, February 1923. Pages 164 to 166, but this attack was out of step with the current line, and was not repeated. 2 A brief history of the Chinese Communist Party, apparently written in Russian from Chinese sources in 1926, emphatically described the February 7, 1923, incident as a defeat and source of confusion for the CCP. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 65, 70, for the origin and character of this history. See about pages 38 to 40. After Chen Tusiu had been expelled from the party, his Menshevik deviation, due to loss of faith in the proletariat, was traced back to this incident, vid p. 87, note 36. The incident was also cited in the indictment of the CCP by members of Kuomintang in December 1923, see p. 697 below, to explain why the CCP, being conscious of its own weakness, sought to utilize Kuomintang to carry out its policies. A later diagnosis referred to it as the first symptom of a serious political struggle of the Chinese working class. Problem Ekidia, I, 1929, 4. CHXL China in Revolution 691. Class, this could only be achieved on the basis of the slogans of the agrarian revolution, including the confiscation of land, lords' lands, the confiscation of monastery and church lands, and their free distribution to the peasants. Communists must strive to strengthen the Communist Party by converting it into a mass party of the proletariat, and to muster the forces of the working class in the trade unions. Turning to relations with Kuomintang, Iki announced support for Sun Yat-sen in his war against the northern militarists, but demanded from Kuomintang systematic propaganda and agitation for the independence, unification, and democratization of the country, and also instructed the CCP to push the Kuomintang Party in the direction of agrarian revolution. This emphasis on the major social problem was reinforced by the warning that we must struggle within Kuomintang against military combinations of Sun Yat-sen with the militarists, which threatened a degeneration of the Kuomintang movement into a movement of one militarist grouping against others. With this danger in view, the CCP should press for the convening of an early Congress of Kuomintang in order to bring about the creation of a broad national democratic movement. The reference to working within Kuomintang hinted at the policy of the entry of party members into Kuomintang, which was not otherwise mentioned in the resolution, a further symptom of lukewarmness or divided opinions in Moscow. The third Congress of the CCP, to which this directive was addressed, met in Canton in June 1923. It endorsed, apparently without difficulty, the decision of the party Central Committee in the preceding August on the entry of members of the party into Kuomintang. The adoption of this form of alliance between two parties of such different character was probably helped partly by the extremely weak formal organization of Kuomintang, and partly by the fact that the Chinese Communist Party, at this time still only a tiny sect, had no more than a handful of members. In Canton, the headquarters of Kuomintang, the most controversial issue, reflecting lack of confidence in the party after the incident of February 7, 1923, was apparently whether the policy. One strategy. I take the Kominterna, ed. G. Karamurza and PMIF, 1934. Pages 114 to 116. The directive does not seem to have been published at the time. 692. Foreign Relations. Point B. Of the CCP should be to organize the working masses inside Kuomintang or to organize them independently of Kuomintang. The former alternative was adopted. The resolution declared the aim of the CCP to be to strengthen the influence of Kuomintang among the masses of workers and peasants, and to promote its reorganization into an effective political party. In a public manifesto issued by the Congress, it pronounced that Kuomintang should be the central force of the national revolution and should assume the leadership of it, though it also condemned the two main shortcomings of Kuomintang: its inclination to rely on foreign help, other than that of the Soviet Union, and to concentrate on military action, neglecting propaganda work among the people. Point 2. Whether from indifference to the peasantry in the CCP itself, or from fear of antagonizing powerful elements in Kuomintang, the Congress failed to carry out the directive of Iki to put forward the slogans of agrarian revolution and the confiscation of land. 3. This question was to remain a source of embarrassment to the CCP in all its relations with Kuomintang. In China, as elsewhere, the youth movement was conspicuous in the first years of the revolution, and tended to occupy a position on the left of the Communist Party. A Chinese Socialist Youth League was founded in November 1921, and voted to join the Communist Youth International at a Congress in May 1922. 4 A year after its foundation, it claimed a membership of 4,000 and published a fortnightly journal. Though composed mainly of students, it was more actively engaged than the CCP in Propa. 1. See Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China. Ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 86 to 87. CHN Tusiu is said to have advocated the first course, possibly at the instigation of Mering, who was apparently present. As delegate of Comintern, Chiang Kuo-Tao the second course, but the sources, which include an oral communication from Chiang Kuo-Tao more than 30 years after the event, are somewhat dubious. 2. The Manifesto of the Congress is translated in C. Brandt, B. I. Schwartz, and J. K. Fairbank, A Documentary History of Chinese Communism, 1952, pp. 71 to 72, from Shangtao Zhoutao, number 30, June 20, 1923, p. 228, an account of the Congress is given in the Brief History of the Chinese Communist Party written in 1926, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China. Ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 66 to 69. 3. PMIF, He wrote China, NY 1937, p. 23, recalls this failure in his indictment of the CCP. 4. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 492, note 17, it changed its name to Chinese Communist Youth League only in February 1925, ibid p. 495, note 58. Shakesy China in Revolution 693. Ganda among workers and peasants, and could therefore be said to have more contact with the masses. Underscore what formal link existed at this time between the Youth League and the CCP is uncertain. But the decision on the entry of members of the CCP into Kuomintang applied equally to members of the League. In endorsing this decision at its second Congress in August 1923, the League emphasized both its subordination to the directives of the CCP and its determination to preserve its own strict and independent organization. Point 2. Though the total membership of the CCP and the Youth League in 1922 to 1923 was still insignificant, the League appears to have grown more rapidly than the party, and exceeded it in numbers by 2 to 1.3. These were the conditions when Bourdain reached Canton on October 6, 1923. The functions of his mission were ill-defined. 1. Berichtbaum 3. Well, Kongress der Kommunistischen Jugend International. 1923, pages 124 to 125, 220. The statement that 50% of the League were students is certainly an underestimate. The Third Congress of Kim into CM. Burr 1922 adopted a resolution which urged the Chinese League to transform itself into a popular mass organization, ibid pages 279 to 280, an issue of Die Fugend International is said to have appeared in Chinese in 1923 or 1924, from 3rd to 4th, a report on the activities of the YCI, 1924, p. 83. 2. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China. Ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 88, the quotation is from a hostile source, but is presumably authentic. 3. Ibid p. 643, the first precise figures are for January 1925, when the party had 994 members and the Youth League 2,365, bid p. 90. CHN Tusiu admitted in 1922 that the Youth League was more influential than the party. Pravda, October 31, 1922. For later figures see pages 728 to 729 below. 4. The date rests on the authority of N. Materevsky, Worldwide Soviet Plots, Tientsin, ND, 1927, p. 130, and raises the question of the authenticity of the documents alleged to have been seized in the Soviet embassy in Peking. In April 1927, the originals have disappeared, a few facsimiles were published, but most of the Russian documents have to be judged on the basis of Chinese, or sometimes Japanese, translations. Some of the Russian documents are generally admitted to be forgeries, others may be authentic documents with forged editions. On the other hand, it is known that a mass of documents fell into the hands of the raiders. It is inconceivable that anyone should have had the skill or patience to forge the large number of documents eventually published, especially since many of them did not contribute to the purpose of the forgers, i.e. to convict the Soviet Union of espionage and subversion directed against the Western powers, and many of them confirm, or meant in a plausible manner, information available elsewhere. Greater suspicion attaches to the Russian documents, whether available in original or only in translation, than to the Chinese documents. The greatest suspicion of all attaches to those published soon after the raid in English in collections under 694, Foreign Relations. Point B. But seem to have been threefold. In the first place, it was a semi-official diplomatic mission corresponding to Karakhan's mission to the Chinese government in Peking, when Karakhan, in the letter of introduction to Sun Yat-sen which he gave to Borodin, begged Sun Yat-sen to treat the new envoy not only as a representative of the government, but likewise as my personal representative. The latter description may have been inspired by Karakhan's personal vanity, but the former was only technically inaccurate. Secondly, it was a military mission, the counterpart of Chiang Kai-shek's mission to Moscow, the purpose of which was to obtain Soviet weapons and Soviet technical advice for Sun Yat-sen's army, and thus transform what had hitherto been no more than a popular mass movement into a serious fighting force. The Soviet interest in this transformation was shown by the presence in Borodin's mission of a high-ranking Soviet general, Blyuker, who appeared in Canton under the nom de guerre of Galen, with a considerable staff of officers. Thirdly, Borodin's function was to further the reorganization of Kuomintang and settle the vexed question of its future relation to the CCP and to the communist movement throughout the world, and, since party organization remained in Bolshevik eyes an essential part of the preparation for revolutionary action, and since Borodin's sensational titles, and to those obviously calculated to discredit or embarrass the Soviet government, the latest and most balanced assessment of the authenticity of the documents is in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 8 to 37, which presents, perhaps, a somewhat too lenient verdict. The documents used in the following pages appear, on any reasonable test, to show a high probability of authenticity. T for the letter CP 678, note 4 above. The distinction between party and government functions was less clear-cut than it afterwards became, especially in regions remote from the center. Sun Yat-sen is said to have sent a telegram to Moscow thanking the friendly Moscow government and party for sending Borodin, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 148. But the fact that no public announcement of his status was ever made strongly suggests that it was formally a party appointment, and other accounts treat it as such. On one occasion at Least Borodin was apparently described as a delegate of Comintern, CP. 800 below. Nor was Borodin subordinate to Carr, if any such intention originally existed. Borodin quickly asserted his independence. The statement. In China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, ND, p. 1321, that Sun Yat-sen wrote to Carr in Peking requesting him to send a representative is erroneous. Borodin's appointment antedated Carr's arrival in Peking and perhaps Carr's own appointment. See Hacks China in Revolution 695. Own career had been made as an official of Comintern. It is not surprising that this third function loomed at first largest in Borodin's mind. But Borodin's first conversation with Sun Yat-sen revealed the military character of the latter's main preoccupations. Sun Yat-sen harped on his ambition to reunite China by the conquest of the north, and spoke of Mongolia, backing on Soviet territory, as a good base for operations. Borodin appears to have discounted these extreme projects and to have urged the need for building up a strong nationalist army in Kwantung, in which Sun Yat-sen concurred. It was evident that the Kuomintang leader was primarily concerned to secure military aid and supplies from the Soviet Union. Borodin now set out to strengthen Kuomintang on Bolshevik party lines by providing it with a regular program and a regular organization. On October 25, 1923, Sunday, Yat-sen set up a committee of 9 members of Kuomintang, including one CCP member, Tian Pingshan, to draft plans of reorganization. Borodin, though not a member of the committee, was clearly the moving spirit behind it. The major clash occurred on issues of economic policy. Sun Yat-sen's principle of people's livelihood, which became a battleground between right and left groups in Kuomintang. On November 13, 1923, Borodin put forward to the Executive Committee of Kuomintang proposals for 1 N. Materevsky, Worldwide Soviet Plots, Tianjin, ND 1927, pages 130. 131. The main part of the report is probably authentic, though it may have been tampered with in translation. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs. 1932, p. 636, confirms that Sun Yat-sen's main ambition, when Borodin arrived in Canton, was to carry out the northern expedition to punish Wu Peifu. These apprehensions evidently inspired Shishirin's letter to Sun Yat-sen of December 4, 1923. The whole Chinese nation must see the difference between the Kuomintang, a popularly organized mass party, and the military dictatorship of the various parties of China. The fraternal nations, such as the Mongolian people, the Tibetans, the various races of Western China, must clearly understand that the Kuomintang supports their right of self-determination. Their territories cannot therefore be used for your armed forces. Fisher Archives quoted by A.S. Whiting, Soviet Policies in China. I-917-1924, 1954, p. 246. Early in January 1924, a decision by Sun Yat-sen to mobilize his troops for a northern expedition was announced, provoking, in the English language press, the ironical comment that the Canton Army, on paper, is marching upon Peking. On paper, China Weekly Review. Shanghai, January 12, 1924, p. 252, January 19, 1924, p. 268. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China. Ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 144 to 145, Tianling Li, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, p. 163. 696 Foreign Relations ed. 6. The confiscation of land from the landlords and its distribution to peasant communities, and for the establishment of an 8-hour day and a minimum wage in factories. 3 days later, Borodin appealed direct to Sun Yat-sen, who, while accepting the rest of the program, was persuaded by stubborn right-wing opposition in Kuomintang to reject the proposal for the confiscation of land. A compromise was found on the basis of a plan to reduce land rents by 25% and to establish peasant unions. It was probably at this time that Sun Yat-sen decided to establish a peasant section of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang. Little difficulty was experienced on the further issue of the need for Kuomintang to establish a strong party organization as a prelude to military preparations. This point was driven home by Chicharin in a letter to Sun Yat-sen of December 4, 1923. We think that the fundamental aim of the Kuomintang party is to build up a great powerful movement of the Chinese people, and that therefore propaganda and organization on the biggest scale are its first necessities. Our example was significant, and military activities were successful because a long series of years had elapsed during which we organized and instructed our followers, building up in this way a great organized party throughout the whole land, a party capable of vanquishing all its adversaries. The whole Chinese nation must see the difference between the Kuomintang, a popular, organized mass party, and the military dictators of the various parts of China. Borodin seems quickly to have established an ascendancy over Sun Yat-sen, who became convinced of a substantial identity of 1 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 636 to 637, N. Materevsky, Worldwide Soviet Plots, Tianjin, ND 1927, pages 137 to 138, Miss. Dates of speech November 13, 1924. 2 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 636 to 638, gives a perhaps somewhat overdramatized account of these discussions, derived from Borodin himself, for the circumstances in which Borodin told the story of his experiences in China. C. L. Fisher, Men and Politics, 1941, p. 135, Carr in a letter to Sun Yat-sen shortly before the Congress. It was dated January 7, 1924. Attached paramount importance to your decision to carry out the land decree. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 635 to 636. 3 Novaya Vostok, 8, 1927, 26, does not date the decision precisely, but states that it was taken at the same time as the decision to reorganize the party. 4 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 635. Chaks China in Revolution 697. Aim between Kuomintang and the Russian Communist Party. When at the beginning of December 1923 Sunday received from 11 members of the Kwantung branch of Kuomintang a petition to impeach the Communist Party on the ground of the insubordinate attitude of the party and the Youth League, he annotated the document with comments making it clear that he found essentially no difference between the principle of people's livelihood and communism, and thought that the Bolsheviks, after 6 years in power, had discovered that the question of nationalism really required the utmost effort and attention. He excused the bigotry and excessive admiration for the Russian Revolution on the part of the young Chinese students, and sagely concluded that, if Russia wants to cooperate with China, she Must cooperate with our party and not with CHN2CU. If the youngsters refuse to submit to discipline, they would be disavowed. If CHN2CU disobeys our party, he will be ousted. Point 2. On December 13, 1923, Bardeen was officially AP. Appointed advisor to Kuomintang. Accounts of the drafting of the Constitution and Manifesto submitted to the First Congress of Kuomintang in January 1924 vary in detail. But all agree that Bardeen, with the full backing of Sun Yat-sen, played a leading part. His active collaborator was Wang Qingwei, who became prominent at this time as the leader of the left wing of Kuomintang, and the most ardent supporter of collaboration with the communists. CHN2CU, who had originally opposed the one in a speech of December 1, 1923 Sunday was reported as saying that if we want to achieve in our revolution we must learn the Russian method, organization and training, and that he had invited Bardeen, in view of his experience in these matters, to be the educator of our party to train our comrades. Chinese Social and Political Science Review, Peking, XX, 1936, 102. 2 Sun Yat-sen's comments are translated in C. Brandt, B. I. Schwartz and J. K. Fairbank, A Documentary History of Chinese Communism, 1952, pages 72 to 73. 3. For the petition, see Ibid P. 494. 3. Quoted from Chiang Kai-shek's diary in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 148. 4. Sun Yat-sen stated that the Constitution was prepared by Bardeen at my request and checked by myself, that the original was in English, and was translated into Chinese by Liao Chun-Kai, and that CHN2CU has no part in this. C. Brandt, B. I. Schwartz and J. K. Fairbank. A Documentary History of Chinese Communism, 1952, p. 72. The manifesto was said by Bardeen a few years later to have been drafted by a committee consisting of himself and 4 representatives of Kuomintang, including Wang Qingwei, for the left wing of the party, and Hu Hanmin for the right, L. Fisher, the Vol. 3 pt. 2. 698, Foreign Relations. Point B. Plan of entering Kuomintang. Also accepted the new policy, though he afterwards sourly remarked that Bardeen's success was due to the promises of substantial military aid which he brought with him. The First Congress of Kuomintang opened in Canton on January 20, 1924, with an introductory speech by Sun Yat-sen, of which the most significant passage referred to the need for strict party discipline and for the sacrifice by members of Kuomintang of their individual freedom. Of 200 delegates, 40 are said to have been communists, plus the first task of the Congress was to approve the draft manifesto, which was in effect the party program or platform. In its final form it represented an adjustment of Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles to Bolshevik ideologies. The principle of nationality was firmly identified with the struggle against foreign imperialism. The meaning of nationality is none other than the elimination of imperialist aggression. The objective in the struggle for national liberation is none other than anti-imperialism. The manifesto demanded the abolition of the unequal treaties, the foreign concessions, extraterritorial rights for foreigners, and foreign control of the customs. The principle of democracy took on a Bolshevik coloring. The manifesto recognized the direct exercise of sovereignty by the people. It denounced the modern system of popular government. Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, 640. According to Tianling Li, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, p. 166, note 1, the manifesto was drafted by Wang Qingwei and submitted by him to Bardeen, who endeavored in vain to secure the inclusion of the doctrine of the class struggle and the principle of confiscation without compensation, but this source habitually exalts Wang's role. For a statement by Wang that the reorganization of our party was carried out at the suggestion of Bardeen, C. B. I. Schwartz. Chinese Communism and the Rise of Mao, Harvard, 1951, p. 50. 1 CP 689 above. 2 CHN2CU, Cao CH Tiantang Tiong Chishu, 1929, p. 3, a translation of this open letter of December 10, 1929, to members of the CCP appeared in the Militant, NY, 3, number 33, November 15, 1930, number 34, December 1, 1934, number 1, January 1, 1931, number 2, January 15, 1931, number 3, February 1, 1931. The version in the Militant is not stated to be abbreviated, but does not contain some passages quoted from the original letter in Bulletin Oppositia. Paris, No. 15 to 16, September-October 1930, pages 20 to 23. 3. The proceedings and documents of the Congress are available in Chinese. See Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 575 to 576, and for a summary, Ibid pages 145 to 149. 4. Protocol, Finter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 702. Chaxel China in Revolution 699. Meant as an instrument for the oppression of the common people, and limited the enjoyment of rights to truly anti-imperialist individuals and organizations, excluding as traitors to their country those who owe allegiance to imperialists and militarists. The social and agrarian clauses of the manifesto, though they dilated on the sufferings of destitute peasants and exploited workers, reflected the opposition to Bardeen's original demands, and remained blurred and equivocal. Equalization of land and control of capital were announced as objectives, but the means of achieving them were veiled in the language of judicious compromise. Finally, the manifesto proclaimed Kuomintang to be the central organ for the control of political power, appealed to peasants and workers to rally round it in the revolutionary struggle for national liberation, and declared that it enjoyed the support of the 4 traditional Chinese classes: intellectuals, workers, peasants, and merchants. After the approval of the manifesto by an overwhelming majority, the party constitution was adopted without opposition. It was modeled closely on the structure of the Russian Communist Party with its hierarchy of local, district, county, provincial, and national congresses and executive committees. The National Party Congress was to meet every 2 years, the Central Executive Committee was to exercise supreme authority between Congress sessions, and was in turn to appoint a standing committee of from 5 to 9 members, which shall perform the functions of the committee when the latter is not in session, and be responsible to it. The counterpart of the Russian Politburo. The regulations on party discipline had a familiar ring. The unique provision of the Constitution was one creating Sun Yat-sen permanent president of the party, of the National Congress, and of the Central Executive Committee. These decisions, as a delegate of the CCP later reported to Comintern, were the result of the common exertions of our comrades and of the left. 1. For an English translation, see Sun Yat-sen, His Political and Social Ideals, ed. LSHSU, Los Angeles, 1933, pages 120 to 141, the translation in T.C. Wu, The Kuomintang and the Future of the Chinese Revolution, 1928, pp. 258 to 269, omit some passages. To the translation in A. N. Holcomb, The Chinese Revolution, Harvard. 1930, pages 356 to 370, was made from the text of 1929, the only amendments appear, however, to have been those consequent on the death of Sun Yat-sen. 700, Foreign Relations. Point B. Wing. The group in Kuomintang which had already protested against the admission of CCP members to Kuomintang renewed its objections, but was overruled. Li Taxiao, co-founder with CHN Tucio of the CCP, made a conciliatory statement in which he explained that members of the CCP joined Kuomintang, not jointly as a party, but separately as individuals, and recognized a dual responsibility arising from their status as ordinary members of Kuomintang and from the alliance between Kuomintang and the World Revolutionary Movement. Of the 24 members elected by the Congress to the First Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang, 3 Tian Pingshan, Yi Shuti, and Li Taxiao were communists, 6 communists, one of whom was Mao Zedong, were among the 17 candidate members. Communists also obtained control of a key position when Tian Pingshan was appointed head of the organization department of Kuomintang. Mao Zedong, who since the Congress of the CCP in June 1923 had been a member of the party Central Committee in Shanghai, now became member of the Executive Bureau of Kuomintang in Shanghai together with Wang Qingwei and Hu Hanmin. In the concluding stages of the Congress, a telegram of congratulation on the proceedings was received from Carr. In Peking, this was duly acknowledged by Sun Yat-sen in a telegram of January 24, 1924.5. After the Congress was over, Sun Yat-sen replied at leisure to Shishiren's letter of December 4, 1923, confirming the view that the fundamental aim of Kuomintang was to build up a powerful movement, at once revolutionary and constructive, and that organization and propaganda were essential for the realization of this purpose. Therefore we want and look to you and other comrades for counsel and assistance. Point 6. The significance of the Congress, as 1. Protocol, Vereinte Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 11, 702. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China. Ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 149, Tiang Ling Li, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, pages 178 to 179. 3 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 149. 4 Snow, Red Star over China, 1937, p. 156. 5 Karakan's telegram does not appear to be extant. 4 Sons reply C. Savitsko Katayski at Nashiniya, 1917 to 1957, 1959, D77. 6 Ibid pages 78 to 79, 4 Shishiren's letter CP 696 above. CHXL China in Revolution 701. Optimistically seen by the communists, was that it marked a turning away, on the part of the Kuomintang leaders, from a conception of the conquest of power by military might to a conception of winning the support of the masses in conjunction with the CCP. Point 1. In spite, however, of this change of emphasis, which was in any case confined to the Kuomintang left, the most important sequel of the First Congress of Kuomintang occurred in the sphere, not of political, but of military organization. Chiang Kai-shek had returned to Canton in December 1923 from his mission to Moscow, where he had discussed the affairs of China with all the principal Soviet leaders. On January 24, 1924, while the Kuomintang Congress was still in session, Chiang Kai-shek was appointed by Sun Yat-sen president of a commission of 7 to organize what was called the Party Academy, though the choice made it clear that the aim was military. While no Russian, and no member of the CCP, was a member of the commission, the discussion of a military establishment could not proceed far without reference to Borodin and his military advisors. Friction soon occurred. Chiang Kai-shek later recorded an occasion, on February 21, 1924, when he offered his resignation, presumably by way of putting pressure on Sun Yat-sen to support him against Borodin, and a letter said to have been written by him to Liao Chun-kai on March 14, 1924, denounced the Russian Communist Party, expressed doubt about the prospects of lasting cooperation between Kuomintang and the CCP, and described the Russian watchwords of internationalism and world revolution. This diagnosis was elaborated by the Chinese delegate to the 5th Congress of Comintern 6 months later. Protocol, Vereinte Congress der Kommunist Iskan Internationale, ND, 2, 702, Wodinsky, in an optimistic article on the Congress, thought that it had revealed a division in Kuomintang between a right, composed mainly of merchants who wanted protection against the North, and a left, at the head of which stand our communist comrades, which wanted a truly national revolutionary party based on workers and peasants. Sun Yat-sen had thrown his decisive weight on the side of the left. National Presse Correspondence, number 117, September 9, 1924, pages 1523 to 1524. 2. For the mission see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, p. 547. 2 passages from Chiang Kai-shek's published diaries recording unfavorable impressions are quoted in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 498 to 499, note 29. Further examination of the diaries would be required to show whether these entries were characteristic or exceptional. For the story of an unfavorable report made after his return, CP 702, note 1 below. 702 Foreign Relations CNE/M as synonyms for imperialism. Notwithstanding these difficulties, the work proceeded, and on June 16, 1924, Sun Yat-sen opened a new military academy at Whampoa, in the suburbs of Canton, for the training of an officer corps for the new armies of Kuomintang. Chiang Kai-shek was appointed commandant, and Liao Chun-kai as representative of Kuomintang with powers similar to those of political commissars in the Red Army of the Soviet Union. Liu Kerr, under the name of Galen, became chief of staff to the commandant, and the military instruction was conducted mainly by the Soviet military advisors. Among those chosen to give political instruction were Wang Qingwei and Hu Hanmin. The first enrollment comprised 460 cadets, and strict military discipline was inculcated. Point 2 Dependence not only on Soviet military technique, but on Soviet finance, was complete. The Soviet government is said to have contributed 3 million rubles to the initial cost of the academy. Borodin, having equipped Kuomintang with an efficient party organization, was now setting out to turn it into a military power. Occasions for friction were not lacking in the anomalous arrangements for Soviet-Chinese cooperation in Canton in the summer of 1924. The year was one of increasing social tensions, arising out of the growth of an organized Chinese workers' movement. In February 1924, on the anniversary of the shootings on the Peking-Hankow Railway ** Congress of Railway Workers in. The source for these events is a large collection of Chiang Kai-shek's diaries and papers down to the end of 1926 published in or about 1936, see. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 150 to 151, 571. Omissions are known to have been made in this collection. The alleged letter of March 14, 1924, suggests the doubt whether interpolations or misstatings may not also have occurred, since such outspoken language seems scarcely likely at this date in a letter to a pro-minent member of the Kuomintang left and a known supporter of the Soviet alliance. Excerpts from this letter appear in translation in H.K. Tong, Chiang Kai-shek, and at 1953, pages 544 to 545, where a report by Chiang to Sun Yat-sen unfavorable to the Soviet Union is alleged to have been stolen by the communists. None of this material appeared in the first edition of the work, published in 1937. Two the sources are quoted in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 150, see also H.K. Tong, Chiang Kai-shek, Shanghai, 1937, I. 77. 3 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, 640. 4 CP 676 above. CHXL China in Revolution 703. Peking founded an All-China Federation of Railway Workers. A manifesto was issued calling for a united front of workers throughout China and for close ties with other trade unions and with international workers' organizations. The Federation declared its adhesion to the International Federation of Transport Workers. On May 1, 1924, demonstrations of railway workers were held in the main centers. The demonstration in Hankow commemorated the leaders shot in February 1923. 5 of its organizers, including 3 communists, were arrested and imprisoned by Wu Peifu on the charge of belonging to a secret organization. The Secretary General of the Railway Workers Union was said to have been flogged. These proceedings provoked sharp protests at the congresses of Comintern and Profintern in Moscow in June-July 1924.2. The Chinese railway workers were conspicuous at the Canton Conference of June 1924.3. These events marked the transition from a period of successful repression of the Chinese workers' movement to a period of agitation and revolt. Though the CCP does not seem to have participated actively in the movement at this stage, the incipient rise of a Chinese class-conscious proletariat was clearly calculated to change the character of the party and to complicate its relations with the essentially bourgeois and nationalist Kuomintang. 5. Diplomatic issues provided another potential source of discord. The vexed question of Outer Mongolia appeared to have been settled by the joint declaration of January 26, 1923, in which Zhov renounced on behalf of the Soviet government any intention to make Outer Mongolia secede from China, and Sun Yat-sen any. 1 Die Rote Gewerkschafts Internationale, No. 8, 41, June 1924, pages 418 to 420. The International Federation was affiliated to IFTU and had broken off relations with Profintern in June 1923, CP 549 above. No evidence has been found of contact between the International Federation and the Chinese Federation of Railway Workers. 2 Protocol, Fienter Kongress der Kommunistischen Internationale, ND. 2, 703. The text of the protest appeared in Pravda, June 25, 1924. See also P 620, Note 1 above. Protocol Tiber den Dritten Kongress der Roten Gewerkschafts Internationale, ND. P 308. 3C pages 621 to 623 above. 4 An article in the Journal of Comintern described the Canton Conference as standing on the borderline between the two periods. Kommunistische Hesky International, No. 11, 48, November 1925, p. 98. 5 For the similar beginnings of a peasant movement, see pages 722 to 724. Below. 704 Foreign Relations AIE_Y. Desire for the immediate withdrawal of Russian troops, but it was apparently reopened at the 3rd Congress of the CCP in June 1923, since a commentator noted on that occasion that the CCP recognized the independence of Mongolia, Tibet and Chinese Turkestan, whereas Kuomintang did not. The official relations so patiently maintained by Moscow with the Peking government were a more serious stumbling block. On February 2, 1924, Sun Yat-sen wrote to Karakhan expressing the view that the Soviet government no longer needed to maintain relations with the non-representative, anti-nationalistic and pro-foreign body in Peking, and should instead establish formal relations with Canton. 3 But feelings were evidently mixed, and the Peking branch of Kuomintang organized a demonstration to protest against the rejection by the Peking government of the original Sino-Soviet Treaty of March 14, 1924.4 when Wodinsky, the head of the Eastern Bureau of Comintern, came to Canton in the summer of 1924, shortly after the signature in Peking of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, he was made aware that some members of Kuomintang regarded it as a not altogether loyal act towards the Canton government. Canton is in hostile relations with Peking, and we have concluded a treaty with Peking. On the other hand, Sun Yat-sen, whom Wodinsky visited in company with Liao Chunkai, politely refrained from any reproaches, and showed that he had a profound understanding of the significance of the treaty concluded by the USSR with the Chinese government, and of its importance for the interests of the Chinese people. Sun Yat-sen was more. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 541. 2 Chn Kungpo, The Communist Movement in China, Columbia University. East Asian Institute, 1960, p. 100. The Second Congress of the CCP in 1921 recognized the autonomy of the 3 territories and expressed the desire to reunite them into a united Republic of China based on the principle of federation. Ibid pages 121, 126, but a change had occurred by September 1922, when the party journal came out against the subordination of Mongolia to China, and made an appeal for a strengthening of the freedom of the Mongolian people. Stang Tao Jokpao, September 27, 1922, quoted in B. Sharendib, Narodnaya Revolyutsiya v Mongolia, 1956, p. 111. 3 L. Fisher Archives quoted in A. S. Whiting, Soviet Policies in China, 1917 to 1924, 1954, p. 247. Karakhan's reply does not appear to be extant. 4 Protocol, Fienter Congresser Communistisken Internationale, ND. Li 703%. 5 This account was given by Bodinsky in an obituary article on Sun Yat. Sen in Pravda, March 15, 1925. CHXL China in Revolution 705. Impressed and some of his followers by the value of the alliance with Moscow, and it was no doubt through his influence that Kuomintang in July 1924 issued a manifesto welcoming the Sino-Soviet treaty, though it also took the occasion to denounce the Peking government which considers important national affairs only from the point of view of its own self-seeking interests. In this atmosphere, mutual recriminations between the two incompatible partners could hardly be avoided. In December 1923 Sun Yat-sen had already rebutted a protest by the Kwantung branch of Kuomintang against the activities of the CCP and the Socialist Youth League. On June 18, 1924, 3 members of the Supervisory Committee of Kuomintang addressed another formal protest to the Central Executive Committee against the misdemeanors of communist members of Kuomintang. Indivi. Dual membership was said to be a fiction. Members of the CCP entered Kuomintang and other organizations as a group, formed fractions to pursue communist policies and were totally alien to the spirit of Kuomintang. Borodin, to whom the protest was referred, did not deny the existence of fractions or of party directives, but stated that all members of the CCP, as well as of the Youth League, had been instructed to join Kuomintang and to work for its aims. Provocations from the communist side were, however, not lacking. At the moment when Borodin was defending the attitude of the CCP in Canton, Madwilski, speaking at the 5th Congress of Comintern in Moscow, ruefully admitted that at the last session of the Central Committee of the CCP, in spite of the official policy, sharp criticism was directed against the activity of comrades participating in Kuomintang. The official weekly journal of the CCP indulged freely in criticisms of Kuomintang, Degree and Bodinsky, in the organ of Comintern. 1. The manifesto was quoted in V. Violenskyi, GTE Korny Predatels Chuachan. Kaishi, 1927, pages 49 to 51. It appeared in full in a Kuomintang publication. Chunkuo Kuomintang Chungyao Stianyan Huipian, 1929, pages 295 to 298. 2 CP 697 above. 3 For the sources for the letter of protest, see documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, Pico. Note 49. 4 C. P. 89, Note 48, P. 90, Note 56. 5 Protocol, Fienter Congresser Communistisken Internationale, ND. 2, 624. 6 This was emphasized in the account in Problemikidya, I, 1929, 5, as evidence of the independence of the CCP. 706 Foreign Relations. Point B. Accused Sun Yat-sen and the left wing of Kuomintang of approaching the problem of revolution idealistically in terms of the liberation of the Chinese people, ignoring class divisions in Kuomintang, and thus blinding themselves to the machinations of the right. In this precarious situation, the security of the partnership rested almost entirely on the undiminished power and prestige of Sun Yat-sen, who showed no sign of relinquishing his personal control of the Kuomintang organization. On July 11, 1924 Sunday, apparently ignoring the Central Executive Committee and its stand in committee provided for in the newly adopted constitution, appointed, on his own authority and under his own presidency, a political council whose functions were so defined as to take over most of those of the Central Executive Committee and the Standing Committee. So long as Sun Yat-sen lived, Kuomintang remained his personal creation. Relations between Kuomintang and the CCP were reviewed at a session of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang which opened on August 15, 1924, and passed a resolution which represented a complete vindication of the communist position. Quoting the constitution of Kuomintang, it declared anyone eligible for membership who accepted the principles of the party and executed its decisions. If members should violate the principles it went on, or fail to participate in the revolutionary movement based on the 3 principles, or if they neither oppose militarism nor support the working masses, they will be disciplined irrespective of the category to which they belong. This pronouncement might easily have seemed to carry a greater threat for the right wing of Kuomintang than for the communists. The resolution described the CCP as a product of the class struggle of the industrial proletariat just developing in China, and, as such, a part of the political organization of the world. Communisticus International, number 7, 36, September 1924, Journal 196. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 152. Tianling Li, Foundations of Modern China. 1928, p. 169, states that the council originally consisted of 9 members and 3 deputies, id. The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, p. 184, names 7 members including 1 communist, Tian Shan. The statement in T.C. Wu, The Kuomintang and the Future of the Chinese Revolution, 1928, pages 103, 104, that it consisted of the 9 members of the Standing Committee and 6 others co-opted by it, may relate to the period after Sun Yat-sen's death. CHXL China in Revolution 707. Proletariat. Even if it were destroyed, the Chinese proletariat could not be destroyed, and would organize again. Underscore this resolution marked the high point of the CCP-Kuomintang alliance. Never, before or after, were its implications so wholeheartedly accepted. The growing effectiveness of the alliance between Canton and Moscow aroused apprehension and anger in quarters more powerful than the right wing of Kuomintang. During the spring and summer of 1924, a so-called merchant corps had been formed for the protection of property, foreign and Chinese, in Canton, and went under the nickname of the Paper Tigers. It was organized by the chief comprador of the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, and enjoyed thinly veiled British support from Hong Kong. Estimates of its strength, probably exaggerated, went up to 50,000. On August 1924, a consignment of 10,000 rifles for the corps arrived by sea. It was first allowed to go through, then seized by the authorities, and then apparently released. But relations had now reached breaking point, and the corps began to occupy a section of the city and set up barricades. Sun Yat-sen then issued a warning that it would be fired on if it refused to disperse. This produced on August 29, 1924, an ultimatum from the British Consul General in the name of the Consular Corps threatening naval reprisals if fire were opened on any part of the city. On September 1, 1924, Sun Yat-sen issued a manifesto to foreign countries declaring that the merchant corps was in open rebellion with British support, and expressing dismay that the British Labour government should seek to overthrow the nationalist government of Canton. On September 10, 1924, he followed This up with a direct telegram of protest to the government of MacDonald in London. Meanwhile, the League Against T documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 152, note 71. 2 M. N. Roy, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in China, Calcutta, 1946. p. 382, does not mention the session of August 15, 1924, but gives a highly colored account of strikes and demonstrations in Canton towards the end of August 1924 for and against the communists, after which Sun Yat-sen's son, and other members of the Kuomintang left for Shanghai. 3 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, June 21, 1924, pages 82, 100. 4 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 154, Tianling Li, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, pages 185 to 186. 5 For the text of all 3 documents, C.A. Ivan, Kitai Isovitskitsoyas, N.T. 1924, pages 137 to 140, see also International Press Correspondence, number 120. 708 Foreign Relations PTAB. Imperialism in Peking entered the fray, dispatching telegrams to MacDonald demanding a withdrawal of the Canton Ultimatum, and non-interference in Chinese affairs, and to Sun Yat-sen, wishing him victory in his struggle. The first week in September 1924 was proclaimed in Peking as Anti-Imperialist Week, with September 7th, the anniversary of Japan's 21 demands of 1915, as a day of national humiliation. The week was to be marked by a boycott of foreign goods and of commercial dealings with foreigners. The growing tension was quickly reflected in Moscow, where, on September 4, 1924, Icky issued a proclamation, and Mac. Manus, Trent, and Amter dispatched a telegram to Sun Yat-sen, in the name of the British, French, and American Communist parties denouncing the contemptible conspiracy of Anglo-French-American imperialism. 3 The Presidium of the Central Council of Trade Unions, meeting on September 5, 1924, decided to form a hands-off China society which was to serve as a model for similar societies elsewhere. Appeals were drafted to the workers of the Soviet Union and to the workers of all countries, and a telegram was sent to Tomsky, then attending the British Trade Union Congress in Hull, plus proposing to launch a joint campaign of Soviet and British workers for the independence and autonomy of the toilers of China. No response appears to have been forthcoming from the British side, but the Moscow Society was duly brought into being copyright and organized a large student demonstration, which was addressed by Wodinsky, on September 21, 1924, and a meeting in the Bolshoi Theater on the following day, at which Radek and several foreign communists spoke. 7a. September 16, 1924, p. 1585. According to a subsequent protest to the League of Nations, International Press Correspondence, number 127, September 30, p. 1688, the telegram to MacDonald was not answered. 1 Izvestiya, September 3, 4, 1924, A. Ivan, Kitai Isovitsky Soyuz, N.D. 1924, pages 140 to 141. For the League Against Imperialism, CP 686 above. 2 Pravda, August 29, 1924, K. Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking. 1927, pp 279 to 280. 3 International Press Correspondence, number 117, September 9, 1924, pp. 1526, 1538. 4 CP 135 above. 5 Pravda and Izvestiya, September 6, 1924. 6a Meeting on September 17, 1924, set up a provisional bureau, and decided to send a representative to China, Pravda, September 18, 1924, a permanent committee was appointed a few days later, Ibid October 1, 1924. 7 Izvestiya, September 23, 1924, Pravda, September 29, 1924. CHXL China in Revolution 709. Circular letter from Profin to its supporters in the principal European countries and in the United States appealed to them to support the work of the Hands-Off China Society, and to create similar societies in their own countries. And an appeal was issued by Crest Hintern, nor was assistance confined to eloquent words. On October 7, 1924, a cargo of munitions, apparently the first for the nationalist government, arrived in Canton in a Soviet warship from Vladivostok. Thus encouraged, the Canton authorities plucked up courage to grapple with the merchant Corps and to defy the foreign veto. On the night of October 14, 1924, a force composed of troops under Chiang Kai-shek's command, of other troops loyal to the government, and of Whampoa cadets, attacked the headquarters of the Corps in Canton and, after some resistance, were completely victorious. The defeated leaders of the Corps fled to Hong Kong. This incident consolidated the power of the nationalist government, and perhaps enhanced the personal prestige of Chiang Kai-shek, plus it also marked the first step in the intensification of British hostility to Canton, as well as to Moscow, which reached its climax after the downfall of the Labour government. The year 1924 had seen a striking advance in Soviet prestige and influence throughout China. In the north, recognition and a 1 Dirokuir Scaps International, no 9 to 10, 44 to 45, September. October 1924, p. 144. 2 Krestinski International, no 7 to 9, September October 1924, pages 158. 159. I.e. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 154, note 76, L. Sharman, Sun Yat-sen, His Life and Its Meaning, 1934, p. 300, describes the visit of a Soviet fleet bearing a gift of costly furs. Sun Yat-sen sent a telegram to the crew of the ship, in which he spoke of the very close links between the Soviet Union and the Chinese Republic, and declared that he was carrying on the struggle for the revolution in China and in the whole world. Savitsko-Kitaysky at Nashiniya, 1917 to 1957. 1959, p. 99. As 4 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 155 to 156. Chiang Kai-shek claimed exclusive credit for the success, representing Sun Yat-sen as absorbed in preparations for the northern expedition and reluctant to allow troops to be used in Canton. Others assigned to Chiang a less glorious role. Borodin's report of the meeting on October 14, 1924, of the Revolutionary Committee which planned the attack, Ibid pages 171 to 173, is probably authentic. The most interesting point which emerges is Borodin's complete confidence in Chiang. 710 Foreign relations. Point B. Full resumption of diplomatic relations had been secured from the government in Peking, which, ineffective though it was still recognized by all the great powers as the Chinese government, and an independent agreement on the all-important Chinese Eastern Railway had been concluded with Changti Solin. In the south, an alliance had been formed with the rising power of Kuomintang, a power which leaned heavily on Soviet military aid and political counsel. A Chinese trade union movement, centering on the railway workers and the seamen, was beginning to take effective shape under the patronage of Moscow. Above all, anti-foreign, anti-imperialist feeling was gathering strength in all classes, and, as it became more vocal, it found a rallying point in the Soviet Union. The new China began to attract eager and solicitous attention in Moscow, and to eclipse India as the main beacon of revolutionary hope on the eastern horizon. Trotsky, in a speech at the University of Toilers of the East on April 21, 1924, wondered whether India or China was the more typical colony. Votinsky expressed the conviction that the Chinese people are beginning to understand the duel which is being fought out on the territory of China between our red diplomacy and world imperialism. And another Soviet publicist predicted that the question of the victory of socialism or the survival of capitalism would be answered by Asia, and first and foremost, by China, in the process of its development during the next decade. Point 3 From this time China moved gradually into the center of the picture, and became the main preoccupation both of the Soviet government and of Comintern in Asia. The solid successes of 1924 paved the way for the more dramatic and spectacular events of 1925. 6. The ferment at work. In the autumn of 1924, when Carr was established as Soviet ambassador in Peking, and the prestige of Sun Yat-sen and the diplomacy of Bardeen had firmly cemented the alliance between Kuomintang and the Soviet Union in Canton, a major change came over the kaleidoscopic Chinese political scene. 4. 1 L. Trotsky, Zapad I Vostok, 1924, p. 30. 2 Novy I Vostok, 6, 1924, pages 14-15. 3 A. Ivan, Katat I Sovetskitsoyas, ND 1924, pages 29-30. CHXL China in Revolution Op. 3 years The military supremacy of Wu Peifu in central China had upheld the fiction of a Chinese government in Peking, where, since 1923 Xiao Qian, a puppet of Wu Peifu, had functioned as president. But this authority, though it enjoyed the backing of Great Britain and of the United States, rested on precarious foundations. The power and ambition of Wu Peifu now united against him his two strongest enemies, Chang Solin, whose Japanese patrons also disliked the supremacy of a British and American protege, and Sun Yat-sen, who, always moved by a greater antipathy to Great Britain and the United States than to Japan, regarded Wu Peifu as the chief symbol of Chinese militarism and foreign imperialism. On September 18, 1924, 2 days after hostilities had broken out between Wu Peifu and Chang Solin, Sun Yat-sen issued in the name of Kuomintang a manifesto, afterwards referred to as the Manifesto on the Northern Punitive Expedition, in which he proclaimed that our allied armies in Zhejiang have declared war against Xiao Qian and Wu Peifu, that Mukden, the name of Chang Solin was avoided, was taking concurrent action, and that the war was directed not only against militarism, but against imperialism, whose support made the existence of militarism possible. It was perhaps a coincidence that, at this very moment, agreement should have been reached between Carr and Changti Solin on the administration of the Sir. 3 In the event, the military forces of the nationalists were not engaged, and the war in the north was of brief duration. What decided the issue was the desertion of Wu Peifu's principal lieutenant in the north, the so-called Christian general, Feng Yishang, who for the next year and a half was to occupy an enigmatic position in Chinese affairs. Relations with him are said to have been established by Joff. 1 In 1923, when Wu Peifu had installed Xiao Qian as president of the Chinese Republic in Peking, and before the arrival of Bardeen in China, Sun Yat-sen had said in a press interview, General Chang and I have the same enemy, and I will take him and anybody else who will help me into the combination to overthrow Peking. New York Times, July 22, 1923, quoted in L. Sharman, Sun Yat-sen, His Life and Its Meaning, NY 1934, p. 252. Contact was established at least as early as March 1924, when C.C. Wu and Kuo Tiaichi, described as Sun's Secretary and Assistant Secretary of Foreign Affairs, visited Mukden, China Weekly Review, Shanghai, April 5, 1924. p. 201. 2 For the text see Sun Yat-sen, His Political and Social Ideals, ed. L.S. C.I., Los Angeles, 1934, pages 142-145. 3 see pages 686-687 above. 712 Foreign Relations. Point B. During his mission to China in 1922-1923, and to have been maintained or resumed by Carr, it is possible that at this time he was already in receipt of financial support from Moscow, and that this encouraged his abandonment of Wu Peifu. But for the moment, though professing to act independently, he appeared to have gone over to the camp of Chang Solin. 2 On October 23, 1924, he ceased speaking on his own account, and reorganized his forces under the name of Kuomintang, or National, or People's Army, which advertised his sympathy with the national cause. 3. But a few weeks later he installed in Peking as head of a provisional government Tuan Chi Shui, a member of the discredited Enfu clique, which had ruled in Peking before being ousted by Wu Peifu in the autumn of 1920, and a known friend of Japan and of Chang Solin. This turn of events evidently produced some bewilderment in Moscow. In an article in the press, Joff speculated that Feng Yishang, having 30,000 excellently organized, well-armed and disciplined soldiers at his disposal, desired to play an independent role, but that for this purpose he needed the Enthusiasts, Chang Solin, even more Sun Yat-sen, and first and foremost perhaps the support of the Soviet Union. Sa. Certain doubt of the reliability of Feng Yishang as an ally could be read between the lines. The defeat of Wu Peifu and the rise of Feng Yishang was received with enthusiasm by Sun Yat-sen, who now, presumably, with the encouragement or concurrence of Bardeen, decided to 1K Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, pages 199-201. Unsystematic, but often well-informed, Japanese source, the writer speaks delicately of Soviet relations with Feng having taken a tangible form some time before or after the coup d'état in October 1924. Ibid p. 322. Another authority states that he was in receipt of Soviet funds since his Peking coup in October 1924. L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2. 650. 2 An observer disposed in favor of Feng Yishang by his professed Christian beliefs was nonetheless impelled by his career to recall the cynical Definition of an independent as a man who cannot be depended upon. A.N. Holcomb, The Spirit of the Chinese Revolution, N.Y., 1930, p. 95, 4a. More sympathetic portrait C.T. Yang Lee, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, pp. 342 to 344. 3 for a contemporary journalistic account of Feng's taking over of Peking. With the text of the proclamation issued by him, see China Weekly Review. Shanghai, November 22, 1924, pages 362 to 371. 4 see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 508, 511. 5 International Presse Correspondence, number 145, November 7, 1924, p. 1953. CHXL China in Revolution Dia. Proceed to the north to take stock of the new situation. It was the first time since 1911 that Sun had been able to visit Peking, and that he could hope to be received there, not as a rebel, but as a national leader. Before leaving Canton, he issued on November 10, 1924, a manifesto, which, reaffirming the hostility of Kuomintang to militarism and imperialism, made the formal proposal of a people's, or national, conference to devise means of unifying and reconstructing China. Arrangements for this conference were to be made at a preliminary conference consisting of representatives of all groups, parties, and armies opposed to Seokean and Wupefu. Sun Yat-sen traveled by ship via Kobe, where he delivered a speech indicative of his standpoint at this time. Russia symbolizes and practices a live and let live policy. Other powers aim at dominating the so-called weak nations. We Asiatics must emancipate Asia and the downtrodden states of Europe and America from European and American oppression. Japan and China must join hands and harmoniously lead the Asiatics to fight for a greater Asiaticism, thus expediting world peace. Point 3. Arriving at Tientsin early in December 1924, he succumbed to the symptoms of a disease soon to be diagnosed as cancer of the liver. He finally reached Peking on the last day of the year, and shortly afterwards entered a hospital which he did not again leave. During this period Bardeen also traveled to the north, apparently for the purpose of establishing relations with Feng Yichang. 1. The Statement, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 319, that Sun Yat-sen received an invitation from the leaders of the Kuomintang and Tuan Chi must be treated with caution. The source is unreliable, and Tuan was not installed till later in November 1924. 2 International Presse Correspondence, number 156, December 2, 1924, p. 2114. Sun Yat-sen, His Political and Social Ideals, ed. HLCI, Los Angeles. 1933, pages 146 to 152. 3 New York Times, December 1, 1924, quoted in L. Sharman, Sun Yat-sen. His Life and Its Meaning, 1934, p. 304. The speech, which was an exposition of Sun Yat-sen's Japanophile Great Asia Doctrine, was reprinted in Chinese in Collected Works of the President, ed. Hu Hanmin, Shanghai, 1932, 539. 549. Sun was criticized in the CCP for his visit to Japan at this time and for having proclaimed the theory of an alliance with Japan, Problem Ekidia, I. 1929, 6. A Russian communist writer regarded Sun's visit as a result of the policy of the Japanese government which attempts to utilize every conceivable support in China against the Anglo-American imperialists, Communistic Esket. International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 92. 714. Foreign Relations. Point B. Though it is not certain whether he did so on instructions from Moscow or at the prompting of Sun Yat-sen. Meanwhile, the elusive Feng had withdrawn in December 1924 to the hill country west of Peking, and then, having been appointed by Tuan Chun Shui, governor of the northwestern provinces, to Kalgan. Whether these moves were symptoms of some far-reaching design, or simply of weakness and indecision, the record fails to show. Having at first evaded a meeting with Bardeen, he received him in Kalgan probably in January or February 1925. After stubborn negotiations, which apparently turned in part on the incompatibility of Christianity with nationalism, Feng Yichang rejected any formal association with Kuomintang, but promised to admit Kuomintang agents to his army to agitate in favor of the nationalist cause. It is probable that the bargain was sweetened by some financial aid, or promise of financial aid, from Moscow. These proceedings, and especially the apparent readiness of Sun Yat-sen and Bardeen to negotiate with militarists like Chang Solin and Feng Yichang, aroused keen mistrust among those members of the CCP who already disliked the connection with Kuomintang. The policy of compromise being pursued in the north intensified the suspicion that the independence and interests of the party were being sacrificed. But to disown Sun Yat-sen. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 320 to 321, Feng Yichang's subsequent statements, and his untrustworthy autobiography published 20 years later, are the most detailed sources. 2 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 649 to 650, the only authority for Bardeen's approach to Feng at this time, states that it took place at the wish of Sun Yat-sen and that the letter proposing the meeting was written to the general by Wang Xingwei. 3 views implicitly hostile to continued participation in Kuomintang were expounded in an article written in the latter part of 1924 by Piang Shuqi. Later one of the leaders of the right wing of the CCP, he argued that almost all sectors of the Chinese bourgeoisie were already counter-revolutionary, and that only the proletariat could take the lead in the revolution, even in its present national phase, quoted in B. I. Schwartz, Chinese Communism and the Rise of Mao, Harvard, 1951, pages 61 to 62. 4 The adverse attitude of the CCP towards Sun Yat-sen's journey to the north was afterwards criticized by an official spokesman of the party as one of the contradictions in its policy, Podmorovoy Revalyatsi, 1927, I. 419. Some years later, T.S.A. Hoshen, one of the principal critics, defended his attitude as unduly obstinate, but in essence completely right. Problemy. Kidia, I. 1929, 6. The opposition was strongest, or most vocal, in the party Central Committee in Shanghai. CHXL China in Revolution 715. Would have meant the effective end of the alliance with Kuomintang, and this was unthinkable, both because Kuomintang was the only firm ally of the Soviet Union and of Comintern in China, and because a united front with other parties was an essential feature of Comintern policy at this time. At the moment of Sun Yat-sen's departure for the north, the CCP issued a manifesto, which, though betraying signs of uneasiness, formally endorsed Sun's policy. It began by remarking that the political changes in Peking simply reflect, as in the past, conflicts between the Mutan and Chile cliques, and between Anglo-American and Japanese imperialism. A warning against any appeasement of Tuan Chi or of Japan. But it endorsed Sun Yat-sen's call for a national conference, and hoped to obtain the support of all classes, as well as of the military forces which have no definite ties with the imperialists, evidently a reference to Feng Yith Shang. It offered to support a provisional national government, even if this should not become a government of the left, provided it gave political freedom to the masses and suppressed counter-revolutionary military activities. The manifesto ended with a long list of party demands, in which social and national demands were cleverly blended. But in January 1925, with Sun Yat-sen and Bardeen both absent in the north, the CCP held its fourth Congress in Canton, and adopted a resolution in which the voice of the critics was much more plainly heard. The organizations of the workers, it declared, must be built up on the basis of the economic class struggle, and not only be independent of Kuomintang, but also not admit any other organizations into their own ranks in order not to create confusion in the consciousness of the working class. This is important because the working class, after the completion of the national revolution, also has its own goal, the proletarian revolution. Therefore the organizations of the working class must remain independent in the national movement, and always. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 577, using an apparently reliable Chinese source. Dates the manifesto November 1924. In the translation from a Japanese version in C. Brandt, B. I. Schwartz and J. K. Fairbank, a documentary History of Chinese Communism, 1952, pages 74 to 77, it is assigned to the 4th Congress of the CCP in January 1925. The mistake probably arose from its description in the original Chinese source as the 4th Manifesto of the CCP on the current situation. 716, Foreign Relations. Point B. Be prepared for the second step in the struggle for the proletarian revolution. Our party is a proletarian party. We must not only win the revolutionary elements for our party, but must also bring the workers' movement as a whole under the leadership of our party. We must strive to bring under our leadership those unions which have attached themselves to Kuomintang in order to transform them into class organizations, and under our leadership to win them for participation in the national revolution. The resolution continued. In making propaganda for the national revolution among the workers, we must start from the standpoint of the interests of the working class and preach communism. We must not make propaganda for the doctrine of Kuomintang. We shall say to them, China with the national revolution will advance on the path of the proletarian revolution. This resolution was evidently intended as a vindication against the charge of subordinating the CCP to the purposes of Kuomintang. But it was, in essence, an expression of the philosophy of those members of the party who rejected the alliance with Kuomintang altogether. Before the success or failure of the northern policy could become apparent, Sun Yat-sen died in Peking on March 12, 1925. He left behind him 2 documents signed by him during the last days of his life. The first, said to have been written from his dictation by his faithful Lieutenant Wang Xingwei, and described as his will, was a brief farewell message to Kuomintang, which was exhorted to carry on the work of revolution and reconstruction and, in particular, to strive for the convocation of the People's Conference and for the abolition of the unequal treaties. Point 2. The second and longer document, probably not drafted by Sun Yat-sen himself, but accurately reflecting his sentiments, was a letter of farewell addressed to the Central Executive Committee of Soviets of the USSR. It referred to the Soviet Union as the heritage left to the oppressed peoples of the world by the 1. Chinesis Krijout Demate. Plenum, 1928, pages 48 to 49. Apart from this no doubt carefully chosen quotation, the resolutions of the Congress do not appear to be available. 2. Sun Yat-sen, HTS Political and Social Ideals, ed. L.S. St. Los Angeles. 1933, p. 43. CHXL China in Revolution 717. Immortal Lenin, it proclaimed the conviction that Kuomintang will be bound up with you in the historic work of the final liberation of China and other exploited countries from the yoke of imperialism, and it concluded by expressing the hope that the day will soon come when the USSR will welcome a friend, an ally in a mighty, free China, and that in the great struggle for the liberation of the oppressed peoples of the world both those allies will go forward to victory hand in hand. On the day of Sun Yat-sen's death, a telegram from the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang to comrades Zinoviev and Stalin, representing respectively Comintern and the Russian Party, expressed the conviction that you, as true disciples of Lenin, will share with us the heritage of Sun Yat-sen, and the Central Executive Committee of the CCP, not to be outdone, assured the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang of the continued support of the CCP, of the Chinese workers and peasants, of the proletariat of the world, and of the other parties associated in Comintern. Reply signed by Stalin as Secretary General of the Central Committee of the Russian Party, and by Zinoviev as President of Iki, as well as proclamations addressed by Iki to the masses of the Chinese people and to the workers of all countries. Plus left no doubt of the importance attached in Moscow to the Kuomintang alliance. Zinoviev's message ended by expressing the conviction that the Communist Party of China, which is cooperating with the Kuomintang Party, will also prove equal to the great historical tasks before it. At the 5th enlarged Iki, which opened 10 days after Sun Yat-sen's death, Zinoviev described the dead leader as, though not a communist, an honorable ally of the revolutionary proletariat, and in his main report he spoke of events in China developing especially fast, of the establishment by the Soviet Union of a common front with China, and of the importance to come in turn of the rise of Kuomintang, which sympathizes with us up to a certain 1 J's Vestia, March 14, 1925. It was also published in New York Times, May 24, 1925. 2 Pravda, March 14, 1925. 3 Quoted in Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 159, from Shanghai Jiukao, number 107, March 21, 1925, p. 890. 4 Pravda, March 14, 1925. Stalin's telegram also appeared in Stalin. Sakhainentia, 7, 50-51. 718, Foreign Relations. Point B. Point. Kamina, presiding a month later at the opening session of the 14th Russian Party Conference, took up the same theme, hailing Sun Yat-sen as a leader of the colonial peoples, who understood that the struggle against imperialism is possible only in alliance with communism, only in continuous collaboration with the first proletarian state in the world. Point 2. The official account of the situation as seen in Moscow was given in general terms by Stalin in his address of May 18, 1925, to the Communist University. Society of Toilers of the East. 3 In China the bourgeoisie was split. On the national issue, a part of it having gone over to the imperial is the united front of the workers and the bourgeoisie was therefore impossible. The working alternative was a revolutionary bloc of workers and petty bourgeoisie. This bloc would constitute, since the identity of petty bourgeoisie and peasantry was taken for granted, a worker-peasant party, though such a two-sided party could succeed only if it facilitated the practical leadership of the revolutionary movement by the Communist Party. But this diagnosis threw little light on the situation in China, where Kuomintang contained more merchants and intellectuals than peasants, and the CCP more students than workers. On May 18, 1925, the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang met at Sun Yat-sen's temporary tomb in Peking to do honor to his memory. Manifestos were issued proclaiming the fidelity of Kuomintang to the policies laid down in the dead leader's will, and in its farewell letter to 6SIK on the alliance with the Soviet Union, it made a further pronouncement in support of the admission of communists to Kuomintang, proclaiming the one Raswarni plenum ispokam communistikiskogo internationala, 1925. pp. 5, 44. Tuki Ternadsatak Konferencija Rostiskoy Kommunistikiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, p. 3. 3 cp 725 below. 4 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 146-147, the original text as published in Pravda. May 22, 1925, read a worker-peasant party such as Kuomintang, but the specific reference to Kuomintang was later eliminated. Stalin was more interested at this time in the conciliation of the Russian peasant, see Volume 1. Pages 242 to 248, than in anything that happened in China, and his language may have reflected this preoccupation. But the illusion about the character of Kuomintang was not confined to Stalin. Trotsky in a memorandum of June 9, 1927, preserved in the Trotsky archives, T3055, compared Kuomintang to the Russian SRS who, before the time was ripe for the dictatorship of the proletariat, could remain our party for the peasants. ch=XL China in Revolution 719. Importance of centralizing all revolutionary forces in Kuomintang, and boldly associating the Chinese Revolution with world revolution. Finally it expelled several right-wing leaders on grounds of party discipline. The illusion that the memory of Sun Yat-sen would suffice to cement the alliance between the CCP and Kuomintang seems to have been shared by all. After performing these rites, the Central Executive Committee adjourned to Canton, where more critical decisions would soon confront it. The death of Sun Yat-sen opened the way to fresh alignments, and brought to the surface those hidden resentments between the right and left wings in Kuomintang, and between Kuomintang and the CCP, which he and Bardeen had worked together to curb. But, before anything decisive happened in Canton, an epoch-making event occurred in Shanghai. In the first months of 1925, strikes had become a familiar phenomenon in factories throughout China. Since the larger factories were almost all directly or indirectly in foreign ownership, this was an anti-foreign as well as an anti-capitalist movement. On May 30, 1925, a mass demonstration of students marching in protest against the arrest of some of their comrades, who had been supporting a strike in a Japanese-owned cotton mill, was fired on by the Shanghai Municipal Police, under British command. 12 of the demonstrators were killed. A general strike was declared in Shanghai, and the May 30 movement ignited a train of strikes and disorders, which spread to most of the treaty ports. Detachments were landed from foreign warships to keep order. It was everywhere quickly realized that something decisive had happened. On June 19, 1925, a general strike was declared in Canton, and 4 days later British troops fired on a demonstration of workers, students, and cadets from the Whampoa Academy in the British concession of Shameen, causing a large number of casualties. A strike of Chinese workers in Hong Kong was proclaimed as a reprisal for 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 158 to 160, according to a later account, 124. Members of the right were expelled from Kuomintang at this time, China. Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, N.D., pages 1324 to 1325. 2 For a Soviet account of this movement see Novaya Vostok, 15, 1926, 103. 110. 720 Foreign Relations PTIV. The Shameen Massacre, and soon outdid the boycott of 1922. In extent and importance, the significance of the May 30th movement was that, for the first time on any large scale, nationalists in revolt against foreign domination joined hands with workers on strike against conditions of labor in foreign-owned capitalist enterprises. The year 1924 had been one of rapid growth in the Chinese labor movement, centered especially on the seamen of Canton and the railway workers in the north too. On May 1, 1925, a second All-China Congress of Trade Unions had been held at Canton. It mustered over 200 delegates claiming to represent 570,000 workers, and was the recipient of an address from Prof. in turn proclaiming the solidarity of the revolutionary workers movement. Plus, one of the aims of the Congress was to unify the trade union organization. 200 separate unions in Canton were said to be split at this time into 3 groups. 5 But it was Shanghai and the cities of the Yangtze Basin, not the predominantly mercantile and petty bourgeois Canton, which were the centers of Chinese industry and of the nascent Chinese proletariat, and the spread of the movement to Shanghai and to new categories of workers imparted to it for the first time a specifically social and proletarian character. Significantly, the movement in Canton took the form primarily of a commercial boycott, in Shanghai of an industrial strike. The Canton movement, in the words of a Soviet commentator, had an exclusively political character, being a pure expression of the T. For an account of the shooting and the boycott see Novaya Vostok, 15. 1926, 278 to 292, 100,000 Chinese workers were reported to have left Hong Kong during the strike. China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, N.D., p. 1328. 2 see pages 621 to 623, 703 above. 3 H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, p. 74. According to a calculation made at this time, of 5 million Chinese who could be classified as workers, about 1 million were employed in factories, in transport, or in mines, and could be organized. Of these, 300,000 or more were employed in the textile industry, 120,000 in the tobacco industry, 100,000 to 120,000 on the railways, 200,000 to 300,000 in mines, and 200,000 in heavy industry. Novaya Vostok, 1314, 1926, 17 to 19. For International Presse Correspondence, number 85, May 22, 1925, pages 1166 to 1167. For the first Congress in 1922 CP 689 above. It is uncertain whether any effective permanent organization had been left by the first Congress. According to Heller, the All-China Federation of Trade Unions was a creation of the second Congress, Коммунистический International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 100. 5 for Sessiad Central Nogosov Krasnogo International Profsoyozov. 1926, p. 89. CHXL China in Revolution 721. Struggle for national liberation, conducted by the revolutionary methods of the proletariat. The movement in Shanghai was a proletarian upheaval, a distinctively class revolt. Significantly, also, the CCP was from the first moment closely associated with the revolt. Tsai Hoshen, a member of the party Central Committee and editor of its weekly journal, is credited not only with the suggestion which led to the demonstration of May 30th, but with the appointment by the party Central Committee on the same evening of an action committee which organized a general strike in Shanghai, and with the formation on May 31, 1925, of a Shanghai General Trade Union Council under CCP leadership, which claimed to represent 200,000 organized workers. Li Lisan, a young CCP member who became president of the trade union and leader of the strike, was destined for high promotion in the party. During the critical period of the strike, common hostility to foreign imperialism united the masses of the workers with the petty bourgeoisie and the revolutionary intelligentsia in a program which included such democratic demands as Chinese representatives on the municipal council and the abolition of the mixed courts, side by side with the General Trade Union Council, a joint committee in which workers, students, and petty bourgeois all participated, conducted the struggle against imperialism. Troops sent to keep order in the city fraternized with the workers, and communist students held propaganda meetings among the soldiers. Chinese chambers of commerce and student organizations contributed to the strikers' funds, and even Tuan Chijui from Peking donated $100,000 to the General Trade Union Council. This honeymoon period of collaboration between the workers and the bourgeois national movement in Shanghai lasted throughout June and July 1925.3. 1 Коммунистический International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 100. 2 The Account in China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, ND, pages 1326 to 1327. Describes Li as a Moscow-trained labor leader, and states that this task was assigned to him by Borodin, according to C. Brandt, Stalin's failure. In China, Harvard, 1958, p. 37, he was one of the minority at the Third Party Congress in June 1923 which wished the CCP to organize the workers independently of Kuomintang, see pages 691 to 692 above. Some of these details rest on uncertain evidence. 3 For a description of this period see Коммунистический International, no. 11, 48, November 1925, pages 87 to 90, The Account in Problemi Vostokovidnya. Number 2, 1960, pages 91 to 104, uses Chinese sources, but is evidently somewhat idealized. 722 Foreign Relations Point B. An unexpected and important concomitant of the industrial ferment of the summer of 1925 was the spread of the current turbulence to the peasantry. The organization of a peasant movement in the eastern districts of Kwantung dated back to 1922, and was the work of one Piang Pai, the son of a local landowner, said to have been a member of the CCP since 1920 and a prominent member of the Socialist Youth League. The second Congress of the CCP in the summer of 1922 had noted that 95% of the Chinese peasantry lived in abject poverty, and had drawn the appropriate conclusion. If these poor peasants hope to escape from this miserable environment, there is only one way for them: revolution. And it is to be believed that the Chinese revolution will quickly succeed when the majority of the peasants ally with the workers. The peasant section of Kuomintang may not itself have been very effective, though it is said to have organized a conference of peasants from the vicinity of Canton which was addressed by Sun Yat-sen on July 28, 1924.3 but enthusiastic members of the CCP and, above all, of the Socialist Youth League, who were also members of Kuomintang, carried on effective propaganda among the peasants. In the summer of 1925 it was anxiously reported in the English language press that graduates of the Whampoa Academy have been distributed all over Kwantung to preach Bolshevism and organize what they call peasant leagues among farmers of all ages, and drill young men for the farmers. Corps in the Red Army. Peasant disturbances and repressive action by landowners and by local militia were endemic in the 1H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, p. 72, C. Brandt. Stalin's Failure in China, Harvard, 1958, p. 62. For an autobiographical frag. Meant by Piang Pai C. International Literature, Moscow, No. 2 to 3, 1932, pp. 88 to 103, translated from a Chinese periodical and containing a graphic account of early struggles. Piang Pai, dismissed from the Education Department of the Haifeng District for participating in demonstrations on May 1, 1921, set to work to organize a Haifeng peasant union. By September 1922 the union had 200 members, and grew rapidly. Landowners set up a counter-organization in the form of a taxpayers' union. 2 Translated from Chinese sources in CHN Kungpo, The Communist Movement in China, Columbia University, East Asian Institute, 1960, p. 120. The version of the manifesto in C. Brandt, B. I. Schwartz and J. K. Fairbank. A Documentary History of Chinese Communism, 1952, pages 63 to 65, is translated from Japanese and much abbreviated. 3 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, August 9, 1924, p. 338. 4 Ibid May 5, 1925, p. 205. CHXL China in Revolution 723. Kwantung Province throughout 1924 and 1925, murders of peasant leaders were recorded in December 1924 and January 1925.1 at the time when the Second Chinese Trade Union Congress met in Canton on May 1, 1925. 117 peasant delegates claiming to represent 210,000 peasants of Kwantung Province met separately and decided to found a peasant union covering the peasants of the whole province. The Kwantung Peasant Union inaugurated its career at a congress which passed a resolution supporting the Canton revolutionary government, but demanding that it should effectively combat counter-revolution, as well as resolutions proposing affiliation with Kuomintang and with the International Peasant Council in Moscow. Mao Tse-tung had resigned his membership of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang at the end of 1924 and returned to his native Hunan, where the peasants became very militant after the events of May 30, 1925, and began to form peasant unions. Armed peasant. Detachments known as Red Spears were first heard of at this time. The slogan "Join Crest Inter" was said to have appeared on placards in Chinese villages, and the International Peasant Council issued an appeal to the peasant men and women of China. 7 In July 1925, 3 members of Kuomintang, of whom one was a former governor of Hunan, and another was described as a recent graduate of Oxford University, visited Crest Intern headquarters in Moscow to discuss measures to be taken by Kuomintang to promote a mass movement of the Chinese peasantry. In the autumn of 1925, the peasants were again reported to be openly warring against the landlords in 6 or 7 districts of Kwantung province, outside the territory. Under nationalist control, organization of the peasantry made slower progress. It was not till the spring of 1926 that a first 1 Novyi Vostok, 18, 30-31, Krestinskit International, No 3-5, March, May 1926, P 171. 2 CP 720 above. 3 Novyi Vostok, 18, 1927, 27, Krestinskit International, No 1-2. January-February 1926, P 114. 4 Ibid No 3-5, March May 1926, pages 171-172. 5 East No, Red Star over China, 1937, P 157, Mao himself remained in Hunan for only a few months and then escaped to Canton. 6 A Ivan, Krasny Piki, 2nd at 1927. 7 Pravda, June 18, 21, 1925. 8 Ibid July 31, 1925. 9 Report quoted in H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938. P 93. 724 Foreign Relations PTV. Peasant Conference was held in Shantung and adopted a resolution to join Crest Intern. The immediate sequel of the May 30th movement in Shanghai was a deterioration in Soviet relations with the West, and especially with Great Britain, where anti-Soviet feelings rose to fever heat. In the last days of June 1925.2, on the other hand, the Soviet leaders, disillusioned by fading prospects in Europe and encouraged by the new revolutionary wave in Asia and Africa, redoubled their interest in the prospects of a nationalist revolt against the imperialist powers in China. In a world where the Soviet Union had few allies, it was more and more imperative to attack the enemy at his most vulnerable point. On June 5, 1925, a manifesto issued jointly in the name of the Executive Bureau of Profintern and of the Executive Committee of Kim compared the shootings of May 30th in Shanghai with the famous shooting down of Russian workers in Petersburg on January 9, 1905, and pilloried Japanese militarism and Anglo-American imperialism as the culprits. On June 10, 1925, the Hands Off China Society organized in Moscow its first demonstration against the Shanghai bloodbath, plus and thereafter Pravda and Izvestia published regular reports of subscriptions from Soviet and foreign trade unions to aid the Chinese strikers. In July 1925, a conference of communist youth leagues in Berlin called on all youth leagues to give every support to the national revolutionary struggle of the Chinese people, and to link this campaign with the events in Morocco under the combined slogan, against the danger of an imperialist war. 5 During the latter half of 1925, a constant flow of propaganda directed against the will of the imperialist powers in China, and enthusiastically endorsing nationalist demands for the abolition of the unequal treaties, poured from the offices of Comintern, Profintern and T. Pravda. April 21, 1926, this conference was also mentioned in an open letter addressed to Kuomintang and to its peasant section by Crest Intern on April 30, 1926, Krestinskit International, No 3-5, March May 1926, p. 181, 2 CP 417 above. 3 Pravda, June 7, 1925, this was presumably the manifesto decided on by the Presidium of IKI on June 5, 1925, when an appeal was also sent to all communist parties to launch a vigorous propaganda campaign against imperialist oppression in China. Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, pp. 12-13, 4 Izvestia, June 12, 1925. 5 Die Fugend International, No. 5, January 1927, p. 29. CHXL China in Revolution 725. Crest Intern. Non-party support was even more valuable than party support. The institution known as MRP or International Workers' Aid was impelled by the Shanghai and Canton shootings to send an organizer to China, who set up branches of MRP in most of the large cities and a central committee in Peking. Intellectuals, students, and trade unionists participated in the movement. A mass demonstration in Peking on July 30, 1925, was attended by 200,000 workers and addressed by speakers from India, Japan, China, and Formosa. Underscore the Berlin headquarters of MRP collected 1 million gold marks in aid of the Chinese strikers and organized a large public meeting in Berlin on August 16, 1925, in support of the Hands Off China movement. The British Annual Trade Union Congress meeting at Scarborough in September 1925 passed a resolution of protest against the murderous crimes being perpetrated against our working class Chinese comrades. 3 Meanwhile, the decision had been taken to establish in Moscow, in honor of the dead Kuomintang leader, a Sun Yat-sen University of Toilers of China. Unlike the Communist University of Toilers of the East, which had been established in 1921 and now bore Stalin's name, the Sun Yat-sen University was designed for Chinese non-party students, and especially for young members of Kuomintang, who would learn there to associate the nationalist cause with the support of the Soviet Union. The first president of the new university, which opened its enrollment on September 1, 1925, was Radek, a token of the diplomatic rather than party character of the institution. In the spring of 1926 it already had 280 students, 46 of them women, a majority of whom had previously studied in Chinese, German or French universities. Students were housed in dormitories, and a 2-year course was offered, lectures being delivered in Russian, German, French, and English. Community of interest in resistance to British imperialism also cemented the alliance on the side of Kuomintang. Pronounce. Ments by Chiang Kai-shek left no room for doubt that he 1 W. Menzenberg, Solidarity, 1931, pages 458-461, for the MRP CPP. 944-949 below. 2 CP 946 below. 3 Report of the 57th Annual Trades Union Congress, 1925, pp. 487-489, 570. 4 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, pages 268-269. 5 Pravda, March 11, 1926. 726 Foreign Relations. Point B. Regarded British imperialism as the principal enemy. A letter written by him at this time, expressed the belief that, besides employing peaceful means of struggle, such as a boycott of British goods, our party should start military preparations, to be completed within half a year, for a long period of struggle against the British. On June 14, 1925, the Political Council confirmed the powers conferred on it a year earlier by the dead leader, and decided to organize the national government on the committee system, presumably in professed imitation of the Soviets. The national government was formally inaugurated on July 1, 1925, and issued a number of proclamations proper to the occasion. Wang Qingwei was head of the government, and Wu Hanmin Plus, Minister for Foreign Affairs, as leading representatives of the left and of the right respectively. They reflected the balance between the two wings in Kuomintang. At the same time, a military council was appointed as the highest military organ of the nationalist army, the counterpart of the revolutionary military council of the Soviet Union. But fear and jealousy of military authority was still strongly felt, and the formal subordination. This letter exists in two versions. In the first, it was published in a Chinese translation from a Russian text in the collection of documents seized in 1927. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 176, and in English in N. Materovsky, Worldwide. Soviet Plots, Peking NT, 1927, p. 162. In this version it was a letter addressed to Galen, i.e. Blyuker, and dated June 26, 1925. In the second version it was published in a collection of Chiang Kai-shek's papers, IH 1936. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 27, 176. In this version it was a letter addressed to the Military Council of Kuomintang and dated July 1, 1925. The only substantial divergence between the two texts is that the former contains a sentence which is absent from the latter about the need to appoint a large number of Russian advisors. Chiang Kai-shek may have written two letters on different days to Galen and to the Military Council, identical except for this one sentence. Or only the second version may be genuine, and those responsible for publication in 1927 may have garbled the text for propaganda purposes by substituting the name of Galen as the addressee and inserting the reference to the large number of Russian advisors. 2 CP 706 above. 3 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 163, an article in International Press Correspondence. Number 21, March 18, 1926, pages 329 to 330, not published in the German edition. Described it as closely resembling the Soviet system. For before leaving for the north in November 1924, Sun Yat-sen had designated Hu Hanmin to the post hitherto held by himself of Generalissimo of the nationalist forces, though Hu, like Sun, was not a military man, who retained this honorific title and status. CHXL China in Revolution 727. Of the military to the political council was clearly marked. T_Wang Qingwei, the president of the political council, was also president of the military council. Of the 8 original members, a majority were civilians, and all, except Chiang Kai-shek, were also members of the political council. It need not be doubted that the influence of Borodin and the Soviet military advisors played an important part in this reconstruction of political and military authority in Canton in the summer of 1925, though reliable information is scarce. Later reports that Borodin secured the appointment of Wang Qingwei as president of the political and military council and head of the government, not only against the right candidate Hu Hanmin, but against the alternative left candidate, Liao Chengkai, who was thought to be less amenable to communist pressure than Wang, may reflect subsequent attempts to discredit Wang as a communist tool. The influence of the military advisors was more apparent, since the Kuomintang army was dependent on them, both for technical military skills and for munitions and military supplies from the Soviet Union. Military training seems from the outset to have been conducted or supervised by Soviet officers, who also participated in military operations. A document of July 1925 shows Rogachev, who had apparently taken charge of the military mission on Galen's departure, functioning as ex-officio member of the military council, chief of the general staff, and supervisor of naval and aviation affairs, plus a report from Kisanko, who arrived to take charge of the mission at the end of October 1925, dwelt on the shortage of advisors, who were unable. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 205. 2 The 7 members of the military council listed 1 bid. Pages 183 to 184 were also members of the political council. Chiang Kai-shek, who was apparently also a member of the military council, was not at this time a member of the political council. Rogachev is listed, but evidently as an advisor, not a member. According to a list in J.C. Houston, Sun Yat-sen, the Kuomintang, and the Russian-Chinese Political Alliance, typed MS in Hoover Library, Stanford. ND, p. 96, the 2 members of the political council not included in the military council were Sun Fo and T.B. Soong. But these lists must be treated with some caution. 3 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 208, and sources there cited. 4 Ibid pages 183 to 184, the element of suspicion attaching to all documents from this collection applies with particular force to those which emphasize the role of the Soviet advisors. 728 Foreign Relations. Point B. To fill all the posts open to them in the armies and the military schools, and on the total lack of competent interpreters which hampered communication. Among the specific desiderata recorded by him were increased political work in the army, a centralized military academy to replace the 4 existing army training schools, and an effective general staff which could curb the independent power of the generals. Partly, no doubt, as a result of Soviet pressure, the functions of the political commissars in the army and of the department controlling them were redefined, and the Whampoa Academy reorganized as a central military and political academy. By the beginning of 1926, the National Revolutionary Army, the name bestowed on it by Chiang Kai-shek, had been transformed, thanks mainly to Soviet advice and aid, into an efficiently officered and organized fighting force. The events of the summer of 1925, by strengthening the dependence of Kuomintang both on the communist group in its own ranks and on the external alliance between Canton and Moscow, paved the way for a rift between its left and right wings, which were deeply divided in their attitude to these developments. The May 30th movement had given a sharp impetus to recruitment in the CCP. The membership of the party, which had not reached 1,000 in January 1925, rose after the events Of May 30th to 4,000, membership of the Youth League rose to 9,000.5. The increase in numbers also involved a change in character and composition. The party which had entered Kuomintang in 1923. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 197 to 199. No information from Soviet sources has been found about Kisanko, which was probably a pseudonym, the identification with Bubnov in F. Lu, A Military History of Modern China, Princeton. 1956, p. 23, is, however, mythical. For Bubnov cp 778, note 2 below. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 200 to 204. 3 of p. 181. 4 cp 693, note 3 above. 5 Einjar by UND Camp, 1926, p. 334. These official figures are to be preferred to the statement in the Brief History of the Chinese Communist Party. See Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 74, that membership of the CCP rose from 1,000 to 10,000, and of the Youth League from 2,000 to 10,000, in the 6 months from May 1925. The circulation of the weekly journal of the CCP, which before May 1925 printed only 5,000 copies, rose to 20,000, and it was reprinted in Haifeng and Hankow, Communistic International, number 11, 48, November 1925, pp 93. CHXL China in Revolution 729. Was a small group consisting predominantly of intellectuals. The new recruits who joined it after May 30, 1925, were workers. And the CCP began for the first time to take on a proletarian hue. Precise figures for 1925 are lacking, though by September 1925, the percentage of students in the membership of the Communist Youth League, which before May 30, 1925, stood as high as go, was said to have fallen to 49.1 at the 5th Congress of the CCP. In April 1927 membership of the party was registered at 57,967. With 35,000 members of the Communist Youth League, a total of 9,720,000 organized peasants was claimed, and the party weekly printed 50,000 copies. Of the members of the CCP at this time, 53.8% were described as workers, 18.7% as peasants, IGI% as intellectuals, the rest falling into other categories. These rapid changes did not amount to the creation of a mass Communist Party. 3 But they did mean the entry into the CCP for the first time of a substantial number of workers and a direct link with the rising trade union movement, and, since a majority of the new recruits came from Shanghai, the preponderance of Shanghai in the party organization was increased, and the friction which occurred between the policies of the CCP and the policies of Kuomintang was aggravated by territorial jealousies between Shanghai and Canton. At the same time, the exigencies of the struggle against imperialism, by drawing closer the bonds which united Canton and Moscow, drove Kuomintang and its policies, unconsciously but inexorably, towards the left. The most striking illustration of this process was the Hong Kong strike. The strike was organized not by Kuomintang, but by a workers' committee in which the influence of communists was, or quickly, one Protocol de 6. Well, Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1928. I. 80. OEPMIF, Kitaiskia Kommunistiskia Party of Kritishevsky DNI, 1928. Pages 53 to 54. 3 An early party historian drew attention to the negative aspects of this phenomenon, and thought that no good will result if the party continues growing at the same rapid speed, since the work of direction definitely will not be able to keep pace with such growth. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 74 to 75. For the real kernel of the party remained in Shanghai. One of the rare territorial breakdowns of party membership gives, for some unspecified date, evidently early in 1925, 1,200 members of the party and 1,500 of the Youth League in Shanghai. Canton counted 600 party members, peaking 300, in Fahrenheit. Arbeit UND Camp, 1926, p. 334. VOUI Pearl. 730. Foreign Relations. Point B. Became paramount. It proved by far the most effective weapon wielded by the nationalists in their struggle against British imperialism, and Kuomintang could hardly do other than applaud and support it. A resolution of the Political Council of Kuomintang in July 1925 to continue the strike was followed by a decision of the Military Council instructing the General Staff to take steps to enforce the blockade of Hong Kong, though it added a warning to avoid precipitating any conflict with British forces. Yet the strike was profoundly distasteful, both in its immediate consequences and in its more far-reaching implications to prosperous Chinese traders and employers. Thus the increased prominence of left tendencies in Kuomintang, accompanied and stimulated by the growing influence of Borodin and of the CCP, caused acute misgivings in the powerful right wing which represented the propertied interests of the Chinese bourgeoisie. At the moment when the tactful and conciliatory leadership of Sun Yat-sen had been withdrawn, the success and extension of the May 30th movement, which found in proletarian unrest a fresh source of resistance to foreign imperialism, also intensified the struggle between left and right in the ranks of Kuomintang. In July 1925, Sunday F.O., who had returned to Canton after his father's death, once more took his departure, and with him went Norman, the American advisor to the Canton government, whose ill-defined functions had been eclipsed and rendered nugatory by Borodin's rising star. 2 This was probably the period of the most active influence of the CCP in Kuomintang. Mao Tss Edung, arriving in Canton from Hunan, where he had been fanning peasant discontent, was appointed head of the Agitprop Department of Kuomintang and editor of its journal. 2 other communists, Tian Pingshan and Lin Pai Chu, were heads, respectively, of the worker and peasant departments. The latent crisis came to a head with the murder on August 20, 1925, of Liao Chengkai, Minister of Finance and Political. T. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 184 to 185. 2 China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, ND, p. 1329. The report that Borodin would succeed to the advisorship rested on a misapprehension. Borodin's appointment dated back to December 1923, cp 697 above. 3 cp 723 above. 4 East Red Star over China, 1937, p. 157. CHXL China in Revolution 731. Commissar of the Whampoa Military Academy, the leader of the Kuomintang left, the man on whom more than on anyone else The political mantle of Sun Yat-sen had fallen. A special committee of 3, consisting of Wang Qingwei, CICH Ungqi, the Minister of War, and Chiang Kai-shek, was set up to investigate the crime. The murder was prima facie the work of the right. The committee claimed to have proof that the perpetrators had received British money from Hong Kong. Wang Qingwei subsequently named a sum of $2 million, and that it was part of a plot to overthrow the existing nationalist government. This view was shared by Soviet observers and commentators. Both Wang Qingwei and Chiang Kai-shek hastened to make speeches proclaiming that the murder raised no issue for or against communism, but only for or against imperialism. Point 2. Some suspects were arrested, others fled. But suspicion finally came to rest on Hu Hanmin, whose brother was directly implicated. Chiang Kai-shek, who had convinced Borodin of Hu Hanmin's guilt, now carried out 2 important coups, which could be represented as blows against the right, though the end which they ultimately served was that of personal ambition. First, CICH Ungqi was accused of complicity with anti-Kuomintang military forces still active in Kwantung, the army immediately. 1 for Liao Chung KIC The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3. p. 542. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 165-166, CFZ bid. p. 187, where Kisanko treats it as a reprisal for support given to the Hong Kong strike. An article in the press by the head of the eastern section of Prof. in turn described the murder as a link in the chain of preparatory measures for imperialist intervention. International Presse Correspondence, number 126, August 30, 1925, p. 1825, 4. The $2 million Sino Vostok, 18, 1927, 21. 3. It is assumed in L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, pp. 645-646, which may, as usual, be taken to represent Borodin's version, according to a report by a former American consular officer, J.C. Houston, Sun Yat-sen, the Kuomintang, and the Russian-Chinese political alliance, typewritten M.S. in Hoover Library, Stanford, N.D., pages 94-95, which reflects contemporary gossip. Hu Hanmin had a particular grudge against Liao Chung Ki, who, no doubt, in his capacity as Minister of Finance, had proposed to abolish the post of Generalissimo. The official version given by Wang Qingwei to the Second Congress of Kuomintang in January 1925 explicitly declared that the rumors against Hu Hanmin had proved false and devoid of foundation, but a footnote appended to a Russian translation of Wang's speech added that this view was not shared by other workers in Kuomintang. Novaya Vostok, 18. 1927, 21. 732. Foreign Relations. Point B. Under his command was disarmed, and he was allowed to retire to Shanghai. Secondly, Hu Hanmin, evidently with the approval of Borodin, was dispatched on an honorific mission to Moscow, which removed him from the scene for a lengthy period. Wang Qingwei, Sun Yat-sen's close disciple, succeeded the murdered Liao Chung Ki as political commissar at Whampoa, and TV. Soong, an ostensibly non-political banker with an American education, as Minister of Finance. The principal beneficiary of these events was Chiang Kai-shek. The removal of CICH Ungqi made him effective commander-in-chief, though still in name only commander of the First Army. The removal of Hu Hanmin made him the strong man of the party, second only to the weak and unpractical Wang Qingwei. In September 1925, Chiang Kai-shek launched a campaign against CHNCH Haoming, the warlord who had driven Sun Yat-sen from Canton in 1922, and who still exercised independent rule in eastern Kwantung. The campaign, fully supported by the Soviet advisors, was brilliantly successful, and established the uncontested authority of the Canton government throughout Kwantung. It also raised Chiang Kai-shek's personal prestige and power to a new height. Hence, fourth, his position in Kuomintang was impregnable. It remained to be seen how he would use it. While the spectacular events of the summer of 1925 had transformed the situation in Shanghai, in Canton, and throughout southern China, important military changes had occurred in the north. These centered in part around the enigmatic personality and position of Feng Yisheng. In October 1924, Feng had dealt a crushing blow to Wu Peifu by changing sides at the critical moment of his struggle with Chang Solin, and, since, T. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 165, K. Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking. 1927, p. 335, does not speculate on whose responsibility for Liao's murder, but says that Chiang Kai-shek contrived to drive away Hu Hanmin to Russia, who arrived in Vladivostok on October 1, 1925, Pravda, October 2, 1925, and in Moscow on October 18, 1925. On the following day he was received by Karakhan, then on leave from his post in Peking, Ibid October 20, 1925. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 170. CHXL China in Revolution 733. Tuan Chijui had been installed in Peking. The Kuomintang, or National Army, movement had grown apace. In the spring of 1925, an indeterminate territory between the domains of Wu Peifu, who still held the central provinces, and of Chang Solin, in Manchuria, was controlled by 3 or 4 independent national armies, whose commanders, in seeking to maintain their independence of Wu Peifu and Chang Solin, the great militarists and protégés of the imperialist powers, were naturally drawn towards Kuomintang, and towards the Soviet Union, both by ideological sympathies and by need of practical support. The most important of these armies were the first Kuomintang under Feng Yusheng, based on the northwestern provinces, the second under Hu Qingyi, which held Honan, and the third under Sun Yue, stationed in Chile. The Kuomintang armies at the height of their strength amounted to some 300,000 men, but only the first army under Feng Yusheng was thoroughly organized. The Kuomintang movement had no unified organization and no formal political platform. In the words of a Soviet commentator, they do not stand firmly on the platform of Kuomintang, but in the objective march of events they form a common front with the revolutionary movement. Point 2 The Kuomintang leaders were sometimes spoken of in communist circles as left militarists. Point 3 But the realities were more complex. Though the lower, and even many of the higher, officers in the Kuomintang armies were of humble, often of peasant, origin, they had become imbued with the traditions and habits of Chinese militarism, and their popular or national leanings were intermittent. The Kuomintang generals, though eager to assert their power against the great warlords, were by inclination opposed to social and Political innovation. Feng Yixiang alone had an acute perception of likely sources of support, and was impelled by interest, rather than by conviction to proclaim leftist affiliations. But he was sensitive to any attempt to conduct political propaganda in his own army, and is said to have closed a military intelligence school attached to his army for fear that it would become a 1 see pages 711 to 712 above. To Novaya Vostok, X11, 1925, P. Slay 8, for a balanced account of these. Army C. Bolshevik, number 4, February 28, 1926, pages 54 to 57. 3 M. N. Roy, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in China, Calcutta, 1946. pp. 403. 734, Foreign Relations. Point B. Birthplace of propagandists. None of the Kuomintang armies effectively cultivated popular support in the territories ruled by them. In the winter of 1925 to 1926, Wu Peifu was actually able to utilize the peasant Red Spears against the Second Kuomintang Kain in Honan, the commander of which had attempted to suppress peasant organizations. In spite of Bardin's inconclusive experience with Feng Yixiang in the winter of 1924 to 1925, the Kuomintang movement continued to attract the close attention and interest of the Soviet government. Early in April 1925, a Soviet military mission, comparable in composition to that attached to Bardin, arrived in Peking, headed by an officer who can be identified only by the Chinese form of his name as Zhen Tiyichang. 3 The original intention was to dispatch the mission in the first place to the Second Kuomintang in Honan, at that time apparently the largest and most active of these units. But the inopportune death of its commander, Hu Qingyi, on April 10, 1925, and uncertainty about his successor, caused a change of plan, and 10 days later, the mission arrived at Feng Yixiang's headquarters in Kalgan. About the same time, a substantial consignment of arms and ammunition was reported to have arrived in Kalgan from the Soviet Union. Bardin had come from Canton to take part in the initial discussions with Feng, nominally as representative of the Canton government. Zhen Tiyichang's mission was formally 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 365 to 366, a brief but convincing analysis. The Politburo Commission in its report of March 1926, CP 769 below, referring to these armies, recommended general political, educational, and organizational work, Kuomintang, Communist Party, in order to transform them into a real bulwark of the national revolutionary movement, independent of personal influences. 2 Ibid P 519, Note 69, Communistic Esket International, number 4, 62. October 8, 1926, P 19. For the Red Spear CP 723 above. 3. Information about this mission is derived exclusively from the Chinese originals, or Chinese versions of missing Russian originals, of documents seized in 1927, and from Feng Yixiang's diaries published in 1930 and his autobiography published in 1944, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 321 to 323, 336 to 359. All details recorded from these sources are open to question, but the main outline of what happened can probably be accepted as reliable. 4. See a circumstantial report dated May 5, 1925, in China Weekly Review. Shanghai, May 16, 1925, pages 299 to 300. Foreigners were said to have been kept off the road from Ulaanbaatar to Kalgan while the consignment went through. CHXL China in Revolution. 735. Responsible to Franz, People's Commissar for War, and to Karakhan, Soviet Ambassador in Peking. After the initial discussions, Bardin took his departure. Later in the year, Zhen Tiyichang returned to the Soviet Union, apparently as the result of a quarrel with Feng Yixiang, and his place was taken by a Soviet advisor using the name of Henry A. Lin. But Feng's refusal to receive a Soviet political advisor prevented Lin from exercising at Kalgan the same functions of general political supervision as Bardin performed at Canton. The main embarrassment confronting the Soviet group was uncertainty about Feng Yixiang's character and intentions. He refused to join Kuomintang, and his professions of loyalty to the national movement rang hollow. He was eager to receive Soviet military aid, and to welcome the presence of Soviet military advisors. These were well treated, and were allowed to wear Chinese uniform as an integral part of the Kuomintang forces. On the other hand, he showed reluctance to accept a Soviet political advisor, and evaded any political commitments. It was noted that he remained on friendly terms with American missionaries, and that a Japanese official described as an advisor also appeared openly in Kalgan. Too much argument evidently turned on the admission of emissaries of Kuomintang to conduct propaganda in the army and in the area controlled by it. This was stubbornly resisted by Feng, but his resistance was eventually overcome. After the May 30th movement in Shanghai, Kuomintang agents, who were also as a rule members of the CCP, were active in the Kuomintang armies and among the peasants of these regions. Relations at this time between Feng Yixiang, on the one hand, and the complex represented by Kuomintang. 1. The Japanese press later reported an alleged secret agreement signed in Peking by Bardin and Feng Yixiang on March 11, 1925, providing inter alia for a monthly subsidy to Feng of 100,000 gold rubles. Japan Chronicle, Kobe. December 3, 1925, p. 714. It is not clear why such an agreement, if it existed, should have been signed by Bardin. 2. Another report referred to the infiltration of Japanese capital into the territories under Feng's control, and the establishment of a branch of the Sino-Japanese Bank at Kalgan. This affected the Kuomintang's policies. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 366. A little later, Feng was reported to be sending 15 Chinese officers for training in the military academy in Tokyo. Japan Chronicle, Kobe. September 10, 1925, p. 309. 736. Foreign Relations. Point B. The CCP and Soviet military power, on the other, present a picture of continuous and extensive cooperation tempered by keen mutual mistrust. In a puzzled report to Franz of May 1925, Zhen Tiyichang cogently argued that the basic questions whether Feng is actually our comrade in the national liberation movement, how much he can be trusted, and whether he is an irreconcilable enemy of Chang and will fight him to the end must be solved before we begin our work. Unfortunately, it was compatible neither with Feng's situation nor with his character to return a clear-cut answer to such questions. While all China was in ferment, Peking remained throughout 1925 an oasis of stagnation. President and government continued to exercise formal functions completely divorced from the really ties of power. It was in these conditions that the Sino-Soviet conference provided for in the Treaty of May 31, 1924, was at last opened on August 26, 1925. But, since Karakhan was on the eve of departure on a visit to Moscow, it was readily agreed to adjourn the business proceedings of the conference till his return. When Karakhan, after 2 years uninterrupted residence in Peking, left for Moscow on August 27, 1925, Chinese affairs, though still in the highest degree unstable and confused, had taken a turn not unfavorable to Soviet hopes, and provided a welcome counterweight to the decline of Soviet security and prestige in Europe. The alliance with Kuomintang had given the Soviet authorities a firm foothold in southern China. The May 30 movement in Shanghai had revealed a strong potential core of resistance to foreign imperialism and of sympathy for the Soviet Union in the new proletariat of China's rapidly developing industries. No immediate revolutionary prospects were believed to exist either in Canton or in Shanghai, but a solid foundation of Soviet friendship and influence seemed to have been laid for the future. In northern China, a military power had appeared for the first time in the form of the Kuomintang movement. T. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 338, for a foreign estimate of Soviet attempts at this time to bolster up Feng's position against Changxi China Weekly Review. Shanghai, June 6, 1925, pages 4-5. 2 China Yearbook, 1926-7, Tianjin, ND, pages 1098-1099. CHXL China in Revolution 737, which was independent both of Great Britain and the United States and of Japan, and was therefore potentially friendly to the Soviet Union and hostile to the imperialist powers. The course, which now presented itself, was to woo this new power, and to link it with the existing base of Soviet influence in the south, Kuomintang and the nationalist government. Since the decline of Wu Peifu's authority in central China, the most serious obstacle to the spread of Soviet influence in China, and to the realization of Soviet designs, was the power of Chiang So-lin in Manchuria. Chiang's strong arm dominated the precarious and fluctuating situation in and around Peking, and made itself felt as far south as Shanghai. This now seemed the vulnerable point in Soviet policy towards China. C. The forces of reaction. The next stage in the revolutionary movement in China. The driving of a wedge between the national and social aspects of the revolution, and the loosening of relations between Kuomintang and communism, whether in the form of the structural link with the CCP or of the alliance with Moscow, was set in motion, primarily by developments in Shanghai. In the wave of enthusiasm generated by the May 30th movement, the central committees of the CCP and the Youth League issued on July 10, 1925, a manifesto denouncing the Chinese bourgeoisie and by implication the right wing of Kuomintang for treason to the cause of the national revolution. Point to the charge, though perhaps premature, was not altogether unfounded. By August 1925, the May 30th movement in Shanghai had passed its peak, and the wave of strikes began to ebb. The decisive moment occurred when the strikes, fostered by the Trade Union Council and the CCP, spread from the many foreign to the few Chinese-owned factories. This antagonized the Chinese bourgeoisie, divided Kuomintang, and even led to a certain split among the students, and no attempt. 1 CP 739 below. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 91. 3 Communistic Casket International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 87, put. The culminating point of movement in the last days of July and the beginning of August. 738 Foreign Relations. Point B. Was apparently made to bring the peasantry into the movement. The visit of a Soviet Trade Union delegation to Shanghai and Canton in August-September 1925 fanned the enthusiasm of the extremists for the Soviet Union, but did not arrest the decline of the movement as a whole. The Chinese, no less than the foreign merchants and industrialists, had been alienated, and further provocation by the left might invite military intervention by one of the warlords. It was at this juncture that Comintern headquarters in Moscow took alarm and decided to apply a restraining hand. Point 3 The moment was one when Comintern was turning everywhere against the ultra-left and against revolutionary projects of direct action. The situation in Shanghai was fitted into this pattern, while the backward section of the workers were ready to return to the factories on any terms. Left tendencies revealed themselves in an eagerness to force events, to seek a noble, a revolutionary way out from an intolerable and complex situation. These ultra-left counsels of despair could have led only to disaster, and had to be acted by firm guidance. This episode was recalled by Zinoviev at the 14th Russian Party Congress in December 1925. There was a time when the Chinese Communist Party, which has recently grown up and now plays a big role in the movement, was confronted by the question to what further goal it should lead the revolutionary masses. The Chinese Party received a directive proposing a certain putting on of brakes. There were moments when the young Chinese Communist Party and the leaders of the Shanghai trade unions put forward a thesis in favor of sharpening the conflict to the point of armed insurrection. Comintern gave a directive. 1 Novotvostok, 12, 1926, 7-12. 2 For the report of Leps, the leader of the delegation, see International Press Correspondence, number 143, October 20, 1925, pages 2098-2099, it left for Japan in the middle of September, CP 891 below. 3 It is reasonable to guess that the decision was taken on advice from Borodin, who may have been subject to pressure from Kuomintang, but no evidence has come to light on this point. 4 CP 290 above, for the situation in regard to Morocco, which was frequently bracketed at this time with China, see pages 353-355 above. 5 Communistic Casket International, number 11, 48, November 1925, pages 88-89. That this article, which mentions the intervention of the CCP, but not of Comintern, represents the diagnosis on which Comintern acted is shown by the repetition of several phrases from it in Zinoviev's speech, see following note. CHXL China in Revolution 739. Against these moods, recommending the party to execute a gradual putting on of brakes, we said that the issue was not, at this moment, when the chances of success were very small, to carry the movement to the point of armed insurrection, but rather to retreat in good time in order that the movement might gain time, in order that the experience of the movement might begin to be digested by the proletariat, no longer by hundreds of thousands, but by millions, of the masses of the people. Thus schooled, the CCP sounded a retreat, which was frankly justified by a cautious desire not to antagonize the petty bourgeoisie, and to risk smashing the labor movement. The workers were encouraged to restrict their agitation to minimum economic demands, and put the revolutionary program in cold storage. By this time the ebb had set in. A report of August 30, 1925. From the All-China Federation of Trade Unions to the Soviet Trade Unions described the revolutionary elements in China as consisting of workers and peasants and a section of the students and small traders. But it admitted that the strike of traders ended in failure and that the student movement is dying away. The army made tentative attempts to suppress some of the trade unions and the Joint Committee for the Struggle Against Imperialism. The Chinese Railway Workers Union protested to Prof in turn and to the Transport Workers International against the cruel blood bath in Shanghai on September 7, 1925.4. Finally, on September 18, 1925, on the orders of Chiang Ti-Solin, troops intervened actively against the workers, broke up the Trade Union Council, instituted after May 30 or drove it underground, and arrested Li Lisan. 114 SS Visa Socialismo Comunistica Party, B, 1926, pages 651 to 652. Two documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 91 to 92. 3 Mesvinarotnaya Solidarnost. Trivia 1924 to 1927, 1959, pp. 125 to 127. The letter does not appear to have been published at the time. 4 International Presse Correspondence, number 135, September 25, 1925, p. 1978. 5 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 324. The account in Communisticheski International, number 11, 48, November 1925, pages 89 to 90, did not mention the arrest of Li Lisan, and claimed, not very plausibly, that the coup did not affect the movement. An appeal by the Central Council of Profit turned to the workers of the world on behalf of the Chinese proletariat accused Chiang Solin of having acted as the hireling of foreign imperialism and evidently not without the agreement of the Peking government. International Presse Correspondence, number 136, September 29, 1925, pages 1988 to 1989. 740 Foreign Relations. Point B. The May 30th movement in Shanghai raised in their sharpest form the social issues which divided Kuomintang, and which excited the continued hostility of its right wing to the alliance with the CCP. Much attention was attracted at this time in Kuomintang circles by the publication of a series of pamphlets by Tai Chi Tao, a leading Kuomintang theorist and former member of the CCP. Tai Chi Tao applied Marxist terminology to the liberation of oppressed nations, but emptied it of its social content. The national revolution became the only real revolution. Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles were the one doctrine, and Kuomintang the one party, necessary for salvation. Tai supported the alliance with the Soviet Union, and even with the CCP as a separate organization. But, if communists did not accept the national revolution as the real objective, they were not loyal to the principles of Sun Yat-sen and had no place within Kuomintang. What Tai proposed was, in effect, the expulsion of communists from Kuomintang preparatory to the conclusion of an external alliance between the two parties. This campaign was important, both because it voiced the wishes of a large part of the members of Kuomintang, and because Tai Chi Tao was known as a friend of Chiang Kai-shek, whose devotion throughout this period to the task of strengthening his personal position and his control of the army encouraged him to refrain from showing his hand politically. Tai Chi Tao crystallized the opinion of the right wing in Kuomintang, which desired to pursue nationalist aims without becoming involved in radical social policies, and therefore resented the entangling alliance with the CCP. It was significant that, at the time these essays were written, Tai Chi Tao was working at Kuomintang headquarters in Shanghai. Outside Canton, the Kuomintang CCP alliance made little sense for either party. In an open letter of August 30, 1925, published in the CCP Journal on September 18, 1925, CHN Tusia warned Tai Chi Tao that his writings could only serve the purposes of the one. The first of those publications appeared in July 1925 under the title The National Revolution and the Kuomintang of China, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 206. Tai Chi Tao is said to have been one of the original members of the CCP, but to have left it almost at once under the pressure of a stinging rebuke from Sun Yat-sen, and later became the chief bourgeois ideologist of the Kuomintang. H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, p. 60. CHXL China in Revolution 741. Reactionaries. They remained for some time a significant index of the deep-rooted divisions in Kuomintang and of their exacerbation by the events of the summer of 1925.1. At the beginning of October 1925, a session of the enlarged Central Committee of the CCP was held in Peking in an uneasy atmosphere. Exactly what passed remains in part conjectural. Evidently nobody liked the party's existing relation to Kuomintang, or believed that it could continue for long. Opinion was divided between those who wished to withdraw at once, and those who proposed to make preparations for withdrawal at some indefinite date in the future, but perhaps nobody seriously thought the break possible in existing conditions. The influence of Comintern would certainly have been exercised against any action pointing to a rift in the alliance. The resolution of the committee on this question does not appear to have been published, but it probably did little more than illustrate the dis-ATIS faction endemic in the CCP at the dependent role assigned to it in the grand alliance between Kuomintang and Moscow. Other documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 207. The CCP delegate in his report to the 7th enlarged ICI in Moscow in November 1926 called Tai Chi Tao the initiator of the March action of 1926, whereas Chiang Kai-shek acted merely as his tool, and discussed Tai's theories in detail. Pudimirovoy Revalyatsit, 1927. 405 to 406, a resolution was passed recommending a systematic and determined struggle with the right wing of Kuomintang and with the ideology of Tai Chi Tao, Communisticheski International v. Documentic, 1933, p. 677, CHN Tusio in his open letter of December 10, 1929, CP 698. Note 2 above, described Tai's pamphlets as not accidental, but an indication that the bourgeoisie was attempting to strengthen its power, for the purpose of curbing the proletariat and going over to counter-revolution. The coup of March 1926, see pages 778 to 779 below, was made to carry out Tai's principles. 2. The first summary account of the proceedings merely recorded a decision to maintain a close connection with the left wing of Kuomintang and at the same time to wage an energetic fight against the right wing of this party, which has become part of a reactionary grouping. International Presse Correspond. Dens, number 145, October 23, 1925, p. 2156. According to the official report to the 6th enlarged IGI in Moscow in February 1926, the committee decided everywhere to carry out a clear organizational division between the CCP and Kuomintang, and define the relations of the party to Kuomintang as a political bloc instead of a close alliance, as hitherto, Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926. Pages 334 to 335. If the decision taken was as definite as this, it was judiciously blurred in later accounts. The next session of the enlarged Central Committee of the CCP in July 1926 summarized the decisions of October 1925 as being to stay within Kuomintang and oppose the right, but avoid taking the place of the left ourselves, and to try to achieve more political independence for our own party, but cautiously added that we still recognize the development. 742. Foreign Relations. Point B. Resolutions adopted at the session once more enjoined the CCP to set up a platform on the basis of which the working class and its allies, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie of the towns, and the revolutionary intelligentsia can advance on the road to the establishment of national revolutionary power, on the way to the unity of all China, to the struggle for the independence of the country against the imperialists, to transform the CCP into a mass party, and to recognize the importance of work among the peasants. Underscore. The Peasant Commission set up during the session, greatly daring, registered the view that it is time for the party to begin to popularize the idea of the confiscation of the land, but the Central Committee itself in plenary session was of Kuomintang, and our participation in directing Kuomintang's work as prerequisites to a victorious Chinese revolution, documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 279. According to the account given by C.H. Ntusi at the 5th Congress of the CCP in April 1927, the resolution proposed by him, he admitted it to have been an error, and adopted by the enlarged Central Committee in October 1925, declared that the CCP should struggle against the theories of Tai Chi Tao, unite with the Kuomintang left in order to resist the right, and at the same time prepare for the separation of Kuomintang from the party, this cryptic phrase being evidently designed to suggest that the responsibility for the split would rest on Kuomintang, Bolshevik, No. 23-24, December 31, 1927, pp. 100 to 101. A summary of CHN's report by a hostile critic, later reprinted in PMIF, Kitayskia Kommunistikeskia Party of Kritishevsky DNI, 1928. The much briefer summary in Pravda, May 15, 1927, avoids the contentious issues. In his open letter of December 10, 1929, CP 698, note 2 above, CHN claimed that in October 1925 he was in favor of immediate withdrawal, but was overruled by the Comintern representative, according to the paraphrase of CHN's letter in Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, No. 15 to 16, September. October 1930, p. 20, the representative was Bardeen. This is the only mention of the presence of a Comintern representative, and may conceivably relate to something that happened behind the scenes, but these belated attempts at self-justification can seldom be relied on. The document translated in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 234 to 237, and conjecturally assigned by the editors to this session, though probably authentic, reads more like theses submitted on this or some other occasion than like a finished resolution. It does not propose withdrawal from Kuomintang, but suggests that, unless absolutely necessary, new members of the CCP should not join it or engage in its work. The only authentic record of these resolutions consists of long extracts. No doubt, carefully selected, read from them at the 8th enlarged IGI in Moscow in May 1927, Dionysius Krajov Dem 8. Plenum, 1928, pp. 49 to 50. See also Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 100 to 103, 122 to 124, for undated. Resolutions on party organization and party propaganda conjecturally assigned by the editors to the session of October 1925. CHXL China in Revolution 743. Unwilling to go beyond the negative conclusion that the partial demands now being put forward on behalf of the peasants were insufficient effectively to draw the peasantry onto the side of the revolution and make it a bulwark of revolutionary democratic power. At the end of the session, on October 10, 1925, the Central Committee issued a letter to the peasantry, in which it denounced the ambivalent attitude of the nationalist government to the peasants of the Kwantung province, and invited the peasants to struggle, with communist support, for the formation of peasant unions and armed units for self-defense. A peasant section of the party Central Committee was created, and a school to train propagandists for work among the peasants established in Canton. Point 3. Mao Zedong was put in charge of this work, plus it was significant that disappointment with the apparent collapse of the workers' movement in Shanghai should have been followed by increased emphasis on the role of the peasant. This also fitted in with current attitudes in Moscow. But much of the attention of the committee was devoted to a totally different topic which, meeting in Peking, it was under no temptation to ignore: the military situation in northern and central China. Throughout the summer of 1925, Feng Yishang managed to hold the balance between his increasingly close relations with Kuomintang and with the Soviet Union, and his alliance with Chang Solin in Mukden and with Chang's Nomi, nay, Tuan Chi Chui, in Peking. The precarious balance was upset by the intervention of Chang Ti Solin's troops in Shanghai, which had finally crushed the strikes and brought the May 30th movement to an orderly end. This action, whether prompted by Chang's Japanese patrons or by his own fears of a spread of the May 30th movement to the north, seemed to range him, not only against the Chinese communists, but against Kuomintang and the Soviet Union, on the side of the imperialist powers. It faced Feng 1 Kommunistikeski International, number 11, 48, November 1925, p. 94. The passages cited do not appear to be direct quotations. 2a Ivan, Krasny Piki, and ed. 1927, pages 135 to 142. This is presumably the letter listed from a Chinese source in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 569, and there. Dated October 10, 1925. 3 Einjar Arbeit und Kampf, 1926, p. 335. 4 Snow, Red Star over China, 1937, pp. 157. 5 CP 739 above. 744 Foreign Relations PTV. Yi Chang, under constant Soviet and Kuomintang pressure to declare himself, with a difficult choice. He could no longer afford to dispense with Soviet aid. already in June or July 1925. He is said to have sent a telegram to Chang Solin in connection with the Shanghai events, which was interpreted as a move against Chang and won him the congratulations of Carr. In the middle of October 1925, a delegation from Fenyu, Chang, consisting of his chief of staff and other officers, arrived in Moscow and was received with suitable honors, Feng himself being described as commander-in-chief of the Chinese national armies. The delegation perhaps significantly visited Sokol Nikov, the people's commissar for finance, and had a conversation with him on financial questions. Point 2. But Feng, with characteristic indecision and cunning, refused to come out openly against Chang Solin, and preferred to intrigue behind the scenes with subordinate generals who were known to be preparing a revolt against him. Point 3. The impending outbreak of hostilities against Chang Solin was common knowledge when the enlarged Central Committee of the CCP met at the beginning of October 1925. The committee, in its political theses, treated the rise of the Kuomintang armies and the impending war against Chang Solin as symptoms of a sharpening of the contradiction between the imperialist powers, and noted hopefully that these armies were drawing towards the national revolutionary movement as that movement develops and deepens. The task of Kuomintang and of the CCP was to drive them along the line of the national revolution. Once see an alleged letter of Carr of July 11, 1925, in N. Materevsky. Worldwide Soviet Plots, Tianjin, ND 1927, p. 158. 2 Pravda, October 17, 1925. The report was accompanied by a photograph of Feng, said to have been given by him to a correspondent of Pravda in Kalgan, for presentation to Ulyanova, Lenin's sister. 3 According to the source translated in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 352, Feng had been in contact with the two most important of these generals, Sun Chun, Feng and Kuo Sunlin, though, when the former went into action, it took Feng by surprise. Another source reported that Feng came out on the side of the national movement and denounced the imperialists and their hangers-on, at a time when the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Kuomintang showed more caution and restraint. Communisticheski International, number 11, 48. November 1925, p. 101, but this was written at a moment when high hopes of Feng were still entertained in Moscow. CHXL China in Revolution 745. Shinari movement without regard to the contradictions that may arise from time to time between the Kuomintang armies and the workers' movement in the country. Point 1. The committee issued a rhetorical appeal to workers, peasants, students, and soldiers, attacking Chang Solin and all his movement clique as hirelings of the imperialists. The Kuomintang armies were said to enjoy the support of the working masses, but the leaders of these armies must form a genuine common front against the enemy, and denounce to the people their political program. What was needed was a national revolutionary government to complete the revolution of 1911. The defeat of the Mutin imperialists should be followed by the summoning of an all-China National Assembly. It was, all in all, a nationalist, and not a communist, pronouncement, and carried no hint of a break with Kuomintang. Point 2. Underscore the struggle against the imperialists, of whom Chang Solin now seemed the most powerful and most conspicuous Chinese adjutant, still took precedence over all other aspects of Chinese policy in the calculations of Moscow. The first open move was made by Sun Chun Feng, who on October 14, 1925, declaring his independence of Chang Solin, took over without difficulty the garrisons in Shanghai and Nanking, and then, with the approval of Wu Peifu, moved into Hankow. On October 20, 1925, the central committees of the CCP and of the Communist Youth League published a joint manifesto on the anti-Mutin war demanding mass support for the war against Chang Solin in order to transform it into a war of national liberation, and Kuomintang issued a similar proclamation supporting the Kuomintang forces and denouncing Chang Solin and Tuan Chi Chui. A few days later Kuo Sunlin, perhaps not without Soviet encouragement, defected from Chang and announced his allegiance to Feng, thus goaded into taking a 1 of it. Pages 90 to 93. The text of the resolution has not been published, and the phrases cited do not appear to be textual quotations. 2. The quotations are from Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 13 to 14. The full text has not been available. 3. An alleged report of the Soviet military attaché in Peking, N. Materevsky. Worldwide Soviet Plots, Peking, ND 1927, p. 31, refers to our successful 746 foreign relations. Point B. Public stand, Feng Yichang at length, on October 25, 1925. Sent out a circular telegram to all concerned calling for Chang's retirement. The immediate effect of this move was to win for Feng the lasting enmity of Chang Solin as well as of Wu Peifu, both of whom he had deserted in turn, and to complete his own dependence on the Soviet government henceforth his one potential paymaster and source of supplies. But the attitude of Moscow was also not free from desire to make the best of both worlds. At a meeting of the hands-off China Society in Moscow on November 11, 1925, Hu Hanmin, having denounced Wu Peifu and Chang Solin as enemies of the revolution and oppressors of the working class, spoke with equal mistrust of Feng Yichang, our friend today, since we do not know what he will be tomorrow. 3 3 days later Karakhan left Moscow to return to Peking. On November 25, 1925, he halted in Mutin and was received by Chang Solin, though he was careful in a press interview to disclaim any political significance for the visit, and spoke only of Soviet friendship with Japan. Meanwhile Feng Yichang's position became increasingly equivocal. On November 28, 1925, a large-scale demonstration was held in Peking. It was said to have been organized by left-wing leaders of Kuomintang, and its purpose was to overthrow the rule of Tuan Chi Chui and to substitute a system of government by committee here, as in Canton, conceived as the Chinese equivalent of Soviets. The press in Moscow announced the negotiations with Kuo Sunlin, and proves, if authentic, that Kuo's defection had been encouraged by Soviet agents. According to another document from the same source, Feng Yichang discussed the movement of Kuo Sunlin with his Soviet advisor 10 days before it occurred. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 252, e. For the manifesto of October 20, 1925, see Ibid p. 25, note 93. Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 15, depicts Kuo as simply a mutinous general ambitious to replace Chang, but this judgment was passed after his downfall. 1. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 325. 2. According to K-Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 315. Wu Peifu seized this moment to telegraph to Chang Solin what was in effect An offer of reconciliation in face of the new common enemy, the English language press indulged in some wishful speculation on a probable come back by Wu Peifu, China Weekly Review, Shanghai, November 14, 1925. P. 252, November 28, 1925, pages 315 to 316. 3 Pravda, November 13, 1925. 4 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, December 3, 1925, p. 717. CHXL China in Revolution. 747. Collapse of the Peking government and the retirement of Tuan. CHI Shui, pending some indication of the intentions of Feng Yushang. Pressing appeals to Feng from many quarters were, however, unavailing. After some minor destruction of property, the troops at Tuan CHI Shui's disposal sufficed to restore order. While both the CCP and Kuomintang issued manifestos applauding the rising and demanding the overthrow of Tuan, Feng at first took refuge in neutrality, and then came out in support of Tuan. The final result of this ill-conceived and ill-planned affair was to strengthen the position of Tuan CHI Shui and of its patron, Chang Ti-Solin, and to damage Feng Yuchang's prestige. If Feng seriously aimed at power, it was incumbent on him either to prevent the rising or to ensure its success. The failure of the Peking demonstration led to a renewed campaign against the communists and against Carr, who was suspected, though without evidence, of having instigated the rising in an attempt to Bolshevize China. For some weeks the anti-Mutin war pursued a checkered course. Early in December 1925 Chang Ti-Solin had his back to the wall and was driven by the insurgents from his capital. The news was hailed with delight in Moscow. The Mutin adventurer, declared Pravda, had ended his career, and Radek diagnosed Chang's downfall as the beginning of the complete defeat of Japan in the Far East. 3 Carr, undeterred by his recent visit to Mutin, gave an interview in the Japanese press, expressing satisfaction at the downfall of the leader of a corrupt 1 Pravda, December 2, 1925. 2 K-Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, pages 218 to 219. Wodinsky and International Press Correspondence, number 34, March 2, 1926, b. 472, Tiang Shengqi, Ibid number 17, January 22, 1926, p. 237. For evidence of Feng Yuchang's attitude, see Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 326 to 327, both. Wodinsky and Tiang Shengqi blamed Feng Yuchang's hesitation and too cautious attitude in failing to support nationalist demands for the eviction of Tuan CHI Shui. In a further article, Wodinsky Weekly defended Feng for postponing the overthrow of Tuan CHI Shui and the announcement of a political program until he had defeated Chang, but admitted that his attitude had been interpreted by the imperialists as a cunning political move, and had spread dismay among his supporters. Communistic Esket International, No. 4, 53, April 1926, pages 19 to 21. 3 Pravda, December 8, 1925, Izvestiya, December 9, 10, 1925, an article in Communistic Esket International, number 12, 49, December 1925, p. 28, spoke of the collapse of the Mutin counter-revolutionary clique. 748, Foreign Relations. Point B. Military party and enemy of Soviet-Japanese friendship. He also denied that any special relations existed between the Soviet government and Feng Yuchang. But these premature seal Bratians were quickly followed by reports, which proved well founded, of the dispatch of Japanese reinforcements to Mutin. An equally sharp reversal of fortune occurred elsewhere. On December 22, 1925, Kuomintang forces, after an engagement in which Soviet military advisors participated, occupied Tientsin. But 2 days later Kuo Sunling suffered defeat at the hands of a Mutin army, and was himself captured and executed. Japanese power had intervened in the nick of time to ward off the threat to Chang's unstable regime. Feng Yuchang, more than ever unwilling to commit himself in these hazardous waters, provisionally handed over the command of the 1st Kuomintang army to a subordinate general, and withdrew from the scene to the remote western province of Suiyuan. At the end of 1925 such attention as was paid in Moscow to the affairs of China was concentrated on the puzzling and potentially disquieting situation in the north, where Chang Solin's authority constituted a threat to Soviet interests in Manchuria and an embarrassment to Soviet-Japanese relations. No great anxiety was felt about the situation in Canton, where the strike against Hong Kong was still effectively prosecuted. No new developments were in prospect, and even the endemic friction between Kuomintang and the CCP seemed to follow a predictable course. When Carr arrived in Moscow early in September 1925, he spoke in a press interview of the splitting Kuomintang under pressure of recent events, but complacently observed that the splitting off of right elements was proceeding at a very rapid tempo. 5. 1 Japan Chronicle, Kobe, December 17, 1925, p. 793, Stalin in his speech to the 14th Russian Party Congress on December 18, 1925, cp. 881. Below, also assumed the defeat of Chang Solin. 2 Izvestiya, December 12, 13, 1925, according to one account Japanese soldiers poured into Chang Solin's army, Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 16. 3 Pravda and Izvestiya, December 24, 1925. 4 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 328. 5 Izvestiya, September 10, 1925. CHXL China in Revolution. 749. The Journal of Comintern found a simple criterion for the policy of the CCP. The policy of the USSR has already converted the first stage of the proletarian dictatorship into a political ally of the Chinese liberation movement by giving to China powerful support in her struggle. The CCP should accordingly strive to take eventual account of the position of the USSR by bringing its tactics into line with the tactics of the RKP. And this led up to a defense of the participation of the CCP in Kuomintang and in its directing organs, and of the formation of a single national democratic army. But these hopes were based on a certain willful blindness to the strength of other forces. Throughout the autumn of 1925, the right wing of Kuomintang, which disliked the association with the CCP, became increasingly belligerent. It was an ominous sign when the cadets of the Whampoa Academy split into 2 sharply opposed factions, one calling itself the Sun Yat-sen Society and purporting to defend the true principles of Kuomintang against communist infiltration and subversion, the other the League of Military Youth, which united members of the CCP and their sympathizers of the Kuomintang left. Open clashes occurred between the two groups, and an occasion was remembered on which Chiang Kai-shek, at a Banquet in October 1925, pounded the table and scolded them. For their quarrels. Point 2, nor was the trouble confined to hot-headed young men. On November 23, 1925, 15 right-wing dissidents, all of them said to be members either of the Central Executive Committee or of the Central Supervisory Committee of Kuomintang, met at Sun Yat-sen's tomb in the Western Hills outside Peking, declared themselves a properly constituted quorum of the Central Executive Committee, and proceeded to take decisions in its name. Tai Chi Tao was among their number. On the day of its meeting, the conference issued a proclamation annulling the membership of all communists in Kuomintang, but declaring that, so long as one Communist Keski International, number 12, 49, December 1925, pages 30 to 31. 2 H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, pages 90 to 91. Quoting Li Qilong's pamphlet, CP 779, note 1 below, according to Tiang Lingli, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, pp. 213 to 214, the conflict was carried over to the different armies. F. F. Liu, A Military History of Modern China, Princeton, 1956, pages 22 to 23, describes the friction, but dates it too late. 750, Foreign Relations. Point B. The Soviet Union pursued an anti-imperialist policy. Cooperation with it in the common interests of the revolution was possible. 2 days later, a counter-statement was drawn up, apparently by the Peking Committee of the CCP. It denounced the growth of anti-communist and anti-Soviet propaganda, the seizure of the Peking headquarters of Kuomintang by the dissidents, and the popularity of Taoism as evidence of the growing power of the reactionaries. This was concentrated in the north, where strong and organized proletarian masses were lacking. Peking was the national center of political reaction. The struggle in Kuomintang was not a struggle between communism and anti-communism, but between revolution and counter-revolution. Communists in Kuomintang were called on to support the left against the right, and so create a strong left wing of the broad masses in alliance with the communists. Point 2, the Western Hills Conference, which lasted till December 5, 1925, passed during its concluding stages a series of drastic resolutions, expelling the CCP members and candidate members of the Central Executive Committee, terminating Bourdain's contract as advisor to Kuomintang, dissolving the political council, and depriving Wang Cheng-wei of membership of Kuomintang for 6 months. Meanwhile, the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang in Canton, on December 12, 1925, issued a circular address to all members of Kuomintang denouncing the leaders of the Western Hills Conference, and summoning a second National Congress of Kuomintang to meet in Canton in January 1926. Chiang Kai-shek had just consolidated both his military power in Kwantung and his personal authority over the other Kuomintang leaders, and was still grateful for the loyal support which had enabled him to achieve these results. At a banquet held on December 11, 1925, 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 210. 2 Ibid pages 238 to 244. If the date on the document November 25, 1925, is correct, its conjectural attribution to the Peking Committee must also be correct, since there could have been no time to consult Shanghai or Canton. No evidence is forthcoming that the statement was published, but the party journal Shanghai Jiupao of December 3, 1925, carried an article by CHN Tusiu entitled What Are the Right and Left Wings of Kuomintang, which followed a similar line. 3 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 211 to 212. CHXL China in Revolution 751. To celebrate the victory over CHN Chang attributed it to Sun Yat-sen's wisdom in seeking the Soviet alliance, praised the role of the Soviet military advisors, which he oddly compared with the Allied command under Foch in the First World War, and recalled a remark of Sun Yat-sen at Bourdain's views coincided with his own. Point 2, on December 25, 1925, in a further circular letter denouncing the Western Hills Group, he explicitly defended the policy of admitting communists, and praised Bourdain and the Soviet advisors for their sincere devotion to Kuomintang. The whole of the Kwantung and Guangxi provinces were now firmly held by the nationalist government, and that government was becoming more powerful and more efficient. The unleashing of the war in the north against Chang Solin by the Kuomintang forces seemed in itself to constitute a fresh victory for the nationalist cause, and to bring liberation and unity nearer. The struggle, and the hopes which it dared, eclipsed the minor frictions between Kuomintang and the CCP, and amity once more reigned. The only serious problem on the horizon was to restrain and discipline the dissidents of the Western Hills Group who had openly defied the party. The Second Congress of Kuomintang opened in Canton in this confident atmosphere on January 2, 1926. The total number of members of Kuomintang at this time was reported to be 400,000, including 87,000 overseas Chinese, *. They were represented at the Congress by 256 delegates, of whom were communists, headed by Tian Pingshan and Changguo Tao. Wang Cheng-wei opened the proceedings with a political report which was a 1 CP 732 above. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 212. The tribute to Bourdain, which appeared in the first version of the speech published in 1926, was expurgated from later versions. 3 Ibid p. 214, K. Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 338. Quotes a speech of Chiang Kai-shek at the Military Academy on January 6, 1926, in which he described communism as an essential part of Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles. What appears to be the same text is quoted in Tiang Lingli, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, pages 232 to 233, where, however, it is described as an article in the Journal of the Academy, and dated December 1925. 4 International Presse Correspondence, number 25, February 12, 1926, pages 360. 61. 5 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 213, for particulars of the Communist Fraction C. Ibid p. 507, note 25. According to another count, out of 278 delegates, 168, 752 Foreign Relations BTV. Factual summary of events since the previous Congress of January 1924. It did not mention the CCP, and made no proposals. Social issues once more proved the most delicate. During the Congress, on January 6, 1926, the Kwantung Provincial Peasant Union convened a meeting of Congress delegates to discuss the peasant question. PNPAI presided, and a delegate of the union gave an account of the experiences and grievances of the peasantry over the past 2 years. He concluded with a warning. There are people who say that there is no need for the peasants to fight and struggle against the landowners, that the landowners, living in peace with the peasants, can give them certain benefits. But all the quantum peasants, who by this time have some practical experience, will never believe this. Wang Qingwei reported at length to the Congress on the peasant question, claiming a total membership of 720,000 for the Quantum Peasant Union. His report formed the basis of a resolution, which repeated in more emphatic terms the thesis of the first Congress that the national revolution was essentially a peasant revolution, and could be victorious only if it based itself on the peasantry. A list of detailed desiderata was drawn up: political, economic and educational. The armed organizations used to oppress the peasantry should be dissolved, and the peasants given the means of self-protection. Exorbitant interest should be prohibited, maximum rents fixed, and organizations for mutual self-help established. One demand only was conspicuously absent from the program: the confiscation and redistribution of land. Plus, a corresponding resolution on the industrial workers spoke of the need for Kuomintang to establish a solid base in the labor movement. It called for a government labor code. An 8-hour CC belonged to the left and communist wing, 65 to the center, and 45 to the right. It was estimated that out of 250,000 members of Kuomintang, 150,000 belonged to the left wing and the communists, and that 9/10 of the local organizations were under their combined leadership. Communistic Esky International, number 8, 82, February 25, 1927, pages 9 to 10. 1 David Vostok, 18, NT 1927, 4 to 26. Full records of the Congress do not appear to have been published. 2 The meeting is reported in Krestiansky International, no 3 to 5, March, May 1926, pages 169 to 173. 3 Novaya Vostok, 18, NT 1927, pages 26 to 39. 4 For a Russian translation of the resolution, C.A. Ivan, Krasny Piki, 2nd, ed. 1927, pages 144 to 147. For an abbreviated English translation, T.C. Wu. The Kuomintang and the Future of the Chinese Revolution, 1928, pages 194 to 195. CHXL China in Revolution 753. Day. Protection of labor and other provisions familiar in the labor legislation of advanced capitalist countries. Demands for the nationalization of industry or for workers' control were lacking. A separate resolution dealt with the rise of the organized labor movement. Since May 30, 1925, the movement was said to have passed over from the purely economic to the political struggle. Kuomintang would seize this opportunity for revolutionary propaganda among workers by helping to develop the All-China Federation of Trade Unions and by supporting the workers against the imperialists and their tools, the militarists, the big merchants and the Compraterstaat. The failure of the Congress to endorse any specifically socialist demand in agrarian or in labor policy might have seemed equivocal. But in general the resolutions marked a step towards the left, and were hailed with satisfaction by communist observers. In its specifically political decisions the Congress spoke with a clearer and less uncertain voice. It received a telegram of greeting from the 14th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, which had just completed its session. The message, significantly omitting any reference to the CCP, greeted the many million people of China, and expressed the conviction that Kuomintang, provided it could consolidate the alliance of workers and peasants for the struggle, would successfully discharge the same role in the East as the Russian Party had performed in Russia. 3 The response apparently took the form of a telegram to the Soviet government in Canton. The distinction between party and government had little meaning, which hailed the Soviet Union as the vanguard and protector of oppressed nations, and promised to carry through to the end the national revolution for the liberation of the oppressed peoples. Plus the Congress issued a manifesto declaring that the Chinese Revolution was a part of the world revolution, and that its aim was the overthrow of imperialism and all its tools. It also addressed a message to the oppressed peoples of the world, proclaiming its intention to advance together with all oppressed peoples and classes to the goal of national 1. The resolution is quoted, in a poor translation, and summarized ibid pp. 196 to 198 to ibid pages 199 to 200. 314 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, pages 579 to 580. 4 Bolshevik, number 4, February 28, 1926, pages 58 to 59. 754 Foreign Relations. Point B. Revolution, World Revolution, and World Peace. And it addressed a separate appeal to the Japanese people, expressing hope for collaboration in the common task of overthrowing imperialism, and protesting against the action of the Japanese government in giving military protection to Chang Tso-lin, the enemy of our land. Point 2. The Congress reaffirmed the policy of the dead leader in admitting the members of the CCP to Kuomintang for the common task. Disputes should be settled by open discussion between the two parties, and nobody should be allowed to indulge in calumny which might endanger the fundamental policy of concentration of the revolutionary forces. Point 3 Spokesmen of the CCP reaffirmed their loyalty to Kuomintang and to the national revolution. S. Wang Qingwei, according to a communist source, reciprocated by declaring that if we wish to fight against the imperialists we must not turn against the communists, and that if we are against the communists we cannot at the same time describe ourselves as antagonists of imperialism. Point 5 The rebels of the Western Hills group were dealt with in detail. Zhou and CCHIH, identified as leaders of the group, were expelled from Kuomintang. Tai Chi Tao, who was also one of the original conveners of the conference, escaped with a reprimand on the plea that he had left the conference before it reached its conclusion. 12 Other participants were threatened with expulsion if they continued to violate party discipline registered. These decisions suggested that the left wing of Kuomintang, supported and encouraged by the CCP representatives, was well in the ascendant. But the elections to the Central Executive Committee, whose number was increased from 24 to 36, and to its Standing Committee of 9 revealed that the desire for compromise. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 213. 2 Pravda, January 26, 1926, for Japanese action in Manchuria, cp. 748. Above. 3 T.C. Wu, The Kuomintang and the Future of the Chinese Revolution. 1928, p. 170. 4 The Authority for the Attitude of the Communists is a report by Chang Kuo Tao in Shanghai Zhoupao, February 20, 1926, cited in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe. 1956, p. 213. 5 International, Press Correspondence, number 21, March 18, 1926, p. 330. 6 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 214. Chi XL China in Revolution 755. Had not disappeared. 7 communists were elected to the Central Committee and 3 to the Standing Committee. Wang Jingwei remained the president of both. Chiang Kai-shek was, for the first time, elected to both. Other choices were less reassuring. The election of Sun Fo to the Central Committee, in spite of his declared association with the right, might be explained as a pious tribute to his father's memory, but that of Tai Chi Tao could be attributed only to the personal friendship of Chiang Kai-shek or to a strong desire to propitiate the right. Hu Han Min was re-elected in spite of his recent disgrace and his absence. In Moscow, the Second Congress of Kuomintang, viewed from Moscow, appeared to justify undiluted optimism. The Congress was generally interpreted as a defeat for the right. The number of advocates of an equivocal and compromising position was pronounced to be extremely insignificant. One commentator even greeted the appearance of a right wing in Kuomintang as evidence of the rising tempo of social differentiation in Chinese public life. The Congress was felt to have strengthened the links of the party with the working class and with the broad masses of the peasantry. The CCP and Kuomintang were told that the main task for the present was the development and strengthening of social and labor organizations as well as propaganda and organization among the peasantry. This may have been a cautious warning against growing pressure in Kuomintang for military action. The two parties were invited to promote the slogan of a people's government and a national assembly, and to establish an anti-imperialist united front as the answer to the counter-revolution now organizing itself and to aggressive imperialism. Point to immediate revolutionary action was neither one Ibid. According to a later source, cited Ibid p. 507, note 33, Tiode. His election to Jiang support, in his diary, published in 1936, Chiang Kai-shek recorded a conversation with Sun Fo on January 11, 1926, in which he, Chiang, admitted that he would have preferred to postpone a decision on the expulsion of members of the Western Hills Group, SPIT p. 215, c. However, p. 751 above for utterances of Chiang at this time favorable to the Communists. M. N. Roy, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in China. Calcutta, 1946, p. 394, gives a list of the 7 members of the Standing Committee, which he calls the Politburo, of whom only one, Tian Pingshan, was a communist, but this source is often unreliable in detail. 2 International Press Correspondence, number 25, February 12, 1926, pages 360. 361, Bolshevik, number 4, February 28, 1926, pages 57 to 60. 756, Foreign Relations. Point B. Expected nor demanded. But the rapidly increasing numbers of Kuomintang and the CCP, and the rising tide of revolution all over China, seemed to show that the movement was advancing on the right lines. During the weeks which followed the Second Congress of Kuomintang, Comintern headquarters continued to be dominated by these favorable impressions, and the confidence felt in Moscow in the Kuomintang alliance reached its highest point. Wodinsky in an optimistic article enumerated 6 favorable factors in the situation in southern China: the growth of Kuomintang as a revolutionary people's party, the firm territorial basis of the liberation movement in Canton and Kwantung, the rise of national armies and their association with Kuomintang, the growing role of the proletariat and of the trade unions, the growing influence of the CCP among the industrial workers, increasing sympathy among the workers for the Soviet Union. The key to future policy both for the CCP and for Kuomintang was a united front against imperialism. The danger signals of a rift in the ranks of Kuomintang or between Kuomintang and the CCP seemed of minor significance, and were cheerfully ignored. The two revolutions. In the months that followed the Second Congress of Kuomintang in January 1926, China was on the eve of startling changes, which in the next 2 years would transform the face of the country and set in motion a new and unprecedented train of events. Knowledge of the sequel makes it difficult to reconstruct the mood and explain the policies of the Soviet government at a time when these events were unforeseen by anyone, and its policies inevitably appear in retrospect to have been distorted by a gross error of perspective. The sense of security inspired in Moscow in the new year of 1926 by the situation in Canton was outweighed by acute anxieties about developments in northern China. The result of the events of 1925 in China had been to sharpen the differences between the Chinese nationalist and the Western imperialist camps, and to produce a greater measure of concentration in both. If the nationalist movement had strength and itself in the south and gained new adherents in the north. 1 International Press Correspondence, number 34, March 2, 1926, pages 471 to 473. CHXL China in Revolution 757. The Western imperialist powers had also intensified their activities, and were consciously doing everything to bolster up both Chiang Solin and Wu Peifu in their opposition to the nationalist cause, and to the Soviet Union. The greatest danger lay in the north. It was mainly to this point that the eyes of the Soviet leaders and of Soviet publicists were directed. In Peking, the Sino-Soviet conference, which had been formally opened before Karakhan's departure for Moscow in August 1925, was resumed on Dec. 1, 1925, after his return. But, though negotiations proceeded on such matters as mutual financial claims, the rights of Soviet nationals in Chinese territory, frontier regulations, and the status of the Serre III, the discussions were quickly revealed as meaningless. In the absence of any effective authority exercised by the Chinese negotiators, the position of the Kuomintang army sandwiched between the forces of Chiang Solin and Wu Peifu, and now confronted with the open hostility of the foreign powers, was precarious. Feng Yixiang's public announcement, at the beginning of January 1926, that he intended to retire from active life and make a journey to Moscow, excited widespread speculation in the foreign press, but was on the whole correctly interpreted as a confession that his challenge to the military power of Chiang Solin had failed. A Chinese communist observer painted a gloomy picture of Feng's predicament. He had missed his opportunities at the decisive moment in the previous autumn. In spite of his success in occupying Tientsin, his generals were quarreling with one another, and he had become a target of the anti-Red campaign. The attempt to create a third force with Soviet backing in northern China as a counterweight to the Anglo-American one. This emphasis was apparent in a well-informed and balanced article in Bolshevik, number 4, February 28, 1926, pages 49 to 63, an article by Wodinsky on Policy in China in Communistic International, number 4, 53, April 1926, pp. 5 to 23, probably written in January or February 1926, scarcely mentioned Canton, and obviously did not regard it as a factor of prime importance. Of 18 articles, or items about China in International Presse correspondence for the first 3 months of 1926, 9 were devoted to relations with Chang Solin and only 2 to relations with Canton. 2 CP 736 above. 3 China Yearbook, 1926-7, Tianjin, ND, pages R0-1101, R.T. Pollard. China's Foreign Relations, 1917-1931, NY 1933, pages 198-204. 4 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, January 9, 1926, pages 174-175, Japan. Chronicle, Kobe, January 14, 1926, p. 40. 5 International Presse Correspondence, number 17, January 22, 1926, p. 237. See also p. 747, note 2 above. 758 Foreign Relations Point B. Protégé Wu Peifu and the Japanese protégé Chang Solin had petered out. The power of Chang Solin, who from his headquarters in Mukden dominated the scene in northern China, touched the Soviet Union at one of its most vulnerable points. The status of the Sir had been provisionally settled by the direct agreement with Chang Solin of September 20, 1924.1. The year 1925 was relatively quiet on this front. When Carr returned to Moscow from Peking early in September 1925, he told the press that the railway was technically in excellent order. The line has not been in such a good state at any time since 1917 as it is now. On the other hand, the Soviet or former Russian nationals employed by the Chinese government in Manchuria in the administration, in the police and in the schools attached to the railway, were almost all hostile to the Soviet regime. White Guards who try to enter the Soviet Union in any way they can. At the beginning of 1926, acute trouble broke out as the result of a demand for payment for the transportation of Chang Solin's soldiers, who had hitherto generally been carried on unlimited credit. The fact that this demand coincided with the revolt against Chang of subordinate generals enjoying Soviet encouragement or support was certainly not overlooked in Mukden. On the other hand, Soviet opinion attributed the incident to provocation from Chang Solin, who, conscious of the growth of anti-Soviet feeling among the foreign powers and willing to propitiate them, chose the moment to adopt a stiffer attitude towards Soviet claims. Point 3 The dispute led to clashes and disturbances between the troops and railway officials. At one moment the Soviet consul in Harbin was threatened with arrest. Point 4 On January 19, 1926. 1 CP 687 above. 2 Izvestia, September 8, 10, 1925. For the controversy provoked by an order of Ivanov, the general manager of the SER, of April 9, 1925, dismissing all workers or employees not possessing either Chinese or Soviet nationality. C.R.T. Pollard, China's Foreign Relations, 1917-1931, NY, 1933, p. 199. China Weekly Review, Shanghai, May 30, 1925, p. 374. 3 Rodek diagnosed the occurrence as a symptom of the sharpening of the conflict between the Soviet Union and the imperialist powers since the May 30 incident, and thought that Great Britain was working to bring about a rapprochement between Chang Solin and Wu Peifu. Pravda, January 30, 1926. 4 On January 13, 1926, the Soviet charged d'affaires in Berlin asked the German government for the help of the German consul in Harbin in resisting this threat. Auswartages AMT, 1841/419227-8. GXL China in Revolution. 759. Protests against the arbitrary actions of the Mukden military authorities were addressed by Carr to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Peking, which was notoriously helpless in the matter, and direct to Chang Solin, and the Soviet consul general at Harbin was instructed to resist any attempt by the Harbin Consular Corps to interfere in an issue concerning China and the Soviet Union alone. The affair culminated in the arrest of Ivanov and several other Soviet officials on January 21, 1926, by order of Chang Solin. On the following day, Chicharin telegraphed to Peking a note of protest which just fell short of being an ultimatum. It demanded that within 3 days order on the railway shall be completely re-established, the agreement observed, and Ivanov released. Failing this, the Soviet government requests the Chinese government to permit the USSR to use its own forces to secure the operation of the agreement and to defend the mutual interests of China and the USSR in the Chinese Eastern Railway. A violent leading article in Pravda accused Chang Solin of shooting down Chinese workers and strangling their leaders. A further article declared that, foiled in his ambitions to conquer the whole of China, he was attempting to strengthen his hold on Manchuria by ignoring the agreements with Moscow on the administration of the railway. This sharp reaction rather unexpectedly produced the desired effect on Chang Solin, whose prompt retreat suggested that he had received a strong hint from his patrons in Tokyo not to pursue the quarrel. On January 24, 1926, the Soviet Consul General in Harbin and the head of the Central Diplomatic Administration in the 3 eastern provinces signed an agreement providing for the release of Ivanov and all others arrested on the occasion of the incident, for the resumption of normal working on the railway and for the transportation of troops on the basis of existing agreements. Questions of responsibility and compensation were reserved for a further settlement. The announcement. 1 Izvestia, January 22, 1926, China Yearbook, 1926-7, Tianjin, ND. Pages 1102-1103. 2 Klyupnikov I Sabinin, Mezdunordnaya Politika, 2, I, 1928, 336-337. It was originally published in Pravda and Izvestia, January 24, 1926. Karakhan communicated it on January 23, 1926, both to the Peking government and to Chang Solin, China Yearbook, 1926-7, Tianjin, ND, pages 1104-1105. 3 Pravda, January 24, 1926. 4 see pages 881-882 below. 760 Foreign Relations Priv. In Izvestia of this agreement added that Ivanov had already been released and that other releases were in progress. That events may have proceeded less smoothly on the spot is suggested by a further note of Karakhan to the Chinese government on January 28, 1926, requesting it to instruct the Manchurian authorities to put an end to the insults, arrests and torture of Soviet citizens. But for the moment victory appeared to have gone to the Soviet government. The foreign press, chagrined by Chang Solin's quick surrender to Soviet pressure, and anxious to miss no opportunity of discrediting the Soviet Union in Chinese eyes, spoke caustically of the harshness of Shishirin's ultimatum and of a return to the aggressive methods of Tsarist diplomacy. The Soviet government showed itself sensitive to these attacks. Pravda wrote angrily of idiotic fairy tales to the effect that Shishirin's note had been an attack on China's unrestricted sovereignty. 3 and a few days later Chicherin gave a long interview to the press explaining that the only rights which the Soviet Union claimed in the Tsar derived from a treaty freely negotiated with the Chinese government, that the trouble had arisen only because enemies of the USSR had incited local Chinese military authorities to commit illegal acts, and that Soviet solicitude for Chinese sovereignty and Chinese interests was unimpaired. The prompt termination of this incident restored the status quo in Manchuria, but did nothing to stabilize the uneasy balance of power on which it depended. A few days after the settlement of the Soviet quarrel with Chang Solin over the Tsar, Borodin left Canton on a visit to the north, accompanied by Chnujei, a Chinese of British West Indian birth, commonly known in the West as Eugene Chen, now employed in the Foreign Affairs Department. 1 Izvestiya, January 27, 1926. 2 Abid, January 30, 1926, still more belatedly, on February 4, 1926, the Executive Bureau of Profintern sent out a protest to the workers of the world against Chang Solin, the Chinese Khalkhic, for his attacks on the trade unions and on the Tsar, Mezdunardno Rebochidvijini, No. 5, 1926. p. 24. 3 Pravda, January 29, 1926. 4 Izvestiya, February 5, 1926, the Hands-Off China Society also issued a statement denouncing the calumnies of the imperialist powers against the Soviet Union in connection with the Tsar, Pravda, February 11, 1926. CHXL China in Revolution 761. Meant of the Canton government, he traveled incognito via Tientsin to Peking. Throughout northern and central China, the Kuomintang forces were in a precarious position, being exposed to a joint attack from the newly cemented alliance of Chang Solin and Wu Peifu. On February 7, 1926, the Central Committees of the CCP and of the Communist Youth League issued a statement on the alliance between Wu Peifu and Mukden against the Kuomintang, appealing for support for the Kuomintang forces in Honan. It may be presumed that these events were the principal topics of a conference which took place at the Soviet embassy in Peking in the second half of February 1926. Karakhan presided, and the principal participants appear to have been Kubiak, secretary of the Far Eastern Bureau of the Russian Party, and Leps, the trade union leader, who came from Moscow, Gamarnik, president of the Far Eastern Revolutionary Committee of the party, who came from Khabarovsk, and Borodin, who came from Canton. 3 No conclusions of the conference are on record, and it was evidently barren of achievement. It may have inspired a demonstration of workers and students which was held in Peking on February 27, 1926, to denounce the action of the British in Canton and to urge the people of Peking to resist. 1 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 648-650, China Year Book, 1928, Tientsin, N.D., p. 1336. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 480, note 94. 3 The most circumstantial account, naming the participants, is in K. Few's Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, pages 219 to 220. The conference was referred to in the Japanese press, Japan Chronicle, Kobe, April 15, 1926. pp. 442, where it is vaguely dated March. Eugene Chen told an American consular official that Borodin went to Peking in order to meet a committee of 17 members of the Third International who had come out from Moscow in order to see what the realities of the Chinese situation actually were. J.C. Houston, Sun Yat-sen, the Kuomintang, and the Russian-Chinese Political Alliance. Typed MS in the Hoover Library, Stanford, ND, pages 132 to 133, but the number 17 must be either a slip or an exaggeration, and Comintern is unlikely to have been concerned. The approximate date is fixed by Kubiak's subsequent journey to Shanghai and Canton. He arrived in Canton on March 13, 1926, CP 778 below. It was not the first such conference. A message from Khabarovsk in Izvestiya, April 28, 1925, records that Kubiak and Gamarnik had returned there on the previous day from a visit to Peking, where they discussed with Karakhan matters of common interest to the Far Eastern region, and to Manchuria, and to Mukden, where they had called on Chang Solin. This provides further evidence of the close attention devoted by the party to the affairs of northern China. Vol. Ely Ptil. 762 Foreign Relations BTU. Wu Peifu and Chang Solin. The conference over, Kubiak and Leps went on to Shanghai and Canton. Gamarnik returned to Khabarovsk to preside at the first Congress of Soviets of the newly constituted Far Eastern region, which opened on March 15, 1926. And Borodin proceeded to Suiyuan to seek out Feng Yicheng, whose attitude was worse than equivocal. The purpose of the journey was presumably to cement relations between Feng, Kuomintang, and the Soviet government, to discuss further Soviet subsidies to the general and to galvanize him into action. The mission was a complete failure. Feng Yicheng was in no mood to take the offensive, or to assume dangerous commitments to Kuomintang or to the Soviet government, and was eager only to escape without loss of face from the impending defeat of the Kuomintang forces. On March 9, 1926, he was reported to have refused an offer from Tuan Chijui to appoint him plenipotentiary for the pacification of the provinces of Chile, Shanxi, and Honan. The moment had come to execute the intention announced by him in January to make a pilgrimage to Moscow. The logical result of his now exclusive dependence on Soviet subsidies. On March 20, 1926, he left Chinese territory with his family and retainers, and reached Ulaanbaatar on March 22, 1926.5. During this period, while Borodin was absent in the north, nothing occurred in southern China to portend any decisive change. The Hong Kong strike was maintained, the rule of the nationalist government was consolidated throughout Kwantung. In Hunan, an organized peasant movement, professing no definite political program but using nationalist slogans, swept the countryside. Registered never had the alliance between the Soviet government and Kuomintang seemed more secure or more effective. Throughout the winter of 1925 to 1926, Hu Hanmin, whose 1 Pravda, March 2, 1926, a poor photograph of the demonstration is reproduced in K. Few's Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 369. 4. The British blockade of Canton, CP 764, note 6 below. 2. See Volume 2, PS 292. 3 Pravda, March 11, 1926. 4 CP 757 above. 5 Izvestiya, March 24, 1926, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 330. 6 Novaya Vostok, Zeal 14, 1926, 1-16, The Development of the Peasant Movement in Shantung, Hunan, and Kwantung Provinces, wrote Rodek at this time, showed what immense reserves the national movement has. Pravda, May 30, 1926. CHXL China in Revolution. 763. Election at the Second Congress to the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang showed him to be still in good standing in Canton. Continued to enjoy the status of an honored guest in Moscow, where he ingratiated himself by the assiduity with which he cursed Koskaya and talked about world revolution, He attended the 5th anniversary celebration of the Institute of Oriental Studies in November 1925, and was made an honorary member of its Chinese section. 2 In the following month he brought the greetings of Kuomintang to the 14th Congress of the Russian Party. 3 On February 10, 1926, a Chinese dealing Gashin headed by Hu Hanmin was received by representatives of Crest Hinton and of the International Agrarian Institute *, where he was greeted as a senior member of Kuomintang, who has given much study to the peasant question. Peasant representatives from a number of eastern countries were present and expressed the hope of bringing about a united peasant revolutionary front from Peking to Madras and from Madras to Constantinople and Morocco. On February 15, 1926, a further meeting took place at which Hu Hanmin was appointed MEM, of the Presidium of the International Peasant Council, the executive organ of Crest Hinton. The meeting expressed the view that work among the Chinese peasantry should be extended from the southern provinces to the north, and brought into close contact with the peasant movement in India, Indonesia, Mongolia, Japan and Korea, in the interest of the common struggle of the peasants against imperialism. 2 days later, Hu Hanmin appeared, this time in military uniform, at the opening session of the 6th enlarged Higi, being described as a member of the Central Committee of Kuomintang and leader of the army of the Canton government. 1 Rodek, who took charge of him in Moscow, remembered these details in a letter of July 8 to 12, 1928, Trotsky Archives, T 1887, Pravda, November 19, 1925, published an article by Hu Hanmin which maintained that the Chinese revolution is part of the world revolution, since particular members are inseparable from the whole body. 2 Ibid November 22, 1925, Novaya Vostok, X11, 1925, 367 to 369. For this Institute see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 268. 3 Pravda, January 1, 1926. 4 For the Institute CP 956 below. 5 Krestiansky International, No 1-2, January-February 1926, pages 122. 123, for a photograph of the meeting of the Presidium on February 15, 1926. With Hu Hanmin seated on Domble's right, see Ibid No 3-5, March-May. 1926, p. 170. 764, Foreign Relations. Point B. Zinoviev, in the formal speech opening the session, having mentioned that the Chinese Communist Party works in close collaboration with the National Revolutionary Kuomintang Party, referred by a slip of the tongue, or a slip in the official record, to these two relatively young communist parties, a description which earned him the taunts of Bukharin a year later. 1 A Flam Boyan speech by Hu Hanmin, which unreservedly identified the Chinese Revolution with world revolution, and the aims of Kuomintang with those of Comintern, was vociferously applauded, and evidently quite eclipsed the modest and conventional greeting of the delegate of the CCP. 2 After the ceremonial opening, however, the plenary session devoted little attention to the Chinese question. Zinoviev, in his speculations on the root of revolution, continued to place the East behind Europe in the revolutionary order of March. 3 He described the Chinese movement as concealing within itself many surprises, but did not elaborate on this optimistic understatement. He made no reference to Kuomintang in either of his major speeches, and any note of anxiety about China related not to Canton, but to the situation in the North. A protest against the British blockade of Canton and the attempts of the British government to put pressure on the nationalist government to end the boycott of Hong Kong was adopted by acclamation. Registered Lazovsky, speaking on the trade unions. 1 Chisto Raswirny Plenum is spoken Communistic Iskogo International. 1927, p. 2, for Bukharin's remarks see Dichenesis Prijout Dem 8. Plenum, 1928, pages 8 to 9. 2 Chisto Raswirny Plenum is spoken Communistic Iskogo International. 1927, p. 8, emphasis is placed on Hu Hanmin's enthusiastic reception in International Presse Correspondence, number 31, February 26, 1926, pages 437. 440 to 441, who also spoke at a meeting in Moscow organized by the Hands Off China Society on the first anniversary of Sun Yat-sen's death, March 12, 1926, which was presided over by Joff and also addressed by Trotsky, Rodek, and others. He concluded his speech, Long live the alliance of the Chinese people with the working masses of the world. Long live the world revolution. Pravda, March 14, 1926. 3 CP 629 above. 4 Chisto Raswirny Plenum is spoken Communistic Iskogo International. 1927, pp 13 to 14. 5 CP 767 below. 6 Chisto Raswirny Plenum is spoken Communistic Iskogo International. 1927, pages 186 to 188. The text of the protest is also in International Presse Correspondence, number 37, March 8, 1926, p. 516. The so-called blockade was instituted on February 21, 1926, when the ports of Canton and Whampoa were closed by the customs authorities as a reprisal for the seizure of cargoes by the strike committee. It ended 4 days later with the release of the cargoes. Survey of International Affairs, 1926, ed. A.J. Toynbee, 1928, p. 287. CHSL China in Revolution 765. Briefly taunted the Amsterdam International with its failure to support the revolutionary movement in China. The preparation of an extensive resolution on the Chinese question. The first major pronouncement of Comintern specifically devoted to China was entrusted to an Eastern Commission, presided over by Roy. The resolution was presented by him to the plenary session without comment, and adopted unanimously without discussion. 2 Beginning with a reference to the Shanghai and Hong Kong political strikes of workers. It noted that the political activity of the proletariat has given a mighty impulse to the further development and strengthening of all revolutionary democratic organizations in the country, and first and foremost of the National Revolutionary Party of Kuomintang and of the revolutionary government in Canton. contained a description of Kuomintang which was introduced without special emphasis, but was afterwards frequently quoted as authoritative by supporters and critics. The party of Kuomintang, the fundamental core of which acts in alliance with the Chinese Communists, represents a revolutionary bloc of workers, peasants, intelligentsia and urban democracy on the basis of a community of class interests. Of these strata in the struggle against foreign imperialists and the whole military feudal order for the independence of the country and for a single revolutionary democratic government. Point 3. The resolution admitted the existence of a right wing in Kuomintang, representing individual strata of the Chinese Big Bour GOC, which wanted to expel the communists, but welcomed the condemnation of this right wing at the Second Congress. It denounced the military feudal cliques of Mouton and one Chisto Raswar and Plenum Ispokama Communisticus Gogo Internationale. 1927, pages 280 to 281. 2 Ibid P 509. Roy was the president of the commission, and Brown and Wodensky its secretaries. The commission set up subcommissions on the French colonies and on China. Pravda, February 19, 1926. No record appears to exist of the other members of the commission or of the members of the China subcommission, which presumably drafted the resolution. 3. This was the first appearance in Comintern literature of the famous four-fold classification of Kuomintang, for which CP 699 above. It followed the traditional fourfold division of Chinese society into scholars, Shi, peasants, Nung, merchants, Shang, and artisans, Kung. It paid more attention to realities than Stalin's identification of Kuomintang as the peasant element in the alliance, CP 718 above, but less to Marxist orthodoxy, the ground on which the opposition afterwards attacked it. 766. Foreign relations. Point B. Chile, and feared that the foreign imperialists might utilize the present breathing space in the development of the national liberation movement for a new aggression against China. The CCP and Kuomintang must counter this by the broadest political work among the masses, and by utilizing the inner contradictions in the camp of the imperialists. The struggle should be conducted under the slogan of hands off China, of the recognition of the complete independence of China, of the abolition of all unequal treaties and of the evacuation from China of all troops of imperialist governments. The CCP was warned both against right-wing liquidationism, which would have merged the party in the national democratic movement, and against ultra-left moods, which sought to advance immediately to proletarian dictatorship and Soviet power, ignoring the fundamental and decisive factor of the peasantry. The resolution contained no hint of military action, impending or in contemplation. Relations with Kuomintang were regarded with confidence and with a measured optimism, but no striking developments were foreseen in the immediate future. The Central Council of Profintern, which held its session immediately after the Sixth Decade, was equally indifferent to political developments in Canton. It received a report on the trade union situation in China, and passed a resolution demanding the legalization of trade unions, social legislation, and introduction of the 8-hour day and a minimum wage. Point 3. On March 25. Communistic Hesket International V Documentic, 1933, pages 619 to 623. 2 reference is made in later literature to a decision at this time to admit Kuomintang to Comintern as a sympathizing party. Bukharin alleged that Zinoviev had been in favor of such action at the time of the Sixth Enlarged Iki, Dionysius Krajov Dem 8. Plenum, 1928, p. 138. Trotsky, evidently placing the episode after the coup of March 20, 1926, stated that a decision to admit Kuomintang to Comintern had been taken by the Politburo against his single dissentient vote. Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, no. 15 to 16, September-October 1930, p. 8. But, if the decision was taken, it was apparently not carried out. Neither Hu Hanmin's speech of greeting to the Sixth Enlarged Iki in February 1926, cp 764 above, nor the similar speech of the Kuomintang delegate at the Seventh Enlarged Iki in November 1926. Pudimorovoy Revalyatsit, 1927, 1, 4, implied Kuomintang membership of Comintern, a rhetorical remark of the Kuomintang delegate that Kuomintang will fulfill its historical role under the leadership of Comintern, Ibid 1. 459, could hardly be stretched to bear that meaning. 3. 4 Sesiad Central Nogo Sov to Krasnogo International Prosozov. 1926, pages 87 to 90, 136 to 140. CHXL China in Revolution 767. 1926, the Executive Bureau of Profintern dealt sympathetically with an appeal for help from the Canton Hong Kong Strike Committee. The appeal, which is undated in the records and was probably some days or weeks old, pointed out that 150,000 workers had been on strike for 8 months, and protested against the blockade of Canton and the murder of strike leaders by hired assassins. At the instigation of the British colonial government of Hong Kong, the Executive Bureau decided to send 10,000 rubles immediately and to appeal to the Russian trade unions for further help. It is clear that the Bureau had no inkling of the untoward events which had occurred 5 days earlier in Canton. While the Sixth Enlarged Iki and the Central Council of Profintern were in session in Moscow, the armies of Wu Peifu and Chang Ti-Solin massed around Peking. The fighting was fiercest in the neighborhood of Tientsin, where the Taku forts, which commanded the port, were a Kuomintang stronghold. But the issue was hardly in doubt. It was of these discouraging developments that Zinoviev spoke when he replied to the general debate in the Sixth Enlarged Iki on March 8, 1926. The position of the national armies in China has somewhat deteriorated in the last few days. The whole imperialist press is full of triumph on this account, and hopes that the national armies will be destroyed. The position in China has more than once been critical, but the great national revolutionary movement has each time revealed new and ever new strength. In this consists the world historical significance of events in China. And again, in winding up the session exactly a week later, the strategic situation of the Chinese Revolution has been recently deteriorating. The national armies have suffered some thing of a defeat. The pressure of hostile forces is strengthening, and the enemy becoming more arrogant. Point 3. 1 Mesdinard no Rebochid Vigini, number 13, 1926, p. 17, Mesdinard. Naya Solidar Nostrivyaskixia, 1924 to 1927, 1959, p. 186. 2 see pages 778 to 779 below. 3 Shisto Raswar and Plenum Ispokama Communisticus Gogo Internationale. 1927, pages 462, 597. The date March 24, 1926, assigned to the second speech. In China Yearbook, 1928, Tientsin, ND, p. 1341, was the date on which it was published in Pravda. It had no reference to events in Canton. 768, Foreign Relations. Point B. The occupation of the Taku forts embroiled the Kuomintang with the diplomatic corps, which on March 10, 1926, protested to the Peking government against the interruption of communications. Finally, on March 16, 1926, an ultimatum was presented to the Chinese government and to the commanders on the spot, requiring them to withdraw from the forts and to cease interference with foreign shipping. On the following day, a Soviet ship carrying arms from Vladivostok for the Kuomintang force was intercepted by Chinese warships owing allegiance to Chiang Solin. On March 18, 1926, the ultimatum was accepted and the evacuation of Tientsin by the Kuomintang begun on the same day, before the decision to surrender was publicly known. A procession of demonstrators who had marched to Tuan Chui's residence in Peking to protest against the ultimatum was fired on by the police, and about 50 persons killed. The slaughter was greeted with satisfaction in the foreign community, and with consternation in Moscow. By both it was interpreted as proof of the determination of Chiang Solin to take decisive action against the Reds. Feng Yuxiang attempted to exculpate himself from responsibility for the events in Peking on the plea that he was far away at the time, and knew nothing of the shooting till long after it had happened. 3 But the first Kuomintang army was within easy striking distance of Peking, and it was difficult to resist the later conclusion of Tian Pingshan that the army not only permitted this action, but even directly supported it. 4 On the day after the shooting, Tuan Chui arrested several Kuomintang members in Peking, as well as Li Taxiao, one of the founders of the CCP, and 4 other communists. 5 These proceedings marked the effective end of the hopes placed in the 1 for a summary narrative of these events from the contemporary press. See Survey of International Affairs, 1926, ed. AJ.B, 1928, pages 253 to 254. 2 Izvestia, March 21, 1926. 3 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 330. No authority is quoted for the statement in Survey of International Affairs, 1926, ed. AJ.B, 1928, p. 254, that a telegram of protest from Feng was received in Peking on March 20, 1926. Plus Kommunistische Skui International, number 4, 62, October 8, 1926, p. 17. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 329, 363 to 364. This is a protest of the Peking Committee of the CCP breaking off relations with the first Kuomintang, a recent history based on Chinese sources, namely as the organizer of the March 18th demonstration. Okerki Historic Kitty of Inogi Shivremya, 1959, p. 144. CHXL China in Revolution 769. Kuomintang movement as a revolutionary force. Izvestia on March 24 and 25, 1926, wrote openly of the retreat of the Kuomintang armies. This was now a serious preoccupation in Moscow, where the whole Soviet position in northern China and in Manchuria seemed in imminent danger. On March 25, 1926, the Chinese situation was discussed at length in the Politburo. In February or March 1926, perhaps soon after the dispute with Chiang Solin over the Tsar, the anxieties of the Politburo led it to set up a special commission to report on Far Eastern policy. The questions at issue had not hitherto been a matter of special concern to the party or a source of controversy in it. They had never been raised in the debates with Trotsky, and were not mentioned in the rift between Stalin and Zinoviev which culminated at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925. The composition of the new commission was a sure proof that the subject was regarded, from the party standpoint, as non-controversial and only of diplomatic or technical importance. Its president was Trotsky, and its other members Chicherin, Voroshilov and Dzerzhinsky. Its main report was debated in the Politburo, at the height of the Peking crisis, on March 25, 1926, and on the same occasion, or a few days later, it presented a special resolution, which was also adopted by the Politburo, on the Tsar. The report opened with a conventional recognition of the progressive development of the internal forces of the Chinese Revolution. But its main preoccupation was with measures to be taken to prevent the threatened formation of an imperialist front against China. The solution was sought at the point where the potential front seemed least solid, and where Soviet interests were most directly menaced in Manchuria. Japan must be conciliated by recognizing de facto Japanese control over South Manchuria for the immediate future. The autonomy of Manchuria under Chiang Solin, though it could not be recognized in theory, must be accepted in practice in return for an agreement by him not to move against the South. Agreement. 1. The report and a record of the discussion of March 25, 1926, in the Politburo are in the Trotsky Archives, T. 870. An article by Trotsky in Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, No. 3-4, September 1929, pages 1-5, quoted at length from the resolution on the Tsar, which it described as having been worked out by this commission and confirmed by the Politburo in April 1926. This may be merely a misstating of the meeting of March 25, 770. Foreign relations. Point B. With Chiang Solin implied the maintenance by him not only of good and firm relations with Japan, but also of firm and friendly relations with us, which in turn would give him a certain independence in regard to Tokyo. Soviet diplomatic headquarters in Manchuria should be transferred from Harbin to Mukden to facilitate direct dealings with Chiang Solin. A strictly business policy should be pursued in the question of the Tsar. A joint Chinese-Japanese-Soviet conference on railway affairs would be desirable. The special resolution on the status of the railway declared that it must remain in Soviet hands till the victory of the Chinese Revolution in order to guarantee it against seizure by the imperialists. But cultural political measures were required to establish the Chinese character of the line. Administration should be bilingual, and Chinese schools should be set up for Chinese workers. Chinese support of what? Russian employees of the railway was indicated as one of the current sources of trouble. Other incidental recommendations were made in the main report. Soviet departments must avoid inadmissible great power traits which compromise the Soviet government and create an impression of imperialism on its part, and were advised to show the greatest attention to the rights of China, to emphasize her sovereignty, etc. Any idea of Soviet military intervention should be discarded. Trotsky proposed that the Soviet government should repeat its previous assurance, given at the time of the signature of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, that, once the Chinese people sets up its own democratic and unified government, we will freely and joyfully hand over the railway to it on favorable conditions. But the Politburo thought that such a declaration at this moment might be interpreted as a sign of weakness, and postponed consideration of it. 1. The resolution on the SARE also noted that certain departments had been guilty of inadmissible great power traits. Preoccupation with this question evidently reflected the bad impression created by the Chicherin ultimatum of January 22, 1926, see pages 759 to 760 above. 2 recriminations about this proposal were exchanged between Trotsky and Bukharin at the 8th Enlarged IKI in May 1927. Trotsky referred to frivolous and absurd allegations that he had proposed to surrender the SARE. Bukharin asserted that Trotsky's proposal had not been confined to repetition of an old formula, and that he had wished to get rid of the SARE as an awkward encumbrance. It was admitted that the proposal had been made. CHXL China in Revolution to FL. The report added that no concessions made to Japan must be allowed to create the impression in China of a division into spheres of influence with our participation. Finally, if Wu Peifu continued to gain ground, it might be desirable to seek agreement with him in order to weaken his dependence on England, a futile harking back to a long-discarded policy, which revealed the acute current apprehension of British designs. An additional paragraph inserted in the Politburo referred to the demand of reactionary China, incited by imperialism, for the expulsion of Carr, and recommended propaganda to counteract it. The most interesting feature of the report in the light of subsequent developments was what was said, and what was left unsaid, about Kuomintang and the Canton government, and the complete ignorance in the Politburo of startling events which had happened in Canton 5 days earlier. Point 3. The only reference in the main body of the report to the situation in the South was the proviso that the policy of concessions to Japan, prompted by the need of a breathing space for the Chinese Revolution, should be agreed with the CCP and Kuomintang, and that there should be no abatement of revolutionary and anti-imperialist propaganda. Buddha special paragraph, which underwent several amendments in the Politburo, argued that Canton and its dependent provinces should be treated not merely as a temporary revolutionary placed arms, but as a large country with a population of 37 million souls. Rakowski was to be asked his view of the prospect of a modus vivendi with France if a Cantonese representative were sent to Paris. This evidently aimed at the recognition of a de facto autonomy for Canton in the south corresponding to Chang Tso-lin's de facto autonomy in the north. The hope of a reunion of China under the national revolutionary banner of, and rejected informally in the Politburo, and was not recorded in the documents. Dionysius Frijaut Dem 8. Plenum, 1928, pages 40, 100, and 42. Trademark for the earlier wooing of Wu Peifu. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. 1923, Volume 3, pages 516 to 517. 2. Karakhan had been accused of fomenting the disturbances in Peking in November 1925, CP 747 above, and this charge was repeated more insistently when the disturbances were renewed in February and March 1926. Pravda, April 4, 1925, and International Presse Correspondence, number 53, April 5, 1926, pages 738 to 739, reported from Peking on the press campaign against Karakhan. 3. See pages 778 to 779 below. 772, Foreign Relations. Point B. Kuomintang was not so much discarded as ignored. It was only Stalin who, possessed of greater prescience or greater caution than his colleagues, showed himself alive to the real quality of Chiang Kai-shek's ambition and to one, at any rate, of the dangers inherent in it. On Stalin's motion, a further clause was added to this section of the report. The Canton government should in the present period decisively reject the thought of military expeditions of an offensive character, and, in general, of any such proceedings as may encourage the imperialists to embark on military action. The contingency of a plan by Chiang Kai-shek to embark on a military offensive was thus considered by the Politburo, and firm exception taken to it. The contingency of a defiance by Chiang Kai-shek of Soviet advice, or of a rift in the alliance, was apparently not raised at all. The diagnosis of the Chinese situation represented by the conclusions of the 6th Enlarged IKI in the middle of March 1926 and by the debate in the Politburo on March 25, 1926, was rudely shattered by Chiang Kai-shek's coup of March 20, 1926, in Canton, and by the course of events set in motion by it. The major, though hitherto unrecognized, change in the situation in Canton in the 2 months following the Second Congress of Kuomintang in January 1926 was the firm decision of Chiang Kai-shek to launch the long-awaited northern expedition. The conception of a northern expedition which would punish Wu Peifu, overthrow the militarist leaders who enjoyed the backing of the imperialist powers, and thus establish the authority of Kuomintang and of the nationalist government over a reunited China, had lain at the root of Sun Yat-sen's political ambitions, and was an integral part of the program of Kuomintang. The strengthening of the Kuomintang position in the south, due both to reorganization of the government in the summer of 1925, and to its increased military power fostered and sustained by Soviet aid, brought this aim for the first time within the range of practical planning. On July 18, 1925, the Military Council, following a resolution of the Political Council, registered a decision, first to proceed with the clearing up of eastern Kwantung and Guangxi, and CHXL China in Revolution 773. Then, having firmly established its home base, to embark on the northern expedition. When the clearing up operations were successfully completed in December 1925, preparations for the northern expedition were the logical sequel. Everything goes to show that the northern expedition was near to Chiang Kai-shek's heart, the goal of his military ambitions, and it is reasonable to conjecture that his favorable, even flattering, attitude towards the Soviet advisors and to the communists both before and during the Second Congress of Kuomintang III was dictated by his desire to ensure their support for this capital enterprise. Resolutions said to have been adopted on January 27 and February 1, 1926, to regroup the armies in preparation for the northern expedition, and to appoint Chiang Kai-shek Inspector General to place them on a war footing, were evidently necessary preliminaries to the launching of the expedition rather than a decision to launch it. T. When Borodin left Canton on February 4, 1926, to attend the conference with Karakhan and the newly arrived Soviet mission in Peking, he can scarcely have been aware that drastic action was contemplated in the near future. Point 5. The imminent approach of the northern expedition led, unexpectedly, but by a logical process, to sharp friction between Chiang Kai-shek and the Soviet advisors. On the one hand, Chiang had now attained the summit of authority, looked forward. 1. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 184. 2. See pages 732, 751 above. 3. See pages 751 to 754 above. 4. H. K. Tong, Chiang Kai-shek, 1937, I. 88 to 89. The sole source for these resolutions 5 for Bourdain's journey, see pages 760 to 761 above. Chiang Kai-shek's diary noted. A meeting with Bourdain on the eve of his departure, documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 508. Note 40, but not the topic of conversation. This suggests that no major change of policy was discussed. The view taken in L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1932, 648 to 650, that Bourdain had already been converted to the Northern Expedition, and went north in order to persuade Feng Yixiang to support it, seems untenable. Of the 3 reasons given by Bourdain for his conversion, CP 793 below, the first began to operate only in April 1926, and the third was far more cogent and plausible in April than in January. The graver difficulty is that the earlier date requires the assumption that Bourdain worked actively and secretly for 3 months for a policy known to be unacceptable to Moscow. This was not in Bourdain's character, and, though he was afterwards denounced, no such charge was ever brought against him. A foreign journalist in Canton at the time dated Bourdain's change of front after his return in April, G. Sokolsky, The Tinderbox of Asia, 1932, p. 336. 774 Foreign Relations PIAV. With confidence to the moment when he could embark on the great adventure, and, though still conscious of the need for material support from the Soviet Union, was less willing than of old to be kept in leading strings. On the other hand, Kisanko, the senior Soviet military advisor, who had been in Canton only since the end of October 1925, was less experienced than Bourdain, and evidently had less skill in smoothing over difficulties and in flattering the susceptibilities of the increasingly self-important Chinese general. Neither Kisanko nor Rogachev, his principal deputy, enjoyed Jiang's personal confidence, or could success fully replace the absent Bourdain. There were, however, more serious reasons for the rift. Though the drawing of Asia into the vast design of world revolution had been constantly spoken of by the Bolsheviks from Lenin onwards, the prospect of an early and successful revolution in China, even a bourgeois nationalist revolution, was not taken very seriously in Moscow as a goal of policy. When Bourdain first came to Canton in the autumn of 1923, at a time when many Bolsheviks still believed in imminent revolution in Europe, he is said to have reckoned that it would take fully 5 years to build up a revolutionary base in Quantum province. Since that time, the leaders of Comintern had witnessed the rise of fascism and the abject failure of revolutionary outbreaks in Germany, in Bulgaria, in Estonia, where conditions had appeared far more promising than in China. In 1925, Comintern, following in the wake of Soviet foreign policy, had gone over to the defensive, and had begun everywhere to condemn ultra-left inclinations for revolutionary adventure. To have believed in these conditions that China was ripe for revolution would have seemed visionary and fantastic, a flagrant example of irresponsible revolutionary adventure. Even when in 1925, and especially after the May 30th incident in Shanghai, more serious attention began to be paid in Moscow to events in China. During Bourdain's absence, according to a left Kuomintang source, his subordinate advisors in the military council were openly favoring the Chinese communists, with the result that relations became strained between them and Chiang, Tianglin Li, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution. 1930, p. 242, the suggestion that Bourdain withdrew from Canton because his close relations with Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Qingwei embarrassed the Chinese communists is, however, scarcely plausible. 2 J.C. Houston, Sun Yat-sen, The Kuomintang and the Russian-Chinese Political Alliance, typed MS in the Hoover Library, Stanford, ND, p. 114. CHXL China in Revolution 775. And it became a commonplace to assert that revolution was on the march there. None of the Soviet leaders foresaw immediate revolutionary changes. What was hoped for, and what the policies of Comintern and the Soviet government were designed to encourage, was a strengthening of the nationalist forces, both in Canton and in the north, to a point where they would provide an effective counterweight to the power of the imperialist countries, or, more specifically, of Great Britain and Japan. The Hong Kong strike and the rise of Feng Yixiang and the Kuomintang movement seemed excellent examples of the way in which British and Japanese power might be curbed and thwarted. But when Chiang Kai-shek seriously proposed military action starting from Canton to spread the nationalist revolution to the north, to reunite China under Kuomintang leadership, and to drive the foreigner out of the country, it seemed to Soviet observers that this ambitious and far-flung project was doomed to fail and, by provoking the intervention of the imperialist powers, would merely destroy the limited and practical policies which were already being successfully pursued. Valinsky, the spokesman of Narkomindel, was frankly skeptical. We remember the results of the so-called punitive north-earn expeditions of Sun Yat-sen, and have little faith in the viability of the strategic plans drawn up by certain enthusiastic Kuomintang supporters who overestimate their strength. And Bourdain, some years later, recalled the current view that an Eastern Revolution, for instance in China, would be an added responsibility for Moscow. Throughout the mission of Bourdain and the Soviet advisors in Canton, every mentioned by Kuomintang leaders of this ultimate objective met with a skeptical and discouraging response. Now, when Chiang Kai-shek had become seriously determined to embark on it, the same response was bound to produce open friction. But another reason for the rift lay, perhaps, even deeper. 1 Novyi Vostok, 12, 1926, Pilayin. This echoed a common view taken of the project in the foreign community in China at this time. The Northern Expedition has been in the mouth of everybody since the government came into power. It was part of Sun Yat-sen's general scheme of uniting China and has become a slogan of the party. But, unless the Kuomintang executives are extremely impractical, they will be wise enough not to undertake it. China Weekly Review, Shanghai, April 3, 1926, p. 120. 2 L. Fisher, Men and Politics, 1941, p. 136. 776 Foreign Relations PTE. So long as revolutionary action remained a remote prospect, the incompatibility between the national revolution envisaged by Kuomintang and the socialist revolution, which was the ultimate aim of the CCP and of Comintern, could be masked in affable ambiguity. This was the period of what was afterwards called the coexistence of bourgeois and proletarian tendencies in the Chinese Revolution. When action was imminent, the hollowness of the verbal compromise came embarrassingly to light. Or, if the same problem was looked at from another angle, the decision to take action made it practically imperative to choose between a revolution which, remaining strictly within national limits, would overthrow the foreign intruder and install the national bourgeoisie in power, and a revolution which, while pursuing the same national purpose, would combine it with the social revolt of proletariat. and peasantry against both foreign and national bourgeois supremacy. The right wing of Kuomintang stood unequivocally for the first of these policies. The left wing stood hesitantly and waveringly for the second, but it lacked cohesion, and appeared to follow this course only insofar as it was necessary to maintain the Soviet and Communist alliance. Hence, when the choice was forced by Chiang Kai-shek's decision to open hostilities against the North, the left wing of Kuomintang tended to melt away, or was confined to a small number of leaders. The real issue lay between the predominantly bourgeois Kuomintang and the Communists, whose potential support among the workers and peasants was large, but whose organization was weak, and dislike among the Kuomintang military leaders of Soviet tutelage was reinforced by hostility to communism among those who were most influential in shaping Kuomintang opinion. It is doubtful whether Chiang Kai-shek, whose ambitions and outlook were primarily military, himself consciously planned a political move to the right. But the situation resulting from his decision drove him automatically in that direction. Trademark PMIF, Kitaiskia Kommunistikeskia Party of Kritishevsky DNI, 1928. Pose. 2. Since the departure of Hu Hanmin, Wang Qingwei, thanks to the support of the left and of the CCP, had become the most prominent leader in Kuomintang. Personal ambition and jealousy of Wang Qingwei, illustrated by an incident quoted in H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938. P. 104, also led Chiang Kai-shek to seek support on the right. CHXL China in Revolution. 777. It was at this time that Chiang Kai-shek's diary begins to reveal impatience with the attitude of the Soviet advisors. On January 19, 1926, the last day of the Second Congress of Kuomintang, he wrote angrily that it was impossible to work with Kisanko and Rogachev, who met his sincerity with deceit. On February 7, 1926, Kisanko had ridiculed him perhaps by expressing skepticism of his military plans, and 4 days later, the Soviet advisors showed themselves suspicious and envious. On February 22, 1926, the advisors were pressing Chiang Kai-shek to go slow on plans for the northern expedition. The first mention of an open clash on the subject. 2 days later, Chiang was once more demanding an early decision to march, this time on the plea that it was necessary to come to the rescue of Feng Yichang's defeated Kuomintang forces. On February 27, 1926, Chiang complained once more of Kisanko's dictatorial and contradictory behavior, and next day dismissed a Chinese general who was said to have been conspiring with the Soviet advisors. Early in March, Chiang wrote a propaganda being conducted against him, apparently within the ranks of Kuomintang, and complained to Wang Qingwei that the revolutionary power was falling into the hands of foreigners to the detriment of the independence of Kuomintang. 2. On March 12, 1926, Chiang once more clashed with Kisanko on the desirability of the northern expedition. All the evidence suggests that the latter part of the background of this charge may be a statement in H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, p. 112, that some of the advisors incurred Chiang's displeasure because they wanted to distribute their advice and material aid equally among all the armies instead of exclusively through Chiang. According to Spinov, Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 258, Chiang reprimanded Kisanko for lending assistance to Yunnan and Guangxi. This had been done secretly and led to suspicion that Kisanko was opposing the northern expedition. 2. For references to the entries in Chiang Kai-shek's diary, which was published in 1936, see Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 215 to 217. A document purporting to emanate from a Soviet agent at this time, Zbit pages 245 to 247. Cannot be the work of Kisanko, since the writer was certainly not a military man. It is couched in vague and general terms, dwells on compromising points, which Soviet reporters normally avoided, the predominant role of the Soviet advisors, the dependence of Kuomintang and the nationalist government on our political leadership, our guidance, etc., and bears all the internal marks of a forgery. It was originally published in one of the propaganda pamphlets issued in English in 1927. 3 of it p. 220. 778. Foreign Relations. Point b. February and the first days of March 1926 brought a marked and irreversible turn for the worse in Jiang's relations with the Soviet advisors, with the communists and with left-wing leaders in Kuomintang, and that it was at this moment, whether formally or not, that the final decision was taken to embark, in the course of the year 1926, on the northern expedition. The long-standing antipathy of large sections of Kuomintang to the communist alliance was never far beneath the surface, and in the new conditions found a champion in Chiang Kai-shek. On March 13, 1926, Kubiak, accompanied by other members of the mission from Moscow which had attended the conference in Peking in the previous month, arrived in Canton and was received by Chiang Kai-shek. 2. What passed at the interview is unknown, but it may be assumed that Kubiak followed the line hitherto pursued by Comintern and by the Soviet advisors, and resisted the proposal for the northern expedition. Friction is therefore likely to have occurred, and may have hastened the next move in the game. 3. In the early hours of March 20, 1926, 1 CP 761 above. 2. The arrival was reported in Chiang Kai-shek's diary quoted in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe. 1956, p. 509, note 76, the diary for March 10, 1926, had already recorded preparations for the visit, which was evidently regarded as important. No names were mentioned other than that of Kubiak, who was clearly the head of the mission. A statement by Trotsky in Bulletin Oppositii, Paris, no 15 to 16. September-October 1930, p. 8, cf. Ibid p. 20, that Bubnov paid a visit to Canton which coincided with the March coup of Chiang Kai-shek has led to the supposition that Bubnov was a member of this mission. This is impossible. Bubnov was a member of the party Central Committee and head of PER. See Volume 2, pages 395 to 396, and, if present, would have outranked Kubiak. Roy later recalled that Bubnov, after a short visit to China, returned to Moscow with a recommendation to support the northern expedition, R. North, Moscow, and the Chinese Communists, Stanford, 1953, p. 90, and Trotsky, in the passage quoted above, alleged that Bubnov had made the communists submit, and to keep quiet. The most plausible conjecture is that Bubnov visited Canton after the news of the March 20 coup had reached Moscow, and after the April meeting of the Politburo, CP 783 below, i.e. in May or June 1926, when the start of the northern expedition was imminent. 3a Kuomintang source cited in documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 509, note 76. Blamed Kubiak for having instigated the March 20th incident. This is in itself absurd, but it may conceivably be true that this new evidence of opposition from Moscow to his cherished plan was the last straw which provoked Chiang Kai-shek to take action. A somewhat similar story appears, on the authority of Eugene Chen, in J.C. Houston, Sun Yat-sen, the Kuomintang, and the Russian-Chinese Political Alliance, typed MS in the Hoover Library, Stanford, ND, pages 132 to 133. China in Revolution 779. Chiang Kai-shek struck a sudden and unexpected blow. T20. 4 hours earlier, a nationalist gunboat, whose commander, Li Qilong by name, was a member of the CCP and head of the Naval Bureau of the Nationalist Government, moved up to Jiang's headquarters at Whampoa. On the communist side, it was stated that orders to move the ship had purported to come from Chiang himself. Chiang later mentioned rumors, which he did not completely believe, of a plot to kidnap him and convey him on the gunboat to Vladivostok. Though the ship was immediately withdrawn, Chiang treated the incident as an excuse for counteraction which had evidently been thoroughly planned and prepared. The first step was the arrest of the political commissars attached to the army, most of whom were members of the CCP, and the confinement of the Soviet military advisors to their quarters. This was followed by the arrest of Li Qilong and other communists holding prominent positions, including the members of the Hong Kong Strike Committee. Since June 1925, the strike of Chinese workers organized and supported from Canton had paralysed the economy of the British colony, and the arrest and dissolution of the Strike Committee, which was virtually an organ of the CCP, proved in the long run one of the most important consequences of the March 20th coup. After a few hours, the guards were withdrawn from the houses of the Soviet advisors. Some minor Chinese military and political figures called on the advisors to present excuses for what had happened, and when Kisanko sent one of his officers to Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang is said to have apologized profusely for what had happened. It was not, however, till March 22, 1926, 2 days after the incident, that serious discussions took place between Chiang Kai-shek and Soloviev, counselor of the Soviet embassy in Peking, who had probably accompanied the Kubiak mission on its journey to the south. Wang Qingwei was present at the discussions. Chiang Li Qilong, though treated as responsible for the whole incident, was not personally victimized, and wrote an account of it entitled The Causes and Consequences of the Resignation of Wang Qingwei, which clearly implied that the incident was deliberately engineered by Chiang to provide an excuse for the coup. This pamphlet is cited in H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, p. 106, and a copy is preserved in the Hoover Library, Stanford. 2. The sources for the events of these days are some entries in Chiang Kai-shek's diaries, cited in documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 220 to 224, and 2 reports. 780. Foreign Relations. Point B. Kai-shek assured Soloviev that his action against the Soviet advisors had been prompted by hostility not to the Soviet Union, but to certain of the advisors personally, notably to Kisanko and Rogachev. Soloviev undertook that about 10 of the advisors should be withdrawn, including the 2 named. Chiang Kai-shek, having received this assurance, set to work to minimize the incident. Addressing the cadets of the Whampoa Academy on the same day, he explained that Li Qilong's guilt was not clear, but that, if he were guilty, it was a personal matter not involving the CCP as a whole. Next day he attributed the trouble to an outbreak of enmity between the Sun Yat-sen Society and the League of Military Youth, the Kuomintang, and Communist student societies in the Whampoa Academy. On March 24, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek attended a farewell party for the departing advisors, and some of them left Canton the same night. The prompt and complete success of the coup had left Chiang absolute master in Canton. The line pursued by Chiang Kai-shek, though tortuous and sometimes contradictory, can be easily unraveled. He had hitherto counted in Kuomintang as a man of the left, but he lacked political convictions. His sole purpose was to establish his undisputed political authority in Canton. Military power was already in his hands, in preparation for the northern expedition. And, since those who sought to share and contest his authority were the Soviet advisors and their supporters in the CCP and in the Kuomintang left, it was against these that he struck. For a few days after March 20, 1926, the issue may still have seemed in doubt. The right applauded, but the left, momentarily disconcerted and disorganized, might regroup for resistance. What the coup revealed, however, was the inherent weakness of the left, once its Soviet support had been struck away. Its weakness was typified in the behavior of Wang Qingwei, who first denounced Chiang Kai-shek as a counter-revolutionary *. Then, some days or weeks later by Spanov, a Soviet general and presumably the senior advisor after the withdrawal of Kisanko and Rogachev, Ibid pages 248, 265. These appear to be authentic. The negotiations with Soloviev are reported by both sources. 1. Documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, pp. 220 to 221. 2. An alleged report of the Soviet military attaché in Peking, dated June 3, 1926, seized in 1927, and available only in a Japanese translation, mentions a CHXL China in Revolution 781. Withdrew on pretext of illness, reappeared for the meeting with Soloviev on March 22, 1926, and on the following day declared himself ill and disappeared for good. On March 25, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek enacted a graceful comedy. He wrote to Wang Qingwei, as head of the government, asking for leave of absence, and informed the other Kuomintang leaders of his intention to retire. On the same evening, TV Sun called on Chiang to beg him, in the name of the leaders, to remain, and the request was acceded to. It was not till the middle of April that official note was taken of the vacuum created by Wang Qingwei's disappearance. He had in the meanwhile fled to Shanghai. On April 16, 1926, Tianyin Kai was created president of the political council in his place, and Chiang Kai-shek president of the military council. In retrospect, the most remarkable feature of Chiang Kai-shek's coup of March 20, 1926, was the blanket of secrecy in which it was veiled from the outside world. The blow fell with such stunning force on the Soviet group in Canton that for several days, perhaps even for 2 or 3 weeks, no report of it reached Moscow either from the Soviet military advisors or from Kubiak's party mission. This disorganization, or lack of organization, in communications may be partly attributed to the absence of Borodin, but seems to have been a common feature of relations between Moscow and the Far East at this time point to, nor did the plan of Wang Qingwei immediately after March 20, 1926, to form an anti-Chiang alliance and, by the pressure of this alliance, force Chiang not to yield to the demands of the anti-communist faction in Kuomintang, but adds that we thought this inappropriate. Bid pages 267 to 268. The mysterious remark that Comrade Kubyshev supports this theory looks like a blunder on the part of a translator who had heard of Kubyshev, but not of Kubiak. But the hypothesis of a plan of Wang Qingwei, at first supported by Kubiak, but ultimately rejected on Soviet advice, rests on slender evidence. One of it, pages 223 to 224, Tianyankai is described in Tianling Li, the Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, p. 334, as having, like Chiang Kai-shek and T.V. Soong, no distinct political color. 2 China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, N.D., p. 805. One of Kisanko's reports to the military attaché in Peking in the winter of 1925 to 1926 complained of the lack of regular couriers and of a military code. The only secret code, which was not really secret, was in Borodin's office, and Borodin's coding clerk often piles up telegrams without transmitting them, documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 199. 782. Foreign Relations. Point B. Press, Chinese or foreign, carry either prompt or accurate information of what had happened. It was almost a week after the event when big but triumphant reports began to appear in the press of the world of a successful coup directed against the communists in Canton. On March 28, 1926, the Rotfani published in Berlin an article by the Chinese communist Tiang Shenqi, denying reports in the British and Japanese press that Feng Yishang had left Kalgan for Ulaanbaatar by air. What was happening in the north still took precedence, and that Chiang Kai-shek had carried out a coup d'état against the Russians in Canton. The first mention of the coup in the Soviet press occurred in Pravda and Izvestia on March 30, 1926, in the form of a TASS message from Peking of March 27 reporting rumors circulated by Reuters in the foreign press of an alleged anti-communist coup in Canton. These rumors were completely unfounded and were evidently designed to enhance the impression created by the advancing reaction in northern China. A leader in Izvestia on the following day connected the reports with the attack on Peking. Nothing further appeared in the Moscow press. Ordinary communications in China were seriously disrupted by the fighting. Throughout the winter of 1925 to 1926, China Weekly Review, Shanghai, March 27, 1926, p. 105, recorded a complaint that nearly 5 months have now elapsed since it was possible for the post office to send mail between Shanghai and Tientsin by rail. The position of Canton was particularly bad. As a result of the Hong Kong strike, we do not even enjoy facilities for free telegraphic communication with the rest of the country and other parts of the world, because telegrams passing through Hong Kong are subjected to censorship and detention. Ibid August 15, 1925, p. 210. 1 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, first mentioned the coup in its issue of April 3, 1926, p. 126 in a message from Canton of March 24, 1926, which asserted that Chiang Kai-shek had succeeded in ridding Canton of all anti-Reds. Another article in the same issue, however, under the heading Brighter Outlook in Canton, reported the arrest and dismissal of the Russians attached to the Kuomintang government. Ibid p. 131. The issue of April 10, 1926, gave the first coherent account of what had happened in a message from a Chinese correspondent in Canton of April 1, 1926. The Times, March 24, 1926, reported from Hong Kong that the Canton government had boldly attempted to bring the extremists under control for the purpose of hastening a settlement of the boycott of Hong Kong, but gave no details. A leading article of the same date on Confused China remarked darkly that recent events in Canton may also indicate a dislike of the control of Russian communist adventurers, but was concerned mainly with the military situation in the north. 2. The article was reprinted in International Presse Correspondence, number 53, April 5, 1926, pages 737 to 738. CHXL China in Revolution 783. Till April 4, 1926, when Pravda and Izvestia published a report from a Kuomintang spokesman in Shanghai that on March 20, the Canton government declared martial law and surrounded the premises of the strike committee with troops. But rumors of a conflict between Kuomintang and the communists were once more declared to be groundless, and the story of the deportation of Soviet advisors was attributed to the departure from Canton of a Soviet trade delegation, evidently the cover for the Kubiak mission, which had completed its work. By the time the magnitude of the coup began to be realized in Moscow, and the dismissed advisors had no doubt told their side of the story, a compromise had been worked out in Canton, and both sides eagerly fostered the illusion that nothing serious had happened. Chiang Kai-shek, in an interview in the Kuomintang press, denounced reports of his hostility to Russians or communists as an invention of the running dogs of the imperialists. Point 1. The affair vanished altogether from the Soviet press and from public discussion in Moscow, to reappear more than a year later in the controversial debate about subsequent developments. Even in official quarters in Moscow, the reaction was less sharp than might have been expected. Sometime during the first part of April, the matter was discussed presumably in the Politburo, on a report by Bubnov, who, as head of PER, may have been responsible for the officers attached to Borodin's mission. Trotsky, according to his own account, had already made to the Politburo a formal proposal that the CCP should leave Kuomintang. Zinoviev, who at the 6th enlarged IKEA month earlier had been an enthusiastic supporter of Kuomintang, now associated himself with the proposal for withdrawal. But this, though in form a gesture of protest, was in effect, as Stalin said later, and may have pointed out at the time, a policy of adjust, meant to Chiang Kai-shek's demands and a proposal to withdraw the communists from the interplay of revolutionary forces in China. It does not seem to have been strongly pressed, and the committee confined itself to an apparently unanimous decision. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 223. 2. It was, for example, not mentioned in the long resolution on the Chinese question adopted by the 7th enlarged IKEA in November 1926. 3 CP 778, note 2 above. 784, Foreign Relations. Point B. To warn the CCP that policy should be directed to the point of the exodus or exclusion of the rightists from Kuomintang. This decision was conveyed to the party in the form of a directive from Comintern, since no means, other than reliance on Chiang Kai-shek's goodwill, were available to curb or to expel the right. Some justification existed for Trotsky's subsequent comment that Comintern had in fact ratified Chiang Kai-shek's first coup. dot. The old formulas were repeated. The CCP was not to withdraw from Kuomintang. The left wing in Kuomintang was to be supported in order to defeat and destroy the right. The assumption was that nothing substantial had changed. An open letter of April 30, 1926, from the Presidium of Crest-Intern, addressed to Kuomintang and its peasant section, expressed unabated confidence in Kuomintang and in Canton as the center which rallies, unites and organizes all the revolutionary. One of the main sources for the April 1926 discussions are two later references. By Stalin, Sakhanintia, X, 20-21, 24, 155. On the first occasion the proposal to withdraw from Kuomintang was attributed to Zinoviev, on the second to the opposition. Trotsky was not mentioned. Trotsky recorded the appearance of Bubnov, but said nothing of his own participation. Bulletin. Opposite, Paris, No 15-16, September-October 1930, p. 20. Elsewhere, he recalled that he had presented his proposal for withdrawal in 1925 sic. Simultaneously with the theses on the Serre, L. Trotsky, Problems of the Chinese Revolution, NY, 1932, p. 19. These theses were presented to the Politburo on or shortly after March 25, 1926, cp 769 above. The paucity of subsequent references to this discussion, and Bukharin's remark at the 8th enlarged Ikki of May 1927 that, after the coup of March 20, 1926, Comrades Zinoviev and Trotsky sat in the Politburo and were as much responsible as any of the rest of us for the decisions taken at that time. Genesis Prajout Dem 8. Plenum, 1928, p. 10, suggests that the issue was not very seriously contested. It was not till after Chiang Kai-shek's betrayal of the communists in the summer of 1927 that the opposition, and especially Trotsky, became anxious to claim credit for having consistently opposed the Kuomintang alliance. Some members of the party initially disliked the entry of members of the CCP into Kuomintang, see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917. 1923, Volume 3, p. 535, and either Trotsky or Zinoviev may have been among them, but the policy was not formally opposed, and any objections to it were forgotten during the next 3 years. Trotsky was inconsistent in his recall. Lections. In an unpublished memorandum of September 27, 1926, in the Trotsky Archives, T 3008, he described the participation of CCP in Kuomintang as perfectly correct for the period before 1925, when it was still only preparing itself for independent political activity. In a letter of December 10, 1930, he declared that from the very beginning, that is, from 1923, he had been resolutely opposed to participation. L. Trotsky, Problems of the Chinese Revolution, NY, 1932, p. 19, cf. Bulletin Opposite, Paris, No. 19, March 1931, p. 27, where this attitude is attributed to the opposition of 1923, except for Radek and some of his friends. CHXL China in Revolution 785. Forces against the pressure of the reactionaries and imperialists. And as the unassailable citadel of the Chinese Revolution. It was therefore with this limited and unhelpful guidance from Moscow, and apparently without any single responsible authority on the spot, that the Soviet group in Canton hammered out its decision on the course to be pursued. Any attitude involving a denunciation of the Kuomintang alliance and a withdrawal from Canton was ruled out from the start. This would have been directly contrary to the line consistently laid down in Moscow since 1923. From the moment of Solovyev's interview with Chiang Kai-shek and the agreement to recall Hisanko and Raga Shev on personal grounds, it was clear that the status quo could be maintained no doubt at some cost, and when Chiang Kai-shek submitted his demands to the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang on April 3, 1926, the cost did not look unreasonably high. Chiang still needed Soviet military aid, and could afford to show forbearance in the hour of victory. He proposed the convening of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang to investigate and pronounce on issues of discipline. The requirements were that CCP members of Kuomintang should refrain from criticism of Sun Yat-sen's 3 principles, and that the CCP should inform Kuomintang of instructions issued by it, and communicate to Kuomintang a list of its members. Further, not more than 1/3 of the members of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang should be communists. A joint conference of Kuomintang and the CCP would deal with disputed questions. Towards the middle of April, Spanov, now Prism, ably senior Soviet advisor and acting head of the mission, presented a report to the Soviet group, which was followed by a discussion. Point 3. He admitted that errors had been committed in attempting to seize control of too many key positions in the army. The same evidently applied to positions in Kuomintang and in the government. 1 Kreskinski International, No 3-5, March-May 1926, pages 179 to 183. 2 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 221 to 222. 3 Abid, pages 254 to 265. It carries no date, but preceded the taking over of Peking from the Kuomintang by Chiang Solin on April 15, 1926, cp 788 below, and could be precisely dated by reference to the Canton Press, since it mentions a report in today's newspapers. For an earlier report by Spanov, apparently about the end of March 1926, see Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 248 to 253. 786. Foreign Relations. Point B. Met, and thus flouting Chinese susceptibilities. It was decided to withdraw all party representatives, including communist Bolivie Cal-Commissars, from the First Army. The withdrawal was said to be voluntary, but was evidently made in response to Chiang Kai-shek's explicit or implicit demand. It was also proposed to dissolve the League of Military Youth in the Whampoa Academy. The existence of the League had not only engendered friction, but had tended to produce a concentration of right elements in the Sun Yat-sen society. It was hoped that the society would either follow the example of the League and dissolve, or become more amenable to penetration by the left. What made conciliation easier was Chiang Kai-shek's affable attitude. Once Hisanko, Rogachev and the others had been removed, to the remaining military advisors, he explicitly disclaimed any desire to modify their status or functions. In Canton, it was impossible to work against Chiang Kai-shek, whether or not one believed in his sincerity. Concluded Spanov, our basic policy is to cooperate with Chiang to the limit of the possible, and do our utmost to alienate him from the right wing and persuade him to join the work of the Kuomintang left. The conclusion was accepted in the absence of any practical alternative. But Spanov, at any rate, was conscious of the loss of prestige suffered by the advisors, as well as by the Chinese Communists, after the March 20th coup, and quoted Tianyankai as saying that, even if we advisors were to resume our former relations with top leaders, the effect of the incident will always remain in the minds of the people. And Nilov, another of the advisors, commented sharply on the instruction from Moscow to organize and strengthen the Kuomintang left. At the moment the Kuomintang left is absolutely empty. Not only has it no leaders, it has no masses. It is difficult to say how the Central Committee's instructions can be carried out. On the surface nothing much seemed to have happened. But the underlying relations had been radically altered. The decisive factor in the change, though not yet clearly recognized as such, was the imminence of the Northern Expedition. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 261. 2 Ibid p. 259. CHXL China in Revolution 787. Behind Chiang Kai-shek's mansuvers, and dominating them all. The plans for the expedition were gradually taking shape. Detailed proposals were submitted by Chiang to the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang, at the same time as the proposals for dealing with the CCP, on April 3, 1926. Throughout April, the subject was intensively discussed in Kuomintang and army circles. It was the one point on which all factions could agree. The Soviet military advisors, especially now that they were set on the course of appeasing Chiang, could not long resist this pressure. Whereas Kisanko and Rogachev, faithful to the Moscow line, had continued resolutely to oppose and discourage the expedition. Spanov, at the meeting which discussed relations with Kuomintang, seems already to have taken it for granted. In 2 or 3 months, he said, we may expect to move north, and added that the Chinese generals appear unanimously in favor of the expedition. The conception remained fluid. In reply to a question, Spanov explained that to the Chinese, Peking represents the highest objective of the northern expedition, and the temporary occupation of Yupi the lowest, depending much on circumstances. 2 By the middle of April 1926, though no fresh instructions had been obtained or perhaps even sought from Moscow, Chiang Kai-shek's decision to launch an expedition of undefined, but potentially far-reaching, scope seems to have been generally accepted as inevitable, if not desirable, by the Soviet group in Canton, and this acquiescence was the direct, though unforeseen, product of the coup of March 20, 1926. These baffling and ambiguous developments in southern China were matched by a progressive deterioration, from the standpoint of Soviet hopes and interests, of the situation in the north. The protracted crisis over Peking was moving to its conclusion. During the first days of April 1926, Chiang Ti-Solin's airplanes dropped several bombs on Peking, apparently in order to enforce the evacuation of the capital by Kuomintang troops. Still stationed there. 3 As a last desperate throw, the local Kuomintang commander arrested Tuan Chi Chui, released TSA Okun. 1 Bit p. 220. 2 Ibid pages 257 to 258, 261, for the meeting CP 785 above. 3 International Presse Correspondence, number 53, April 8, 1926, pages 738. 788 Foreign Relations. B. Wu Peifu's puppet president, who had been in prison since his deposition in October 1924, and appealed to Wu Peifu to enter Peking. The calculation that Wu's rooted antipathy to Chiang Solin had not been overcome by their recognition of a common enemy in Fenyi Chiang, and the Kuomintang movement was probably correct. 2, but Wu Peifu, perhaps through lack of power, rather than of will, rejected the overture, and preferred to seize the moment to move south into the no-man's land which still divided his authority from that of Kuomintang and Shanghai. Check. 3 On April 15, 1926, Peking was evacuated by the last Kuomintang forces and abandoned to Chiang Solin. 4. Chiang Ti-Solin's victory over the Kuomintang strengthened his position in Manchuria at the expense of the Soviet Union. The campaign against Karakhan as an agent of Bolshevism in China 5 was taken up by the press in Harbin, and on the eve of the fall of Peking, Chiang addressed a note to the Soviet consul general in Harbin requesting the Soviet government to withdraw Karakhan and disclaiming responsibility for his safety. When Chiang's forces entered the capital, the Soviet government was evidently anxious to relieve the tension. By a fortunate coincidence, Serebryakov, the deputy people's commissar for communications, had just arrived in Harbin on a mission to discuss the railway situation in Manchuria. 7 On April 18, 1926, the 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 333, Izvestia, April 11, 1926, reported the overthrow of Tuan under the caption Bloodless Revolution in Peking. 2 See Ibid April 22, 1926, for an alleged letter from Wu to Chiang, stating that Fenyi Chiang is a traitor and is in close relations with the Russians, but according to an article by Tian Pingshan in Communisti Chesky International, number 4, 62, October 8, 1926, p. 18, Wu and Chiang failed to reach an agreement because neither would compromise over Peking. 3 Hints of an intention by Wu Peifu to move south are said to have appeared in the Chinese press as early as February 1926, British instigation being suspected, Bolshevik, number 4, February 28, 1926, p. 60, but the first movements into Honan took place early in April. 4 Izvestia, April 16, 1926. 5 CP 771 above. 6 RT Pollard, China's Foreign Relations, 1919 to 1931, NY, 1932, p. 204. The correspondence does not appear to have been published, but notes of the Consul General of April 9 and 11 and of Chiang's Foreign Affairs Department of April 12, 1926, were specified in the agreement with Serebryakov, CP 789, note 2 below. 7 Izvestia, April 10, 1926, in a message from Harbin, reported an interview with Serebryakov on April 6, probably the date of his arrival, and his cordial reception by Chiang Solin on April 8. CHXL China in Revolution 789. Resignation of Ivanov, the manager of the SAR, who had caused the trouble in the previous January, was announced in Moscow. This was interpreted, no doubt correctly, as a gesture to appease Chiang Solin. 2 days later, as the result of a further meeting between Chiang and Serebryakov, a statement was issued with drawing the acrimonious notes exchanged between the Soviet Consul General and the Foreign Affairs Department. 2 Serebryakov then went on to Tokyo. 3 The attack on Karakhan had been staved off, and a momentary truce patched up with Chiang Solin. But it was recognized that good relations with Chiang, now more than ever necessary to the Soviet government, were mainly dependent on the maintenance of good relations with Japan. While these events were in progress, Borodin, hitherto a key figure in Soviet policy in China, was completely removed from The scene of action. On April 3, 1926, he arrived in Ulaanbaatar with a party of 30, consisting of Chinese communists and members of Kuomintang, who, having been cut off by recent events in Peking and Tientsin, were traveling by this roundabout route to return to Canton through Vladivostok. Fen Yishang, bound for Moscow, was already in the Mongolian capital. During his stay there, his convictions developed rapidly along the lines marked out by his present total dependence on Soviet support. He took Russian lessons and engaged in political and ideological discussion with the Mongolian leaders, with the Soviet Polpred, and with his own Soviet advisor, Henry Alin. On April 1, 1926, he gave an interview to a Soviet reporter denouncing Japan and Great Britain, and praising Kuomintang, which marches at the head of the national liberation movement. When 2 days later Bardeen reached Ulaanbaatar, conversations were summed between him and Feng on the theme of collaboration between Kuomintang and Kuomintang. These led to nothing. Then, on April 7, 1926, Bardeen and his companions went on their way, leaving Feng to the care of Henry Alin, in whose Ibid April 18, 1926, Ibn Chronicle, Kobe, April 15, 1926, p. 442. K-Fuse, Soviet Policy in the Orient, Peking, 1927, p. 374. 2. The statement was summarized in J's Vestiya, April 24, 1926, and read on the same day by Litvinov in his speech to VTSIK, SSSR, Central Ni. Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziba, 2 Sessia, 1926, pages 1064 to 1065. 3 CP 882 below. 4 CP 762 above. 5 Izvestiya, April 3, 1926. 790 Foreign Relations. Point B. Company. He finally departed for the Soviet Union on April 27, 1926. Feng arrived on May 1926, in Moscow, where he was received by the Chief of Staff of the Red Army and other Soviet officials, and declared himself glad to see in your young Russia the pattern of the future China. 2 Meanwhile, Bardeen, continuing his circuitous journey, encountered in Vladivostok Hanmin, who, his mission to Moscow terminated, was on his way back to Canton. The two men arrived in Canton together on April 29, 1926. When Bardeen returned to Canton after almost 3 months' absence, he and Chiang Kai-shek appear to have fallen into each other's arms, their mutual confidence unimpaired by what had happened. The two men had been close collaborators for almost 2 years. This collaboration had helped Chiang Kai-shek to build up an impregnable position in the south and to aspire to the role of liberator of his country. It had enabled Bardeen to carry out the cardinal purpose of his mission, the establishment of the alliance with Kuomintang and the dramatic advancement of the revolutionary movement for national liberation. Neither man wanted to break the bond, and, when Bardeen returned to Canton at the end of April 1926, the ground for a reconciliation had been well prepared. For Chiang Kai-shek, it was apparent after the coup of March 20 that no danger any longer threatened him from the left. The only potential obstacles to his absolute power were his new friends of the right. He was reported to be in close contact with Sun Fo and Wu Chao, commonly known in the West as C. Wu, the acting mayor of Canton and minister for foreign affairs in the nationalist government, and to C. Wu almost every day. But Chiang Kai-shek no more wanted to be one for the sources for these movements. See documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pp. 330 to 331. Bardeen's journey by Ulaanbaatar is also recorded in L. Fisher. The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, 2, 651 to 652. 2 Pravda, May 11, 1926. 3 Hanmin, having taken part in a meeting on the anniversary of Sun Yat-sen's death, on March 12, 1926, CP 764, note 2 above, left Moscow on the next day and arrived in Vladivostok on March 25, 1926, Pravda, March 26, 1926. 4 The date is fixed by Chiang Kai-shek's diary cited in documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956. p.227, 5 Ibid p. 262. Crass China in Revolution 791. The prisoner of the right and of the left, he could afford to relax his hostility to the left, and even to appease the left by adopting towards the right a sterner attitude which would proclaim his independence in that quarter. This delicate maneuver occupied the month of April 1926. A statement issued in the name of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang on the occasion of a meeting of the Western Hills Group in Shanghai took note, in the light of adverse developments in northern China, of a revival of the reactionary wing of Kuomintang which was excluded from the party last year. This group had taken advantage of the absence of Wang Qingwei through serious illness to spread all sorts of groundless rumors. The state men confirmed the intention of Kuomintang to maintain Sun Yat-sen's policy in the workers' and peasants' question, and promised punitive measures against renegades and counter-revolutionaries who spread provocative rumors. Chiang continued to make speeches attacking the right, and towards the end of the month dismissed several right-wing leaders from their posts. 2 Bardeen, back from an unbroken series of disappointments and perplexities in the north, found himself once more on the revolutionary soil of Canton, and saw no reason to doubt the sincerity of Jiang's revolutionary professions. Chiang, who had passed through a harassing period of friction and misunderstandings with Soviet military advisors and visitors from Moscow, was relieved to find himself face to face once more with the one Russian who turned a sympathetic ear to his needs and policies, and whom he did not suspect of trying to get the better of him. In appearance, therefore, relations could be taken up again at the point where they had been interrupted. Only the 1 Pravda, April 30, 1926. It is not clear whether this document, attributed by Pravda to the Politburo of Kuomintang, is identical with the circular telegram denouncing the Western Hills meeting in Shanghai issued by Chiang Kai-shek, and dated apparently on the evidence of his diary. April 4, 1926. Documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 223. 2 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, Li, 652, refers to these dismissals as the second coup of April 25, an exaggeration doubtless derived from Bardeen. Chiang Kai-shek's turn against the right was afterwards attributed to excitement among workers and peasants and discontent in the best sections of the army as a result of the March 20 coup. Kommunistikeski International, number 11, 85, March 18, 1927, p. 5, but no evidence was quoted for this view. 792 Foreign Relations. Point. Balance had radically changed. Whatever Bourdain's initial reactions to the March 20th coup had been, the question of a voluntary withdrawal of communists from Kuomintang no longer arose. The contingency which had emerged on the horizon after March 20th, and which the Soviet group had since that time been anxiously working to avert, was the expulsion of communists by decision of Kuomintang. It was already clear that Chiang Kai-shek, who still needed Soviet aid, did not intend to push the issue to that point, but the fact that the question could arise in that form was a symptom of changed relations. Chiang Kai-shek, and not Bourdain, would now set the pace. Not only had the balance shifted, but a new factor had been injected into the debate: the decision to start the northern expedition within the next 2 or 3 months. This was embarrassing for Bourdain, for, whereas the injunction to work with Kuomintang had been maintained by Comintern for the past 3 years, every authority in Moscow had consistently treated the northern expedition as a dream of the future, and discouraged any hint of its early realization as unwarrantably hazardous. Nevertheless, by the time Bourdain returned to Canton, the Soviet military advisors, led by Spanov, had evidently begun to take it for granted. Negotiations between Bourdain and Chiang Kai-shek began on the day after Bourdain's arrival, and went on continuously till May 15, 1926, the day on which the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang met for an important session. Point 2. The aims of the two negotiators were transparently plain. On Jiang's side, to win Bourdain's support for the Northern expedition; on Bourdain's side, to keep the communist alliance with Kuomintang in being and to weaken the influence of the statement of 3 members of the Russian Party Central Committee, who visited China early in 1927 that Bourdain, after the coup of March 20, 1926, was in favor of withdrawing from Kuomintang. L. Trotsky, Problems of the Chinese Revolution, New York, 1932, pages 406 to 407, for a similar statement. About Wadinsky CZ bid. p. 454, almost certainly rested on a misunderstanding. What Bourdain wanted was to apply the tactics of the offensive by strength, ending the alliance with the Kuomintang left in order to counterattack the right. We must make our own. March 20, CH Antusio's report to the Fifth Party Congress, quoted in PMIF, Kitaiskia Kommunistikeskia Partia. UV Kritishevsky DNI, 1928, p. 37. Jiang's attitude created the illusion that this was a workable policy. 2 entries in Jiang's diary cited in documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 227. CHXL China in Revolution 793. The Kuomintang right which opposed the alliance. Soviet support for the northern expedition was a powerful card in Bourdain's hand, but it was the only card he had, and he was therefore driven to play it, whatever view might be taken in Moscow. 3 arguments were subsequently put forward by Bourdain in justification of his conversion to Chiang Kai-shek's ambitious project: the threat of an impending aggression by Wu Peifu from the north, the conviction that indirect actions such as the Hong Kong strike, which had been maintained with increasing difficulty for 9 months, would not suffice by itself to overthrow foreign domination in China, and the fear that, if Chiang were thwarted and action further delayed, an open split would occur between the CCP, with its left supporters in Kuomintang, and the increasingly powerful right wing of Kuomintang, which would mean a rift between the national and social revolutions, with disastrous consequences to both. Underscore: the most powerful argument meant was, however, presumably Chiang Kai-shek's confidence in the new army built up by him with Soviet aid and advice, and in its ability to overcome the armies of central and northern China. The previous objections of Moscow had been based on the hypothesis that the venture could not hope to succeed. Once Bourdain could be induced to share Jiang's confidence, the argument was easy. On May 1, 1926, 2 days after Bourdain's return, Chiang still recorded in his diary his disagreement with Bourdain on the northern expedition. Thereafter no more is heard of Bourdain's objections. The logic of the situation had convinced him as it had already convinced the remaining Soviet advisors. It was the only basis on which the alliance with Kuomintang could be maintained. The essence of the agreement reached between Bourdain and Chiang Kai-shek consisted of an undertaking by Bourdain to furnish Soviet support for the northern expedition, and by Chiang to maintain his ban on the Kuomintang right and to uphold the communist alliance. But Chiang was also able to impose his. These were the reasons subsequently given by Bourdain to Fischer for his conversion. L. Fischer, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, Li, p. 648. It is reasonable to suppose that they were the arguments which swayed him at the time. Karakhan is also said to have counseled against a break with Chiang, Zbid 2, 653. 2 documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 230. Vol. 3 pt 2. 794, Foreign Relations. Point B. Terms for retaining the alliance. At an extraordinary session of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang, which opened on May 15, 1926, a resolution was submitted on the adjustment of party affairs, which redefined the status of members of the CCP in Kuomintang. In addition to the 2 main conditions already laid down by Chiang Kai-shek in his memorandum of April 3, 1926, loyalty to the principles of Sun Yat-sen, and the communication to Kuomintang of a list of CCP members, it was stipulated that members of Kuomintang, including, of course, CCP members, should be prohibited from convening any party conference without the consent of Kuomintang, and that all instructions and policy pronouncements of the CCP or of Comintern should be submitted for approval to the joint Kuomintang CCP Council. This proposal had the effect of marking the complete subordination of the CCP to the senior partner in the alliance. Members of the CCP were not to be eligible for posts as heads of departments in the Kuomintang organization. When this resolution was approved by the Central Executive Committee on May 17, 1926, it was further tightened up on one point. CCP members were not to form more than 1/3 of the membership of central, district, or local executive committees. Another resolution provided for the election of a permanent president of the Central Executive Committee to hold office till the next Congress. The purpose was evidently to invest this new presidium with similar functions to those exercised by the preceding. After the end of the session, Chang Ching-chang was appointed to the post. He was a close adherent and confidant of Chiang Kai-shek, and was reputed a strong anti-communist. Several leading communists lost their posts at Kuomintang headquarters, including Tian Ping-shan as head of the organization department and Mao Ts. Edung as deputy head of the propaganda department. Point 3. 1 CP 785 above. 2 for the sources for the session, see documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 228 to 229. The resolution was first published a year later. The translation in T.C. Wu. The Kuomintang and the Future of the Chinese Revolution, 1928, pages 175 to 177. Prefaces it with a brief general resolution on the principles of relations between the parties. 3 documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 229, 512, note RO2. CHXL China in Revolution 795. Having achieved so much, Chiang Kai-shek could afford to propitiate Borodin and promote his own interests by some further moves against the right. Chiang was now in a strong enough personal position to brook no rivals in Kuomintang, whether on the right or on the left. Hu Hanmin, encouraged by a triumphal reception prepared for him on his return, began busily to negotiate with Sun Fo, C.C. Wu and other right leaders, and is said to have made a proposal to Chiang to arrest Borodin, and presumably to expel the communists. This was quite at variance with Jiang's intentions, and he decided to get rid of Hu. On May 1926, Hu Hanmin left for Hong Kong en route for Shanghai. But his departure was balanced by the departure of the timid and unpopular Wang Qingwei, who, after a fleeting reappearance in Canton, had decided to make a journey to Paris. On May 25, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek made a speech to a meeting of Kuomintang officials reaffirming his faith in the Communist alliance. Both Kuomintang and the CCP were engaged in fighting against imperialism, and each was necessary to the other. 2 days later, Chiang Kai-shek's diary recorded a conference with Borodin on the liquidation of the reactionaries. C.C. Wu was relieved of his post and withdrew to Shanghai. 3. He was succeeded as Nationalist Minister for Foreign Affairs by the versatile Eugene Chen, since Chen was an associate of Borodin and had been one of the group which accompanied him on the recent journey to the north. Borodin's hand may reasonably be suspected in this appointment. Other leaders of the right were arrested, and a plan was canvassed, though not eventually carried out, to send Sun Fo on a mission to Moscow. On the other hand, Tai Chi Tao, the theorist of the right, remained in favor, and this, together with the appointment of Chiang Ching-chang as president of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang, suggested that the qualification for honors was not so much loyalty to the political principles of the left as one of it. Pages 230, 266 to 267, 512, note 106, Tiang Lingli, The Inner History of the Chinese Revolution, 1930, p. 247 records that Hu Hanmin turned to the right again immediately after his return from Moscow. 2 quoted from the contemporary press in C. Brandt, Stalin's Failure in China, 1958, p. 82. 3 documents on communism, nationalism, and Soviet advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 229 to 230. 4 ibid p. 268. #06 Foreign Relations OE. Devotion to the person of the leader. On June 4, 1926, an extra-ordinary session of the Central Executive Committee took a formal decision to launch the Northern Expedition, and named Chiang Kai-shek commander-in-chief. At the same time, the military council was abolished. The military dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek was to all intents and purposes absolute. At the same time, the hand of Moscow had been forced. As the military advisors and Borodin had seen on the spot, no option was really open once Chiang Kai-shek had taken a firm decision to start the expedition. To refuse participation would have meant to abandon the alliance with Kuomintang and, in Stalin's words, to withdraw the communists from the interplay of revolutionary forces in China. 2. So far as the records go, the Politburo took refuge in silence. Not only was no public pronouncement made on behalf of the Russian party, of the Soviet government, or of Comintern, but the attitude of opposition to the Northern expedition never appears to have been formally reversed. 3. The only group which obtained no compensation at all for indignity suffered by it on March 20, 1926, and afterwards, was the CCP. 6 weeks elapsed between the coup of March 20 and Borodin's return to Canton, and during this interval the only guidance received from Moscow was the impracticable instruction to strengthen the Kuomintang left and to prepare the ground for the exodus or exclusion of the right. 4 All accounts agree in depicting the party as divided and bewildered. According to CHN Tusiu, many of the rank-and-file party members, including our party workers in Kwantung, demanded some counter-stroke, but the majority of the party central committee in Shanghai thought it impossible to attack Chiang Kai-shek, who had not yet openly shown his counter-revolutionary face. 1 Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 230. 2 Stalin, Sakhainania, X, 155, for this comment by Stalin cp 783 above. 3 As late as August 4, 1926, an alleged report of the Chinese Commission of Ikki, quoted in Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 512, note 108, rehearsed the objections to the expedition, but the authenticity of the document is uncertain. 4 CP 784 above. CHXL China in Revolution 797. And a tactic of retreat, of concessions was approved. Underscore what ever private misgivings may have been felt, 2 documents attest the conciliatory attitude adopted by the CCP before the return of Borodin. On April 23, 1926, CHN published an article in the party journal in which he denounced the Kuomintang right, sharply distinguishing it from the left, refuted charges that communists had been involved in a conspiracy to overthrow Chiang on March 20, and emphasized the desire of the CCP for continued cooperation with Kuomintang. About the same time, the Kwantung Party organization sent an open letter to the Executive Committee of Kuomintang proclaiming its unconditional support for the united front against militarists and imperialists, and recognizing the leadership of Kuomintang in the National Revolutionary Movement. 3. On the eve of the May session of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang, which revealed the full extent of the surrender of independence imposed on the CCP, a brief debate. Bolshevik, No. 23 to 24, December 21, 1927, p. 101. CHN Tusiu gave 2 later accounts of these events. The first, quoted in the text, in his report to the 5th Congress of the CCP in June 1927, cp 741, note 2 above. The second in his letter of December 10, 1929, after he had left the party, cp 698, note 2 above. In the second account, CHN claimed that at some unspecified date after March 20, 1926, he wrote to Comintern expressing the personal view that the CCP should abandon membership of Kuomintang and substitute an external alliance, and that Bukharin thereupon published an article in Pravda, severely criticizing this view. No such article has been traced, but Pravda, June 12, 1926, printed a resolution adopted by the Leningrad Party organization on a report by Bukharin, and probably drafted by him, declaring that, in view of the temporary hitch in the development of the Chinese Revolution, the CCP should increase its efforts tenfold in preparing the masses for a new revolutionary uprising, while maintaining organizational links with Kuomintang. According to Spinoza's report in the first half of April 1926, CPP 785 to 786 above, CHN at that time accepted the policy of conciliation, and the Party Central Committee had passed a resolution to the effect that Chiang must be utilized by all means, but the representative of the Central Committee in Canton still thought that, if Chiang should be opposed by the Communists and the Kuomintang left wing at Canton, he would be alienated and isolated. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, pages 255, 264. It was alleged much later that the Kwantung Party organization had advocated the dismissal of Chiang Kai-shek, the seizure of the leadership of Kuomintang by the Communists and the ex-school Zion of the Right, Ibid pages 225 to 226. All sorts of wild schemes may well have been canvassed, but the sources are dubious. Tu Shangtao Jokpao, Guide Weekly, April 23, 1926, pages 1413 to 1415. Cited in documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China. Ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 221. 3 Pravda, April 30, 1926. 798 Foreign Relations BIV. On the same issue took place in the Politburo in Moscow. It was introduced by Wodinsky, who was about to leave for China, and evidently asked for instructions. The issue of the northern expedition does not appear to have been raised. The discussion revolved around the future of the relation of the CCP to Kuomintang. The problem was less embarrassing in Moscow than in Shanghai or in Canton, and recommendations put forward by Wodinsky seem to have been accepted without much difficulty. It was decided that the CCP should be prepared in case of absolute necessity to discuss the possibility of a certain separation of functions between it and Kuomintang, to remove well-known communists from Kuomintang institutions, but to leave in these institutions for the present communists not yet known to Kuomintang. This implied an evasion of the Kuomintang demand for a list of party members, and that the possible separation of the two parties should be considered only in case of emergency. It was specifically added that the withdrawal of the CCP from Kuomintang was to be regarded as undesirable. These decisions rested on an overestimate of the power either of the CCP or of the Politburo to decide the question of relations with Kuomintang. It was Chiang Kai-shek who would settle this in his own good time. But, given the restiveness of the CCP and the need to avoid a crisis on the eve of the northern expedition, it is difficult to see what else could have been done. It may have been under pressure from Moscow that the Central Committee of the CCP, in a letter of June 4, 1926, informed the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang of its acceptance of the May resolutions, which were interpreted as an expression of the desire of Kuomintang to eliminate causes of friction or suspicion in the common cause. The hope was expressed that the purge of reactionaries would be energetically pursued. On the same date, CHN Tusio addressed to Chiang an open letter replying to a speech in which Chiang had obliquely won. The only record of the decision is in a statement made by Zinoviev to the session of the Party Central Committee and Central Control Commission on July 19, 1926, and preserved under the titles A Yavelnyake Stenogram OB and Indigo. Plenum Tisk 1 TSKK in the Trotsky Archives, T886, made within a few weeks of the event, and in conditions where any inaccuracy would have exposed its author to immediate contradiction, it is likely to be correct. It contains no indication of individual views expressed at the meeting. Trotsky was absent. In Berlin, CHXL China in Revolution 799 accused the CCP of responsibility for the coup of March 20. The tone of the reply was apologetic and self-exculpatory. CHN disclaimed any immediate desire to set up a workers' and peasants' government, and concluded that the overthrow of Chiang could benefit only Great Britain, Japan, and the Chinese warlords. Both letters appeared in the Party Journal on June G, 1926. The Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang, at its session of May 15 to 17, 1926, was mainly concerned with the attitude of Kuomintang to the CCP and with personal appointments, and did not discuss social policy. But this did not imply that social issues had disappeared from view. The decision to launch the northern expedition made them all the more urgent and delicate. A strike in the Canton arsenal in May 1926 raised the question of labor in its most acute form, and inspired demands for the suppression of the right to strike and the imposition of compulsory arbitration, a situation full of embarrassment for the CCP, some members of which supported these demands and later incurred the imputation of a right deviation. A similar dilemma presented itself in regard to the party attitude towards the peasants. After the coup of March 20, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek's armies, together with the landowners, began to put strong pressure on the peasant population of the countryside and on the peasant unions. 3. And according to a later report, the silence of the Central Executive Committee of Kuomintang at its session of May 1926 on social issues was interpreted by unprincipled landlords and avaricious officials as a directive to dissolve the fractious peasant unions, and as a token that Kuomintang had abandoned its worker and peasant orientation. It must have been about this time that CHN Tusio sent Piang Shuqi to Canton from Shanghai as representative of the Central Committee. 1 Shangtao Jokpao, June 9, 1926, pages 1525 to 1526, 1526 to 1532. The quotation from CHN's letter in H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, pages 114 to 115, is a not very close paraphrase. The reference in L. Trotsky, The Real Situation in Russia, 1928, p. 150, to CHN's letter of July 6, 1926, as recognizing Sun Yat-senism as the common belief of the workers and the bourgeoisie in the national movement is not even a paraphrase. 2 Communisticheski International, number 8, 82, February 25, 1927, pages 2-12. Apparently no labor laws were in force in Canton, and trade unions were still theoretically illegal. Sent bid. Number 11, 85, March 18, 1927, p4. 3 Problemekidia, I, 1929, 10. 4 H. Isaacs, The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution, 1938, p. 121. 800, Foreign Relations. Point B. Of the CCP to ask that 5,000 rifles from the Soviet shipments to Canton be put at the disposal of the Kwantung Peasant Union. apparently as the nucleus of an independent fighting force to strengthen the hand of the communists against Chiang Kai-shek. Borodin, if it was he who received the emissary, flatly refused the request. At the moment of the launching of the Northern Expedition, a diversion of arms to peasants whose loyalty to Kuomintang was ambivalent, and whose constant pressure for agrarian reform was a thorn in the side of the Kuomintang right, would have been treated by Chiang Kai-shek as an unfriendly action. Borodin embroidered his refusal by telling Piang Shi, in a phrase which evidently rankled, that the business of communists at the present juncture was to do coolie service for Kuomintang. The occurrence was one more example of the way in which acceptance of the Kuomintang alliance and of the Northern Expedition had fettered the freedom of action of the SEP. Another outstanding embarrassment had to be cleared up before the Northern Expedition could start, the Hong Kong strike. The dissolution and arrest of the Canton Strike Committee, which was a byproduct of the coup of March 20, 1926, and more unequivocally than anything else marked the character of that incident as a turn to the right, paved the way for the negotiations which the Hong Kong government had long desired. On April 9, 1926, the first meeting took place between C.C. Wu, the acting foreign minister of the Canton government, and a Hong Kong official. Point 2. The negotiations thus set on foot did not end with Wu's dismissal at the end of May 1926.3. It is not certain whether the issue of the Hong Kong strike was ever. 1 CHN recorded this episode in his letter of December 10, 1929, cp. 698, note 2 above. The delegate of the International referred to is not named, but it cannot have been Wodinsky, who is mentioned separately in the next paragraph of the letter, under the disguise of Wu Ting-kong, as head of the Far Eastern Bureau of Comintern, and the identification with Borodin is virtually certain. Borodin is also called the representative of the International with reference to this period in Bulletin Opposite St. Paris, No. 15-16, September-October, 1930, p. 20. 2 China Weekly Review, Shanghai, April 24, 1926, p. 210. 3 CP 795 above. The rumor circulated at this time that Wu had been in negotiation with Hong Kong for a loan of $10 million to be used against the nationalist government. Documents on Communism, Nationalism, and Soviet Advisors in China, ed. Wilbur and Howe, 1956, p. 512, note 106. CHXL China in Revolution 801. Debated in Moscow. But Borodin came out strongly in favor of a settlement. In his words, it became necessary to terminate the battle in this corner in order to start out with greater vigor to fight imperialism throughout China on a wider base. Negotiations with Hong Kong continued during the summer, and the strike, after lasting for 16 months, was officially brought to an end on October 10, 1926. It was a logical step, as Borodin pointed out, to abandon this subsidiary and peripheral struggle in the interest of the major campaign for the reunification and liberation of China. But the agreement with Hong Kong was also the prelude to a hitherto unforeseen and undreamed of consummation, the attainment of Chiang Kai-shek's ambition with the consent and connivance of the imperialist powers. The launching of the Northern Expedition revealed in glaring colors the inherent weakness of the CCP and the hollowness of the assumptions on which the alliance with Kuomintang rested. It might have been difficult to relate the activities of the CCP to those of Kuomintang and to reconcile the tactics of social and of national revolution without the intervention of Comintern and of the Soviet government. But the problem would then scarcely have existed, for Kuomintang could have afforded to ignore a CCP unsupported from Moscow. Even the appeal which the CCP could make to the Chinese worker or peasant was partly due to the belief that it spoke with the voice of Moscow and of Lenin, the great liberator. The difficulty about the position of the CCP at this time was that it was an intrusive tertium quid, sometimes convenient, sometimes superfluous, in relations. Trademark Hilger, who was probably more intimate than any other foreigner with officials of Narkomindel, reports a clash between Chicherin, who wished to further and deepen the revolution in China, and Litvinov, who was prepared to sell China to England. G. Hilger, Weir und der Kreml, 1955, p. 112. If this story is authentic and the homely Russian proverb in which Litvinov justified his policy is quoted in the English version, G. Hilger and A. Meyer, The Incompatible Allies, N.Y., 1953, pp. 112, it could be placed at any time in 1926 or 1927, but the only occasion during that period on which a specific understanding with Great Britain was sought at the expense of the Chinese Revolution was the calling off of the Hong Kong strike. 2 L. Fisher, The Soviets in World Affairs, 1930, Lee, p. 645. Among the documents alleged to have been found at the Soviet embassy in Peking in 1927 was a report of a Chinese commission of the Russian Politburo of August 4, 1926, recommending inter alia settlement of the Hong Kong strike. China. Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, ND, p. 805. 802. Foreign Relations. Point B. Between Moscow and Kuomintang. The peculiar arrangement by which it existed within Kuomintang, and exercised an influence of varying weight on Kuomintang policy, was entirely the product and reflection of Soviet influence in Canton. The policies of the CCP were dictated by these relations, and, since it would be torn in pieces if these relations broke down, it was compelled, quite apart from any formal question of Comintern discipline, to follow the course which kept the alliance between Moscow and Canton in being. When, after the first successes of the Northern Expedition, the claims of the National Revolution clashed openly with those of Social Revolution, and the Chinese nationalist bourgeoisie represented by Chiang Kai-shek found an orientation towards the West more congenial than an orientation towards Moscow, the position of the CCP was hopeless, and it became the scapegoat for the failure of policies imposed not so much by order from Moscow as by the whole conception of temporary but friendly collaboration between Kuomintang and Comintern, between the national and the social revolutions. Lenin had originally preached such collaboration in conditions, and in countries, where the social revolution was supposedly on the way to overtake an uncompleted bourgeois democratic revolution on a national basis. In China of the middle 1920s these conditions had scarcely begun to exist. Chapter 41. Outer Mongolia. The provisional regime established in Outer Mongolia by the agreement of November 5, 1921, had some analogies with the status at the same period of Bokhara and Khorasan. In Central Asia, the presence of Soviet troops assured the predominance of Soviet authority, and the territory was organized in the form of a Soviet, but not yet socialist, republic. The Retin Shin in Outer Mongolia of the Bogdo-Gagan as the theocratic head of the state, though without actual political power, was a tribute to the old tradition, which a rising generation of young Mongols, with active Soviet backing, sought steadily to undermine. But, whereas in Bokhara and Khorasan, which had been under Tsarist Sovereignty. The course was set from the first for eventual incorporation in the USSR, in Outer Mongolia, which had never been Russian territory. This solution was not seriously desired or contemplated either by Tsarist or by Soviet Russia, whose aim was to create a neutral zone of sufficient dimensions to provide a guarantee against sudden attacks from whatever quarter. Point 3. Any more ambitious design would have been rendered hazardous and inconvenient by the interest long displayed in the territory by two important adjacent powers, China and Japan. Since her forced retirement from Siberia in 1922, and since the earthquake of September 1923, had abetted her former activities in Outer Mongolia, and remained only as a bugbear on the distant horizon. But China, though disunited and impotent, showed no signs of abandoning the ancient Chinese claim to sovereignty over the whole of Mongolia, outer as well as inner, and nobody doubted that this claim would be promptly reasserted by any powerful military authority which might re-establish itself. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 520. 2. See Ibid Volume 1, pages 335-336. 3. Imesky, Sovremenaya Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 331. 803. 804. Foreign Relations Pit, W.I. In China. The danger was increased in Soviet eyes by the large predominance of Chinese over Russian residents in Outer Mongolia, by the close traditional contacts of the territory with China, and by the predominant importance of Chinese trade in its economy. The execution of Bodo and other Outer Mongolian leaders in 1922 had been based on charges, probably well-founded, of complicity in Chinese designs on the country. Fear of such designs was in the background of all Mongolian policy, and of Soviet policy in Mongolia, in the 1920s. The year 1923 witnessed the first concerted efforts to create a viable modern state in Outer Mongolia. A decree was issued, laying the foundations of local government in the form of local assemblies to elect local officials and representatives to higher assemblies. Point 2. Hundreds of meetings of Uraz 3 were held, at which the law was explained and elections took place, and the aim was to extend the removal from power of feudal lords and lambas, which had begun at the center in 1921, to the outlying regions. Owing to lack of sufficient organization from the center, the experiment failed. In 3 provinces, feudal and ecclesiastical lords and their supporters were elected almost everywhere, and the results in other provinces seem to have been little better. The government annulled the elections to resume the attempt with greater success in the following year. Point 5. In April 1923, Renchino, the president of the military council, a Buryat Mongol who had previously served as an intermediary between the Mongolian party leaders and the Soviet authorities, visited Moscow to solicit arms and Soviet military instructors. TC The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 522. 2. Revolyuchenny Vostok, 4p. 1928, 361. This may be identical with the law described in A. Kalinikov, Revolyutstania Mongolia, ND 1925. p. 78. 3. The word Arad or Arad in Mongolian implies no more than people or common people, and is used in compounds to form the equivalents of such Western terms as democracy. The Mongolian Aras were so called to distinguish them from princes and lambas. Most of them were occupied as herdsmen, though this was not implicit in the term. In Russian works, the Mongolian Aras are treated as the counterpart of the Russian peasants, and are often classified as poor, middle, and well-to-do Aras. 4J. Zlotkin, Okerki Novoy 1 Novy Istoric Mongolit, 1957, p. 189. 5. The report in 3. SS Mongol Scott Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 49 spoke of 3 provinces, but, according to the report of the Minister for Internal Affairs, Ibid p. 67, the failure was general. For the elections of 1924 CP 823 below. Chakli Outer Mongolia 805. And the creation of an effective Mongolian army began at the end of that year. When in the autumn of 1923 Soviet policy in China was reviewed in Moscow in the light of the dispatch of Karakan to Peking and of Borodin to Canton, Outer Mongolia cannot have been omitted from the picture, since the principal aims of the Soviet government were to win sympathy and support in China, and to secure de jure recognition from the Chinese government. Cautious restraint was required in handling the Mongolian question. The discussions between Karakan and Wellington Koo in Peking in the autumn of 1923 at once revealed it as a burning issue, which Karakan sought in vain to avoid, and Tsaran Dorji, the newly appointed Mongolian prime minister, was reported as declaring that Mongolia will strive to obtain independence, and, if China henceforth wishes to enslave Mongolia, we will fight. But Kalinин's speech of welcome to the Mongolian diplomatic representative who presented his CRE Tent Eels on January 10, 1924, avoided the vexed issue of independence and spoke only of Soviet support for the strengthening of the principle of popular rule and the raising of the economic well-being of the country. When a new Soviet representative, Vasilyev, arrived in Urga on January 3, 1924, he cryptically declared, in presenting his credentials, that a country surrounded, like the Soviet Union, by reactionary states, was sometimes obliged to fall back on the second line of defense. This was apparently an attempt to excuse the willingness of the Soviet 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Progovilikago Kuraldina, 1925, pp. Go 91, for a further reference to the need for Soviet military instructors. See Ibid p. 96. According to Renchino's own statements at the Third Party Congress, in August 1924, he had originally traveled to Moscow in 1920 with the first Mongolian delegation. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 3, p. 512. Worked in the Mongolian Tibetan section of the Comintern Secretariat at Irkutsk, and later returned to Outer Mongolia on instructions from Comintern. 3 SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 17-18, 201-211. Foreign. Abortive attempt to organize a Mongolian military unit with Russian instructors. In 1913-1914 CGM Freighters, Outer Mongolia and its international position. Baltimore, 1949, pages 92-93. 2 For these discussions see pages 679-681 above. 3 Izvestiyat, November 2, 1923. The appointment of Tsaran Dorji, an old official who had served many regimes and quarreled with none, was discussed in detail Ibid November 28, 1923. His principal rival was Danzin, formerly Minister of Finance and now Commander-in-Chief, CP 815 below. 4 Ibid January 12, 1924. 806 Foreign Relations Prairie VV. Government in its negotiations with China to recognize Chinese sovereignty over Outer Mongolia. Vasilyev announced Soviet approval of schemes for a Russian Mongolian bank and a Russian Mongolian telegraph agreement. He described these as the first steps to a prosperous future which would be to the mutual advantage of both countries, and firmly announced that nothing would be done without the permission and authority of the Mongolian government. When, a few days later, at a banquet given in his honor, a Mongolian general tactlessly referred to the need for an armed blow to the aggressive intentions of the Chinese, Vasiliev explained that the Soviet Union was opposed to anything which would exacerbate relations between China and Mongolia, and was in principle against saber-rattling. Point 2 on a statement to the press, Vasiliev put the issue much more frankly. I will say definitely that present conditions do not permit of our speaking of or referring to the independence of Mongolia. The only thing mentioned is autonomy for your country. What should be considered are the actual conditions under which you live, and, if you make the necessary preparations, you can live much more freely with autonomy than with independence. The instructions brought by Vasiliev to Urga were characteristic of Soviet policy. The Soviet government at this time was willing to concede the Chinese claim to formal sovereignty over Outer Mongolia, and concentrated on creating material conditions for de facto Mongolian independence of China. The recognition, in the Sino-Soviet Treaty of May 31, 1924, of Outer Mongolia as an integral part of the Chinese Republic plus accorded with this policy. Meanwhile, the Bogdo Gagan V died on May 24, 1924, and his death, within a few months of the arrival of Vasiliev, paved the way for the complete secularization of the Outer Mongolian state. Since 1922, a commission had been nominally working on the preparation of a constitution, but it had bared enemies of the people among its members, and had got 1 China Yearbook, 1924-5, Tianjin, ND, p. 582. 2 Izvestiya, January 19, 1924. 3 North China Herald, Shanghai, March 15, 1924, quoted in G.M. Freiter's Outer Mongolia and its International Position, Baltimore, 1949, p. 127. 4 see pages 682 to 684 above. 5 see The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 512 to 515. Chipsley Outer Mongolia 807. No further than translating into Mongolian as models the constitutions of various capitalist states. The government, in conjunction with the Central Committee of the Mongolian People's Party, now issued a decree to transfer the seal of the Bogdo Gagan to the government for safekeeping, and to establish in the country a republican regime without a president as head of state, transferring supreme power to the Great People's Assembly, GURL, and to the government elected by it. An other clause of the decree, which had both a practical and a symbolical importance, related to the substitution of the secular for the religious calendar. Point 2 The foundations of a modern secular state had been laid. The stark reality behind every project of reform and modernization of the Mongolian state was the economic, political, and cultural backwardness of virtually the whole population. Outer Mongolia was a large tract of mountainous and plateau country, on the confines of Russia and China. Much of it was unsuited to settled agriculture, and its population in the 1920s consisted primarily of nomadic herdsmen and breeders of live stock, camels, horses, cattle, sheep, and goats, with furs and timber as subsidiary sources of wealth. According to a census of 1918, the native Mongol population amounted to 542,504. This total did not include some 100,000 Chinese mainly occupied in trade and petty industry, and about 5,000 Russians. Point 3 of the herds. 1 Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongolia, 1956, p. 141. Of the documents presented to the commission was a text of the English Constitution. 2 The text was recited in the Constitution adopted in November 1924. Nove Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikago Kuraldana, 1925, pages 239. 240, see also A. Kalinikov, Revalyatchina Mongolia, ND 1925, pp. 77-78, where the decree is described as having converted Mongolia from a theocratic monarchy into a democratic republic, and is said to have met with no opposition from the population. Urgenskaya Gazeta, May 28, 1924, reported. The transfer of the seal, the decision to set up a republic, is said to have been taken by the Bureau of the Party's Central Committee on June 3, 1924, subject to confirmation by the Central Committee, Zbid. June 4, 1924, it was confirmed by the Central Committee on June 7, 1924, embodied in a formal decree of the Central Committee and of the Government of June 16, 1924, and published on June 25, 1924, Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatskaya v Mongolia, 1956, pp. 115-116. 3 Imiski, Sovereignty of Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 16. The figures for one province, as well as for the Chinese and Russians, were based on estimates, no census having been taken. Of the 100,000 Chinese, only some 5,808 foreign relations. Point B, which constituted the main wealth of the country, a considerable part, between 20 and 25% of horses, cattle, sheep, and goats, and 18% of camels, belonged to a small number of secular nobles and a large number of monasteries. The nomad herdsmen who tended the animals were either serfs tied to the nobles or to the monasteries, or nominally free men who hired the cattle from the monasteries for their use. Point 2 underscore the monasteries were the home of large colonies of priests or lamas, a term which covered a wide variety of individuals ranging from wealthy dignitaries to humble menials whose ecclesiastical status scarcely sufficed to distinguish them from the less indigent Uras. Lamas constituted in the early 1920s nearly half the male population. They owed their importance in the building of the new Mongolian Republic to their status as the only educated or semi-educated group in an overwhelmingly illiterate population. Many lamas were, indeed, literate in Tibetan and not in Mongolian, and a few secular Mongols had received some training in the provincial administrations of the princes. But a majority of literate Mongols available for the administrative services of the Mongolian People's Republic were perforce lamas, or former lamas, who constituted the real intelligentsia of the country. Point 4 were engaged in agriculture and settled in the country. About 75,000 were merchants, who were not permanent settlers and normally returned to China after a number of years. Of the 5,000 Russians, most of whom had arrived since 1911, 4,000 were merchants, coming mainly from Bysk or Kyakhta with the intention to settle. Imiski, Sovereignty of Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, pp. 70-72, 88. Of the urban population, 64% was Chinese Oregon Russian, Zbid. p. 108. By 1925 the Mongol population was said to have increased to 615,978. Krestiansky Internet's total, no 3-5, March-May 1926, p. 97, and at the end Of the 1920s, the population was estimated at 840,000, comprising 760,000 Mongols, 50,000 Chinese and 30,000 Russians. Sibirsky Sovetskaya. Encyclopedia, 3, 1932, 512. 1J, Maysky, Sovremenaya Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, pages 121 to 122, using the census of 1918, the statement in Izlotkin, Okerki Novit I Novieshe. Istorit Mongolit, 1957, p. 204, that the feudal ecclesiastical dignitaries owned nearly one quarter of the cattle in the country, though said to relate to 1926, appears to be based on these figures. 2 in 1924, 12,000 Dura households rented cattle from the monasteries, Ibid. Pages 209 to 210. 3. The following percentages relating only to male population were recorded. By the census of 1918, lamas and monks 44:6, Friaras 26:2, former serfs 16°5, nobles 5°6, princes OV1, other 7, Imeski, Sovremenaya Mongolia. Irkutsk, 1921, p. 29. In 1928 the percentage of lamas in the male population was said to have fallen to 36, Die Komintern Bordem 6. World Congress, 1928, p. 493, plus Imeski, Sovremenaya Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 310. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 809. In these conditions, hopes of progress in Outer Mongolia turned primarily on economic development and on the spread of education which, taken together, could alone overcome the prevailing backwardness, and the source for both of these could only be the Soviet Union. But both the national and the social implications of the change were vital. Chinese predominance in Mongolia had carried with it the maintenance, not only of the primitive forms of a nomadic pre-industrial economy, but of the authority of the peculiar feudal ecclesiastical order which provided the social and political framework of this economy. Hence, the wealthy monasteries owning large herds of cattle, and the lamas congregated in and around them, were naturally oriented towards dependence on China, and were the conscious or unconscious symbols and instruments of Chinese suzerainty. When Tsarist Russia after 1911 set out to break Chinese power in Outer Mongolia, the conception of Russia as the traditional bearer of European civilization to primitive Asian peoples was certainly present to the minds of those responsible for the operation. But no specific social consequences were envisaged. When, however, Soviet Russia stepped into the shoes of the Tsars, the liberation of Outer Mongolia from Chinese rule assumed the broader dimension of a social revolution, which would overthrow not only Chinese predominance, but the predominance of the feudal ecclesiastical group in Mongol society, and such a revolution called in turn for a reconstitution of the economy which would destroy the monopoly of wealth and economic power hitherto concentrated in the hands of this group and of the large Chinese trading concerns, whose agents, scattered all over the country, catered for the primitive needs of the population. This was the essence of the revolution which set in with the coming of Soviet power to Outer Mongolia in 1921, and achieved formal recognition in 1924. The first task was to infuse some life into the Mongolian People's Party, and to integrate its activities with those of the Mongolian Revolutionary Youth League, which in the early years formed the spearhead and main driving force of the revolutionary movement. The party had come into existence with 810 Foreign Relations Point B. The founding of the Republic in March 1921. And a few months later 30 young Mongols who had been educated abroad and had broken with the feudal and religious traditions of Lamaism founded a Mongolian Revolutionary Youth League. An appeal of August 10, 1921, invited young Mongol workers to join the league in order to set up an order of society in which no difference would exist between nobles and working people, and the whole youth of Mongolia would be protected against domestic and foreign exploiters. Before the end of 1921 the Youth League was reported to be publishing a journal, and to have proclaimed 3 principal aims: education, the emancipation of women, and the emancipation of men from Buddhist influence by inducing them to cut off their pigtails. Both the Mongolian Party and the Youth League were represented at the Congress of Toilers of the Far East in Moscow in January 1922, and the League was also represented at the immediately following Youth Congress of the Far East. At both congresses Mongols from Outer Mongolia and Buryat Mongols from the autonomous region of the RSFS are seen to have been combined into one delegation. Plus at the Youth Congress, the Mongolian Revolutionary Youth League, though, like the party, it did not purport to be communist, announced its intention to affiliate to the Communist Youth International, KIM. Point 5. Among the tasks assigned in the resolution of the Congress to the Mongolian Youth League was educational work on a large scale, not only among the masses of the youth, but among the Mongol population as a whole, and a campaign to abolish illiteracy among young people. Registered a year later, educational work was again described as the major task of the League. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 514. 2. Die Jugend Internationale, Number 9, May 1923, p. 285, Number 3, November December 1925, pages 35 to 36. 3. Internationale Fugen Correspondence, Number 37, November 30th, 1921, pages 4 to 5. 4. Prvaya SS Revolutionik Organizacija Delnego Vostoka, 1922, p. 290, Pravda, January 31st, 1922, where the membership of the Youth League is put at 300. 5. Pravda, February 5th, 1922. 6. Privat SS Revolutionik Organizacija Delnego Vostoka, 1922, p. 305. 4 of the Mongol delegates to the Congress were illiterate, Zbit p. 293. 7. Die Fugend Internationale, Number 9, May 1923, p. 286. An unexpected tribute was paid to the Youth League a few years later by a Chinese traveler, who attributed to it the increase among young Mongols of literacy, national consciousness, knowledge, and initiative. Ma Hotian, Chinese agent in Mongolia. English translate, Baltimore, 1949, pages 107 to 108. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 811. From the beginning of 1922 onwards the Youth League claimed itself the most revolutionary wing of Mongolian society. In the obscure conflicts which preceded and followed the deposition and execution of Bodo in May 1922, it took up a position on the extreme left and clashed with the policies of compromise accepted by the party. 2. In June-July 1922, by which time its numbers had reached 800, it held its first Congress, took a formal decision to affiliate to KIM 3 and adopted its first program which pledged it to struggle not only for the independence of the country from foreign capitalist oppression, but also for the emancipation of the people from the domination of the feudal classes. It also proclaimed its complete independence of the party both in an organizational and in a political sense. Point 4. At the Third Congress of Kim in December 1922, the rapporteur declared that our league in Mongolia plays a role like that of no other league in Kim, and that, though numbering only 1,500 members, it led the whole constructive work of the country. The resolution of the Congress praised it as the only organization which really unites the working class elements in the Mongol population and stands for their interests. Point 5. At its second Congress, in July 1923, the Mongolian Youth League, evidently not without encouragement from Kim, carried its gesture of defiance of the party a stage further by amending the relevant article of the program to read that assistance will be given by the Youth League in the work of the party and government according to circumstances, i.e. insofar as the League finds it necessary to render such assistance. Point 6. The Journal of the League argued that the one it was so described in the resolution of the Far Eastern Youth Congress, CP 810, Note 6 above. 2. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, pages 522 to 523. 3. The Mongolian Revolutionary Youth League remained throughout the 1920s, not a full member of Kim, but a sympathizing organization, being described as the only non-communist youth organization in the ranks of Kim. Die Jugend International, number 7, March 1927, p. 38, number 12, August 1927, p. 40. 4. Ibid number 9, May 1923, p. 286, A. Kalinikov, Revolutionary Mongolia. ND 1925, pages 88 to 90. 5. Bom 3. Congress der Kommunistischen Jugend International, 1923. Pages 221, 281. 6. The text of the program has not been available in either form. The above passage was quoted in Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narod no Revolutionat. Party, 1925, p. 16. For the attitude of Kim, see the article published on the eve of the Congress in Die Jugend International, number 9, May 1923, pages 285 to 286. 812. Foreign Relations IVG. Party had become reactionary, and that the League could support and recognize it only insofar as, and the rule that members of the League on reaching the age of 25 should be transferred to the party was said to have been constantly ignored. The League conducted a purge by expelling all nobles from its ranks, though with the right to apply for readmission, and challenged the party to follow its example. This arrogant attitude led to chronic friction between party and League. In spite of the purge, the membership of the League had risen to 4,000 at the time of the Fourth Congress of Kim in July 1924.3. Meanwhile, the Mongolian People's Party, though it grew in numbers, showed few signs of active political life. It was created in I1G2I as a party of national liberation. The party, it was afterwards said, was obliged at the beginning to set its course so as to draw into its ranks loyal representatives of the feudal theocratic world, in order to secure a united national front against the common enemy. It was a coalition between the toiling masses and the most honorable and perceptive anti-Chinese groups. Among the privileged strata of Mongolia. In the party could be found at one pole well-to-do people and even convinced theocrats, at the other pole people with few possessions, and in individual cases semi-proletarians. What united these socially disparate elements was the presence of a common enemy, the Chinese exploiters, and the monopoly position of the People's Party, which exercises the dictatorship. Degree its original platform drawn up at the founding Congress of the party had spoken of the firm foundations of revolutionary socialism as the guiding principle of the party, but the phrase seems to have lacked authority. 7. A Mongolian spokesman at the Far 1.3 Sense SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 30, 33. 2. Ibid p. 37. 3. Dibishli East of 4. Kongresses der KFI, 1924, p. 64. 4. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narodnoy Revolutionary Party, 1925, p. 72. 5. Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 186. 6. 3 Sense SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 18. 7. It was quoted Ibid p. 16, where it was said to have represented the personal opinions of one of the authors of the platform rather than the point of view of the broad mass of members of the Mongolian People's Party. The full text of the platform has not been traced, and it is not known whether it was drafted in Russian or Mongolian. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 813. Eastern Congress in Moscow in January 1922 defined the position as follows. The Mongolian People's Party is not only not a communist, but not even a socialist party. Its task is the final liberation of Mongolia from the economic and political persecution of foreign oppressors and the emancipation of the masses of the people from feudal ecclesiastical exploitation, the establishment of popular government, the development of the productive forces of the country, of popular education, etc. Thus the party in its program comes under the rubric of radical democratic parties. Those Sukabatar and Chodalsan, two of the leading founders of the party, were of humble origin, and feeling against princes and lamas ran high. The party lacked any specific class character, and its composition reflected the backwardness of Mongolian society. A majority of its members at this time were probably officials and small cattle owners. The president of its central committee, Yupan Danzan, was a former lama. The party held its second congress in June 1923 in highly irregular conditions. Yupan Danzan had been absent. The secretary of the central committee, Dambadorji, described as a young telegraphist, trained in Russia 3, though he afterwards denied that he had forced the congress, admitted that he had directed it. The list of members for election to the central committee had been drawn up by the committee itself, and accepted by the congress without discussion. The resolutions of the congress were said to have been simply drawn up by Damba, Binnepu, a representative of the Youth League, and Starkov, a representative of Kim. 4. Hitherto the party's one formal link with Moscow, and the one indication of its revolutionary character, had been its membership of Comintern in the capacity of a sympathizing party. But quoted Ibid pages 16 Italy. 2. I died at 32. 3. Severnaya Yacht, number 2, 1928, p. 84. 4. 3 Sense SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 33 to 34, 40 upon Danzan's denunciation of the irregularities of the Second Congress. See Ibid. pp. 54-55. 5. The decision to admit the Mongolian Party as a sympathizing party does not appear to be on record, but it was recognized as such at the Third Congress of Comintern in June-July 1921, when its two delegates were given consultative status side by side with those of Turkestan, Khorasan, and Bokhara. 814. Foreign Relations File. Little had been done to make the link effective. The arrival of Vasiliev at the beginning of 1924 was a signal for a new drive to secularize and modernize the Mongolian social, as well as political, order. A report made by the party in advance of the Fifth Congress of Comintern in June 1924 set forth the new official attitude. Up to this time the work and the struggle of our party have been conducted under the banner of a struggle against the feudal theocratic system. In the present year a new and class factor can be noted in our work. The class bent of our party will undoubtedly provoke resistance from our fellow travelers, the well-to-do elements. The possibility of such resistance is already visible. The party asked Comintern for appropriate directives, and the report concluded by declaring that the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party will continue its revolutionary work of the regeneration of the country, and finally will secure that the toiling masses of Mongolia, together with other oppressed and backward peoples of the East, will render real support in the development of world proletarian revolution. The Fifth Congress, in a resolution on this report, offered its appraisal of the situation in the party. Within the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party, a strengthening of the left revolutionary wing, based on the worker and herdsman sections of the population, has been recently observed. Therefore the fundamental task of all revolutionary elements in Mongolia is to support this left wing. Protocol to 3. Congress der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1921, pp. 148, 1070. Its 2 delegates were also elected to a key at the end of the Congress, but failed to attend the first meeting on July 13, 1921, Diatelnost. Ispolitelnogo Komitet 1 Presidiumaki, 1922, pages 5 to 8. On this occasion it was erroneously referred to as the Mongolian Communist Party. At the Fourth Congress of Comintern in November 1922 the only Mongolian delegate was again given consultative status on the ground that the party was not yet affiliated to the Communist International, Protocol de Vierten Congresses der Kommunistischen Internationale, 1923, p. 367. The records of the Fifth Congress in June-July 1924 contain contradictory statements about the status of the Mongolian delegates. Viet-IV Semerny Congress Kommunistiskogo Internationale, 1925 to 246, 282, but it was presumably consultative, since the Mongolian party was still only a sympathizing party. 7 bid to 299. A Mongolian delegate was appointed to the Commission on the National and Colonial Question, IBID to 252. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 815. In order to ensure the emancipation of the working masses of the country from all remnants of feudal serf dependence, the radical reforms which followed the death of the Bogdo-Gagan prepared the way for the new revolutionary line, which was to find expression both in party and in governmental policies. The Third Congress of the Mongolian People's Party, which met in Urga on August 4, 1924, 10 weeks after the death of the Bogdo-Gagan, was evidently planned as an important occasion. Statements of the total number of delegates vary from 108 to 130. They were said to have included 88 Uras, 14 nobles and 18 lamas. 38 were fully literate in Mongolian, and 17 were employed in government service. The proceedings were conducted in Mongolian, but were taken down and eventually published in Russian. 3 After Yupon Danzin, president of the Central Committee of the party, had opened the proceedings, Danzin the commander-in-chief, who was also a member of the party's Central Committee, was elected president of the Congress. He ended his brief opening speech with a tactful reference to Comintern. The beams of this communist international have fallen comparatively early on our Mongolia. It is thanks to the leadership of Comintern that our party and our free Mongolia exists and is developing. Renchino, a member of the party's Central Committee, who appeared at the Congress as the informal spokesman of Comintern, extended to the Congress the greetings of the Mongolian army and of the military council, of which he was president. Vasiliev, the Palpret, who described himself as an old party worker, brought the greetings of the Russian Communist Party. Vasiliev, describing both these documents are quoted in Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narodno. Revalyachin Uyperdit, 1925, pages 15 to 16, neither has been traced in the published records of Comintern. The conclusion of the report, omitted from this version, is quoted in Novid X11, 1925, 205 to 206, where revolutionary in the title of the party is an anachronism. 2-3 cents SS Mongolskot Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 1 to 2. 3 Ibid preface, the printing press attached to the Soviet mission was at this time the only good printing establishment in Urga, Ibid P51, though a decision to set up a state printing press had been taken as early as July 1921. Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongolia, 1956, p98. 4-3% SX Mongolskot Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 2 to 3. 5 for Renchino CP 805, note 1 above. He helped to compile the official record of the Congress. 3. SS Mongolskoy Narodnot Partu, ND, preface. This may partly account for the prominence given to his speeches. 816 Foreign Relations PTAY. The Congress as the most authoritative assembly in Mongolia dwelt on the friendship between the Soviet Union and Mongolia, and the prospects of Soviet aid. The stronger the USSR, the stronger U2 will be. The solidarity of party and army was then displayed by the Congress leaving the hall to attend a military parade, in the course of which Danzin, in his dual capacity as president of the Congress and commander-in-chief, assured his audience that, from the days of Genghis Khan, Mongolia had never had so powerful an army as at present. Throughout the proceedings stress was laid on the close relations between party and army. Of the 4,000 party members organized in 120 cells at the time of the Congress, 1,445 belonged to 11 cells in military units. 3. After these demonstrations, the Congress proceeded to serious business, and quickly became a battleground for opposing views. Renchino, as a member of the Central Committee, made the principal report on current affairs. He reminded the Congress that membership of Comintern, which guaranteed to the country the aid and support of the world proletariat and of the revolutionary peasantry, also carried with it the obligation to become a genuinely revolutionary party. At an early stage in the proceedings he distributed to the delegates a pamphlet entitled The Prospects of the Mongolian Revolution, setting forth the 6 points of a radical program, which he now briefly summarized. 1. Outer Mongolia was at present passing through the stage of the overthrow of the feudal theocratic order and its replacement by a government of the people. 2. In this stage the party was supported by officials, men of learning and the lower grades of lamas, as well as by the mass of Uras, and was therefore fundamentally divided on the alternative of bourgeois democracy or the Soviet road to socialism. This split threatened the existence of the party, and decisive action was required to reduce officials and lamas to a secondary role. 3. The weak point of the party was the absence of a proletariat. It was necessary to create a national industry, though the organization of handicraft workers and artisans should in the meanwhile not be neglected. 4. To call work in the army was particularly important. 5. Economic. 1-3 TSS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, pages 3 to 7. 2 Ibid P8. 3 JBTD pages 27 to 28. 4 Ibid P38. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 817. Development should take place on the basis of state cooperative trade and industry in order to prevent the growth of bourgeois capitalism. In these conditions, our native bourgeoisie, which is still in the condition of a chrysalis or a cocoon, will completely expire, and access to our country will be denied to the foreign bourgeoisie. 6. The party should continue to exercise a dictatorship in the name of the masses of Uraz. The formation of other parties, even so-called left parties, should be forbidden. The records of the Congress throw a fitful light on what followed. The mass of delegates evidently had little or no comprehension of the issues involved. Renchino had already complained of the absence of discussions of principle. Point to the question which could be relied on to arouse spontaneous feeling was the position of the lamas, who were still powerful in local government and were immune from military service and other obligations. On the other hand, sharp divisions on the major issues soon appeared among the leaders. The report of Damba, the secretary of the Central Committee, who evidently wished to appear as a radical and progressive, was full of sly criticisms of the obstructiveness of Yapan Danzan, the president of the committee, who was defended by Danzan, the commander-in-chief. At a later stage, Damba and Yapan Danzan once more clashed on the question of the purge in the party demanded by Damba, and Renchino came to the support of Damba's view of the necessity of the purge. It soon became clear that the major clash was between commander-in-chief Danzan and Renchino. When Danzan spoke against a proposal to repeat a resolution of the previous party congress on the strengthening of friendship with the Russian party and the Soviet Union, describing this as an unnecessary piece of flattery, Renchino sharply protested and was angrily answered by Danzan. We need not pass through all the 1 of it pages 39 to 46, where Renchino summarized the 6 points. For another summary, which may, however, have been made from Renchino's summary, see A. Kalinikov, Revolutionary Mongolia, ND 1925, p. 86. The original pamphlet has not been available. There is nothing to show whether it appeared in Russian or in Mongolian. 231 SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 36. The record is usually frank about the defects of the proceedings. At one point the recorder gives up altogether. The session proceeds very drearily. Many speakers repeat themselves. The debates take on a trivial character. Ibid p. 56. 3 Ibid pages 31 to 32, 46 to 48. 4 Ibid pages 34 to 35, 51 to 56. 818 Foreign Relations. Point B. Stages of capitalism, exclaimed Renchino at one point. Better make the transition at once to the Soviet order. When Renchino spoke of the transition to socialism and the limitation of private property, Danzan retorted contemptuously that the proposal had no practical significance. When Renchino wanted to bring about the final abolition of the feudal system by destroying the power of the nobles in local government, Danzan asked why it was necessary specially to abolish something which is breaking up of itself, and protested that there were other more important things to be done. A minor issue, on which the party central committee was said to have been divided, was the disposal of the large domains of the Bogdogagan. A right group, which in Club T. Sarandorji and more, wished to hand them over intact to the religious authorities. A left group wished to confiscate them to the state. A compromise was sponsored by Choi Balsan, who proposed that they should be divided into 3 equal parts, one to be devoted to religious purposes, one to education, and one to public health, and this was adopted. The mounting tension soon spread to the ticklish relations between the party and the Youth League. When Gombo Zap, a member of the Central Committee of the Youth League and, like Renchino, a Bariat, supported Damba's proposal for a purge in the party, he self-righteously recalled the example of the Youth League which had conducted its purge in the previous year. Bin Naku, president of the Central Committee of the League. For these incidents see 3 SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, pp. 60 to 62, 73 to 74. To Novaya Vostok, 12, 1926, 188, the domains of the Bogdogagan were not included in the departments or banners, CP 823, note 3 below, subject to princely rule, but formed a separate administration, the so-called Chabai administration. Imiski, Sovereignty Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 271. 3 in 1924 the League claimed 4,000 members, of whom 90% were Uraz, and including 300 women. A. Kalinikov, Revolutionary Mongolia. ND 1925, pages 88 to 90. Urgenskaya Gazeta, May 28, 1924, reported a lecture to the League by Ehrenberg on May 24 on the origins of capitalism. 45 persons were present. Ehrenberg was a Russian instructor sent from Moscow to take charge of the organization department of the party. He was edged out later in the year. 3. SS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 28. 4-3 TSS Mongolskoye Narodnoye Party, ND, p. 37. Gombo Zap was described as having just returned from Moscow, where he had completed a course at the University of Toilos of the East. Bid p. 8. 5 Bin Nemku had spoken as a Mongolian delegate, not specifically concerned with the affairs of the Youth League, at the Moscow Congress of Toilers. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 819. Who had just returned from attending the 4th Congress of Kim in Moscow, and appeared to have learned some measure of discretion, brought the greetings of the League to the party Congress. League and party, he declared, were a single organization, with a single goal and a single purpose. T. At a joint open-air demonstration designed to proclaim this unity, Bin Nemku delivered a further address to the Congress describing the League as your sons, your younger brothers, but artfully hinting that the decision now taken by the party to become truly revolutionary had been taken by the League a year earlier. Point 2 What happened behind the scenes is not clear, but long-standing antipathy to the party leaders, notably to Renchino, surprisingly led some of the leaders of the League to find common ground with Danzan. And Babasan, a member of the League Central Committee, who was also secretary of the Mongolian Sovnarkom, openly supported Danzan at the Congress in resisting Renchino's proposal to curtail the powers of the nobles in local government. Plus on the eve of the 18th sitting of the Congress, hostilities broke out, at whose instigation can only be guessed between the Urga city organization of the Youth League, of which Babasan was a member, and the Central Committee of the League. The city organization, on what was evidently a frivolous charge, called in the political police, the Mongolian counterpart of the OGPU, to arrest Babasan. The Central Committee protested against this irregular proceeding, and declared the city organization of the League dissolved. But the only result of this act of defiance was the arrest of Ben Nemku and 2 other members of the Central Committee. Point 7. Of the Far East in January 1922, the First Congress of Toilers of the Far East. Hamburg, 1922, pages 150 to 151, he appears with members of the Central Committee of the Mongolian Party in an undated photograph in Novi, Vostok. 12, 1926, p. 191. 13% SS Mongolskat Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 107 to 108, Ben Nemku was said to have previously stood for the separation of the League as a special left party, Ibid p. 195. 2 Ibid pages 112 to 114. 3 According to a later account, the League became impatient with Renchino's zigzag tactics, Severnaya number 2, 1928, p. 90. 431 SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, p. 74. 5 The Congress held 23 sittings between August 4 and 31, 1924, sittings are numbered, but not dated, in the record. 6 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 522. 734 SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 164, 167 to 170, the facts have to be pieced together from statements made at the party congress. 820 Foreign Relations. Point B. At this point Danzin, rightly judging his own position to be threatened, took fright. When the time came to open the 18th sitting, he failed to appear for 3 hours. He then arrived to announce that the Congress would not sit on that day, adding that harmful agitation was going on among members of the Congress, and that he was with the army. Thereupon he departed, subsequently sending a message in which he justified his absence on the ground that armed men were present at the Congress. Danzin's evasive action threw the delegates into tumult and confusion. Damba voiced a protest, which was widely shared, against this high-handed behavior and proposed to continue the sitting. Vasiliev, the Palpred, was apparently sent for, but did not respond, and Renchino, unwilling to force the issue at this juncture, wished to adjourn till the next day. The militants of the Youth League, however, successfully demanded that the sitting continue, and a report was read denouncing the actions of Bobasin and Ben Nemku. The proceedings were interrupted at one point by the sending of 3 emissaries to Danzin with a plea for his return. He duly received them, and this time explained his unwillingness to return on the plea that the unauthorized arrest of Bobasin had deprived the Congress of its rights. When this was reported back, rumors that Danzin was a traitor and should be arrested began to circulate among the delegates, and, while Tsarendorji, the president of Sovnarkom, sought to temporize, Renchino now judged that the time for caution was past and launched into a violent diatribe against Danzin. The grave sickness of the party, he declared, was the work of Danzin, who had taken the path of treason to our party. Ideas, taken the path of the dissolution of our party, the path of the destruction of its revolutionary and state work. He accused Danzin of close collaboration with Chinese moneylenders, and of various forms of financial and commercial trickery. He recalled an occasion on which Danzin had denounced him as a Russian troublemaker, a counter-revolutionary and a dictator, and complained that Renchino is sitting on my head. Renchino eloquently offered his audience the choice, either to follow Danzin to the right into the black sink of popular misery, disgrace and national collapse, or to turn to the left, to liberty, and the son of genuine people's rights. Finally, almost as an CHXLI Outer Mongolia 821. Afterthought Renchino alleged that Danzin had corresponded with the Chinese authorities about the opening of negotiations for the union of Mongolia with China, and damagingly compared Danzin with Chinese warlords like Chang Solin, Wu Peifu, and TTS Audiobook. Renchino's speech did its work. The decision to arrest Danzin was taken unanimously, confirmed by Tsarendorji and handed to the chief of the political police to be carried out. This was the moment for the arrival of Vasiliev who, speaking not as Palpred, but as an old revolutionary, briefly referred to Danzin as a captain who leaves his ship in stormy weather, and congratulated the youth of the Congress on the good omen of what had happened. Choibalsan was chosen to replace Danzin as acting commander-in-chief, Nitsokdorji to replace Bobasin as acting secretary of Sovnarkom. It was significant that both were prominent members of the Youth League. The Congress remained in session till 1 a.m., when the chief of the political police returned to report the arrest of Danzin. The remainder of the proceedings was a foregone conclusion. At another night sitting, apparently on the following night, at which representatives of the government were also present, the newly elected president of the Congress presented a preliminary indictment of Danzin in 12 points, said to have been derived from Renchino's speech. Renchino made another speech, devoted mainly to Danzin's complicity with the Chinese, and a commission was appointed with full powers to investigate the whole affair, to pass sentence and to carry it out. Point 2 On August 30, 1924, Danzin and Bobasin were executed, and Ben Nemku and 2 other members of the Central Committee of the Youth League condemned to 30 days imprisonment. These decisions were reported to the final sitting of the Congress on August 31, 1924. Vasiliev appeared to wind up the proceedings with a consoling moral. Do not be afraid of what has taken place. This has happened not only in Mongolia but also in Russia. You have acted very correctly. I think that what you have done will be advantageous and will help to strengthen the union of Mongolia and the USSR. Point 3. 1. The eventful 18th sitting was reported, more fully than any other sitting of the Congress, in 3. SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND, pages 159. 94. 2 Ibid pages 208 to 213. 3 Ibid pages 222 to 225. 822 Foreign Relations. Point AAE. The execution of Danzin carried on the process which had begun with the execution of Bodo 2.5 years earlier. The political revolution was to be completed by a social revolution. Such power as had rested with the Mongol nobles under former Chinese sovereignty would not be allowed to pass to the petty Mongolian intelligentsia of lamas, officials, mainly former lamas, and traders, who could be fitted, with some straining, into the bourgeois democratic category. It would pass to new groups, claiming to speak for workers and herdsmen who, under Russian sponsorship and again with some straining of analogies, could appear as protagonists of a socialist revolution. Danzin was afterwards officially described as the expression of the interests of those capitalist elements which came into existence in Mongolia in connection with the liberation from serfdom of a private cattle-rearing economy, and as the spokesman of the rising national bourgeoisie. The Mongolian People's Party now changed its name apparently after the Third Congress to Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party. Point 2 Though the word socialist was still officially avoided, socialism now became the recognized goal. The Congress decided that the country should not once more travel the road along which other nations of the world had formerly passed, the road of suffering under cruel Capitalist oppression. Outer Mongolia took its place among those countries which were striving to avoid the stage of industrial capitalism and to make a direct transition from a pre-capitalist society to a Soviet, and thence to a socialist society. But such a transition, according to the accepted doctrine, could be effected only with the support of the victorious revolutionary proletariat of a more advanced country. The quest for socialism in Mongolian conditions could mean only a more implicit reliance on Soviet guidance and Soviet aid. These changes were the key note of the critical Third Party Congress of August 1924.5 mean 1.1. Zlotkin, Okerki Novoye Novye Istorid Mongolia, 1957, p. 191. No formal record of the decision has been traced, but the change of name in official records occurs after the Third Congress. 3. Quoted in Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongolia, 1956, p. 124, from an official collection of documents, the resolution from which the passage is taken is not included in 3. SS Mongolskoy Narodnoy Party, ND. 4 CP 614 above. 5. The significance of the Third Congress was officially summed up a year later as follows. Last year it became clear that the ranks of our party con. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 823. While the execution of Babasan and the downfall of Binneku put an end to the strife between the party and the Youth League. Now that the party had turned to the left and committed itself to a revolutionary course, the case for an independent youth league standing to the left of the party and agitating against it disappeared. The normal pattern of relations between party and Komsomol could be maintained. On September 14, 1924, a fortnight after the end of the party congress, the Youth League also held its third congress. Speeches of greeting were delivered by Starkov, Vasiliev, and others, and Renchino, in a speech which was said to have been received with loud applause, declared that, whereas party and league had hitherto worked separately, and sometimes in conflict with each other, the time had now come to combine them into a single mighty stream. The realization of the new course laid down at the Third Party Congress required governmental action in the political and in the economic sphere. The fiasco of the cancelled local elections of 1923 was not repeated. In 1924, thanks to instruction given by a further draft of trained party members, fresh elections were held in all the local departments and passed off very successfully. Go% of property-owing princes were eliminated. This paved the way for the convening of provincial congresses, which, on the analogy of the pyramid of Soviets, would send delegates to the Great Kurul, the Supreme Assembly, contained elements which stood for the revival of capitalism on the basis of private property. The leader of such a movement was Danzin. The result of this was to split the party into right and left. At the Third Congress the rightists were headed by Danzin, but the victorious left group decided to set a class course and orientate itself exclusively towards the mass of middle and poorer Ras. Chetvertai ISS Mongolskoy Narodno Revalyachnoy Party, 1925, p. 14. 1 for reports of the Congress see Urgenskaya Gazeta, September 13, Sic. Leg. 16, 19, 1924. Later issues presumably containing further reports have not been available. 2 CP 804 above. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provogovi Likago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 181, enumerates the administrative units into which the republic was divided. The province, Imak, the department, Koshan, traditionally translated. Asterisk banner. Formerly the fief of a prince, the district, Soman, according to Imiski, Sovereign Mongolia, Irkutsk, 1921, p. 271, this was origin. Alaya military unit, the village, Baga, or unit of 50 households, yurts, and a subunit of 10 households. 824 Foreign Relations PTV. Of the Mongolian Republic a statute of the Great Kurul was issued on September 19, 1924, and the first session was held from November 8 to 28, 1924. Of 77 delegates elected by the lower organs, 71 were Aras, and only 6 nobles. The delegates included 9 lamas, 13 delegates were non-party, the remainder belonged either to the party or to the Youth League or to both. The list of honorary presidents indicated the distinguished patronage under which the assembly was meeting: Zinoviev, Kalinin, Chicherin, the Palpred Vasiliev, Raskulov, Urbanov, president of the Sovnarkom of the Buryat Mongol Republic, and Dambadorji, president of the Central Committee of the Mongolian People's Party. Raskulov, who arrived in Urga in October 1924, as delegate of Comintern, together with Renchino, played a prominent part throughout the Congress, and helped to make up for the inexperience and timidity of most of the delegates. Both were ardent supporters of the turn to the left in Mongolian affairs. Yudin, the Soviet charged d'affaires in the absence of Vasiliev, brought to the Congress the greetings of the people and government of the Soviet Union, registered but took no other part in the proceedings. The main constitutional issue had been settled by the proclamation of the Republic on the death of the Bogdo-Gagan, and gave no serious trouble. At the session of the Great Kurul, Serendorji on behalf of the government submitted a draft. 1.3 SS Mongolskot Narodna Party, NT, pages 67 to 68, Renchino described the result as a go% defeat for the feudalists, Zbid p. 73. Damba in his report to the Third Party Congress gave a more detailed account of these proceedings. We could have tackled these elections long ago, and gradually carried them out in a proper way, but for reasons of economy we waited in the hope that they would work out somehow. Nothing came of this. We had to cancel the whole business and start over again. In addition, we had to recruit from all sides another 50 to 60 instructors, Zbid p. 35. In fact, the instructors were students enrolled for a course in the party school, Zbid p. 29. 2 Bisharendib, Narodnaya Revalyatsia v Mongolit, 1956, p. 128. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Provogovi Likago Kuraldana, 1925, p. 1. 4 Ibid p. 3. 5 Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narodno Revalyachnoy Party, 1925, p. 19, Urgenskaya Gazeta, November 7, 1924, an anniversary number, featured an article by Raskulov on the October Revolution and the Peoples of the East. Registered Chetvertai ISS Mongolskot Narodno Revalyachnoy Party, 1925, pp. 16 to 18, A. Kalinikov, Revalyachnaya Mongolia, ND 1925, pages 95 to 96. Quotes a message from the Congress expressing gratitude for the fraternal support of the USSR. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 825. Constitution inspired, no longer by capitalist, but by Soviet example. It began by rehearsing and confirming the decree issued on the death of the Bogdo-Gagan setting up the republic. This was followed by a declaration of rights of the toiling people of Mongolia. Though closely modeled on the declaration of rights of the toiling and exploited people prefixed to the first constitution of the RSFSR, the Mongolian Declaration was wider in scope, covering also the same ground as the general propositions which formed the second section of that constitution. The Great Rule was proclaimed as the organ through which the people exercised their supreme authority, and the first aim of the republic was declared to be the abolition of the remnants of the feudal theocratic order and the strengthening of the foundations of the new republican order on the basis of the complete democratization of state administration. A later clause purporting to deal with the foreign relations of the republic indirectly and tentatively pointed the way to the eventual transition to socialism, considering that the toilers of the whole world are striving for the radical abolition of capitalism and the attainment of socialism, communism. The People's Republic of Toilers must conduct its foreign policy in conformity with the interests and fundamental tasks of the oppressed masses of the peoples and the revolutionary toilers of the whole world. The same ambivalence could be traced in other parts of the Declaration. While the political clauses were concerned with such bourgeois democratic principles as religious liberty and the separation of church and state, freedom of assembly and free universal education, the economic clauses made land and all natural resources the property of the whole people, and sought to concentrate in the hands of the state a unified economic policy for the country and to introduce a state monopoly of foreign trade. All titles were abolished, and those holding 1 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, pp. 239 to 249, for an English translation of the Constitution as finally adopted. See China Yearbook, 1928, Tianjin, ND, pages 381 to 386. Bisharantib. Narodnaya Revolutsiya v Mongolia, 1956, p. 141, notes that the draft constitution had been repeatedly examined and discussed in the Central Committee of the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party. 2 CP 807 above. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 125. Vol. IJIPT 2. 826. Foreign Relations. Point B. Them, together with lamas living in monasteries, as opposed to those leading a secular life, as well as all who lived by exploiting the labor of others, were disfranchised. The remainder of the Constitution provided for sessions of the Great Kurul once a year, for a small kurul to perform its functions in the intervals between sessions, and to appoint a presidium to act on its behalf in intervals between its own sessions, and finally for a government appointed by the small kurul. The system of local government with provincial, departmental, district and village assemblies, kuruls, was an equally familiar copy of the Soviet model. The discussion of the Constitution in the Great Kurul turned mainly on minor points, though some delegates questioned the necessity of declaring land, forests, etc., the possession of the whole people. The more important questions were answered not by Tsaren Dorji, but by Renchino or Raskulov, who were revealed as the main authors or inspirers of the Constitution. Keen interest was shown in proposals to change the name of Urga, the capital. It was eventually decided to rename it Ulan Bator Koto, Red Hero City, or Ulan Bator for short. The transition to the European calendar as from January 1, 1925, was confirmed by an overwhelming majority. The Constitution was then solemnly adopted by a unanimous vote. The Great Kurul elected a small Kurul of 30, which, after the adjournment of the Great Kurul, in turn elected a presidium of 5 and a government of 12 members. Tsaren Dorji remained Prime Minister and Chodalsan Commander-in-Chief. Point 2, a sequel to the session of the Great Kurul and the adoption of the Constitution was the formal renunciation by Tsaren Dorji and by other leading ministers and officials of their princely titles. A number of high government officials cut off their pigtails, and many lamas abandoned their titles and privileges and applied for admission to the party. Point 3 Another symptom of the consolidation of the new order was an exchange of notes between the Soviet and Mongolian governments in January 1925 providing for the withdrawal of the remaining Soviet troops from Outer Mongolia, thus com. 1 for the discussion and vote. See Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, pages 249 to 260. 2 Bisharantib, Narodnaya Revolutsiya v Mongolia, 1956, p. 139. 3 Novaya Mongolia, Protokoli Pravogo Velikago Kuraldina, 1925, p. 14. CHXLI Outer Mongolia 827. Splitting the process begun in August 1922. This step was evidence both of the degree of willing acceptance in Outer Mongolia of Soviet aid and tutelage and of the disappearance of any serious military threat from any other quarter. During the winter of 1924 to 1925 the party leaders were engaged in consolidating the victories won at the Third Party Congress and the first session of the Great Kurul. A purge of reactionary elements in the party was set in motion by an instruction of the party Central Committee of January 10, 1925. Its aim was defined as the improvement of the quality of party membership by facilitating the admission of poor and middle Aras and workers in handicraft industries, and by cleansing the party of former whiteguardists, officials of the old order, former landowners, speculators, and careerists. Point 3 Of 5,500 members, 1,700 were expelled and 650 reduced to the rank of candidate, leaving 3,200 full members at the time of the Fourth Congress in September 1925. The purge was declared to have made the party for the first time really raw in composition, thus bringing it nearer to the realization of the class principle. A session of the party Central Committee, which opened on March 7, 1925, was occupied mainly with the drafting of a party program and statute. The program was divided into 3 chapters, the first on the development of capitalism and the need for a revolutionary struggle against imperialism, the second on the colonial policies of imperialism, the third on practical party questions.